Yo, you and I are about to dive into one of the wildest reincarnation stories ever. Our main character wakes up in human lands, cracking his broken neck with a painful gasp. The pain is unreal, his neck is totally snapped. But as Huang Shang opens his eyes again, they flare into a bloody crimson red. Through this vision, he can see things differently. Floating specks of spiritual energy drift around like ghosts. He immediately starts sucking them into his neck to heal the damage. But man, the progress is painfully slow. This place has zero energy density. Just a second ago, he was chilling back in his royal palace as a prince of the outer realm. Then the doors slammed open. His royal father stood there, saying some trash he cannot even recall. And as for how he ended up in this dump? Yeah, he has absolutely no clue either. Where is he? Who is he? Who knows? By now, his broken neck is 100% healed. But even with his spine fixed, something still feels totally wrong. His limbs feel like absolute jelly. He rushes over to the mirror. Thank goodness he is still a guy, but the dude staring back at him looks so weak and pathetic. Huang Shang touches his head in shock. His cool royal horns are completely gone. Is this really a fragile human body? After a moment of getting his head together, he realizes his soul got shoved into a different body entirely. Like seriously? He quickly digs through this new shell's memories to see what kind of life this dude lived. Turns out he is stuck in a 20-year-old loser with trash talent and zero signs of awakening. His physical stats are straight garbage, weaker than average. This guy was basically a walking illness. He lived a boring, spineless life, getting stepped on by everyone. He did not even have the guts to confess to his childhood friend, Zhang Yuqiong, and just watched her walk away with another guy. No love, no cash, and to top it off, he got scammed out of everything. Even worse, he left a massive debt that would take generations to pay off. Reading these depressing memories, Huang Shang facepalms at how useless this new body is. It is a total joke of a life. But then Huang Shang just smirks because none of that actually matters. The main thing is that he is finally free. No more royal prison of a palace. From now on, he does not have to listen to constant nagging about inheriting the throne or ruling the world. Now, he is officially a free man. Huang Shang jumps up on the table like a victorious rebel. He can do whatever the hell he wants without his old man controlling him. First step, get used to this human world and make a loose plan for the next 10 years. But right as he starts planning his future, now pay attention guys, this is where his new life gets hit with a reality check. Two big dudes kick the door open looking for him. They demand their money since the deadline is today. These buff thugs walk in holding weapons, calling up their boss Cao to report that they found the kid. Huang Shang awkwardly scratches his head. It is his first time talking to humans, and the language barrier is real. Suddenly, one thug lunges forward. He throws a massive cannon punch right at his face. The other thug tells him to chill out since Huang Shang is just an unawakened weakling. But the guy is pissed at Huang Shang's arrogant smirk. No time to waste, splash some water to wake him up. Oh, he is wide awake now, boys. Huang Shang suddenly sits up, surrounded by a terrifying aura, his voice echoing straight from hell. Is this how you humans greet people? The two thugs freeze in absolute horror. Standing before them is a monster they cannot even describe, oozing a vibe straight from the deepest abyss. Huang Shang wipes the blood from his mouth, eyes glowing blood red. If this is how humans say hello, then this is going to be incredibly easy. Cut to a few hours later. The two thugs are shaking, explaining the situation to their boss. They swear they were not high, but there was a literal monster. The pressure was so insane they thought they were hallucinating. When the boss doubts them, one thug frantically points at Cao Meng for backup. How would they dare lie? If the boss does not believe it, he can ask Cao Meng. He does not smoke or lie, and he nodded in agreement. Mao is telling the truth, boss. Cao Meng estimates Huang Shang's strength is easily on par with his, and the kid even copied his move to trash Mao. You and I both know what is coming, but the way he handles this is pure gold. Rewinding back to the fight just a few hours ago, Huang Shang used his royal sensory skill. He realized Cao Meng was just a normal human, yet he could unleash some seriously abnormal physical power. After analyzing, he saw how the guy absorbed spiritual energy, gathering it in his cells to buff his body, then channeling everything into his fist. While Huang Shang was analyzing, Mao panicked because the kid took zero damage from the cannon punch. Did the boss not say he was unawakened? Cao Meng charges in to throw another punch, but this time Huang Shang gets an even closer look at how that instant energy focusing trick works. Cao Meng puts everything into this punch, his face twisting with effort, but this time, Huang Shang blocks it with his hand instead of taking it on the chin. Mao is completely speechless. Not only did Huang Shang block the blow, but his raw power actually matches Cao Meng, using the exact same technique. Even though Cao Meng just recently awakened, he is already at mid-tier foundation level. Realizing things are going south, Mao pulls a knife. He tries to cheap shot him, but the blade stops inches from Huang Shang's face. The kid literally catches the sharp metal with his bare hand. He lets it pierce right through his palm without even blinking. Mao is the one losing his mind now because he cannot pull the knife back. Huang Shang pushes his hand further onto the blade, making Mao shake with fear. That smug smirk returns. Successfully catching a blade barehanded? Check. Facing a monster that does not care about dying gives him goosebumps. Now it is his turn. Huang Shang winds up for a copycat cannon punch. His face contorts too, but way more handsome than Cao Meng's. Mao screams for mercy, totally unprepared. Whatever happened next, Mao blacked out. Only Cao Meng got to witness his buddy getting launched across the room by a single blow. He asked him how that cannon punch actually felt. A Mao remembers that instant blackout, followed by a nightmare of pain and a completely shattered nose. His face must have looked hilarious right then. And that is how we leave things. You gotta love a good old-fashioned beatdown. The guy was a complete mess, his face blooming like a crushed flower. Get ready, because you and I are starting this story with teeth literally flying like shattered flower petals. Meng rushes over to catch a Mao, whose face is beaten to an absolute pulp, yelling at him to hang in there. Huang Shang just raises his hand in apology, saying he thought a Mao was tough so he went a bit too hard. Meng wants to punch him so bad right now, but he is terrified his own face will turn into a flower too. Huang Shang just scratches his head, saying since they wanted to wreck him first, he does not feel bad at all. Meng carries his friend and runs off, warning Huang Shang that this is not over. Our main character just stays totally calm, pulling a knife straight out of his own hand. Blood spurts out like a crazy waterfall. Suddenly dizziness hits him hard. Who knew human bodies were this ridiculously weak? If he does not stop this bleeding, he is actually going to die. So Huang Shang sits down to absorb the tiny bit of spiritual energy around, reminding himself to go easy on his new body. Ever since the global spiritual awakening started, every single species has been evolving. Even though humans can awaken their own powers, they have long lost their spot as the ultimate rulers of this planet. In his eyes, humans are totally backward. But pay attention here, it takes him an entire hour just to heal his hand back to normal. By then, the repairman finishes fixing the door broken during the fight. He even jokes about offering a 5% discount next time to encourage him to break more doors. Huang Shang nods and pays with his phone, but his eyes suddenly go wide when he spots his wallpaper, featuring a super cute girl who looks familiar. From the host's memories, he recognizes her as his childhood friend Zhang Yuqiong. In his eyes, she is nothing special, but humans definitely consider her a total hottie. The old host never clearly showed his feelings, which eventually led her to leave him for some other guy. But thinking about this memory suddenly makes him react. He suddenly chokes on his water, feeling like some mysterious negative energy just dumped 10 liters of pure sour lemon juice straight down his throat. His heart clenches and feels totally hollow. He holds his face in shock at this weird power. Nobody is attacking him, yet he feels deeply hurt. It is a heavy blow to his incredibly fragile mind. Huang Shang realizes this is another weird human trait, and honestly he finds these creatures pretty fascinating. Now he wants to adapt to this body fast and roam free. His very first step is getting strong, and to him, being strong means being big. So he triggers a quick glow-up, growing his weak body just a bit. After that, he heads out to see how this human world actually operates. For now, he keeps living like the original host to avoid any suspicion. Walking down the street, he stares at the tiny houses stacked on top of each other. To buy just one of these, most humans have to pay off heavy loans for decades. Yet they have everything here: hospitals, movie theaters, and supermarkets. All these ordinary places are the ultimate life goals for the vast majority of people, because living in this city satisfies every single one of their daily needs. You and I can probably agree he has a point. To him, they are just fat hamsters trapped in cages. Huang Shang keeps moving forward, guided by memories. He eventually arrives at the Green Shade training camp, where the host used to go every single day, desperate to awaken. And as we already know, the rise of spiritual energy means more awakeners are popping up. This camp is where they learn to control that power, though the fees are crazy. Still, plenty of unawakened people pay up, dreaming of gaining powers. But the moment Huang Shang arrives, he is greeted by a super annoying laugh. Look who finally decided to show up. Prince Huang Shang is in the house. Class is already over, so why are you even showing your pathetic face here, loser? Everyone starts mocking him. The guy has spent 3 whole years here without awakening a single spark of power, plus he is deeply in debt to this camp. Huang Shang just stares back coldly as they laugh. Some kid sneers, asking if our glorious lord is actually here just to work a part-time job. They ask if he finally saved up enough tuition money. Huang Shang can literally feel the burning rage of the original host rising inside him. These punks are not greeting him, they are actively mocking his deepest pain. Sure, they have awakened powers, but they are nowhere near as strong as Meng. Honestly, their insults are so weak and childish compared to what his old man dishes out at home. Huang Shang just shrugs, letting it slide this time. But just as he is feeling totally humble, a random foot kicks him straight in the face. Huang Shang flies backward, crashing hard into a nearby tree. The attacker steps up to flex his power. The guy actually looks a bit like a handsome model, but his mouth is immediately filled with absolute trash. He warns the unawakened Huang Shang to stay far away, threatening to break his legs if Zhang Yuqiong ever mentions his name again. The entire crowd goes dead silent. They whisper about Brother Meng from the elite class. His family is backed by a powerful gang, so nobody in their right mind dares to cross him. Suddenly, a sweet but annoyed voice calls out, asking Cao Meng why he is attacking Huang Shang. Hearing that voice, the host's heart skips a beat. Zhang Yuqiong steps in and gently asks if Huang Shang is okay. The moment she arrives, the entire background seems to light up instantly. She looks so angelic, she might as well grow wings and fly away. Huang Shang covers his eyes because this whole dramatic scene is just way too extra. His heart is racing like he is in a marathon, and his hormones are going completely wild. He sighs, wondering why this body is reacting so intensely. Meanwhile, Yuquin is busy scolding Cao Meng. Huang Shang knows the host loved her, but he has absolutely zero interest in joining this annoying love triangle. To avoid any future trouble, he decides to make things crystal clear right now. He dusts himself off and stands up, his voice sounding dead serious. He tells her there is something he needs to clarify. He brings up how the original host fell head over heels for her at just 4 years old, and how every single effort was made just for her. The crowd silently prays for him, because doing this in front of Cao is downright suicidal. This is easily the craziest thing he has done. Huang Shang looks her in the eye and drops his coldest line, telling her that the old him is dead. He tells her to forget him and just live a happy life. His sharp side profile and cold attitude make her young heart flutter like crazy. Huang Shang proudly walks away after seeing her reaction. And trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see how this wild story unfolds. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a wild mess, where our main character tries to wash his hands of this drama, but then a sudden flash of light cuts through the air. Specifically, it is a brutal kick from Cao. The impact sends Huang Shang flying like a punching bag again, forcing the security team to rush in and stop the violence. They scream at him to stop because fighting inside the academy is strictly banned. The rules say they can only settle things if both sides agree to a duel, specifically at the Iron Thunder Arena. Cao just sneers, mocking that a useless loser like him would be too scared to even step up. He barks, "Do you dare? Do you dare fight me at the arena, Huang?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yuqiong runs to Huang Shang, crying and begging him to ignore that jerk, while promising to report this to the coach. She apologizes, feeling guilty that he got beat up because of her. Huang Shang is bloody and bruised, but his face is completely blank, and he still acts totally chill. He tells her to stop apologizing and just forget about him. Yuqiong literally screams, telling him he is super important to her, which makes him sit up in pure confusion. Now pay attention to this part. Their drama drives Cao absolutely insane, and he yells that her actual boyfriend is standing right in front of him. "Are you trying to die?" But Yuqiong immediately snaps back, asking when she ever agreed to be his boyfriend. Cao completely ignores her and sends a duel request. He challenges Huang Shang to the arena, telling him to stay away from Yuqiong if he is a coward. Yuqiong is shocked by this dirty trick, while our main character is just standing there trying to understand this weird human ritual. Accepting a duel requires consent from both sides, and any brutal injuries or broken bones are totally legal. No one gets punished, even if you end up paralyzed. Cao always uses this rule to humiliate people because he has cash and high cultivation. He stands there, sticking his tongue out like a disgusting freak. He mocks, "Are you too poor for the arena? Or do you only know how to hide behind a girl's skirt?" Cao uses every single insult in his brain to call our boy a coward. He claims Huang Shang will just cry behind girls forever because he cannot even protect himself. Yuqiong finally tells Huang Shang to ignore this trash talk and just head to class. But the second she turns her head around, she realizes that our boy is already gone. Wait, where did he go? Suddenly, Huang Shang's voice echoes from the side of the massive arena stage. Turns out he is struggling hard just trying to climb up. Cao gets a psycho, bloodthirsty look on his face, shocked that this kid actually accepted. Huang Shang just chuckles, saying he wants to learn some leg techniques from him. The crowd absolutely loses their minds. An awakened cultivator fighting a normal dude? No way, this guy is a goner. Everyone pulls out their phones waiting to capture the beatdown. They want to turn his bruised face into a meme. Yuqiong desperately screams for him to get down, but it is way too late now. Once you step up, you cannot leave. They must fight until there is a winner. The crowd can't wait to see Cao torture him. Hearing their excitement sends a cold shiver down Yuqiong's spine. Cao sticks his tongue out again, pointing at his own cheek. He sneers, "Since you are a useless loser with 0 awakened powers, I will let you hit me first. Give me everything you got, kid." In his mind, he is planning to let Huang Shang throw a punch, and then instantly kick him into oblivion with the coolest move possible. But you and I both know how these things go. 1 second later, Cao's jaw is completely shattered by Huang Shang's epic face-breaking cannon punch. Every single camera captures this legendary moment. Cao wobbles, barely keeping his balance, but his eyes are completely rolled back and he is totally knocked out cold. Actually, he is literally snoring like thunder. Is he sleeping? How is this dude standing up while being unconscious? This is too wild. The crowd goes crazy discussing that punch. That kind of power must come from an awakened cultivator, at least around the middle foundation establishment tier. Meanwhile, the knocked-out bully starts talking in his sleep, calling for his grandma. He whimpers about cookies, crying like a baby. Huang Shang has no idea how to wake this clown up, so he turns to the guys who are recording him. He asks, "Why don't you guys step up and fight me while we wait?" They instantly shake their heads so fast their necks almost snap. Just then, Cao finally wakes up. He looks completely lost, but once his brain reboots, he wipes the blood from his mouth and tries to act tough. He says, "Not a bad punch, loser. You actually have some skill. You managed to stun me for a second." Huang Shang is just glad he is awake and asks if they can continue. Cao is confused, asking if he actually fainted. He snatches a phone from a nearby kid to see the recording. His face twists in pure horror as he watches himself standing asleep and crying for his grandma. His reputation is ruined, but he desperately prays that Yuqiong did not witness his pathetic moment. But of course, the corner of Yuqiong's mouth is already twitching. She tries to clear her throat and acts serious, but seeing his incredibly dumb expression is just too much, and she completely bursts out laughing, spitting her drink everywhere. Seeing his tough guy reputation completely destroyed in seconds, Cao goes absolutely ballistic. He glares at Huang Shang, blaming our boy for this ultimate humiliation. Beating him 100 times wouldn't even fix this embarrassment. When Huang Shang casually asks if they are going to continue, Cao totally explodes with bloodlust. He smashes the phone on the ground, roaring that he is going to rip him to shreds. Like a rabid bull, he charges forward and starts kicking Huang Shang repeatedly. Huang Shang just grits his teeth and takes the heavy blows without making a single sound. Meanwhile, the spectators on the side start acting like professional commentators. They hype up Cao Meng, saying he is unstoppable when serious, leaving Huang Shang with zero room to counter. But those are just basic kicks, not even his ultimate move. The real danger comes when the opponent loses balance. Right on cue, Cao Meng sweeps Huang Shang's leg, forcing him down on his knees as he prepares to finish it. He leaps high into the air, gearing up for an insane finishing blow. The crowd holds their breath, yelling that his ultimate skill is finally coming down. This move is named after the mutated water buffalo, a 2-ton beast that even hungry lions fear, and Cao Meng is about to unleash its full crushing power. His downward strike is powerful enough to instantly knock out those giant beasts. That is why it is called the Half-Moon Commander Mallet. As his heel sweeps down, it draws a perfect crescent moon shape, creating a massive shockwave that almost shatters the arena. Huang Shang is caught right in the center, completely flattened by the blow. Seeing this, Yuqiong stops laughing and panics. The crowd gasps, saying he took the full force of that attack, meaning he is either dead or crippled forever. Cao Meng walks away laughing, saying he is done for. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how our boy bounces back from this brutal beatdown. Alright, you and I are about to watch the ultimate flex. Huang Shang sat straight up laughing. No worries, man. Cao Meng looked like he saw a ghost. He turned around, staring wide-eyed at Huang Shang, who barely had a scratch. How are you even standing, acting like nothing happened? Huang smiled, but honestly, he was hurting like hell. The crowd looked around in pure shock. That was the Half-Moon Commander Mallet attack, which even an awakened would end up hospitalized for. Huang Shang must have awakened already, or there is no way he is totally fine. Cao Meng was shaking with rage. He threw everything he had, yet Huang Shang was perfectly fine, even after taking multiple heavy hits. Huang Shang just touched his neck, praising Cao Meng. That last kick actually broke his neck, but luckily the nearby spiritual energy was dense enough to heal him. Cao Meng screamed that he was lying, saying a broken neck means death, or at least paralysis. Huang Shang strolled over to test some theories. The second he arrived, his right leg swung up, copying Cao Meng's exact technique. Watch closely, this looks like a simple leg drop, but he actually gathers spiritual energy in his core, then channels it through his leg and glutes for a massive blast. Cao Meng's heart shattered seeing his signature move, which took 6 months to perfect, copied instantly and flawlessly by this kid. If this was all just a nightmare, Cao Meng begged to wake up right now. But too bad Huang Shang used that exact same move to swap places with him. Cao Meng's face slammed straight into the dirt, eyes rolling back like his soul just left his body. Later at the director's office, guards begged for emergency medical support for Cao Meng. Why does this kid always cause chaos? He is such a pain. The guards stuttered, gasping for air. No, director, Cao Meng is the one who needs help. A student named Huang Shang kicked him straight to the hospital. The director frowned at the name. Why would a kid with such a nice name do this? Back at the arena, thank God for security cameras or nobody would believe this. Mid-stage foundation establishment, Cao Meng was knocked out cold in a massive crater. Huang Shang had no clue what to do next. Should I go to class? But school is over. Hearing bystanders say that, Huang Shang headed home. He leaped over the arena barrier, and as he landed, the crowd backed away like he was a monster. You and I know they're sweating because they mocked him earlier. Huang Shang glares at them, making them think he's seeking revenge. He stops, and they cover their faces in terror. But instead, Huang Shang just waves with a friendly pageant smile, pretending to be humble because boasting is so uncool. The entire crowd immediately waved back. Walking home, he loved the attention, totally convinced he deserved an Oscar for his flawless, humble acting performance. When he spotted Zhang Yuqiong, he literally used high-speed footwork to dodge her like the plague. Meanwhile, back at the director's office, Huang Shang's profile was being thoroughly inspected, but it was completely empty. 0 awakening level, totally average talent, worked part-time just to pay for 3 boot camps without ever awakening. Yet he absolutely destroyed the elite class star, Cao Meng. Right now, that bully's face was swollen, floating inside a high-tech spiritual healing tank. The director looked closely, muttering, "Is there a mistake? Since when was Cao Meng this fat?" The professor explained that was just swelling from the beating. Plus, Huang Shang has 0 contribution points and still has not officially awakened yet. Rumor has it he even skipped training lately, so they should probably expel him. But the director interrupted, sending Huang Shang an official notice instead. Starting tomorrow, he gets a full scholarship to the elite class. On his way home that night, he received the notification on his phone, but decided crossing the street while staring at a screen was too dangerous. Out of nowhere, blinding headlights flashed and a car smashed right into him, launching his body into the air like a ragdoll. Another car pulled up, and a bald dude in a white suit stepped out, ordering his lackeys to check if that was the deader kid. Mao pointed his broken nose at the bloody body, confirming it was indeed him. The bald boss was Cao Lao, the top gang leader around here. He ordered them to call the cops and track which hospital the kid gets sent to. Mao smirked, totally forgetting his broken nose now that payback was near. But just as they were calling the cop, Huang Shang sat straight up, cheering about his free scholarship. Cao Lao wasn't even surprised, knowing this kid was tough enough to go toe-to-toe with Meng. He clearly has mid-stage foundation combat power, sitting around 40 or 50. Seeing such a rare talent, The boss offered him a deal. Work for me and I will clear your debt. Huang Shang eagerly agreed, totally ruining their dramatic expectations. But then he hesitated, remembering his goal to stay humble. Plus, since his classes are free now, he should probably just focus on studying. Amao lost his mind, yelling, "You dare reject our boss?" Huang Shang obviously did not care. If he does not want to do something, nobody can force him, not even his dad. No amount of torture would ever make him change his stubborn mind. He never compromises on things he hates. Amao charged with a knife, clearly forgetting his last beating. Big mistake. He instantly lost more teeth. Huang Shang claimed self-defense. The boss patted the shoulder of his bowl-cut hitman, Wei Song-go, telling him to teach the kid a lesson. Wei Song-go pulled out a briefcase, promising his strength was top tier, just lacking opportunity. Within 3 seconds, he assembled some serious tech, gaining dual metallic arms like Iron Man. Huang Shang stared, wondering if he was a robot or just wearing cheap prosthetics. Wei Song-go snapped, "Prosthetics? This is military-grade power armor. You country bumpkin." He bragged about being a rare high-tech awakened, but Huang Shang's ignorance totally bruised his ego. Even Among started sweating, knowing how dangerous this tech user got when angered. Wei Song-go absolutely hated being underestimated because, trust me, his real power is absolutely insane. Alright, you and I are about to dive into one of the wildest matches where a vicious fighter tries to prove he is top dog. He does not even spare kids or old folks begging on their knees. Meanwhile, Huang scratches his head, wondering if this guy is some cheap inventor. That backhanded compliment completely sets Wu off. A cheap inventor? Screw you. There is a limit to how much you can push my buttons, punk. Even if you beg for mercy on your knees, I am taking both your arms. Suddenly, Wu charges straight at Huang like a rocket, leaving a smelly, smoky trail behind him. Huang just goes, "Wow, that is actually pretty cool." Wu lands on a tree, ready to lunge. He attacks from behind at the clueless Huang, yelling that tech awakeners can fight just like physical types by controlling machines with massive power. He flips a switch on his hand, unleashing a radioactive high-voltage iron fist, slamming it directly into Huang's soft gut. Crash! Huang flies 30 meters, smashing into a nearby car and coughing up a pool of blood. Wu clenches his iron fist, feeling like an absolute beast. Tech Awakeners are super rare, and since he has reached the late Foundation stage, his combat power is easily well over 80. Now pay attention here, because this is where the dynamic shifts. Cao thinks Wu killed him, but Wu says he is just crippled. Next second, Huang absorbs enough energy to fully heal, standing up like nothing happened. Boss Cao immediately flips, blaming Wu for being weak. "You useless scrub, he is totally fine. Did you skip breakfast or what?" Wu grits his teeth, and now it is Huang's turn to strike back. He unleashes his giant cannon punch. Wu blocks with both iron arms, but Huang just keeps spamming strikes while Cao constantly nags in his ear. "Can you handle this, Wu? Otherwise, I am calling that other guy." Mentioning that guy hits a major nerve, making Wu rage back instantly. "No need. I am way more reliable than him." Wu throws a surprise counter, cranks his power to maximum, and slams Huang into the dirt. Dirt and blood fly everywhere. Huang lies there motionless, eyes rolled back. Wu snorts, confident that even a mid-foundation cultivator is knocked out. He should be out for a whole day. Suddenly, beeping alarms go off, warning that his mechanical suit is running low on battery. Mong helps Mao up, cheering, "Brother Wu is awesome, he destroyed that cocky kid." But Boss Cao just complains about Wu wasting all his energy. "You are not nearly as reliable as that other guy." Wu turns pale, furious. Whose fault is it that his battery is dead anyway? Yesterday, Cao used his pack to play games all night, then used Wu's charger to charge his own phone. Cao is a terrible boss. He always blames Wu for everything without looking in the mirror. Wu literally does all the dirty work without complaining. But this is ridiculous. Cao's brain power is even shorter than his actual height, but Wu has to suppress his feelings and keep working. It is all about the cash. Okay, I know what you are thinking. He is dead, right? Well, look at our main character casually sitting in the rubble, scratching his head. Wu screams like he just saw a ghost, startling Huang. Cao cannot believe it, even though Mong warned him that this kid is basically immortal. Wu wonders if this kid is a literal monster. Anyone else taking those hits would be dead. Huang jumps around, copying Wu's moves. "That smoke blast was so fast. How did you do that? And that dash speed was insane." Wu breaks into a sweat, completely terrified. He hates that Cao has to call that other guy, but his battery is dead. Meanwhile, on a lonely highway, a man chugs a bottle. He listens to Cao panicking over the phone. "Liu Guangzhang, where are you? Things are going downhill fast here." A deep, demonic voice replies, "Boss, I am on my way. My fists are absolutely starving for a fight. Since things are too tense, let's take a quick break. Time to look at a gorgeous, pale-skinned girl with an incredible figure. No wonder Huang used to be completely obsessed with her back in the day." Yuqiong lies on her bed, staring at her phone, wondering if texting Huang first makes her look way too desperate or needy. She keeps it simple to hide her feelings, asking how his day went. On the other side, Huang's phone suddenly buzzes with a message. He opens it, sighs at her sweet text, and wonders how to make her hate him. Then he yells, "Wait, let me reply first. Hold the fight, or I am giving up." Wu is literally shaking with rage. He threw his ultimate attack, yet Huang is texting his girlfriend while Wu's battery dies. Everyone will think Wu lost, and then Zhang will show up to steal the kill on an enemy Wu already beat to a pulp. Terrible. Zhang will take all the credit, and Wu will get treated like trash. "Screw this, I am absolutely destroying you right now." Wu charges forward. He flies into the air, but midway, his battery hits 0%. Floating there, his life flashes before his eyes as his thoughts race. He has no idea what to do, cursing Cao for not letting him charge, but quickly telling himself not to disrespect his boss. Wu crashes hard, his body shattered and his pride completely ruined. Cao frantically calls Zhang, who finally arrives on the scene. He enters the building, takes the elevator to the 3rd floor, introduces himself, states his relationship status, and apologizes for being late. Mao wakes up to commentate while Meng checks on Wu. Basically, Zhang is at the peak of the foundation stage with 99 combat power. One punch from him and Huang is toast. Huang does not want to fight and offers to pay for damages, but Zhang is having none of it. He grabs Huang's head and slams it directly into his knee. With 99 power, his raw strength leaves everyone shaking in absolute terror. He holds Huang's head, throwing a barrage of heavy punches. Mao cheers like a crazy fan while Cao breaks a cold sweat. And that is where we leave it today. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see if our boy survives this monster. Let's jump right into the madness. Our guy is fading fast and needs to dodge, but Huang Shang unleashes an ultimate move to end him. He slams Huang Shang's skull first into the dirt, then chucks him right off the 3rd floor. Huang Shang has never been wrecked this hard, his consciousness slipping away with the blood. Tao Lao Thao immediately signals a timeout, because if this kid bites the dust, who is going to pay back his massive debt? Huang Shang just scowls in annoyance. Why did you not say so earlier? I will stop, but whether he survives is up to fate. Huang Shang lies twisted in the rubble while Huang Trong acts all regretful. He did not mean to go so brutal, but his bloodthirsty battle instincts just took over. Good boy, I did not mean to stop you. I know you just got too excited. Huang Trong mutters, coddling his own fists like they are precious little pets. Suddenly, a text notification cuts through the silence, making the big guy narrow his eyes. Someone is still texting you? Too bad you will never be able to reply to this. Huang Shang's right arm, with bones literally sticking out of the flesh, suddenly twitches. In 3 seconds flat, the broken bone snaps right back into place. Huang Trong is absolutely stunned, looking like he just witnessed a dead man rise from the grave. Huang Shang rapidly absorbs spiritual energy while reading Vuquin text, wondering why she cannot leave him alone. Seeing Huang Trong's dumbfounded face, Song-go jumps up laughing. Now watch this part carefully. Song-go laughs and yells that the kid is immortal, making Huang Trong break into a creepy, psychotic grin. So you are basically an unbreakable toy that never breaks? Let me beat you to a pulp then. Huang Shang rejects him, saying he just wants a peaceful life. You do not get a say in this. Huang Trong lands a heavy punch to his face and stomach. If Huang Shang refuses to play, he will just end him here. Huang Shang coughs up mouthfuls of blood but still refuses to fight back. This boring attitude totally ruins the vibe for Huang Trong, who gets instantly annoyed. Why are you such a coward? Are you not scared of dying? Huang Shang half-dead eyes tell him to just finish up. But Huang Trong wants to play more. Want to lay low? I will make you famous by spreading rumors that you are an immortal monster, a hidden prince of some demon clan posing as a normie. Hearing this, Huang Shang panics and snaps, shouting at him to shut up. But Huang Trong immediately shuts him down with another punch, sending him flying again. Then he picks up the unlocked phone with a greasy, malicious grin. Fine, if you do not want to play, I will just hit up this pretty girl instead. Her name is Truong Vuquin, right? Huang Shang panics, but Huang Truong's eyes flash as he prepares to send her his location to bait her into coming over. He wants to play a sick game with her. Weaklings have zero choice here. Suddenly, Huang Shang places his hand on the giant arm, his eyes turning bloodthirsty. Leave her out of this, do not make things worse. Huang Trong mocks him, bringing up how he just gave up but is now ready to throw down again. Is this all because of Vuquin? Fighting for some girl is incredibly childish. Women are just like clothes to real men, you swap them out when they get old. That excuse is hilarious. If you want a real satisfying battle, you do not need some lame reason. Before he can finish, his face gets completely caved in by Huang Shang's small fist. That is the upgraded, supercharged version of his signature cannon punch. Snatching his phone back, he stares the giant down. I absolutely despise it when innocent people get dragged into my mess. Huang Trong just smiles insanely wide. I know what you're thinking, late-night text? Vuquin is totally blushing, wondering if Huang Shang is finally asking her out on a date. She quickly checks her tarot cards, which promise good luck if she goes out. Even her goofy cat starts playing with her shoes, basically cheering her on. Follow the call of the handsome boy. Urged by her pet, Vuquin orders a ride to the location. The driver sees her all dressed up and smiles. Are you going to see your boyfriend, miss? Vuquin blushes hard, suddenly questioning why she even bothered to put on makeup. Meanwhile, the battle is brutal. Huang Shang is totally out of breath, completely outmatched by Huang Trong. His current body can only hold a maximum of 80 spiritual energy points. Blocking just one of the giant fists drains 50 points, otherwise he gets stunned. Absorbing nearby energy is barely enough to heal his massive injuries. Worse, he cannot copy the giant's skills. His total pool is not enough to replicate Huang Trong moves, leaving him completely cornered and out of options. Huang Trong struts over, mocking him to keep fighting. Where did all that hype go? Tao Lao Thao commands the giant to stop brainless punching and talk. The top priority is recruiting Huang Shang and Bing. If they succeed, Huang Shang and Huang Trong will run this town as the ultimate power couple. Hearing this, Song-go feels his heart break into pieces, realizing he has already been replaced. But Huang Trong refuses to recruit Huang Shang. Tao Lao Thao fumes at the insubordination. Huang Trong scowls, telling him that he will never understand how much this golden opportunity means to him. 20 years ago, when he was just 25, he possessed godlike strength but lived in constant boredom because every toy he touched ended up shattered. Kids his age avoided him like the plague to stay safe. Once, a gentle pat broke his cousin's arm, prompting his aunt to dare him to hit her. That put both mother and son straight into the hospital. Huang Shang ran home, opening the newly replaced door, crying that everyone called him a freak. Even his own parents were covered in bandages, trembling as they begged him not to be angry, calling him sir with absolute terror in their voices. Hearing his parents address him with such fearful respect completely broke him. He just wanted to be a normal kid, playing and getting scolded by his dad. But reality was a cruel joke. Since that day, he could never smile again. Nobody understood his crushing despair and 20 years of absolute isolation. Until his savior finally appeared. Huang Shang, the ultimate unbreakable toy. No matter how hard he stomps or trashes him, the kid stays intact. The more he thinks about it, the more hyped he gets, unleashing all his built-up frustration right onto Huang Shang ribs. This kid is a literal godsend after 20 years of severe depression. Seeing him collapse, the giant just drags him back up to continue the beating. And that's where we leave them, with a psychopath begging for a playmate, feeling truly alive for the first time in his life. Yo, you and I are jumping right into a wild brawl. They kept trading blows until Huang Shang suddenly got super dizzy from Huang Shang's brutal punch. This freak is actually addicted to the pain, begging to play more. Huang Shang looks around, muttering, "Where is my little dinosaur?" But wait, since when did that little dinosaur get so freaking massive? Huang Shang glares down with glowing red eyes, totally pissed at being called small. Just to satisfy his own sick thrill, this jerk completely ignored everyone else, triggering bad memories for our main character about his trash old man. Huang Shang grins, saying he had a blast, but Huang Shang just shakes his head. Talking to a selfish prick who only cares about himself is pointless. He actually says thank you with a gentle smile, which only pisses off Huang Shang even more. This dude is begging for a beatdown. Having fully copied his enemy's ultimate punch technique, Huang Shang totally wrecks him. Seeing this, Boss Cao cancels his recruitment order and wants him dead. He orders his goons to just crush the kid. Meanwhile, Huang Shang lies in a crater looking ridiculously happy, leaving his own gang totally speechless. Among panics, rushing over to wake their boss up. Seeing his leader totally trashed, Amao lets his anger take over and charges straight in. He screams about avenging his bro, but guess what? Huang Shang literally sends him flying with one single punch. Talk about an absolute joke. While Among runs to check on his knocked-out buddy, Huang Shang slowly marches toward Boss Cao. The heavy footsteps are making the boss sweat buckets. Cao realization hits that his top fighters got wiped. Trembling like a wet dog, he tries to act tough, refusing to let his aura slip. He stutters, asking what the kid wants, claiming he is the boss. But Huang Shang glares, saying the word boss just triggers his bad memories. Now, pay attention here, because this is where the big bad boss completely loses his mind from sheer terror. Look at him begging for mercy. He tells the kid to chill and talk it out. This monster's massive aura is crushing him, making him feel like he is about to be eaten alive. In his head, he does not see a teen anymore. He sees a bloodthirsty beast ready to tear him to pieces. Talk about terrifying. He realizes this must be the crazy illusion his goons warned him about. Left with zero choices, he resorts to his ultimate pathetic backup plan. He plays his absolute trump card, shouting that he was forced to do this. Then he instantly drops to his knees, begging to be the lackey. The sudden kowtow leaves Huang Shang totally speechless and confused. Seeing the opening, the former big boss immediately starts sucking up to him like a pro. He promises to do anything the kid wants, even offering free rent. Hearing this, our main character lights up, asking if he is seriously for real. The boss nervously tells him not to be so polite, adding that he already sent a WeChat friend request. Talk about a quick shift in dynamics. You and I both know this guy is a total clown, right? His goons are literally speechless as their boss waves goodbye like they are childhood best friends. Wishing his new boss a good rest, Cao walks away and lights up a cigar to act cool, even though he is totally shaking inside. He whispers to his men that there is nothing he cannot handle. His terrified goons quickly agree, calling him the absolute goat of survival. They praise him for getting out alive, but Huang Shang remains completely clueless. Deciding that running is the best of 36 strategies, they escape. They speed off, leaving our protagonist alone in the dust. He sighs in relief, hoping no one actually saw that chaotic mess of a fight. But as he turns around, he spots Vu Qin standing there. She looks at his dirty, battered state and instantly starts stuttering in absolute panic. She begs him not to silence her, promising she did not see a thing. Huang Shang just looks at her, totally done with her dramatic nonsense. He tells her it was just a normal fight. She nervously looks away, claiming she probably hallucinated some crazy underworld street battle due to her wild imagination. He reassures her that the gang is not actually that bad. To prove his point, he pulls out his phone to show off their brand new friendship. She looks at the screen in pure shock. The contact name reads Cao Thao with a status saying take cash to get the job done. She literally starts crying from disbelief, wishing she could unsee the screen. That guy is the biggest mob boss in the entire city after all. She stammers, asking what kind of monster he actually is. Speechless at her super dramatic reaction, Huang Shang just sighs and decides to head home. He tells her to pretend she saw absolutely nothing, claiming he hates fighting anyway. Still in shock, she just nods along like a broken robot. She promises to keep her mouth shut as he turns to leave, telling her to go home. He is definitely done with today's drama. She calls after him, asking why he even summoned her here. He explains that some goon used his phone to send her that fake location. He teases her for being dumb enough to fall for it, adding that he wouldn't have fought if she hadn't blindly run into danger. He casually tells her to stay safe on the way home. Watching him walk away, she wonders if he did all this just to protect her. Walking down the street, that word boss keeps echoing in his head. It triggers a flood of dark memories, sparking anger deep inside his soul. The boss's words remind him of his dark past, and he cannot help but feel a massive wave of pure rage building up inside him. All his past trauma is starting to bubble up. His trash father, who only cared about his own pleasure, did unspeakable things that haunt him. Seeing those vivid crimes, Huang Shang swears he will never inherit his father's throne. He refuses to become a monster like that selfish old man. Trust me, you and I are about to see him carve his own path. Filled with rage and determination, his eyes glow blood red. He remembers the rare time spent with his father. The old man was always gaming while our main character stood by, trying to explain things. He patiently taught him the game controls, explaining how to move and shoot. What a rare, peaceful moment between this chaotic father and son duo. Alright, you and I are jumping straight into the wildest cheat system rebirth story ever. Huang Shang is explaining a game where you dodge bullets and the last red plane standing wins. Who wins? His dad asks why that pink plane keeps hunting him down. Our main character laughs and explains it is just his friend playing around. She thinks it is me playing. He explains she is actually the princess of the Yundai Kingdom, a super cool girl who is incredibly easy to talk to. Suddenly, game over. The dad asks why he exploded, while our boy just laughs because the princess blasted him to pieces. Yep, you just got totally eliminated, old man. This completely triggers the emperor. How dare she provoke his royal alien family? A mere princess from the Yundai Kingdom dares to stand against him. Absolute disrespect. Huang Shang instantly sweats bullets, trying to calm his dad down. He frantically explains that it is literally just a video game and begs him to chill out. But the emperor snaps, telling him to shut up. He immediately orders his elite royal squad to prepare. In 3 days, they will completely wipe out the Yundai Kingdom. Now pay attention here, because this shows how ruthless his father truly is. No surrender accepted. He wants their entire kingdom wiped off the map in a single day. Back in reality, our main character cannot stop cursing his shameless old man. He refuses to inherit the throne or ever become a tyrant like him. With a sharp look, he realizes he needs to level up fast. This weak human body has zero chance of standing against that monstrous emperor. Turning off the tap, he realizes he must find a way to get stronger based on his current situation. Time to figure out a solid plan. He analyzes human training methods. After his recent battles, he noticed that even though humans got hit hard by the spiritual energy outbreak, they still adapted. They developed highly effective techniques to boost their power. He realizes that after these few fights, winning against humans is not going to be easy. He knows he can only barely scrape by using his unique royal sensing technique and spiritual pool. But then he remembers a certain annoying face. With a weak human body, he stands absolutely zero chance against that guy Liu Guanzhong. He clenches his fist to test things out. Using his special sensing ability, he figures out why Liu Guanzhong's strikes are so deadly. His fists unleash massive spiritual energy right before impact. Because our boy learned this unique trick, every time he gets attacked, he can instantly absorb a massive amount of that rich spiritual energy. This lets him weaken his opponent, counterattack, heal his own wounds, and recharge his own energy reserve all at the same time. Talk about broken. If his opponent did not rely on releasing spiritual energy, our main character would have lost. Even that other guy with the high-tech weapon almost got him. To stand at the top of the food chain, he must adapt. Showing off a killer look and a shredded body, he is determined to get stronger. The next morning, as the morning sun rises over the busy school campus, groups of students are already gossiping like crazy about the shocking fight from yesterday. Did you hear? Cao Meng got wrecked in the arena yesterday by some totally ordinary student. No way, an average class kid beat an elite? That is impossible, must have been pure luck since he is from the elite class. Overhearing this, Vu Quan steps in to shut them down. She tells them he won fair and square. A loss is a loss. But one of the gossiping girls sneers, mocking her for being the female lead. You and I both know girls like this are trouble. She mocks Vu Quan, asking if it feels great having two guys fight and bleed over her. The bullies laugh, claiming she is just playing with people's feelings. Blushing hard, Vu Quan yells back, trying to defend her reputation. She insists she never agreed to date Cao Meng. The mean girls just roll their eyes, but suddenly an elite class guy steps up to threaten them. He tells them to shut up before they ruin the elite class reputation. The gossiping girls freeze, realizing he is the powerful class representative, Chu Chi-yuan. Word is he is almost at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Carrying his sword, he coolly notes that Cao Meng is reckless despite his high grades. Because of his temper, anyone could easily bait him, making his defeat totally expected. He then glares coldly at the two gossiping girls. He warns them they are not worthy of gossiping about the elite class. If he catches them talking trash again, they will regret it. Terrified, they whisper about how scary he is, knowing he is untouchable. Chi-yuan sighs at their foolishness, but suddenly someone violently bumps into him. Furious, he yells at the culprit. It is Cao Meng, armed with a heavy metal pipe and completely losing his mind, screaming that he wants to smash Huang Shang's skull. Chi-yuan tries to stop the raging psycho, telling him to hold on. But Cao Meng turns around, looking absolutely deranged and ready to snap. Gritting his teeth, he asks if Chi-yuan has a problem. Seeing how unstable he is, Qiyuan quickly backs off, saying it is nothing at all. He realizes something is seriously wrong with Cao Meng and decides it is best not to push him. Meanwhile, the guy is muttering like a possessed zombie. He keeps repeating Huang Shang's name over and over. Pure, unadulterated hatred is burning hot inside him, driving his energy levels crazy. His rage is pushing his power levels to the late Foundation establishment realm. Even the class representative thinks defeating him now would take a serious fight. Suddenly, the crowd gasps because Huang Shang has finally arrived. Hearing that name, Cao Meng locks onto his target like a hungry tiger. Cao Meng completely loses it, charging forward with his weapon while screaming for blood. Huang Shang casually spots him with a quick glance. He remembers the loser he thrashed yesterday. Deciding to act humble, he plans to let the guy sneak attack him to hide his real power. He needs to look totally defenseless. Activating his ultimate acting skills, he stares at his phone, trying to bait the guy into striking. He scratches his ear, pretending he has absolutely no idea what is coming. But suddenly, Vu Qin jumps in front to protect him. Reacting instantly, he pulls her back and unleashes a massive kick that sends Cao Meng flying through the air. Everyone watches in sheer disbelief. And trust me, you and I are going to love seeing the fallout from this massive kick. The whole school is about to go absolutely wild. Alright, you and I are diving straight into this crazy scene where Huang Shang kicks Cao Meng while checking his phone and cleaning his ear. Seriously, what the hell? Dude, Huang Shang is playing with cheat codes, taking down elite class members while multitasking on his phone. This is purely insane. Meanwhile, our guy is just crying. He is literally begging everyone to chill. Like, wait, it is not like that. While Cao Meng lies knocked out, the crowd goes absolutely wild over his defeat. Getting blown away like that makes Huang Shang look god tier. Now everyone thinks two guys are fighting over a girl, and Wu Qiong gets dragged into the gossip. Huang Shang is totally panicking as the rumors fly. Hold up, guys, I did not mean to. The onlookers keep hyping him up, saying he is elite class material. Maybe the elite class is not even that big of a deal. Qiyuan walks away, scoffing in his head. Elite class? If they are this weak, they are just a bunch of brainless fools. He closes his eyes, thinking about how waking up high-tier talent is the real challenge, and grades must be top tier. Getting in requires passing brutal exams and special training assessments. He looks down on the gossiping crowd, thinking they have absolutely zero clue about how things work. Just total frogs in a well. Behind him, Huang Shang shows his phone to Wu Qiong, explaining that he actually got invited to join the training camp. The organizers texted him yesterday saying his tuition is fully waived and he got directly into the main class, but he has no idea how to get there. She looks shocked. Walking ahead, Qiyuan overhears this and whips around in disbelief. What, free ride into the main class? He cannot help but feel suspicious. And honestly, pretty jealous. He tells himself that lucky awakeners like this always end up ruining their own futures through sheer arrogance and wasting their potential. But pay attention, because right as Qiyuan is calling Huang Shang a total loser, loud footsteps and shouting break out. Here is where the real chaos begins. Gangsters are here. Security guards rush in, screaming at everyone to stay back from the gates. All students fall back immediately. Do not get any closer. Panic screams fill the air as thugs show up. Guards shout to alert the dean and instructors. Qiyuan tries to play cool, telling everyone to step back. If you do not want to get hurt, stay out of fights with outsiders. Suddenly, a smug, evil laugh rings out. Are you scared now, you idiot? Cao Meng is back up, waving his phone like a maniac. I already called my guys. They are almost here, and you are all dead meat. Wu Qiong cannot believe this idiot called actual gangsters to the camp. Qiyuan is shocked too, while Cao Meng keeps laughing like a complete psychopath. He screams, Huang Shang, I am going to end you. Even if I lost the fight, I am taking you down with me. Everyone gets super worried. But Huang Shang is just chilling. Suddenly, someone picks up Dao Meng's call, and his attitude pulls a massive 720-degree turn. He starts bawling like a baby to his dad. Dad, it is Dao Meng. Someone is bullying me. I just wanted to be a good student. Yeah, I am at the camp right now. He hangs up and immediately goes back to talking trash. Huang Shang, you are dead meat today. Qiyuan sighs, thinking Cao Meng is totally ruining the elite class reputation. He warns the crowd to stay away from Huang Shang during this mess. I know what you are thinking. Are they really going to abandon him? Yep, everyone scatters like he has the plague, while our main character just goes along. He agrees, telling them to back off. Only Wu Qiong hesitates to leave, but then someone yells that the camp security has already been totally destroyed. And those guards were mid-stage Foundation establishment. The crowd freaks out as scary thugs walk in, led by none other than the legendary boss Dao Laothao. Qiyuan's jaw drops. This guy is a ruthless killer. Dao Laothao has countless mid-stage and even peak-level Foundation establishment experts at his command. The boss puffs his cigar, complaining that things have been going terrible lately, and he wants to see who dared to mess with his beloved son. Seeing his dad, Cao Meng immediately runs over to snitch. Dad, you are finally here. It is that guy over there. He points right at him. But looking where his son is pointing, the boss drops his cigar in pure terror. He instantly bows 90 degrees and screams, Greetings, big brother. Everyone at the camp stands frozen, completely unable to believe their ears. But nobody is more traumatized than Cao Meng, whose eyes almost pop right out. His dad is bowing to Huang Shang. Big brother? Huang Shang just scratches his head, super annoyed. Are you guys seriously bothering me again? So annoying. Boss Dao chuckles awkwardly, saying they just came to say hello. He then smacks his son's head, yelling, What are you standing around for? Bow down! Cao Meng turns pale, shocked by the scolding. His dad keeps pushing him. Hurry up and greet him with me. He is your big brother now. Stop talking trash and bow. Tao Meng's brain completely short circuits. How is this even possible? He remembers when his dad always had his back. If my son beats you up, it is your honor. His dad always supported his wild behavior no matter what kind of trouble Tao Meng caused. That giant protective figure he always relied on has completely shattered. Now he realizes karma is finally caught up and he only has himself to blame. Is it really time to admit defeat and beg? His face twists in denial, but the next second he is sobbing and crying out to his dad. His dad has no idea why he is crying. Tao Meng remembers when his uncle had a small shop and always gave him free candy and snacks. Those were the happiest days, but now everything feels broken. He feels like he is losing his father's protection, that strong shadow he always followed. He grabs his head, screaming in absolute despair. Boss Tao simply sighs, saying, "Let us go," and walks away with his men, ignoring his son. He thinks, "Son, it is time to grow up. This is your final lesson. No tears, no begging. You have to become a real man." They hop in their cars and speed off, leaving the entire school silent. Every single eye is locked onto Huang Shang, who stands there completely dazed. He has absolutely no idea how to react, so he just shrugs and asks, "Hey, does anyone actually know where the elite class is located?" And that is where we leave it. You and I just witnessed an epic flex. Everyone wants answers, but Qi Yuan is left leading him. You and I are jumping into a crazy academy story. Our guide leads Huang Shang inside, thinking this kid is definitely no ordinary dude. Crazy strength and a seriously deep family background. He still has doubts about Huang Shang's real power. Why did he hide it for so long? Was his sudden awakening actually just a fluke, or is there something else? Suddenly, Huang Shang sneezes, startling Qi Yuan. He sniffs and says, "Sorry, did I scare you?" Qi Yuan just sneers inside, thinking this guy is a total pain in the neck. She is so annoying. A girl standing in front of the classroom sees the three of them approaching and snaps, "You three sure took your sweet time. Do you even know you are late?" Qi Yuan introduces her. This is Mei Su, the vice president of the elite class. She immediately drops a bomb on them, saying, "Heads up, Coach Feng is absolutely furious right now." Hearing this, Cao Meng and Qi Yuan freeze like they got struck by lightning. "No way, we had a good reason for being late." She just points at the door. "Go inside and explain it to Coach Feng yourself." Right then, a stern man steps right in front of them and barks, "You kids know how much I hate lateness, right? Are you trying to challenge me?" Qi Yuan and Cao Meng are clearly terrified of him, instantly bowing down to apologize the second they see him. "Instructor Feng, we are so sorry. We promise it will never happen again." Feng Shu does not press them further, telling them to go to their seats. But then, he glares at Huang Shang and asks, "Who is that guy?" Huang Shang pulls out his phone and casually explains, "I got a message from the academy staff yesterday saying my tuition is fully waived, and I am in this elite class." But the coach immediately kicks him out. "Fine, you can get lost right now. I make the rules in this class," Feng Shu says, full of himself. He acts like he runs the whole training division, and any student wanting to join needs his personal green light first. He looks down his nose at Huang Shang. "If trash like you cannot even bow and apologize for being late, do not even dream of stepping inside. Now pay attention, because Huang Shang does not even bother arguing. He immediately makes a phone call. "Hello, this is Huang Shang. The elite class coach says he runs this place and will not let me attend. What should I do?" Qi Yuan and Cao Meng are absolutely stunned by this insanely bold move, screaming in their heads, "Dude, the coach just wanted you to bow and apologize." Feng Shu starts to panic and yells, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Misu also thinks this guy is out of his mind. "Anger the coach and you are done." Suddenly, the coach's phone rings loudly. Feng Shu hesitantly presses answer, and his entire attitude flips in a split second, turning completely submissive. "Yes, director, this is Feng Shu." "No, of course not. It is just a misunderstanding. How could that be?" Yes, do not worry. Everything is under control." The students are blown away by this Oscar-level acting. Whatever the director is saying on the other end, it makes Feng Shu's smile turn completely twisted and forced. "Yes, talk to you later, director." Huang Shang, standing nearby, asks, "We good?" The coach loses his mind in pure rage, screaming, "Of course we are! Please get inside." Huang Shang just gives a lazy okay. But Feng Shu, still burning with anger, snaps, "You stand by the door and listen to my lecture," our MC innocently asks. "But there are empty seats over there." This clueless attitude drives Feng Shu crazy. "I told you to stand there, so stand there. Do you not understand?" Huang Shang just shrugs. Fine. The other students quietly think, "Coach Feng is absolutely livid right now. We better not mess with him." Veins are popping all over his face as he holds back. "All right, quiet down, everyone. We are starting today's class." Suddenly, a chubby student walks in with his head down, mumbling, "Coach Feng, I am so sorry. Everyone instantly thinks, "Oh man, this fat kid is dead meat." Sweating bullets, Zhao Qiang explains, "There was a massive crowd blocking the front gate, so I could not get in." Feng Shu totally explodes. "Are you guys teaming up to mess with me today? That is the lamest excuse for being late I have ever heard in my life." Looking at the coach like Satan resurrected, Zhao Qiang stutters, "I swear I am not lying to you." But then Huang Shang steps up to back the chubby kid up. "It is true. There was a huge crowd blocking the main academy gates, and we were late because of it too, so he is telling the truth." Feng Shu freezes in absolute shock, and the entire room goes dead silent. "You and I both know this is where the coach snaps." He grins with pure malice. He says, forcing a stiff smile, "You trying to play hero for this fat kid? You are determined to ruin my day, huh?" He barks out Four Eyes, "You are expelled." Zhao Qiang cannot believe his ears. "What?" The coach points a finger at him, threatening, I will put the worst black mark on your record so no academy ever takes you. Terrified, the poor kid drops to his knees shaking. Coach Feng, please do not do this. Zhao Qiang crawls over, grabbing the coach's leg and begging him to stop. Please do not expel me. My family borrowed money from everywhere just to afford this elite class tuition. Feng Shu feels his massive ego being deeply satisfied by this sight. That is more like it. If you want to study in my elite class, you better be obedient. Even if you are a tiger or a dragon, you crawl before me. He glares at Huang Shang. Did you get that? I will give you one last chance. Bow down and apologize to me right now. But Huang Shang just stands there. He keeps his head lowered, face hidden as the tension suffocates the room. Instead of apologizing, he directly insults the coach. Ruining someone's future over your petty ego? You do not deserve to be an instructor, you total piece of trash. This massive call-out shocks everyone in the room, leaving even Feng Shu completely stunned. He gasps, what did you say? Huang Shang's cold, calm eyes lock onto him as they stand face to face. The head instructor of the Luan Academy elite class is experiencing his biggest crisis yet, getting openly humiliated by a rookie student. Feng Shu's face turns incredibly dark and ugly from the absolute disrespect. Did you just call me trash? Out of nowhere, a combat arena rises up. The coach steps onto the stage, pointing a finger at him in open challenge. All right, rookie, let us see what you have got. You are going to do a live sparring match right now. Get up here. Since it is instructor's orders, you have no choice but to obey. Qiyuan keeps quiet, just watching from the sidelines. A live combat spar? Looks like Coach Feng wants to break him. Zhao Qiang stands by in shock. The coach then calls out to Cao Meng. Cao Meng, get up here and play with him. Let him taste elite class level. Zhao Qiang gets super anxious. Cao Meng is the most brutal guy in class, famous for showing absolutely no mercy once he steps onto the sparring stage. But surprisingly, Cao Meng refuses. I am not doing it. The classmates stare in disbelief. Cao Meng is backing down? Trust me, this showdown is about to get crazy. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a crazy scene where even Cao Meng refuses to fight our main character, leaving instructor Feng Shu absolutely furious at this rebellion. Grit teeth, he demands, why dare defy me? Cao Meng suddenly drops down crying, saying because he is my uncle. Inside he thinks, well, I am totally doomed now. His real uncle is literally fading from his memories right now. Feng Shu stands frozen in utter shock, while classmates whisper about how this tough guy is too terrified to fight. He is actually crying from fear. That is when Huang Shang speaks up, saying he only came here to learn, not to show off or compete with anyone. But Feng Shu insists on action. He challenges him directly, telling Huang Shang to wait and face him instead. Huang Shang just plays completely innocent, calmly explaining that he really does not want to fight unless he has to. But since you are begging for a match, I guess I will take you on. Feng Shu points his finger, screaming at him, begging? Who in the world is begging you? No way. I am the instructor here, so listen up or get expelled. Do you even dare to step up? If you lose, you are officially kicked out of this academy. Standing nearby, Kainwen stares in shock at how ruthless Feng Shu is being. He really is not leaving Huang Shang any escape route, warning him to just back down. But Huang Shang confidently asks what happens if he wins instead. The instructor never expected him to talk back. Getting so angry, he literally starts stuttering out. What did you say? I am the coach here. Do you seriously think you can beat me? Huang Shang patiently sets his terms. If I win, then you do not get to expel that fat kid. Plus, you stop lying and giving unfair criticism to the students. This bold statement sends absolute shockwaves through Lao Chen, leaving everyone in pure disbelief at his sheer guts. Feng Shu sneers, accepting the deal, telling him not to regret it later. Pointing at a massive iron fist machine, he confidently declares that real men prove themselves through pure physical power. Watch closely, because this defense testing game is about to show us who is truly built different. Meanwhile, the rest of the class starts buzzing with intense curiosity. They have no idea what this brutal machine is, snapping photos because it looks absolutely terrifying. Huang Shang, however, remains totally emotionless, just staring at the setup. Feng Shu starts bragging endlessly about it, claiming this is his personal defense training device. He promises to show these kids what a high-tier defense looks like today. Stepping up, he sets the punch power to 2 tons while assuming a Tai Chi pose. Huang Shang cuts him off with an innocent question, excuse me, what are you doing? Those moves honestly look like some awkward fairground dance. Feng Shu snaps, shut up. This is a warm-up ritual, and you always have to warm up before doing anything serious. The students whisper, realizing this kid is literally trying to annoy the coach to death. Once warmed up, Feng Shu channels his energy and shouts, creating a massive defensive shield. This is the Golden Bell Dome technique. Kainwen senses the intense spiritual energy, and even Huang Shang is impressed. This coach is actually decent at channeling waves of power. His eyes narrow as he activates his specialized sensory technique to analyze the situation. Huang Shang gets a clear read on the flow of energy with just a single glance. The coach gathers dense spiritual energy right in front of his body, which should easily block any massive impact. But right then, our main character realizes a small problem. He thinks, wait, my current energy is not enough. I need to absorb more of the surrounding aura. While Feng Shu is busy focusing to show off his peak performance, the machine's automated voice announces the startup of the 2-ton punch. With 5 seconds left, Huang Shang stealthily starts draining almost all of the coach's gathered energy. The machine begins its final countdown, 3, 2. Every single student watches with high anticipation, holding up their phones to record. But all that defense energy? Completely sucked dry by Huang Shang. Totally clueless, Feng Shu smugly tells everyone to record this exact moment. He yells, "Let me show you what a real man looks like." The timer hits one, and oh man, you and I are gonna love this hilarious shot of his face getting smashed. He crashes right into the wall behind him, leaving a deep crack in the shape of his body. Bruised and battered, Feng Shu gets up, crossing his arms with a fake smile, pretending he felt zero pain. "Now, show me your moves." Huang Shang asks if he is doing okay. Even though the coach is visibly trembling, he snaps back, asking if he is too scared. "Of course I am fine, it is nothing." Mita watches in awe, amazed that he survived a literal 2-ton attack. A dark-haired girl in the crowd tilts her head, totally impressed by this display. She murmurs that if she took that hit, her parents would be planning her funeral. Feng Shu raises a single finger, quickly boasting that for a real man, this is nothing. But internally, he is highly confused. His skill completely failed to trigger, almost like someone blocked him. Feng Shu stands with one hand on his hip, acting experienced. He waves his hand, advising Huang Shang to forfeit while he still can because a 2-ton strike is no joke. But before he even finishes, our boy steps right in. He asks if stepping on the pad starts the test. Immediately, the machine beeps, confirming the activation of the auto-strike system. Suddenly, Feng Shu completely loses his mind. He panics, screaming to wait because that specific button actually adds another ton of impact power. As the 3-ton countdown begins, Huang Shang calmly stretches his arms. He shrugged. 3 tons is fine. Mita stares at him in sheer disbelief, wondering if he has a death wish. Meanwhile, Huang Shang looks completely unfazed. He glances over to remind Feng Shu not to forget about their bet. Right on cue, the big screen flashes with a loud robotic announcement for the ultimate challenge. Feng Shu cups his hands around his mouth, shouting at him to stop showing off. He warns him not to run away when things get real. As the 5-second countdown begins, our boy drops into a perfect defensive stance. Feng Shu and the watching crowd are completely shocked. Wait, is that his signature pose? Huang Shang calmly stares ahead, his focus unshaken. Feng Shu grits his teeth, looking at that determined gaze. Is this kid seriously going to pull this off? Terrified, he points and yells at Kai Nguyen to quickly cut the main power and save this idiot. Panicked, Kai Nguyen immediately rushes over to shut it down. The countdown reaches 3. Suddenly, Huang Shang unleashes an absorption technique, a brilliant golden aura bursting out to completely wrap around him. This is the exact same move. The Golden Bell Dome Shield. Feng Shu stands there, absolutely speechless as he watches him effortlessly channel all of his spiritual energy into his defense. It took me 2 whole years of intense research to master this technique, yet he learned it in a single glance. Is he some once-in-a-decade super genius? With only 2 seconds left, he suddenly yells at Kai Nguyen to stop and not turn it off. The assistant looks back at him, totally confused. He tells him to shut up because you and I both know we cannot miss a miracle like this. He eagerly watches, hoping to learn his secret. Alright, you and I are about to watch this rookie stand firm as his murderous red eyes lock in. The countdown hits 1, and Feng Shu suddenly screams, "Do not back down. If you end up crippled, I will support you for the rest of your life." In an instant, a massive, incredibly powerful fist swings straight at him, landing right on his body. Huang Shang's eyes widen, gritting his teeth to endure as his feet dig in to withstand the strike, his soul scraping the ground to kick up faint smoke. Feng Shu's jaw drops in shock while Qi Yuan watches with a tense, nervous frown. Inside, Huang Shang groans from the pain, feeling like every cell is about to shatter. But compared to his imperial father's brutal torture, his eyes suddenly flash with a brilliant light. This is nothing. That rock-hard stone fist seems to shatter into pieces, sending Huang Shang flying backward with his arms still locked in that cross-defensive stance. Feng Shu stands there, completely jaw-dropped at the sight, as blood gushes from his nose and mouth. Misu also watches blankly. That broken stone arm lies still on the ground while Huang Shang lands gracefully, tapping his foot to slide backward from the momentum, leaving faint yellow sparks on the ground. Zhao Chang stares open-mouthed at the scene, his face completely drenched in nervous sweat. Huang Shang stands up straight, white smoke rising from beneath his feet. He casually grabs his shredded, tattered sleeve. "Well, what do you think? Yours truly won this, right? And now pay attention because this kid's calculation is absolutely gold." As Feng Shu's group stands frozen in shock, Huang Shang coldly points his finger up to break it down. "You got blasted back 20 meters, bleeding from everywhere, while I only slid back 10 meters. Feng Shu quickly grabs his arm, hoisting it high while his other hand points straight at him. No more words needed. This kid is the winner. Deeply hyped, the teacher tightly grabs Huang Shang's shoulders, shouting, "I have not felt this in forever. My blood boiling with this much hype. I am definitely looking after you from now on." Excitedly, Feng Shu slaps his shoulders, promising extra cultivation resources and elite techniques, while Huang Shang just stands there, telling him to go easy with his hand. Misu watches them, realizing it is her first time seeing Teacher Feng this happy, while Qi Yuan stands nearby, totally confused. But wait, aren't techniques and resources distributed based on actual grades? Hearing that, Feng Shu snaps and angrily grabs him, pointing at the giant iron arm. "I am the teacher, what I say goes. If you want to talk about grades, go lift 3 tons yourself." Qi Yuan panics instantly, quickly admitting his mistake. "My bad, teacher!" Huang Shang, however, calmly rejects that special treatment. "Just hand out the resources and techniques normally. I do not need special perks." Instead, he points at Zhao Chang standing nearby, reminding the teacher of his word. "Do not forget your promise about this chubby kid. No expelling this 4-eyed chubby guy and no unfair marks on his record." Letting go of Qi Yuan, Feng Shu silently stares at the two of them. Huang Shang tilts his head, asking the chubby guy, "Hey, what is your name again?" Sweating bullets, the kid stammers, "Zhao Cheng, thank you so much." Feng Shu spreads his hands with a cheerful grin. "Of course you won, so whatever you say goes." But a dark, unreadable depth flashes across his eyes. With a dark gaze, he mutters, "For the weak, this world is brutal. Only the strong have a voice." Even with blood still smeared on his mouth and nose, he continues lecturing him. "Remember, you can save someone now, but not forever. Sometimes sacrificing yourself for others only makes them resent you in the end." He tells him to drop this naive mindset. Now pay attention to how this triggers a dark flashback for our main character. A young boy desperately pulls at a man in front of a sea of fire, begging, "Imperial Father, please stop. If you keep hitting them, they will die." Yet the man indifferently replies, "What are those useless women crying about?" The man's silhouette remains dark and blurry, with 3 pairs of eyes glowing blood red. "Remember this, my son. Weakness is your greatest sin. Do not do foolish things, sacrificing yourself to help others. Keep these 10 words in mind. Live for yourself, or heaven and earth will destroy you." Back in reality, he silently mocks the memory in his mind. Clearly, that was only 8 words. Still, he calmly replies, "As long as I have power, I will help. I absolutely hate feeling helpless and full of regret." Hearing this, Feng Shu smirks with a devious, sly grin, thinking, "What a totally hopeless idiot. But honestly, that is exactly why I like him." Then he gets serious. To ordinary people, this era of spiritual chi awakening is a massive disaster because everyone around them suddenly turns into a superhuman. But for those with real ambition, awakening changes everything. It means you get to challenge the boundless sky itself. Suddenly, he excitedly raises his arms, happily shouting, "Keep striving, chase success, grow stronger, and radiate glory." Both Huang Shang and Misu just stare blankly at his totally ridiculous and cringeworthy display. Qiyuan stands aside, indifferently whispering, "Teacher Feng looks so happy. He probably has a crush on Huang Shang." Misu, standing next to him also coldly, shares her opinion. Honestly, his old grumpy face was much easier on the eyes. Feng Shu points his finger up again to lecture them seriously about spiritual energy affecting the entire world. Not just humans, but all life forms on Earth can evolve. Everyone knows there are 3 known paths of awakening. First is physical enhancement, which vastly boosts overall bodily strength. Second is the mechanical type, enhancing the ability to understand, build, and control complex machinery, giving them insane mecha piloting skills. The final type is an ultra-rare class 1 in 10,000 that allows them to wield supernatural, magical powers. He continues his incredibly passionate lecture. Actually, the place we are currently living in is called the Yang Zone, which is a protected safe haven. The entire map features the Yang Zone, also known as the Sheep Zone, right at the center. Surrounding it is the Lang Zone, or the Wolf Zone. And outside that lies an even more dangerous boundary called the Dark Wall. A short, black-haired girl in the crowd hears this and is immediately confused. Wolf Zone? Dark Zone? Teacher Feng never mentioned this before. Another blue-haired girl is also curious. Feng Shu solemnly explains that the Yang Zone is where unawakened and newbies live. The Wolf Zone is the territory of brutal, high-level awakeners. As for the Dark Wall, you guys do not need to know. Huang Shang looks at him and asks his own curious question. What conditions must we meet to enter the Wolf Zone? Hearing this, Feng Shu responds, "At least the integration stage." Huang Shang asks blankly, "What is that?" And trust me, you and I can't wait to see how he shocks his teacher next time. You and I are diving into a world where our main character is so clueless, his teacher literally facepalms. This smug guy has to explain the basics from scratch. After awakening, you start at the foundation stage. 2 major realms above that is the fusion stage. At this peak level, your spiritual energy completely skyrockets and even reaches 10,000 points. The power ranks go from ordinary to foundation, then illumination, and finally fusion stage. Each tier basically multiplies your power like crazy, jumping 10 times higher than the last one. Huang Shang just sits there thinking, 10,000 energy points? Is this guy seriously flexing, or is it actually that insane? So a maxed out fusion stage powerhouse can basically one-shot 100 thugs at once. Feng Shu suddenly starts glowing, crossing his arms like an absolute boss. He brags, asking if everyone wants to know how to get that ridiculously overpowered. Huang Shang is totally called out, thinking to himself that he really does want to know. The teacher keeps rambling on, explaining that to level up fast, you first need to understand spiritual elements. Even though spiritual energy is totally invisible, it has actual attributes. The energy is split into 4 distinct elements: wood, water, fire, and wind. Most people can only wield 1 or 2 of these attributes in their entire life. Your natural element is locked at birth, and you can only learn martial skills matching it. Feng Shu strikes a super dramatic pose, explaining the whole system with absolute passion. He says every awakened user has different elemental ratios. For instance, he is 70% wind and 30% wood, meaning his build is wind dominant with some wood support. Meanwhile, Qiyuan is 60% water and 40% fire, and Misu has fire and wind. They have similar powers but with totally different ratios and element purity. This elemental purity directly dictates how strong your martial skills can get. Hearing this, Huang Shang makes a face. Is it really that complicated? Misu stands nearby, explaining that this is literally basic school stuff for awakened people. Did he live under a rock? Feng Shu just watches them, telling them to relax and take it slow. Now pay attention, because understanding these elemental counters is where things get really intense for our main character. Basically, wood beats water, water beats fire, fire beats wind, and wind beats wood. If you are at the same level, using a water-type skill against a fire-type opponent deals a massive amount of bonus damage. Picture a splash of water drenching a tiny flame. The little fire panic screams, begging for mercy. But if there is a massive level gap, this elemental counter system is completely useless. Suddenly, a tiny drop of water is crying, begging a giant raging fire for mercy, saying she is sorry. Back in the classroom, Feng Shu stands at the podium. He wraps up the lecture, telling everyone to study hard because this information is absolutely crucial. Shang immediately cheers from his seat with a super serious face, shouting that it was an epic lecture that helped him out a ton. Misu looks at him with pure judgment, asking if he is trying to be a teacher's pet. Huang Shang's whole opinion of Feng Shu completely flips. He decides to let go of his old grudges, admitting that even though the teacher is annoying, he can actually teach. We flash back to his memories of his royal father who acted as his tutor. Once Huang Shang casually asked how he could increase his defense stats. His dad instantly lost his mind and screamed, asking why he was even questioning something so basic. He started beating the kid with a whip, saying pain builds defense. Huang Shang was hung upside down, crying and begging for mercy, admitting he was wrong. But then the exact same thing happened when he asked about offense power. His dad got mad again, yelled the same line, and hung him upside down to whip him, claiming that getting beaten increases defense. Huang Shang screamed in agony, shouting back that he was literally asking how to increase his attack power, not his defense. Back in the present, Feng Shu is so moved he starts tearing up. He sniffles, saying he has been teaching for years and his students usually despise him, but he never held a grudge. Teaching was never even his dream job. Let us pause here. I know what you are thinking. This guy's teacher is a total emotional wreck, but it gets even weirder as he hugs him tight. He sobbed because a student finally praised his lecture. The class is utterly traumatized, seeing their teacher cry, wondering what kind of Twilight Zone they just walked into. Suddenly, a figure appears in the long hallway. Shui walks by, wondering to herself if the new kid is doing okay in class since Feng Shu is famously toxic. She stops right outside the door, telling herself that strict teaching is fine, but as the head supervisor, she needs to check in and make sure nobody gets killed. Shui peeks through the classroom window, scanning the room, only to see Feng Shu bawling his eyes out while aggressively hugging Huang Shang in front of everyone. He cries about how nobody has complimented his teaching in years, promising they will climb to the top together. Huang Shang is completely paralyzed, forced to endure the hug. Shui looks through the door with pure disgust, muttering that she needs to bleach her eyes immediately. She turns around, taking a deep breath of utter disbelief. She wonders if she just woke up on the wrong side of the bed. But whatever, as long as they are getting along, she will let it slide. Suddenly, her phone buzzes loudly. She pulls it out and sees the caller ID. It is the head director. A very drunk Qianji appears on the screen. He grins like an idiot, calling her little sister before correcting himself to Director Shui, asking her to come to his office for something super important. Shui glares at him with cold disgust, practically smelling the heavy alcohol breath right through the screen. She warns him that if this is another waste of time, she will literally end his life. Back in class, Feng Shu stands proudly with his hands on his hips, announcing that everyone is dismissed except for Huang Shang. The new kid has to stay behind to test his energy points and element. Huang Shang casually shrugs and says sure. They move to a high-tech testing room. Feng Shu stands at the control console, telling Huang Shang to hold still inside the chamber. Qiyuan grins, looking over at Misu beside him. He teases her, saying she seems super curious about the new kid's starting power. She fires back coldly, asking him if he is not feeling the exact same way. Feng Shu starts the machine, asking Huang Shang if he literally just awakened yesterday. The kid nods, confirming that indeed his powers only woke up yesterday. The teacher nods, saying they are about to measure his baseline energy. Standing inside the scanner, Huang Shang is completely confused about what a baseline score even means. Qiyuan folds his arms outside, explaining that it is your raw power right at awakening. Normal people at the foundation stage usually score around 10 to 30. And that is where we leave it for now. Trust me, you are going to want to see how he absolutely shatters everyone's expectations. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this dead silent room where our cold main character, Huang, stands totally still inside the test device while only machines hum. He does not even flinch. Misu just stares coldly from a distance, while Qiyuan tensely monitors every single fluctuation, and Feng Shu watches closely with a serious face. He observes seriously. After a long silence with zero movement, he starts panicking and sweating. It has been 10 minutes already, so why are there no results? Could it be that higher talent means a slower reaction? Someone mumbles they never heard of that. What is even going on here? That is when Misu calmly speaks up to remind him. Teacher Feng, did you forget to flip the power switch? The guy completely jumps out of his skin, realizing he actually forgot. Meanwhile, in another place, the stunning Shui appears, walking down a long hallway. Room number 704 is the Director of Potential Development's office. She steps right inside and says, Director, I have arrived. She gives him a cold glance, hoping he called her for something actually important. Qianxi, sitting comfortably behind his desk, starts rambling, Oh, little Shui, you are finally here. Lose the heavy killing intent already. Look at me, I am trying to be a nice guy today. Check out this insanely expensive new pet I bought from the underground. This smart little locust is starving. The weird bug on his shoulder makes clicking noises as Qianxi looks at his pet. He stares at the fish swimming in his tank, talking directly to the bug, asking if it likes his parrotfish. Well, I really love them too, you know. Now pay attention to this nasty scene. Shuiyi watches in dead silence as he literally grabs a headless fish by its tail to feed his creepy pet, saying, "Fine, if you like it, take it. I'm a nice guy today anyway." The bug on his shoulder keeps clicking away, making Shuiyi speak up with pure disgust in her voice. She disses him, saying he is absolutely repulsive. He just laughs it off, asking if it is because of the raw food. She snaps back, "You reek of alcohol, and your trash personality never changes." Tianji leans back, calling her sharp-tongued before telling her to get down to business. Suddenly, he tightly clenches his fists and screams in total excitement. The 5 training camps in our city are hosting a massive tournament soon, and the winning camp gets some insane rewards. Sounds thrilling, right? But Shuiyi completely shuts him down, saying she has zero interest in it. He just sighs helplessly at her cold reaction, calling her a heartless woman who has no love to give. But completely ignoring his cringe drama, Shuiyi just looks at him like he is stupid. "Spit out whatever else you want, because you definitely did not call me here just for this garbage." The old man closes his eyes and whines, calling her incredibly mean. He hugs himself with a creepy smirk, explaining that his own son is actually super hyped to enter this upcoming competition. But since his kid is trash and cannot even qualify for the elite class, he wants her to convince them to give up a spot. He pretends to be a sad, caring dad, but his eyes suddenly turn icy. He promises to give an even bigger reward than the championship prize to anyone who yields. So it is a win-win deal for them. Tianji sits quietly with his hands on the desk, looking totally harmless for a brief second. But watch out, because he suddenly blurs out of his chair like a complete freak, sneaking right up to grab her neck while mentioning the elite class teacher is her former student. So they will definitely listen to her. But then the absolute creep tries to touch her, making her glare at him with pure murderous hatred in her eyes. That single look terrifies the old creep, making him back off immediately, begging her not to kill him. Disgusted, she turns around to walk out. She leaves, but he just stares at her from behind with a filthy, sinister smirk, slowly reaching out his twisted hand toward her once again. Suddenly, a flash of blue energy slashes right between them, forcing the old creep to jump back in absolute terror before he can touch her. At that moment, the fish tank shatters completely. He cries like a baby, rushing to save his leaking tank while stammering that he was only joking. She coldly warns him that next time, her blade will slice off his hand instead of just breaking a stupid fish tank, leaving him weeping like a loser. Yet he still finds her terrifyingly cute. His creepy locust flies back onto his shoulder, and he reaches out to pet the disgusting little creature. Suddenly, his face turns demonic as he brutally crushes the bug in his fist, splattering blood, screaming if it was mocking him as the poor thing squeaks. Back in the testing room under the blue lights, Huang is still standing completely motionless inside the pod, casually asking if the test is done yet. Qiyuan chuckles, telling him to chill out. He acts all wise, claiming he completely understands how eager rookies feel right after awakening their powers. He explains that awakened people need to train hard later to increase their spiritual power, acting like some legendary master giving advice to a kid. He brags that spiritual power is just your energy capacity. His current score is 94, and Misu is at 90, which are both basically peak level. They are close to upgrading, and since they are seniors, they offer to answer any questions. Huang just chuckles, thanking them for the offer. He says, "Really, then thanks. Make sure to back me up when the time comes." Qiyuan arrogantly tells him not to worry, saying he will handle everything. Qiyuan rubs his nose proudly, boasting that his starting score was 30, making him a rare genius that only appears once a year. Meanwhile, behind him, the testing pod suddenly flashes a blinding golden light. The digital display screen shows a massive 99, making Qiyuan freeze in absolute disbelief. He is completely jaw-dropped. 99? His ego is totally shattered, so he quickly makes up a trash excuse to run away before he gets embarrassed. Feng Shu screams in shock. A starting score of 99? Misu is also stunned by this peak awakening, yet Huang just stands there silently. When he steps out, he immediately glues his eyes to his phone, making Feng Shu yell that even the word genius cannot describe his broken talent. He coldly replies that something urgent popped up. The next morning, bright golden sunlight shines down on a beautiful little shop situated right on the street corner. Our girl Wu Qiang sits alone at a round table, resting her chin on her hand, nervously clutching her phone as she thinks deeply about something. She wonders if asking Huang out is too sudden, hoping he will reply. "You and I will have to wait and see what she does next. Yo, get ready, because we are diving into some wild drama." She picks up her phone, spots a text, and literally chokes on her water right then and there. "Do you have time? Go take a shower and let's meet up to hurt each other." Our main character Huang Shang stares at this crazy text, totally clueless about how to reply. His friends see the screen and instantly lose their minds over how spicy this is. Meanwhile, Vuquen is holding her phone, absolutely sweating bullets and losing her cool. She forgot to lock her screen, threw it in her pocket, and sent that wild text by accident. If this huge misunderstanding gets out, her social life is officially dead. She desperately spams excuses like, "Sorry, wrong send, my phone literally did that on its own." Just then, she spots Qiyuan walking out of class looking totally defeated. School is finally over. Vuquen starts sweating buckets as Huang Shang and Misu walk up, praying to the gods that Huang Shang has not read that chaotic text yet. But Misu runs over with open arms, teasingly asking to hurt each other. Vuquen just cries inside, realizing her embarrassing mistake has already leaked out. She wants to scream that it was just an accident, but there's no way to explain. Misu laughs, waves goodbye, and leaves them alone, joking about how crazy kids are. With Misu gone, she is left standing awkwardly next to Huang Shang. She wants to explain herself, but her throat completely locks up from the sheer embarrassment of it all. Giving up entirely, she lets out a heavy sigh and reaches into her pockets for a backup plan. She pulls out a piece of paper and starts reading it aloud. She clears her throat, saying she wants to clear up some things. First off, she has absolutely zero connection to Cao and never accepted his confessions or anything. She had no idea that rejecting that guy would drag Huang Shang into this giant mess. Suddenly, a super dramatic background song starts fitting this vibe perfectly. The cheesy lyrics go like, "Since the first day we met, my heart was yours, and even when you feel weak, I will always be right here waiting for you." But our main character just stands there, totally unfazed by this dramatic confession. After a long, awkward silence, he finally drops a cold and simple, "Got it." And just like that, the entire atmosphere completely freezes over. Thankfully, Zhang Yuqiong shows up out of nowhere, saving them both from this agonizingly painful silence. He runs up smiling, thanking Huang Shang because he would have been expelled without his help. He says his dad insists on treating him to dinner at their place. Huang Shang tries to wave it off and decline, but Zhang Yuqiong is not taking no for an answer, practically dragging him along by his arm. He notices Vu Qin standing nearby and invites her too, asking if she's Huang Shang's girlfriend. She quickly blushes and happily tags along with them. But as they head out, two sketchy-looking dudes suddenly block their path and tell them to freeze. Zhang Yuqiong is completely confused, wondering who they are. They ask if they are trainees from this camp. Tianhai, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, points directly at them and demands an answer right now. Zhuomu chimes in, asking if they know a certain guy. But before they can even finish the name, Huang Shang coldly cuts them off with a flat no. He immediately pulls his friends away, asking if there is any good food waiting for them. Zhao Cheng hypes it up, promising a massive, delicious feast. As they leave, Zhuomu looks at Huang Shang's back with deep suspicion, telling his partner that something is off and they need to tail them immediately. Up ahead, Zhao Cheng tosses a weird gadget onto the pavement, which instantly expands into a giant mirror just as their pursuers catch up to them. Tianhai skids to a halt right in front of it, completely baffled by this random mirror blocking his path. Annoyed, he throws a heavy kick straight at it. The glass shatters into a million pieces. He roars in fury, cursing at them for thinking a stupid mirror could stop him, but realizes they have already vanished. Zhuomu grinds his teeth, completely convinced those kids are hiding something. He warns that their bosses gave a strict order to find that guy named Huang Shang. And here is where it gets crazy, guys. They reveal Huang Shang single-handedly wrecked a massive syndicate, and if he refuses to join them, they are ordered to kill him. Meanwhile, our trio is sprinting away as fast as their legs can carry them. Vu Qin is totally amazed, praising Zhao Cheng for his incredibly cool gadget. Zhao Cheng scratches his head and shyly explains that his main talent is inventing random little tech pieces, since he is pretty useless in actual physical combat. He can only try to make up for his weakness with these wacky tools. Soon, they finally arrive at a cozy, rundown little noodle shop down the street. The owner, who is Zhao Cheng's dad, eagerly runs out to greet them, immediately thanking Huang Shang for being a hero and saving his son from getting expelled. He serves them massive steaming bowls of his signature goat noodles, telling Huang Shang to eat here for free whenever he wants. The aroma is absolutely incredible. Huang Shang agrees it tastes amazing, prompting Zhao Cheng to happily pat his back and tell him to eat up and make himself completely at home. But then, Zhao Shang grows a bit quiet, admitting he really has no idea how to repay him since being expelled would have completely ruined his life. His family is poor and he worked insanely hard just to awaken his powers. His only dream is to cultivate and train 10 times harder than everyone else. Vu Qin reassures him that making the elite class proves his grind. But get this, guys. Huang Shang suddenly asks what cultivation even means. No joke. Zhao Cheng's jaw literally drops. He asks how he even got into the elite class without knowing that cultivation is just circulating energy to boost your power stats. Huang Shang just stares blankly and responds, "Oh, so that isn't something everyone can just do instantly with a single glance? Talk about a casual flex." The whole table goes dead silent again. Vu Qin facepalms internally, realizing this guy is effortlessly triggering people with his monstrous natural talent yet again. As evening falls, the warm sunset paints the sky. Outside the noodle shop, Zhao Cheng and his dad bow deeply to thank Huang Shang once again. They tell him he is always welcome to eat here for free. Huang Shang casually waves, telling them he is heading home, leaving the owner a bit puzzled. The dad wonders if they did something wrong to upset him, but Zhao Cheng quickly reassures his father that the hero is just always quiet like that. He smiles, explaining that Huang Shang is just a humble guy who hates trouble, but always steps up with heroic justice when things get real. And trust me, you and I are going to see how deep his secrets run. The scene fades to a quiet room with a smiling woman's photo sitting on a table. Alright, you and I are jumping into a crazy world where a kid kneels before his late mom's altar, whispering, "Mom, I'm doing great, but I just survived a massive disaster." A random kid actually saved me from that disaster. He bows, praying, "If possible, I really want to be friends with him." Just as he says that, his dad walks in, handing him a phone. "Trio Kwong, your classmate left his phone here. Go return it while I cook for these customers." Got it. Trio Kwong grabs the phone and heads out, wondering, where do I even look for him? I have no clue where he lives. Suddenly, a voice mocks him. Hey, fat glasses! Tianhai points a chopstick at Trio Kwong with a smug grin. It's that same bully from earlier. Ain't this destiny? We weren't done talking earlier, right? Trio Kwong breaks into a cold sweat, completely terrified as the bully corners him. Outside, the shop sits quietly in the sunset. The dad brings out 2 steaming bowls. Sorry for the wait, who ordered the 2 plates of fried noodles? Suddenly, he sees Trio Kwong beaten bloody on the ground. Keep your eyes on the screen because this next scene is absolutely gut-wrenching. The father drops the bowls, begging the thugs to spare his son's life. If my boy did something wrong, please forgive him. Tianhai just turns and smirks. We were just looking for someone named Huang Shang. He laughs. Meanwhile, Tri Chuang clutches his head in agony, his glasses shattered, face covered in blood. The thug sneers, but your stupid son decided to mess with us. Hearing this, the father trembles in absolute terror, begging desperately. Please spare him. I'll crawl on the ground and bark like a dog for you, okay? Tianhai pulls down his glasses, laughing like a psychopath. If he's a dog, then you must be the old hound. Meanwhile, on his way back, Huang Shang looks at his empty hands, wondering where his phone went. Vu Quinn asks, did you leave it at Tru Kwong's diner? Back at the shop, the desperate father actually puts his hands up, barking like a dog. Suddenly, Tianhai kicks him straight in the face. You actually bark? Disgusting old man. Get lost. Trio Kwong screams in horror as he rushes over. Dad, Tianhai laughs, amused by the son's pathetic attempt to resist. Inside, the terrified customers scramble to flee, abandoning their meals in panic. One guy with glasses hesitates. Hold on, I haven't finished my noodles. Another customer drags him away. Are you insane? Don't you know who they are? He whispers. They're a new dark syndicate in town. They've killed tons of people already, and they're supposedly peak Foundation establishment cultivators. Back inside, Trio Kwong loses it and charges. You bastards, I'll kill you! But his dad grabs his leg, desperately trying to pull him back. Stop! Holding his son tight, the father slams his bloody head against the floor, begging over and over. He's just a kid. Please don't blame him. He keeps his head down, crying as he tells his son, life isn't easy, son. No matter what, you have to learn to bow your head. Trio Kwong grinds his teeth in agony. Let's pause here. You and I can both feel his rage, but these thugs are just getting started. Exactly. The old man knows how the world works, Tianhai mocks. The father trembles on the floor. Your mother died right in front of us. I was powerless. If we don't bow to fate, we cannot survive in this world. Suddenly, the other thug, Trackmock, speaks up with a cold glare. Hey, Fatso Neil, don't let your dad's begging go to waste. We weren't even looking for you anyway. But Tianhai stops him with a grin. No way, don't end it yet. Are you taking their side? The best part is just starting. He points a finger at the father and son. Your dad threw away his dignity to save you, right? Let's honor this hero. Step on your dad's head and I'll let you both live. Otherwise, you both go to the grave together. Trio Chuang stands completely frozen, paralyzed by the sheer malice of Tianhai's twisted demand. His father doesn't even look up, tears streaming down his face. Trio Chuang, just do it. I already watched your mother die. I can't lose you too. He screams in utter despair. Just do it, son. If your mother is watching us from heaven, she wouldn't want you to die here. On the small altar, his mother's portrait still smiles warmly. Trio Kwong grinds his teeth, caught in the most agonizing decision of his life. Seeing his hesitation, Tianhai bursts out laughing, mocking their pain. His father begs desperately, please just listen to him. Don't be stubborn. But Trio Kwong simply cannot bring himself to do it. Remembering his mother's warm smile, he finally snaps, shouting back, Mom wouldn't want this either. She wouldn't want me living like a coward. Blood and tears stream down his face as he stands tall. I'd rather die like a man. Suddenly, Tianhai lunges forward, landing a brutal punch right on his jaw. Shut your mouth! As his head snaps back from the impact, Trio Kwong's eyes snap open. He secretly throws a tiny object right at Tianhai's face. It detonates instantly as Trio Kwong screams. Smoke clears, revealing Tianhai standing there, completely unharmed but furious. You dirty street dog. You actually shattered my favorite designer glasses. Now I don't care who begs for you. You're dead meat, Fatso. Covered in blood, Trio Kwong grinds his teeth in pain, realizing his attack failed. Did it really do nothing? He thinks in despair. It's over. I'm going to die here. Instantly, Tianhai charges, raising his fist for a final blow. He slams Trio Kwong into the wall with a devastating punch. Die, you piece of trash. Blood splatters everywhere as Trio Kwong's eyes roll back. Dad, I'm sorry to make you sad again, he thinks bitterly. There really are no gods in this world. There is absolutely no justice. He remembers his mother's gentle smile. She was so kind, working so hard every single day just to build a better future for their family. She studied so hard, yet she was beaten to death by a drunk awakened cultivator right in front of them. No reason. Begging didn't save her. And that monster? What was his sentence? Nothing changed. Only his mother's smile was gone forever. Fairness? It is just a complete lie. Power is the only law in this world. Stick with me because you and I are about to see how this tragic story unfolds next. Alright, stick with me because this epic revenge is about to get wild. In Trio Kwong blurry vision, the arrogant thug Tianhai is laughing like a maniac, forcing his crying dad to do the absolute unthinkable. Drink my piss and maybe I will spare your son. Tianhai sneers. Trio Kwong voice trembles as if sending a final desperate plea into the void. If a miracle actually exists, he has only one wish left. And just like that, boom, a shadow rushes in, launching a savage crescent kick straight into Tianhai's face. Huang Shang finally makes his entrance, surrounded by sharp shards of shattered glass, looking completely emotionless as always. Tianhai gets blasted straight into the brick wall, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Watching from the side, Track Mach eyes widen in absolute shock, totally unable to believe what just happened. Trio Kwang dad gasps in disbelief, while Trio Kwang himself wipes away his tears to stare at their savior. Huang Shang's shoulder is dripping with blood, but his face remains dead silent and completely chill. Trio Chuang trembles, calling out Huang Shang. Meanwhile, at school, screams echo. Tuyet Wei sits calmly as Feng Shu rushes in frantically. What is the matter, Feng Shu? Director Tuyet, help. Tuyet Wei sits relaxed, asking the panicked Feng Shu. What is wrong, Feng Shu? He quickly pants. Look at these results of Huang Shang attribute test. Take a look at this. Back at the diner, Huang Shang just stares coldly at the beaten Tianhai on the floor. Why did you thugs do this? He asks. Tianhai pushes himself up, laughing like a maniac. Damn, that hurts. What the hell are you even asking, kid? Huang Shang's eyes darken as a fiery aura explodes. Now watch this, because he is not playing around. Give me a damn good reason, he warns. Meanwhile, Tuyet Wei gasps at the test results. She is completely speechless. What on earth is this? All elements. On Huang Shang test sheet, his attributes are revealed as wood, water, fire, and wind, and they are all at 100% purity. Back at the diner, Tianhai rests his chin, acting like he is thinking. A reason, let me think. Do not rush me. His face lights up with a sick grin, because watching them suffer is fun. Bleeding on the floor, Tri Chuang dad begs Huang Shang to run, warning him that these guys are dangerous thugs. But Huang Shang just stands there, radiating pure, freezing killer intent. Then you better be ready to face the absolute worst consequences for that trashy answer. Tianhai, despite his bloody face, still acts like a tough guy. Just so you know, I am Tianhai, he calls out to Track Mach. We are from the Shadow Clan. Namnet Town is our turf. We came to Luke Am Town to talk business with Dao Thao. He continues with a smirk. I heard some kid named Huang Shang is getting famous, so let me ask you. Do you want to work with us, or do you want to get wiped out forever? Hearing this, Trio Chuang and his dad look absolutely terrified. But Huang Shang just stands there, dead silent and completely unfazed by the threat. Seeing this lack of fear, Tianhai grinds his teeth in rage, whipping out a heavy butcher knife from his jacket. What, are you mute? Then go to hell, he screams. He hurls the blade with all his strength, sending it spinning through the air right at Huang Shang's head. But instead of blood, there is only a metallic clang. The knife is stopped dead in midair by an invisible barrier. Tianhai's jaw drops in disbelief, while our main character does not even blink. He activated his Golden Bell Aegis shield to block the strike. The useless blade drops straight to the floor, leaving Tianhai completely stunned. A defensive skill? He gasps. Trio Chuang is also amazed, realizing this is Master Feng's signature skill, and Huang Shang is already casting it like it is nothing. Tianhai laughs like he just won the lottery, pointing mockingly at Huang Shang. Stupid kid, showing your attributes like that. You are fire and wind, right? Too bad my elements are water and fire, a direct counter to yours. He sneers arrogantly. Why are you so pathetic? The weak should always bow down. Huang Shang remains calm and steady. But let us pause here. Back at school, Tuyet Wei is staring at the test results, absolutely losing her mind over this. The sheet shows a legend in the making. This has literally never happened in history. Wood, water, fire, and wind, all at 100%. Could the machine be broken? She wonders. Usually, awakeners only have 1 or 2 elements out of the 4. Having all of them is practically impossible. Yet this kid has all 4, and every single one is at maximum purity. Feng Shu stands beside her, completely flabbergasted by what he is seeing. This is straight-up cheat codes, he stammers. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Tianhai channels all his energy, ready to unleash a devastating flame punch. He throws a burning fist right at Huang Shang's face without hesitation. But our boy just stands there, unfazed, casting his Golden Bell Aegis shield again. Tianhai sneers. Using that shield again? A wind shield against a fire punch? Are you completely stupid? He screams as he unloads a barrage of attacks. Huang Shang stays absolutely calm behind his defense, enduring the explosive fire strikes. But after a continuous onslaught, a loud crack echoes through the room. The shield shatters. Panting heavily, Tianhai laughs. I finally broke it. He instantly transitions to a water attribute attack, aiming to finish him off. Let us see you block this. I am putting a hole in your gut. Watching silently, Track Mach thinks the fight is over. There is no counter. This water attack is unstoppable. Back at the school, Tuyet Wei is still analyzing the paper. Cheat codes, yes, but that is not even the scariest part. If he combines these elements properly, he can unleash counter techniques to crush any opponent. Her expression turns serious as she delivers her final conclusion. In other words, the kid is completely invincible within his realm. And right now at the diner, Huang Shang suddenly shifts from defense to absolute offense. Tianhai's eyes go wide with panic as Huang Shang goes on the attack. What? He has offensive elemental skills too? Panic washes over his face. Huang Shang's eyes turn a deep crimson. I told you, stand firm, he mutters coldly. He unleashes his loyalty-forging fist, throwing a barrage of heavy punches. Each strike hits like a massive tidal wave, smashing directly into Tianhai's face. The punches rain down like a relentless rapid-fire bombardment of raw power, leaving the arrogant thug absolutely beaten and bloodied. Watching this insane beatdown, Trio Kwang dad is completely speechless, jaw dropped in total shock. Track Mach is sweating bullets, calling out to Tianhai. Honestly, you and I can see his terror. How can this kid wield 3 different attributes? Is one of them a fake? The continuous heavy blows distort Tianhai's face completely, turning him into a literal human punching bag. Trio Chuang stands there, completely shell-shocked. Memories flash through his mind, their arrogance, their mockery, and their absolute contempt, now completely shattered. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the middle of this insane beatdown. Tianhai is spouting some seriously disgusting trash talk, telling our boy that the weak only deserve to die. His sickening laughter fills the air. Right then, the image of Zhao Gang's late mother flashes in his mind. He clenches his fists, tears streaming down his face. Those bastards are the ones who deserve to die. Suddenly, Huang Shang unleashes a meteor-like punch, slamming his loyal tempering fist straight into Tianhai's face. The impact pins the jerk to the wall, fracturing the concrete like a spiderweb. In that exact moment, Zhao Gang whispers a desperate prayer. He begs Huang Shang to punish these absolute demons. With a massive boom, the wall shatters into pieces, sending Tianhai flying across the room. Debris rains down as his body crashes 10 meters away. The dude is completely wrecked, barely breathing and covered in a pool of his own blood. His face is totally disfigured, eyes swollen shut. Staring at Huang Shang's dripping, bloody hands, Zhao Gang feels conflicted. It looks like the hand of a monster. Yet, why does he see an angel's back? Maybe it is the sunlight piercing through the shattered wall, making him look like a savior bringing absolute justice. Huang Shang's gaze is cold as ice, the red tint in his eyes slowly fading. But deep inside, a massive wave of anger is still brewing. He hates fighting, but he despises people who force his hand even more. Meanwhile, outside the noodle shop, the chaotic battle finally comes to an end. Zhuomu is highly impressed, admitting that the famous Huang Shang is definitely worthy of the Shadow Ancestor's attention. Huang Shang just glares back silently. Zhuomu calmly suggests handing the guy over so they can retreat and end this mess. But Tianhai, tied up nearby, is slowly waking up. Now, pay attention here, because this idiot still has a massive ego. He roars in anger, shouting that they have no idea who they just messed with. He screams that the Shadow Ancestor will destroy them all, swearing that he is going to skin them alive and show absolutely no mercy. The dude literally keeps screaming about killing everyone. Hearing this insane threat, Zhao Gang's dad is terrified. Huang Shang turns his gaze toward Zhao Gang. He asks his chubby friend if he is scared of getting into trouble. Zhao Gang immediately snaps back, saying he is not afraid of anything. Huang Shang calmly tells him to shut the guy up because he is being way too noisy. Still, Tianhai continues to struggle and make threats. He warns them that he will remember their faces and torture them to death. But before he can even finish, Zhao Gang charges forward. He lands a devastating rocket kick right between the guy's legs, screaming at him to shut up. The jerk immediately collapses, crying in agonizing pain. His scream echoes through the silent street. Huang Shang and Zhuomu exchange a quiet look, instantly understanding each other without saying a single word. Zhuomu tells them he has no intention of fighting, asking to take the beaten guy away. Meanwhile, the sunset paints the sky in deep orange. Look closely at this scene. Zhuomu throws the bloody villain over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, warning them before disappearing into the shadows. He warns them to move out immediately because the organization will definitely come for revenge. The three of them can only watch him leave in silence. As the figures disappear, Zhao Gang stands behind Huang Shang, bowing deeply to express his gratitude for saving his life once again. He emotionally tells his friend that he has absolutely no idea how he can ever repay him for this massive favor. Huang Shang indifferently tells him to skip the thanks, claiming he only beat the guy up because he hated his arrogant face from the very beginning. Zhao Gang is not even surprised by this tsundere reaction. Huang Shang emotionlessly adds that he would have helped even if it were a helpless puppy. Zhao Gang is totally speechless at the puppy comparison, complaining that his friend is an absolute mood killer who loves ruining nice moments. Huang Shang seriously advises him to focus on getting stronger instead of worrying about repayment. In this cruel world, the weak must learn to save themselves. He tells him to stop relying on others and only repay the favor once he gets strong. These words act as a massive wake-up call. Walking away, he warns that there is no turning back, so he must survive. He cannot always count on him forgetting his phone. Zhao Gang's eyes light up with pure determination. He swears to his mother in heaven that he will get stronger and survive with pride. Night falls over the city skyline. Over at Huang Shang's balcony, a plain white shirt and black pants are hanging on the drying rack. As he hangs up his wet jacket, he deeply reflects on his recent battles. It seems that elemental counter-attributes actually have a massive, overwhelming effect. Remembering his victory over Cao Meng, it makes perfect sense why his special cannon punch and kicks work so well against that banana-haired idiot. Going through his arsenal, he realizes that mastering the exact elemental properties of his martial arts is the most critical key to victory. For attacks, his wood element has loyal tempering fist, while his fire element boasts the explosive power of the Cao Meng cannon fist and kick. Finally, his wind element covers the half-moon hammer and his golden bell defense shield. Right now, he has almost every element except water. Images of his intense clash with Tianhai flash through his head, specifically the moment the villain unleashed those fluid water attribute techniques. That silver-haired thug definitely used water martial arts, but because he was so incredibly furious, he completely forgot to trigger his Imperial Sensing skill. With a heavy sigh, he regrets losing his cool and missing the golden chance to copy the skill. Staying calm really is everything in battle. Suddenly, he panics. Oh no, where on earth is his phone? He got so carried away beating people up that he forgot to grab his phone. He just hopes his chubby friend remembers to charge it. Meanwhile, the academy is completely empty, except for the principal's voice echoing over a phone call. He tells his son that everything is taken care of, and the tournament spot is secured. He just needs to pack up and get over there. And that's where we leave it, with Ma Lu partying hard at the club, utterly clueless about the storm you and I know is coming next. Alright, you and I are diving into one of the craziest power-up stories, starting with a spoiled kid named Ma Lu and his Wood 1, Water 9 stats, while at the Lukam camp, a beat-up trio Kuang arrives. He hands Huang Shang his phone, saying he left it at his place. When our main character checks it, he finds a secret text sent earlier by Xiao Feng. It warns him to keep his real elemental test results a complete secret. Officially, the Academy will lie and announce him as a Firewind user to keep him safe. Huang Shang just casually texts back a simple okay. Trio Tsuong catches a glimpse of the message and starts freaking out, trying to explain himself. He stammers that he saw something he shouldn't have, promising to take it to his grave. Meanwhile, we cut to a classroom run by the strict instructor, Feng Shu. With his arms crossed, he seriously drops some major news. Before starting the lesson, he announces an upcoming event that is about to shake up the entire school. There is going to be a massive tournament between 5 regional training camps, including Fuchuang, Baktuyan, Huanvu, Nam That, and their very own Lukam Academy. They are sending 3 main fighters and 2 backups. Feng Shu grabs some chalk and writes down the names of the competing districts on the blackboard. The first main fighter is the elite class president Qi Yuan, who looks totally annoyed. Next up is the vice president of the class, Mi Su. Then he reveals the 2 backup slots go to Huang Shang and Cao Man. This instantly triggers absolute chaos and loud gossiping among the shocked students. Why is someone as strong as Huang Shang just a backup? And wait, aren't there 3 main slots? Who is the mystery third member? Feng Shu looks totally awkward. He stammers, saying it is a long story, but basically it is the principal's son. Hearing this, the entire class is completely left speechless. The principal's son. Suddenly, the intercom blares, ordering all Lukam students to gather at the sports field immediately. Everyone walks out into an eerie silence. Soon, the entire student body is lined up outside, whispering and wondering why they were called out so randomly out of nowhere. Nobody knows what's going on until someone suddenly points to the sky in pure panic. Up there is a massive, incredibly bizarre-looking bird. Students scream to watch out for the whirlwind, realizing it is an evolved demon bird. Its ear-piercing screech is so intense it leaves everyone utterly confused. Is it really attacking? A voice commands everyone to evacuate immediately, but the beast just lands safely with a huge crate hanging from its neck. The crate door slides open, releasing thick smoke as Ma Lu steps out like some famous A-list superstar, dramatic posing and all, no need to panic. It is just a little greeting. He starts introducing himself while his flashy giant bird spreads its colorful wings to make his grand entrance look even cooler. He announces he is Ma Lu, the principal's son, while obnoxiously flashing a big gold ring on his finger. Now he says, "We are stuck together." He claims he is totally annoyed about having to hang out with them, stating quite clearly that everyone standing in the crowd is absolute trash. Yes, no exceptions. The students are completely disgusted, whispering in anger, but Ma Lu just keeps spitting out more trash talk without caring at all. He mocks them, saying all their expensive tuition money goes straight into his father's pockets. Kain Wen looks highly annoyed, wondering what this idiot is saying. Ma Lu spreads his arms dramatically and his bird mimics his smug pose. He tells them they are cash cows who fund his luxurious lifestyle. The students think he is completely delusional and annoying, pointing out that he is only acting tough because of his powerful daddy. Without his dad, he would be absolutely nothing. He just puts his hands on his hips, smugly staring down at the crowd of angry students. Now pay attention here. While he mocks them, a security drone slowly hovers above, recording his every move for his father, Principal Thien. With his feet on his desk, the principal watches his son's arrogant show across multiple screens. Ma Lu asks if they think he relies on his dad. He proudly admits it, laughing in their faces. He tells the whole school that having a powerful dad is a skill, completely mockingly. He tells them to get a handsome dad in their next life. Hearing this, his father claps in pride, literally shedding tears of joy. Ma Lu gets even more hyped, throwing the microphone into the crowd, daring anyone to step up and challenge him if they have the guts. The mic lands right in front of the bully who always targets Huang Shang. Ma Lu bursts out laughing, teasing the terrified kid. The bully vigorously shakes his head in absolute terror, shouting no, before quickly tossing the mic straight over to Huang Shang in panic. Huang Shang catches the mic cleanly. The bully yells that Huang Shang definitely has an objection, making the shocked crowd gasp in utter surprise. Ma Lu asks him what he thinks about his speech. The bully smirks, thrilled that he finally set up a trap to humiliate Huang Shang. I know what you are thinking. Is our main character about to start a massive fight? Well, he remains totally calm and unfazed. Huang Shang casually nods, saying, "Fine, let's go." Those words leave the entire crowd completely confused, wondering where they are even going. Ma Lu feels like his authority just got totally ignored. Wu Qin isn't surprised at all, knowing Huang Shang is a legendary vibe killer. He literally has the power to ruin any serious moment. Up in the office, Principal Thien sighs as the cool atmosphere gets completely destroyed. Feng Shu enters the security room, politely asking if the principal needed him. The old man turns around, saying he arrived just in time. Principal Tian hands him a pink pouch, instructing him to give it to the student who gave up their spot. Feng Shu opens it, shocked. Inside is a glowing, transparent orb with mysterious blood veins. It is a blood jade necklace, a highly legendary B-tier spiritual treasure. Feng Shu holds the incredibly rare artifact in his hands. Worth millions, it constantly generates spiritual energy, which is a massive boost for any cultivator. It helps smooth out energy flow and can boost cultivation speed by up to 10%. Feng Shu's eyes narrow as he thinks about the principal. And that's where we leave it. The principal's wealth is bottomless, and you and I are about to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into this madness. Feng Shu is completely stunned by a misspelled paper pass that literally says immunity finger. He asked what on earth this was. Qianzi grinned shamelessly and shyly replied that he drew it himself. Feng Shu had to rephrase his question. I mean, what is this even for? This thing has absolutely zero spiritual energy. The old man got his energy back, speaking with total confidence. This paper is a life-saving medallion issued by me, and anyone who holds it will never die within the Luyan town limits. I bet my own head on this. No matter what happens, you will not die. Hearing that, Feng Shu started sweating bullets. He could not believe such an insane power existed. Luyan town spans over 500 kilometers, and with such a massive territory, can he really guarantee that? How much energy would that take? Is this old guy just straight up bluffing? Malu's loud voice kept echoing through the camera feed. I despise suck-ups the most. You only know how to agree with others. Qianzi turned around with a wide, cheerful grin. It seems he is incredibly proud of his son, talking to you and forgetting to watch. I want to keep watching my boy crush and stomp on those trashy students. Malu pointed at his own face, talking like a brainless punk, saying, do whatever you are told. So do you dare to hit me, do you, huh? Hearing this, Cao Meng could only give an awkward smile. This scene looks way too familiar. He is seriously going to destroy him. No kidding. Everyone around also started chanting, beat him up. Smash. Him. Qianzi leaned back, grinning with sadistic pleasure. Watching this bullying is so exciting. Quickly merge these 9 screens into one giant display so I can enjoy. But what he wanted did not happen at all. On that massive screen merged from 9 smaller feeds as he requested, get ready, because things are about to get wild. Malu got blasted with a punch that sent blood flying, a scene so brutal they had to censor it. Seeing that, Qianzi was so shocked he turned into a stone statue, his jaw completely on the floor. Malu was punched so hard by Huang Shang his face twisted and teeth shattered. This left the crowd both amazed and terrified. Huang Shang. Sending the principal's son straight to the hospital in one shot felt amazing, but now he would be dragged to the principal's office. Everyone around began whispering nervously. Apparently the last student summoned to that office was never seen again. Is Huang Shang going to make it out alive? Even his old rivals started worrying about him. Even though they hated Huang Shang, that spoiled brat Malu was way worse, so they hoped this kid would make it out safely. Huang Shang walked into room 704, the principal's office of the Potential Development Department. In his hand was that misspelled scrap of paper reading immunity finger. Shui spoke up. Principal, think back carefully for a moment. Do you remember what this is? This is what you drew yourself. Huang Shang stood there, completely clueless. Now that he is the owner of this immunity finger, you cannot attack him. You must keep your word. On the other side, Qianzi was absolutely losing his mind, growling out every single word. My promise? Screw that, I do not care at all. Right now, I just want him dead. Meanwhile, Huang Shang calmly put his hands in his pockets, observing everyone. These were all the homeroom teachers and class instructors. We have Class C instructor Hu Ke, Class 4 instructor Yun Feng, homeroom teacher Shui Yi, elite class instructor Feng Xiu, Class B instructor Liu Xiaoyan, and assistant director Wang Gong. Shui Yi protested, we cannot keep letting you run wild like this. You have already targeted too many talented students for Yingla City, let him go. Let's pause for a second to see Qianzi trembling in his chair, shifting all the blame onto him. I don't care, he set a trap to beat up my son, absolutely unforgivable. I don't care who he is. His eyes flushed blood red with hatred, screaming they must all die. Shui Yi quickly warned the other instructors, watch out, he is losing control, we have to block his attack. Qianzi went completely berserk, clenching both fists and throwing punches. Like a tiger unleashed from its cage, he launched a furious assault, spinning around and gritting his teeth to unleash his Tiger Mountain shattering punch. The instructors barely had time to react, but they still tried to defend. A single strike from him blew them all flying backward. He kept everyone at bay while thick white smoke slowly cleared from the room after the devastating clash. Even after his wild outburst, Qianzi's eyes remained blood red and filled with popping veins. Slowly his rage began to subside and he finally returned back to normal, acting completely clueless again. Feng Shu, still on guard, whispered, has the principal actually calmed down? Do not drop your guard. Shui Yi stared at Qianzi, analyzing him. He is not fully recovered yet. Right then, he locked eyes with Huang Shang, who was standing right in front of him, looking incredibly relaxed. This instantly made Qianzi's eyes change color as anger boiled up again. He darted forward in a flash, getting right in Huang Shang's face, and growled, you bastard, why did you beat up my son? Sensing the extreme danger, Shui Yi screamed out, Huang Shang, run away now. But our guy just stayed cool, casually replying, your son asked me to hit him. This made the old man so mad his eyes nearly popped out. He asked you to hit him, so you did? Huang Shang crossed his arms, his words surprisingly calming Qianzi down a bit. Of course, I always help those in need. And since I have the power, I do my best. So as his dad, you do not even need to thank me. The principal stared, his mind filled with questions, muttering, no need to thank you? Yun Feng found this whole situation completely bizarre, speaking up. Does he seriously think he helped Ma Lu? Is he not feeling the principal's massive killing intent? Is he stupid? Huang Shang even turned to Feng Shu and asked, I said that yesterday, right? At first, Feng Shu was confused, but finally nodded. Spot on! Qianzi exploded in fury again. Is this idiot playing dumb with me? He threatened, do you believe I will skin you alive? This time he morphed into a bizarre monstrous form right in front of Huang Shang. Seeing this terrifying sight, Feng Shu had to cover his face. The pressure was so suffocating he could barely breathe. He screamed out, Huang Shang, Qianzi's glare could literally eat someone alive. Look into my eyes and tell me, is everything you said true? Huang Shang remained calm and innocent, giving the exact same answer. Totally true. Absolutely real. You and I just witnessed some next-level audacity. Huang Shang was completely unaffected by the principal's insane pressure, leaving everyone utterly shocked. What a legend. Yo, you and I are about to see this kid completely ignore a high-level master's deadly bloodlust. Even Tianzi is sweating bullets. Like, how is his killer aura just completely failing? No way! Seriously, all the other teachers are literally shaking, so Principal Ma's instincts are screaming that something is super sketchy. But he quickly laughs it off, deciding not to sweat the small stuff anymore. He is like, alright, let's just drop it. Hey, I am a totally nice principal, you know? That was just a joke. Now hand over that B-rank treasure to this kid. Do you want to boost your cultivation speed or level up your potential? Feng Shu grimaces while looking at Tianzi handing over a B-rank treasure. This old guy is absolutely losing his mind. Tu Yi just sighs nearby, telling him to just go along with it since they survived. The principal is totally kissing up to Huang Shang, offering him literally whatever else he wants. But deep down, that old creep is holding a massive grudge, planning to take everything back once he kills him later. Huang Shang rubs his chin, thinking, anything is fine, huh? Now pay attention, because Huang Shang is about to make a wild demand. Principal Tianzi leans in, eagerly telling him to whisper any rare top-secret requests directly into his ear. He bragged that nothing in Lucam Town is impossible for him. So our main character casually leans over and drops his demand. He is like, I want your job. I want to replace you as the academy principal. This completely stuns every teacher in the room. This kid seriously cannot go a single day without giving everyone a massive heart attack. As for Huang Shang, he is just totally clueless about their shocked faces. Like, what is your problem? Did he not just say I could ask for literally anything? Meanwhile, the paper Tianzi gave him was already crumpled to pieces. Feng Shu warns him seriously, Huang Shang, do not play these insane games with Principal Ma ever again. You cannot expect to walk away completely fine every single time. Hearing this, Huang Shang just shrugs and asks, wait, did I actually make him mad? Feng Shu just ignores that and keeps talking, saying the principal is totally bipolar and constantly breaks his promises. So for his own safety, Huang Shang needs to stop pushing his luck. Feng Shu's eyes grow super tense, remembering how hard the other teachers had to work just to hold the principal back. But then he realizes something weird and asks Huang Shang a sudden question. Could you not feel his terrifying bloodlust back there? The kid shrugs and casually says, yeah, I felt it. So Feng Shu presses on, then why did you not show any fear at all? Huang Shang just compares the principal to his own dad, saying his father's killer aura is way more terrifying than anything that guy could muster. This completely freaks Feng Shu out. Like, what insane cultivation realm is his dad even at? Huang Shang has no clue, so Feng Shu desperately tries to find out his identity. He asks who his father actually is, and Huang Shang drops this ridiculously long 20-word name. He goes, his name is Nuinthi Saitama, Leona de Shichikudo Vizoni, Kapika, Pikachu Makalado, Dothi Jintoki, Ivanson Goku, Michael Toto Super Mario the Doza, M and Bonlon Hello Surit. This leaves Feng Shu totally brain-dead, thinking, what the hell? Meanwhile, down in the schoolyard, students are gossiping like crazy. I know what you are thinking. Did he actually survive? Yeah. Rumors spread that Huang Shang walked out of there completely untouched, even reaching the haters who despise him. They are like, no way, did not he literally beat up the principal's favorite son? His friend quickly tells him to shut up. The wild rumors only grow bigger by the second. Even students eating in the cafeteria are whispering about it. One kid claims his teacher said the principal was so furious he smashed his entire desk in rage. But even after that, he still could not touch Huang Shang. Some students even start bugging Wu Quen, trying to dig up secrets about our main character's family background. She is like, I have no clue, seriously. We grew up together and he always seemed totally normal to me. But the crazy gossip just keeps spreading further. Then, another mind-blowing rumor drops. Word gets out that Huang Shang straight up demanded to take over the training camp and replace Principal Ma. And of course, some people just laugh it off. Like, he wants to be principal? Though honestly, Principal Ma is totally useless and has been running this place into the ground lately. One student whispers that the old guy has quietly eliminated several top students, and everyone is too terrified to do anything about it. They are completely helpless. Man, if someone actually forced that corrupt principal to retire, it would shake the entire town. Huang Shang rests his chin, thinking, yeah, that would be an epic twist. Meanwhile, Feng Shu is wrapping up class. Alright, that is it for today, he says. But the 4 tournament fighters need to stay behind. Soon the hallway goes completely empty. The chosen 4 stand at attention. Feng Shu pulls out his phone and tells them that they are going to tackle some low-level missions this weekend to practice teamwork. First things first, he instructs them to download this monster hunting app called Leo Ma. Once it is installed, they will pick a quest to clear local beasts. He explains that this app lists all active quests run by the most reliable guild in town. It is basically the go-to platform for official hunter contracts. Checking the app, they see a list of E-rank missions. The nearest ones are 75.4 kilometers away, like wiping out some fire beast nests. These monster eggs reproduce way too fast, threatening the town. Another quest 89.3 kilometers away asks them to steal some Whitebeard treasure. And at 107 kilometers, there is a weird quest to find Saitama. But Feng Shu notices something off. All nearby local missions are completely gone. Did the app glitch out or something? The closest active quest is practically at the border. Confused, he decides to take his 4 students straight to headquarters. He says, "Let us just ask the guild in person. As a certified trainer, I have priority access, plus it is a great chance to show you guys around." As they walk, some students spot Huang Shang and start cheering. They yell, "Go get him, Huang Shang! Take over as principal, we are all backing you up." His teammate immediately teases him about his sudden popularity, saying, "Damn, look at you with your own fan club." Huang Shang nervously tells them to stop joking around. They finally arrive. Feng Shu explains that this is the main Luke Am Town quest hall. While local shops offer small jobs, this place has the real high-value rewards. The guild receptionist, a guy named Nimon, steps out to greet them with a polite smile, warmly welcoming them and asking how he can assist. Feng Shu flashes his official teaching license, explaining that he is an elite class instructor from the camp and wants to pick up some local monster extermination quests. Nimon politely points out that he can easily grab those directly from the app. Feng Shu pulls out his screen to show him the obvious issue. The app is only showing quests near the border, but Nimon reveals that is actually all of them. Trust me, you and I are about to find out why. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where low-tier quests are wiped out. Erman notices, but for Elite Academy students they can totally take on high-rank stuff, right? Feng Shu suggests checking the unlocked elite missions. Here is one, clearing out those nasty E-rank blazing devil bird eggs 75.4 kilometers away. These E-rank monster eggs are breeding like crazy, posing a massive threat to Green Shade Town. The mission is simple, destroy 20 of these blazing hot bird eggs. The payout is 50,000 yuan, 1 low-grade spirit stone and 10 guild points. Hearing that, he immediately locks it in, deciding they should take this closest quest. Erman pulls up the map to compare, pointing out that even though it is the closest option, the target location is actually still extremely far from where they are. The Green Shade area is where our boy Huang Shang and his crew are standing, but this mission takes them way out towards the dangerous wolf zone instead. Feng Shu locks in the location anyway, setting their departure for tomorrow to finish it this weekend. They all agree to take on the wolf zone quest. Cut to the training academy, room 704, inside the principal's office. Ma Lu stands right in front of his father's desk, demanding some serious answers. "Dad, why didn't you just kill him?" Tianji completely ignores the question. Ma Lu stands there waiting for an answer, but the old man just stares with hollow eyes. Now watch closely. This is where the drama really heats up. Ma Lu closes his eyes, totally fed up, and turns to walk out without another word. "I am leaving." The moment Ma Lu walks out, the old man opens his eyes, burning with pure rage. He is planning something nasty enough to crush anyone. Meanwhile, at the Green Shade high-speed rail station, Feng Shu leads the squad. He tells them they will catch a train to the nearest stop, and Qi Yuan obeys. Just when they think everything is chill, Ma Lu bursts in making a huge scene, complaining that they are being way too cruel by leaving a tournament candidate behind. The crew turns around with pure disgust, totally shocked to see him there. But this shameless guy has the nerve to demand to tag along with them. He claims that even if he does not fight, he is still part of the team. But right then his phone buzzes with a massive suspicious text. The low-rank beast he ordered has reached the border, waiting for his command. All he needs to do is plant the beast's favorite food on the target. Ma Lu texts back 2 words, "Very good." He flashes a disgusting, villainous smirk, clearly getting ready to pull off some seriously dirty work on this trip. "This time, I'll end this myself. Huang Shang, you are dead meat. Dad, let me show you an absolutely mind-blowing surprise." Meanwhile, back at the academy, Principal Tianxi is sitting in his office, scrolling through his phone. He finds a contact and calls to check up on their secret plans. "What is the status?" Erman picks up the phone. Turns out this guy is actually a spy. He assures the boss that everything is going perfectly. They are heading to the border, and I have set 5 E-rank beasts to ambush them. But the old man wants Huang Shang to suffer even more. "You and I both know E-rank is child's play, right?" Well, the old man demands D-rank beasts, which have the power of a mid-stage cultivator. Tianxi laughs, acting like he is actually hesitating. Making the exact same creepy, twisted face as his son Ma Lu, he schemes his next move. Send 2 of them to make sure they are totally wiped out. Erman quickly accepts the order and promises to execute the plan immediately. He kicks his feet up on the desk, excited for the show. He wants to surprise his precious son Ma Lu with an absolute bloodbath. He only acted cold yesterday because he already had everything planned out. Now he just waits to see the sheer worship and gratitude on his son's face. The train begins to move as the onboard speakers announce their departure, reminding passengers to stay safe as they head to East Green Shade Town. They also broadcast a friendly announcement to be polite passengers and yield seats to the elderly, pregnant women, and young kids. As the train speeds toward the dangerous border, an absolutely massive double-sized nightmare is waiting for them. Meanwhile, inside the speeding train, Qi Yuan is thinking back to when he bragged about his starting spiritual power being 30, calling himself a rare 1-in-100 genius. But his jaw dropped instantly when he saw Huang Shang's insane starting power of 99. Back in reality, both Qi Yuan and Cao Meng look completely defeated. They sit with their heads down, completely depressed, while a fiery aura of determination burns around them. Huang Shang and Ma Lu just stare at them, totally confused. Ma Lu is impressed, wondering if elite class students are always this diligent, practicing even on a train ride instead of acting proud and arrogant. Shaking it off, he glares at Huang Shang. He reminds himself that his only goal on this trip is to completely eliminate this annoying kid. But Huang Shang suddenly turns his head, making Ma Lu jump in panic. He awkwardly looks out the window, wondering why the kid is staring at him. Huang Shang silently analyzes him, realizing this red-nosed clown has tons of water attribute energy, which is exactly the skill type he needs to learn. Huang Shang's eyes light up as he activates his detection skill, making Ma Lu sweat. Why on earth is this creep still staring at him? Huang Shang flashes a sneaky, mischievous grin. You want to fight? Ma Lu completely panics, screaming that he wants absolutely nothing to do with him. What are you doing? Huang Shang gets even more excited, his eyes shining with a creepy light as he begs Ma Lu to just punch him. Ma Lu is absolutely terrified, screaming for him to stay away. He aggressively shouts that he is straight, wondering if this crazy kid is in heat. Desperate to escape, Ma Lu begs the class president and Tami to swap seats with him immediately, making a massive scene in the carriage. Feng Shu looks at him with pure disgust, asking why he is being so noisy. Finally, the train stops, and they all step onto the platform. Leading the way, Feng Shu points out that this is the closest station to the border, meaning they still have a massive trek ahead of them. Ma Lu grins, noting how quiet and deserted the area is, making it the absolute perfect spot to execute his dirty plan without any witnesses around. So you and I are about to see if they survive this setup. They have officially left Greenshade Town and the map pops up. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild mission today. We are already leaving Luyin Town, approaching the border of Yingla City where the checkpoint lies ahead. Huang Shang and his crew are standing right on the edge of Luyin Town. Their mission spot is basically a no-man's land right between Yingla and Longku. They finally show up to this massive, intimidating gate blocking their path. A guard barks out, asking if they are leaving the Luyin district, and Feng Shu nods, hell yeah. The guard demands their ranks first. Qiyuan just glares at him coldly and says they are all at least Foundation Establishment tier, with the lowest being early stage. The guard warns them to stay inside because their low ranks won't survive out there, but Feng Shu just smugly whips out his certified rank card. No big deal, I am leading this squad. Name's Feng Shu, instructor at the Luyin training camp. Hearing that, the guard immediately backs down and lets them through. Alright then, go right ahead. They step through the massive gates together, kicking up dust as they march down a brutal bone-dry path under the blazing heat. Ma Lu is totally exhausted and starts whining. Are we there yet? This heat is killing me. Is this place seriously still considered Yingla City territory? It looks like a straight-up desert. Feng Shu calmly explains that it is indeed Yingla territory, just extremely remote, and monster attacks are highly likely out here. But don't sweat it. D-rank beasts rarely show up because the Alliance cleaned them out. He glances to the side and warns them about something else instead. E-rank monsters can jump us at any second. Just stick to the combat drills we practiced. Let Huang Shang and Cao Meng use their speed to strike first. Pay attention here because a wild beast suddenly ambushes them. We need to watch closely as they analyze its attributes while fighting. Once the first strike is done, Huang Shang backs off to defend alongside Mi Su. The beast goes wild, spitting flames right at their defensive line. Qiyuan and Cao Meng draw their swords and charge. Feng Shu instructs them to use the cover for a surprise attack and deliver a fatal blow. Qiyuan swings his sword down hard on the beast, unleashing a flash of 14 starlight slashes. The instructor claps his hands in absolute approval. Damn good, your teamwork is solid. Ma Lu's jaw drops, admitting they are actually pretty strong. Qiyuan and Cao Meng just stand there in silence. Suddenly, they clench their fists and yell proudly. Save your praise, raise the standards. We can do way better. This level of power is still not enough. Ma Lu looks at them thinking, damn, what is up with this crazy ego? Feng Shu smiles, put his hands on his hips and praises them. Great, if you want harsher training, don't go crying later. They shout back that they won't complain, as long as they can surpass that one guy. They stare at the dead beast on the ground. It's an E-rank flame fox that's been terrorizing people, which makes this a certified reward mission. We can claim the bounty at the guild. Its hide can be sold to armor crafters or beastmasters. Let's leave the carcass here for now and grab it on our way back. I'll split the cash evenly with everyone. Feng Shu barks out the order to keep moving, and they all follow closely behind him. Suddenly, a text flashes on Ma Lu's phone. The D-rank flying beast, Blood Witch, has been released near the designated coordinates as requested. It'll arrive in 10 minutes, so get the bait ready. Now you and I both know this shady guy is plotting against Huang Shang here. He schemes to slap the beast's favorite food on Huang Shang's back so the monster will carry him off for dinner. But then Huang Shang suddenly spins around. Ma Lu freezes, his hand caught right in his pocket trying to do his dirty deed. Huang Shang stares him down and casually asks, "What's your deal?" Ma Lu nervously looks away, saying it's nothing. Huang Shang mutters a curse, calls him crazy, and keeps walking while Ma Lu sneakily follows behind. He keeps turning back, only to find Ma Lu scratching his head, sweating bullets, and pretending to whistle. Huang Shang is getting seriously suspicious of this guy. He feels like this creep is waiting to strike, but he doesn't want to miss his chance to unlock the water element martial skill. So he devises a plan to deal with him, staying focused. Meanwhile, Ma Lu strikes a ridiculous pose to distract him. Huang Shang acts like he doesn't care and walks on. Ma Lu creeps up again, but another sudden turn forces him into a weird finger heart pose. Ma Lu is absolutely losing his mind. Are we playing red light, green light here? Stop turning around or I can't stick this bait on you. If I fail, that blood witch is going to eat me instead. Huang Shang turns around with a mocking smirk, asking what's with these cringe poses. The blood witch is a savage flying beast, evolved from a mastiff with insane aerial combat skills, trampling power, and a brutal nature. It has a crazy sense of smell and absolutely loves durian and rotten stench. Even after being tamed, it retains its fierce mastiff loyalty. It is extremely wary of strangers, making it a perfect guardian pet. Although its takeoff is slow, its flight endurance is off the charts. So to take it down, you must ground it before it flies. Meanwhile, frantic texts keep spamming Ma Lu's phone with countdowns. The beast is 6 minutes away, then 5, then 4. Ma Lu grinds his teeth in rage. Stop looking back, you freaking lunatic! If I don't plant this bait now, we're both screwed. He suddenly grins like a maniac and decides to switch to plan B. He will just throw the bait directly at him. When the beast attacks, the instructor will step in to defend, and that's when he'll strike. He plans to throw a high-voltage flashbang. A few seconds of blindness is all the monster needs to snatch Huang Shang and fly away. Who cares if they find out it was me? It's the perfect way to show everyone the exact price of messing with Ma Lu. Suddenly, a screech echoes. He panics, realizing the beast has arrived. Feng Shu looks up, completely shocked to see a blood witch in a place like this. He yells at them to fall back while he blocks it. Ma Lu can barely contain his excitement, screaming inside for him to die. He hurls the durian-flavored bait straight at Huang Shang's face. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this backfires next time. Stick with me. You and I are jumping right into a total disaster. Our main character panics after throwing a flare instead of a decoy. The shell starts cracking, showing signs it's about to blow before exploding with a massive boom. Everyone is completely blinded by the flash. The teacher is absolutely losing his mind from the glare, blaming that brat Huang Shang for distracting him and making him forget which hand was holding the actual weapon. With his hands mixed up, the blinding light makes everyone scream in pure agony. They are yelling out in panic, asking who threw the flare, telling everyone to fall back because they can't see a thing. They need to retreat before the Bloodfeather Sky Tyrant grabs them. Suddenly, the giant beast claws Ma Lu and lifts off, ignoring his desperate screams for the teacher to save him from its grip. Feng Shu yells in shock when he sees Ma Lu struggling helplessly under the beast's claws. He calls out for them to act fast because the monster is escaping, urging everyone to knock it down. Feng Shu quickly shouts to reassure him, telling him not to worry because he is coming to the rescue. He then commands Qi Yuan to get ready to catch Ma Lu as he falls. Qi Yuan immediately nods to the order. But out of nowhere, two massive beasts burst from the ground, swinging their claws to snatch them. One slash hits Feng Shu directly, making him groan in pain. Holding his face, he realizes they are facing earth-burrowing giant lizards. He wonders why there are so many D-rank demon beasts in this area, questioning if someone in their group is playing tricks. Feng Shu snaps out of it and yells to check on Qi Yuan's condition. But Me Too screams back in panic, telling the teacher that Qi Yuan has already been badly injured. She cradles Kai Nguyen, who took a brutal hit to the stomach from one of those earth-burrowing giant lizards. His wound is bleeding heavily, and he needs emergency medical attention right now. Now watch this part closely. Meanwhile, Huang Shang and Cao Meng are getting clawed by another monster. Feng Shu looks over in sheer panic, shouting that they can't hold it back any longer. He orders them to hang on for just 5 seconds. With a roar, he unleashes his Golden Bell Peak Fist, throwing heavy, brutal punches right into the faces of the two beasts. He tells them to get lost as he contacts the Academy for emergency backup. He reports that they are on a mission near the border and have encountered 3 D-rank demon beasts. With one student captured and another critically injured, Feng Shu is completely pinned down at the eastern border of Vinlac City. Back at Lucam Academy, things are getting chaotic. Tuietui slams the door open to the principal's office, shouting that the elite team has run into extreme danger. She begs him to cancel classes so the teachers can go help. Hearing her plea to send the teachers, Tianzi acts totally clueless and shocked. He puts on a fake face of concern, acting like he is deeply worried about the situation. He gasps, saying how worrying this is, and tells her to hurry and save them because student safety is priority. Hearing this, she immediately turns around to head out. The moment she walks out of the room, Tianzi can't hold back his excitement anymore. His face splits into a massive wicked grin because his evil plan is working. He literally starts rolling on the floor with joy, doing push-ups and jumping around while laughing his head off. He thinks the whole situation is just incredibly hilarious. Counting off his steps, he acts sarcastically terrified about the danger. Giddy with excitement, he bangs on Ma Lu's door, shouting for his sweet baby boy as he flings it open. But the room is completely empty. Confused, his eyes land on a letter his son left behind, which says that his boy is leaving him an amazing surprise. Ma Lu's dad smiles warmly, feeling incredibly proud of his sweet little boy. He chuckles, wondering if this surprise could possibly be any bigger than the one he planned. Excited to hear the chaos, Tianzi immediately dials Feng Shu's number. He cheerily asks how things are going on the battlefield, expecting to hear some good news. But Feng Shu's voice is filled with pure panic. He screams that they are overrun by D-rank beasts, with one student captured and another fighting for his life. The principal fakes his shock, asking who got hurt and who was taken. Feng Shu stammers, explaining that their class president Qi Yuan is severely injured. Tianzi acts devastated, gasping about the class president, but then he eagerly presses for the name of the captured student, dying to know who it is. Feng Shu drops the bomb, telling him it is his own beloved son, then hangs up to fight. The principal instantly turns pale as he stares at the letter. I know what you're thinking, talk about instant karma, right? Reading his son's neat handwriting, the principal's jaw drops in absolute terror. He realizes his kid was the surprise all along. Meanwhile, the high-speed train is hurtling down the tracks. Van Fong and Tuyet Wai are sitting inside, completely anxious, wondering how much longer it will take to arrive. She nervously explains that the border is far, and even at their fastest speed after offboarding, it'll take 40 minutes, making her worry if the team can survive that long. Having 3D rank monsters show up together is incredibly rare, but they must do everything to save them. Suddenly, Huang Shang yells out, sensing a massive energy wave right behind them. Everyone panics, wondering if they are under attack as a brilliant flash of light streaks past the train windows at an unbelievable speed. It is Tianzi, running like an absolute maniac and overtaking the bullet train. The passengers watch in shock, wondering what on earth could make him run that fast. Only he knows that the power of a father's love is unstoppable. Meanwhile, Ma Lu is screaming for help as the flying beast carries him higher into the sky. Cao Meng is busy dealing with 2 other monsters. Feng Shu panics, wondering where these extra D-rank beasts came from and cursing that Ma Lu was captured. The 2 burrowing lizards are completely blocking their path. He shouts for the others to take the injured Qi Yuan and run while he holds the monsters off. But Huang Shang refuses to run, calmly stating that he must go save Red Nose, which is his nickname for Ma Lu because leaving him behind means certain death. With a sharp look, he adds that Ma Lu just saved them, so they must repay the favor. Plus, he hasn't even learned his water martial arts technique yet. Feng Shu yells that it's too dangerous because these are D-rank beasts. Their strength is equivalent to an awakened at the opening light stage, which is far beyond theirs. Their spiritual energy is 10 times yours, ranking from 101 to 1000, while your base building tier is only 11 to 100. Me Too speaks up, offering to fly and track them with Huang Shang. She promises they won't fight, but will send the monsters' exact coordinates to the incoming rescue team. Feng Shu sighs helplessly, telling them to be extremely careful because they cannot afford any more casualties. She quickly nods, promising they will stay safe. Feng Shu unleashes another devastating Golden Bell Peak Fist on the beasts, shouting for Cao Meng to take good care of the wounded Qi Yuan. Understood, teacher. As Mita grabs Huang Shang's waist from behind, she's surprised by his build. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos where Huang Shang gets grabbed by Misu and dragged into the sky before he can even react. Startled, he lets out a gasp, while she immediately fires a distress signal to the academy, turning on their tracking link to share their live location first. They need military backup. Her voice blares through the receiver straight into the school speakers, saying, "This is Misu from the elite class. Our squad is currently on an E-rank mission." Her voice echoes across the entire campus. Everyone stops dead in their tracks, listening in absolute shock as she continues. "We were ambushed by D-rank beasts. 1 student is captured, 1 is badly hurt. Teacher Feng is currently holding off 2 D-rank beasts to protect him, while Huang Shang and I are tracking the beast that took our teammate." The crowd erupts in chatter. Why is the whole academy hearing this? Is the system glitching? What did Misu just say? She and Huang Shang are tracking a D-rank beast? One student scoffs, saying that is suicide. They are going to get caught immediately. Yuqiong cries out in worry, "Huang Shang!" Meanwhile, the train keeps speeding forward as the intercom announces they are 5 minutes away from the station. Yunfeng sighs to Xueyi about how reckless these kids are. She looks grim, replying that they had no choice, or else Ma Lu would surely die. She frowns, deeply worried that it might end up being 3 lost lives instead of 1. She prays they can hold out until rescue arrives. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland of towering rocky cliffs and barren hills, where barely any grass or trees can survive the harsh environment, the beast that captured Ma Lu lets out some bizarre clucking noises. He looks up at this monster, which is 3 times his size, trembling in absolute terror. Ma Lu screams at the top of his lungs, "Cluck what, you freak? Now pay attention. You're going to want to see what happens next." Suddenly, a flash of golden light slices the beast's head clean off. Ma Lu stares at the headless corpse collapsed on the ground, screaming in pure horror. Snot and tears covering his face, he looks up to see a massive shadow looming over him. It is a giant beast, staring at him with razor-sharp teeth. It looks ready to eat Ma Lu alive. He cries, "What on earth is this thing?" Luckily, Misu and Huang Shang finally spot where he is held. "I see him over there!" She gasps in shock as she looks at the massive demon ape. Wait, this is not a D-rank beast at all. It is a C-rank beast. That is equal to a fusion stage awakened, with spiritual power ranging from 1000 to 10,000. This means it is ridiculously strong. At least 10, maybe 100 times stronger than us. We cannot engage it under any circumstance. Huang Shang just blinks, wondering if it is really that bad. But wait, it is about to eat Red Nose. Right then, the demon ape grabs Ma Lu by his neck, stuffing him toward its gaping maw as he struggles. "Help, do not eat me," Ma Lu screams. Misu tells Huang Shang to stay put, but he decides to tickle her to break free of her grip. She bursts out laughing and accidentally lets go, screaming, "Stop it, that tickles!" She tries to grab him, but it is too late as he falls down. "Huang Shang, you idiot! What are you doing?" Her panicked scream blares through the academy speakers. "Are you out of your mind? Do you want to die?" Everyone back on campus is completely bewildered, wondering what is happening. Meanwhile, Ma Lu is desperately holding back the monster's giant teeth with his bare hands. The beast slobbers all over him with its massive wet tongue. He shrieks at the top of his lungs, begging for anyone to save his life. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out. You and I both know exactly who this is, right? Our main character is finally here to save the day. Huang Shang calmly throws a heavy punch straight at the monster's head. Super high-altitude crescent moon general hammer. His face remains completely emotionless and calm. The beast's head slams into the ground, knocked out cold. Ma Lu crashes down, groaning. Misu quickly reports a sudden change of plans to the academy. Huang Shang engaged the enemy to save Ma Lu. He's currently facing a C-rank beast, the gold-eyed demon ape. We need immediate, urgent backup. Everyone back at the school is completely dumbfounded. A C-rank beast? Shui Yi panics, wondering how on earth a gold-eyed demon ape ended up in Yongle City. Ma Lu looks at Huang Shang as if he is his savior. Huang Shang gently comforts his teammate, telling Little Red Nose not to worry. Huang Shang declares with absolute swagger, I have arrived. Ma Lu is so moved that tears stream down his face, his eyes sparkling with pure admiration. You are so handsome, my absolute prince. Meanwhile, the ape is roaring in the background while Ma Lu clings to Huang Shang's arm, crying and praising him. Big brother Huang Shang, you are incredibly cool. Misu watches from the side, sighing that he is being way too reckless since the beast hasn't spotted them. We should run while we still can. Ma Lu just leans on Huang Shang's shoulder, weeping, do not leave me. You are my absolute hero now. Ignoring his drama, Huang Shang stays focused, asking if they can just hold out like this until the backup arrives. Misu hesitates to answer. She warns that they do not know if this monster hunts by sight or smell, but it is slowly stepping closer to their hiding spot. Finding us is only a matter of time. Suddenly, the demon ape snaps its head around. It noticed Ma Lu's butt shaking behind the rocks. Enraged, the beast launches a massive energy blast right at them. Huang Shang is the first to notice, screaming a warning to the others to watch out. The blast chars all three of them, sending them flying back as rocks shatter into pieces. White smoke rises from the hill amid the sound of destruction. The savage ape glares around, still searching for them. Hiding behind a boulder, the three catch their breath, but Huang Shang is covered in serious injuries. Ma Lu starts weeping hysterically, calling him big brother. Misu gasps as she notices his face, screaming that something is wrong with his right eye. He calmly says he is fine, even though he cannot see out of his right eye or move his right arm. She yells back in disbelief. He asks how she is holding up. Looking at her damaged gear, she sighs, saying her left armor is destroyed, but she only has minor scrapes. Can you still fly? She hesitates, unsure if she can carry all three of them. Trust me, you and I are about to find out if they survive. Yo, you and I are about to watch the craziest escape ever. This beast has ranged attacks, so taking off makes them sitting ducks. Huang Shang pauses to think. Huang Shang decides to act as a shield to protect his crew. He tells them to get lost while he holds it off. Ma Lu starts tearing up again. What? No way. Misu yells to stop him, warning him that a rank C beast will literally end his life. But Huang Shang just looks down, totally serious. He tells her to stop being so emotional since she is the only one who can fly. His eyes show pure grit. Staying behind is their only shot. Otherwise, all three of them are dead meat. Ma Lu is bawling like a baby, completely losing it. Meanwhile, Misu senses something is seriously off. Her face turns dead serious. Suddenly, Ma Lu screams at the top of his lungs, crying that he wants to ride or die with his boss. That loud whining alerts the magic ape. Seriously, dumb teammates are worse than strong enemies. She smacks Ma Lu, telling him to shut his mouth. As the magic ape creeps closer, Huang Shang panics. It spotted them. He tells them to run while Misu asks with shaking hands if he can actually make it back alive. Drops of blood slide down his stone-cold face. Huang Shang is dead set, giving them a three-word answer. Don't worry about it. Misu is on the verge of tears, but he tells her to believe in him. Back at school, everyone is stressing out. Huang Shang charges past the magic ape, baiting the monster to chase him instead. The beast goes wild, hunting him down while Misu grabs the unconscious Ma Lu. They sneak behind a massive rock, and she preps her gear to fly out of there. Huang Shang runs like crazy while the ape's mouth starts charging. Glowing with a dangerous ball of energy, the beast blasts it right at Huang Shang. Meanwhile, Misu silently drags Ma Lu into the sky. She sneaks a look back as they fly away. A massive explosion rips through the area, leaving Huang Shang zero chance of survival. Her eyes tear up. She completely loses her cool. A bloody arm flies out of the blast, with thick black smoke rising and giant rocks collapsing everywhere. No signs of life. Misu screams out his name. Everything fades to black. Now don't blink, because what happens next is about to get absolutely insane. Blood drops start dripping. Huang Shang is absolutely drenched in blood, but he just grins like a psycho. He whispers that this is getting fun. Suddenly, an emergency broadcast cuts in. Her desperate voice echoes through the radio waves, announcing that she is Misu from the elite training camp and has pinned Huang Shang's exact coordinates. While everyone listens in shock, she begs for an immediate rescue team at those coordinates. He is taking on a rank C beast all by himself. Hearing this, Shui Yi quickly steps up to back her request. Wu Qiong and Zhao Qiong are sweating bullets, listening to the pure panic in her voice. The tension is off the charts. She repeats the emergency call, pleading for a high-priority rescue because they are completely running out of time. Lasers fly as she keeps broadcasting from the sky. Thanks to Huang Shang drawing the beast away, she and Ma Lu manage to escape the danger zone. They are heading back to regroup with Teacher Feng. Shui Yi is counting down, realizing it will take 5 whole minutes to get there. How is Huang Shang? Misu chokes up, unable to speak. Her silence makes everyone hold their breath. Shui Yi tries to calm her down, telling her to take it slow. Shui tells her to breathe, but Misu's silence is freaking everyone out. I know what you're thinking, but his condition is about to get way worse. His right eye is completely gone, and his arm got ripped clean off. Even the guys who hated on him are speechless, while Wuqiong sits frozen in shock. The emergency call is pure chaos. Misu bites her lip, crying as she locks his coordinates. She begs anyone, literally anyone, to save him. She completely breaks down, screaming for someone to rescue Huang Shang before it is too late. Wuqiong clutches her head in absolute despair, feeling totally helpless. The haters can only sigh, and Zhao Gang is straight up crying. Shui Yi is the only one keeping it together, stepping up to take charge. She orders them to get back, promising they will do whatever it takes to save Huang Shang. Cut to the clear blue sky above the rocky battlefield. Feng Shu is busy trading blows with the beast when a panicked voice yells out. Cao Meng is desperately trying to warn him about the monster's next move. He screams that he can't hold out much longer, shouting for everyone to dodge. Suddenly, a massive direct strike erupts as the beast gets punched dead on. The monster takes a heavy hit. Meanwhile, Cao Meng dives to shield Shui Yi, taking the blow for her. Everyone is left in pure shock and confusion. The dinosaur-like monster is struggling to move, trying its best to crawl out of the crater. Meanwhile, Tianzi is pacing around, looking for something. Everyone watches his every move with bated breath. The old man starts warping, letting out a terrifying screech, demanding to know where his precious son is. Cao Meng and Shui Yi are both battered and bloodied. Feng Shu steps in to stop him, begging the principal to calm down before his aura kills them. His killing intent is way too intense. Looking at the principal's furious back, Misu calls out from the sky, stuttering as she holds Ma Lu. The old man goes totally wild, rushing over to shake the unconscious Ma Lu. He hysterically begs his baby boy to wake up and tell him he's okay. While the principal freaks out, Feng Shu calls for Misu. Crying her eyes out, she tells him she's fine and begs them to focus on saving Huang Shang. He's still trapped out there. Feng Shu urges the principal to move, but the old man flat out refuses, saying he's not leaving his kid's side. Feng Shu is completely speechless. Just then, Ma Lu slowly starts to wake up. The old man is absolutely thrilled, yelling that his boy is finally alive. Ma Lu looks dazed and starts crying. His dad quickly comforts him, promising he won't leave his side. Feng Shu decides to use some physical force to snap him out of it. He slaps some sense into the principal, yelling at him to go rescue Huang Shang. Meanwhile, thick smoke rises from the mountain as the magic ape creeps around. Its face is terrifyingly eerie. Down below, Huang Shang sits battered and bloodied, telling the beast to bring it on because he loves a good fight. Huang Shang smirks, calling the beast's energy spheres a delicious treat for his spirit-taming art. Trust me, you and I are about to see a legendary comeback. Alright, you and I are about to watch this crazy kid break his limits on a whole new level. He catches this glowing energy orb, realizing it is way too high level for him to master. But he still channels a piece of its massive force, instantly trapping the giant demon ape. Glowing golden shards wrap around his arm, and the beast's eyes go completely wide with sheer terror. Frozen in shock, the beast watches Huang Shang control the glowing orb, shattering it into tiny golden sparks. The monster is probably thinking, wait, this crazy kid is actually absorbing all of that? It is his divine healing art, instantly restoring his eyes and arms 100%. Meanwhile, rescue sirens echo across the mountain as the search crew finally reaches the coordinate. But the area is totally trashed by the beast. Looking at the battered and exhausted squad, the rescue leader drops some seriously bad news. They cannot find any trace of Huang Shang or the monster, so they are expanding the search grid, bringing in the actual military to track him down. Refusing to give up, Feng Shu heads deeper into the dark forest, shouting his lungs out. He screams Huang Shang's name over and over, his voice cracking with pure desperation. Shui Yi stays totally focused, scanning the area and refusing to let her guard down for even a second. Suddenly, someone spots a torn piece of red fabric soaked in blood. It is definitely a scrap from Huang Shang's shirt. Seeing this, Misu, Ma Lu, and the rest just freeze. Wuqiong buries her face in her hands while Zhao Gang completely breaks down. The others shake with fear, whispering his name in disbelief, wondering how this could have even happened. Misu steps up, demanding to join the search, while a tearful Ma Lu and Cao Meng instantly back her up. Even the injured Qi Yuan insists on tagging along to find him. He argues that since they haven't found a body, their friend is still alive. But Feng Shu shuts that down immediately, telling the injured kid to go back and heal up first. But his eyes burn with determination. He says he is fine, pointing out they are a squad. How could they just abandon a teammate when they have no clue where he is? Ma Lu clutches his chest, drowning in guilt and thinking it is all his fault. In his mind, he is desperately begging his dear bro to stay safe and survive this nightmare. Getting super dramatic, he vows that if they don't find his beloved savior, he is never getting married. Cao Meng tries to keep a straight face while continuing the search. They keep shouting Huang Shang's name. Shui Yi listens closely, knowing the military is fully backing the search for this top-tier student. But as the sun begins to set, and the chances of finding him look grim, the squad can only hope for a miracle. Meanwhile, looking at the radar tracking map of the Wolf Zone, the purple boundary shows, now pay attention here. The purple circle shows the official search zone, but our main character is way outside it. Meanwhile, that massive demon ape is sprinting for dear life. The beast is literally howling for help, while Huang Shang closely pursues it with a ripped sleeve. He casually yells at the monster, telling it to stop running because it is just wasting its energy. The ape keeps booking it anyway. Huang Shang sighs, calling it a stubborn monkey that needs a lesson. He raises a glowing red energy orb, preparing his signature Emperor Crimson art. Leaning back to get some massive momentum, he aims at the panicked beast while keeping a cool head. Once he locks onto his target, he throws the explosive sphere directly at the monster. Boom! The blast leaves the demon ape heavily injured and crying on the dirt. Huang Shang walks over to the fallen beast, mocking it for running away when he barely even tried. He demands it spit out more magic orbs, and the terrified monkey quickly obeys, though our greedy main character wants even more of them. Meanwhile, in the dusty desert of Wolf Zone B13, a crew is pulling a heavy sand-surfing vessel across the dunes as the sun starts to set. On board, a flashily dressed guy, the first mate Dowcat, asks a pretty dumb question. He wants to know why the captain is wasting money using a fan to blow their sails. The pink-haired girl wearing a beast hat snaps, telling him to shut up because it is her money. Dowcat then mentions they just got a distress call from Vinlac. But before he can ask if they should help, she yells that she does not care. He quickly changes the subject, asking her what she wants to eat to calm her down. She is in a terrible mood, complaining about a massive headache. She demands food so she can game all day, telling him to mind his own business. Dowcat just agrees and heads off. By the way, meet Captain Hu Xiaowei. She gives him a cold glare and tells him to get lost already. He politely tells her to call if she needs anything, which only makes her scream at him to get lost. He just smiles and walks out, closing the door. Left alone, Xiaowei sighs about having to handle everything before booting up a video game to blow off some steam. But right when she gets happy, Dowcat bursts back into the room. She completely loses her mind, shouting at him. He hesitantly reports that a Class C golden-eyed demon ape has escaped Vinlac and headed straight toward the Wolf Zone. She rolls her eyes, asking why she should care. But Dowcat explains that some kid is currently playing with the beast like a pet dog. Okay, I know what you were thinking. A weak cultivator playing with a Class C monster? Dowcat hands her a blurry photo, and she scoffs, asking if their sensors are broken. The photo shows the dark silhouette of the terrifying demon ape, followed by a shot of the young guy teasing it. But when she looks closely, she completely freezes. She recognizes the weird Mickey Mouse mask and the colorful balloons shown in the picture. Staring in disbelief, she suddenly shouts out that it is her favorite idol. She is squealing over Mickey and his balloons, asking if her absolute hero has finally appeared. Dowcat just stands there, totally facepalming at his captain's sudden fangirl moment. Meanwhile, back at the academy, they have literally set up a tragic funeral altar with Huang Shang's portrait. It has been 5 days since our main character went missing. A massive crowd of mourning students is lining up to lay down wreaths. Feng Shu is super confused, wondering how a regular kid got such an insanely grand memorial service. Shui explains that the rich chairman's son paid for the entire thing out of his own pocket, even refusing to go home until they find Huang Shang. As more students crowd around the stage, Shui looks back on that chaotic day, sighing over how she passed out and forced everyone to go looking for her. Feng Shu raises an eyebrow, asking if they are absolutely sure the kid is dead. Shui thinks about it, stating that with no body found, things do not look good. If he was not eaten alive by the monster, he would have definitely bled out from his severe injuries. Plus, the nearby hospitals have absolutely no record of him. As she watches the students pay their respects, she admits his chances of survival are practically zero. Meanwhile, his close friends are looking completely devastated and broken. Ma Lu steps up to the podium, crying his eyes out as he bows to thank everyone for coming. The banner above reads "Memorial Service for our sweet little Gold." His face is completely pale, and his eyes are swollen red. Let's wrap up here. You and I both know this main character is far from dead, right? Catch you next time. Yo, stick with me because we are about to watch the most hilarious funeral ever. This principal's junky-looking son has massive panda eyes and a speech longer than a scroll, making everyone below jump. Like, what the actual hell? The crowd just stares blankly as Malu shakes like a leaf, gripping his paper and stammering out, today, and then he loses all control and straight up bursts into tears. Today he covers his face, totally speechless, just wheezing out a heavy sigh. His face scrunches up like a sad puppy and he starts whining like someone stole his lunch money, repeating, today. The crowd is dying of secondhand embarrassment, completely done with this useless rich kid. Malu wipes his nose on his sleeve, mumbles a quick apology, and literally punches himself in the face to snap out of it. He takes a massive dramatic deep breath to recharge. He tries one more time, crying out, today. But the dude totally fails to keep it together, and tears and snot start spraying everywhere again. We are here to honor the fallen hero, Huang Shang. It is all my fault, he hiccups, desperately struggling through his lines. It is all on me. The students below are just thinking, bro, we get you are sad, but we cannot understand a single word. Seeing his son cry like a baby, Principal Tianzi steps up to comfort him. Let me help you finish this speech, son. The principal grabs the mic, acting super devastated. Honestly, I am totally shocked. Just yesterday, this kid was happily going to school, and now he is already 6 feet under. I deeply mourn the loss of such a brilliant star. Hearing his dad's words, Malu stands below the stage, bawling his eyes out, drawing weird looks from everyone around. The principal shivers, keeping up the act, saying he was a shining role model, a true hero who left us before even enjoying life. Tianzi's speech is so dramatic that it actually gets the other students feeling a bit choked up. Vu Quint starts sobbing quietly. The old man sighs heavily, acting totally powerless. There is nothing we could do. This is reality. Our world is full of deadly dangers. We have to accept our fate, stand united as one, and face these brutal challenges together just to survive. But as Malu stands there looking miserable. His jaw suddenly drops. You guys have to look at this. Huang Shang literally appears sitting right on top of the memorial banner. His speech about how the world is no longer safe and everyone needs to train harder to serve society. The crowd's reaction is pure comedy gold. Misu, Caoman, and Qin Wen are completely stunned. Fuquan gasps, covering her mouth while Zhao Chang's jaw hits the floor like he just saw a ghost. The entire student body is losing their minds. Tianzi, clutching his chest, is still totally clueless about the chaos behind him, yelling, I still remember that day. That sweet boy told me he wanted to become a kind principal just like me. If giving up my principal seat could bring him back, I would do it. The students are completely speechless, faces totally blank, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. A bunch of them immediately whip out their phones to record this. He screams passionately in front of dozens of cameras, promising to give up his throne. But the moment he senses something is off, his face instantly freezes. He slowly looks up, spots Huang Shang chilling on the banner, and his eyes pop right out of his skull. His brain completely short-circuits on the spot. Meanwhile, Huang Shang just waves cheerfully, saying, Hey guys. The shocked crowd screams out his name, while Yi spots something incredibly weird on his shoulders. That cloak he is wearing is made from the golden-eyed demon ape's fur. Fengshu gasps, Wait, isn't that monkey a C-rank demon beast? Misu is totally confused too. Didn't you lose an arm and an eye? This makes zero sense. He just scratches his head, laughing, Sorry I am late guys, I got lost. Please don't expel me. I promise I won't do it again. Now you and I are probably wondering the exact same thing as the crowd. What on earth actually happened out there? The students buzz, it's really him. Huang Shang is alive. He looks around the crowd and sighs in relief, seeing Misu and Red Nose safe and sound. Misu is deeply touched that he checked on them first, replying, We are totally fine. Malu, still crying, sniffs. Big bro being alive is all that matters. The principal eyes him up and down in shock. How are you not dead? And is that actual golden-eyed demon ape fur you are wearing right now? Huang Shang casually nods. Yep. The old man stammers, Did you actually kill a C-rank beast? But our boy denies it, saying, Nah, it threw this coat at me and ran away. Fengshu starts sweating bullets like ran away. Beasts lose their lives, not their coats. This makes absolutely no sense at all. Besides, its spiritual energy is like 10 times yours. Huang Shang just calmly shrugs. Oh, that is because its skills do not work on me at all. The crowd is flabbergasted. Seeing their blank stares, he explains, We had a misunderstanding. It ran, I chased it down, and it threw this coat to distract me. That is wild. The students find it even harder to believe. Chasing a C-rank beast on foot, Yi knows there is no way that beast would ever run. Even if its magical skills failed, its raw physical power alone could easily tear a human to shreds. Misu starts racking her brain too because she witnessed his arm get ripped off and his eye crushed. Did she hallucinate? But whatever the truth is, seeing Huang Shang standing here completely fine is a massive relief. For her, just having him back safe and sound warms her heart. The principal quickly puts on a smile, patting his shoulder. It is great you are safe, kid. That is all we wanted. Huang Shang looks at him dead in the eye and asks, So when do I take over as principal? The entire courtyard goes dead silent. The principal gasps, Did I ever say you could be principal? Huang Shang fires back, You literally just said it. The gossiping crowd watches the drama unfold while a dozen phones simultaneously blast the recording of his own voice saying, I would gladly hand over my seat. The principal smiles, sweating bullets as our boy grins. The old man nervously pats his shoulder, claiming that being the principal means he cannot participate in tournaments anymore. Plus, to be the principal, you need high cultivation, and yours is way too low. Keep trying, kid. The crowd instantly glares at him with pure disgust, forcing the old man to quickly backtrack. Fine, to make it up to you, I will give you an epic reward. His face turns serious, saying, I will personally help you break through to the Enlightenment realm. The guy who was mocking Huang Shang gasps, Wait, the Enlightenment realm? Fengshu is stunned too. Can he really force a breakthrough? That normally takes months. Yi frowns, knowing that level boosting is insanely draining. Stick with us because we are about to see if our boy can actually pull off this crazy breakthrough. Wait, seriously? He directly calls him out. Breaking through to the Enlightenment stage? The old man insisted he wasn't lying. Stick with me here. This power-up is about to change everything. Walking in the rain. You gotta know what Enlightenment stage even means. Status and fame just shoot straight to the moon. After all, 50% of all awakened ones in this world spend their entire lives stuck at exactly 99 soul power. But once you break through, secret markets, hidden dungeons, and classified quests are all yours. Massive amounts of cultivation resources will start pouring in directly to you. That's why reaching the Enlightenment stage is the real starting line of cultivation. Malu is seriously wondering why so few people actually make it. Is breaking through really that damn hard? Tianyi frowns, because pushing past this stage isn't something you can just do with simple hard work and effort. But since you asked, pay attention here, because I'm about to drop some major facts. This level 99 bottleneck is a wall most people spend their whole lives failing to break. What they lack is worldly realization. Everyone looks completely clueless. It basically means when you are totally full, you overflow. Reaching peak saturation means you can't absorb anything new anymore. You literally have to tear yourself down to rebuild, shattering your old limits to climb higher. It's a brutal process, which is why so many people's minds completely break first. Only after surviving total despair can they realize how to find life in death and finish the breakthrough. But even in total hopelessness, success is never guaranteed. Even going through all that despair doesn't guarantee you'll evolve. The weak ones who choose to run away at this critical moment will lose their fighting spirit forever. A hand raises up. Tianyi brags on. You guys could never comprehend my god-tier level and massive experience. I can pinpoint the exact second your bottleneck is ready to crack. Even though the process is pure agony, it's way better than trying to survive the awakening on your own. A glowing blue bottle suddenly appears as he speaks. This, combined with the Saintly Treasure Elixir, can fix any damaged foundation and boost your soul power. We are talking about a legendary B-tier item here, guys. With Tianyi taking charge, he boosts the success rate from under 50% straight to 100%, and instead of waiting 6 months, it takes just 30 minutes. He can help Huang Shang smash his limits. Everyone is left completely speechless at how insane this sounds. He smugly adds, I know you guys absolutely hate me, but I'm the only one who can help your precious idol break through. Tianyi sneers. What did you think, I'm some cringe comedian or a generic anime villain? If so, you guys are incredibly naive. He reaches his hand out confidently. I don't go around starting pointless drama. I'm actually here to assist your beloved idol. The more you hate me, the more I want to help. That way, even if you despise me, you'll still have to thank me because I'm the only one with this power. Tianyi rolls his eyes and laughs maniacally. What's wrong? Mad? Let me tell you right now, the person who can actually slap my face hasn't even been born yet. The toothpick guy sighs. That dude is incredibly cringe, but he's not wrong. Only he has the actual ability to help Huang Shang out right now. Feng Shu asks, is that old guy always this nuts? Shui agrees totally. Huang Shang barely gets 2 words out when Tianyi cuts him off instantly. All right, shut up. You don't need to say a thing. He warns, don't give me any of that dumb, prideful talk about doing it yourself, and don't reject help. Huang Shang hesitates for a second, then finally gives in and nods. Excellent, Tianyi smirks, completely satisfied. Very good, let's not waste any more time here. Hook up the advanced soul scanners, we're ready to roll. A bunch of complex tech gets strapped onto him by the staff. Misu is still looking pretty worried. Can he really pull this off? Feng Shu wants to see the results too. Honestly, you and I are both curious to see how he helps Huang Shang crack this barrier. He thinks to himself, can he really smash that level 99 soul limit that blocks people for life in just 30 minutes? Tianyi suddenly yells, watch closely, starting now. Suddenly, white smoke starts billowing out right behind Huang Shang. Feng Shu and Qi Yuan spit out their drinks, and the entire crowd does a massive double take. Every single person has the exact same shocked face. Tianyi stares intently, then looks up at the monitors to check the scan results. The screen shows 112. Staring at the glowing display, everyone has the exact same question. Did he actually just break through? Huang Shang is just standing there, looking completely clueless. Witnessing this historic moment, the whole place goes wild. Did Huang Shang really just reach the enlightenment stage? His soul power hit 112. The crowd is baffled. What kind of monster is this guy? Not only did he survive a C-tier demon beast, but he actually leveled up. Huang Shang covers his mouth. I really broke through? Unbelievable. The crowd hears him and snaps. Unbelievable my butt. You're the one who did it. How do you not even know? He tries to calm everyone down. Okay, fine, I leveled up. Big deal. The spectators have no idea how to react to his casual attitude. Why do you look like you didn't even want this? Tianyi asks. Breaking through is supposed to be brutal, like surviving a near-death battle. Did you actually pull this off by yourself mid-fight? Huang Shang is totally lost. Honestly, I have no clue. Maybe? I just felt like I couldn't beat the beast. He remembers that moment. When his body absorbed power, he just wanted a tiny boost. Then suddenly, his strength spiked. The demon ape appeared in front of him, and honestly, it only seemed slightly stronger. Tianyi breaks out into a cold sweat. Just a tiny bit? He nods, yeah, pretty much. In the glowing red atmosphere back then, Huang Shang's eyes locked in. As the demon ape spat out an energy blast, he just casually swatted it away. And after that effortless slap, he somehow leveled up without even knowing what happened. Everyone is completely floored by this ridiculous story. So this is that near-death agony everyone talks about. The crowd whispers, wait, is leveling up really that simple? Suddenly, I actually feel like there's hope for my future. Another voice snaps back, simple? It depends on who is doing it, idiot. Huang Shang casually takes credit, so since I leveled up on my own, can I have that elixir? He screams, the saintly elixir? Didn't you just level up already? Huang Shang immediately shoots back, hey, didn't you say you were going to give it to me anyway? If not, just let me be the principal instead. Broadcasted live on countless phones, Tianyi is forced to watch his own words about giving up his seat. I'd gladly let him have the principal's chair for a few days. Grudgingly, he tosses the elixir bottle backward. Fine, whatever. Just take it. Huang Shang smirks. How about I trade this bottle to be principal instead? Tianyi storms off, pulling a fast exit. Shui laughs. I've never seen him this mad before. Feng Shu chuckles along. He asks, so, are we done here? Can we wrap up this funeral? Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me. Everyone is surrounding our boy Huang Shang now, yelling how glad they are he is okay after keeping them up all night. The second Huang Shang gets back, the entire academy basically catches fire. Everyone is super hyped and curious about this weird dude while Zhao Qiang gets a crazy feeling. He's going to leave us soon. He's no ordinary guy, he's definitely going to fly off into a much bigger sky. Meanwhile, a pen glides smoothly. Writing down random thoughts, he sits in a room packed with a mountain of books, looking like an absolute boss wrapped in a crazy, glowing, glittering aura. Huang Shang is just that kind of magical beast who keeps everyone guessing. Zhao Qiang smiles, totally ignoring the creepy shadow creeping up right behind his back. Zhao Shang jumps out of his chair, screaming like a little girl. Xiao Huang Shang, you freaking scared me to death. What are you doing here so late? Huang Shang just sighs, look, chubby bro, this is pathetic. Why have you not beefed up the security around your own house yet? Seriously, what if that psycho wearing those weird rainbow glasses shows up again? If I do not leave my phone here next time, you are straight up dead. Now pay attention here. Zhao Qiang agrees, and they head to the cafeteria, where Huang Shang finally drops the bomb on what he actually wants. Help? No freaking problem, bro, I got you. Get straight to the point. Can you build a device that can actually store a bunch of spiritual energy? He asked while stuffing his face. A spiritual energy battery? How much power are we talking about? His dad serves more food, telling them to eat up. Huang Shang does some quick math. Let me think, maybe around 500? Zhao Qiang instantly chokes on his food, completely losing his mind over that. 500? That is like a whole class of students or a mid-stage chi opening boss. Refinement is 0 to 9, foundation 10 to 99. And chi opening is 100 to 999. Huang Shang does not care about stats. Can you build it or not? Zhao Qiang hesitates. Huang Shang quickly demands, cool, make me 10 of them. Zhao Qiang jumps up, completely losing it. 10? I do not even know if I can make one. Where are you even getting that much energy, bro? Cut to a high-end mall where a snobby sales rep is sucking up to some rich lady. Welcome to the Lu Yin Rare Item Trading Center. Please step this way. Another clerk is busy kissing up to some wealthy-looking guy on the other side. Liu Xiaoyan's coworker rolls her eyes, complaining that the woman in the fur coat is loaded, and she just lost another massive commission to a rival. Liu Xiaoyan tries to comfort her, but then our boys Huang Shang and Zhao Qiang walk in. The coworker scoffs, calling them literal hobos wearing blankets. She says they are definitely here just to steal some air conditioning. Liu Xiaoyan apologizes while Huang Shang looks around asking if they have his materials. You and I both know these snobs will regret this, as Zhao Qiang explains this market is highly rated by the Rare Materials Trading Association. Zhao Qiang politely asks the clerk where they keep the rare metals, but the snobby girl completely ignores him, forcing him to ask again. The senior sales rep tells Liu Xiaoyan to deal with the bums. Liu Xiaoyan rushes over, bowing politely to help them while Huang Shang watches. She welcomes them warmly, asking how she can help. Zhao Qiang does not waste time and tells her they are looking for some rare metals. She leads them to the section, while the rude coworker just stands there, rolling her eyes and mocking them for browsing the expensive stuff. Zhao Qiang looks at the display and sighs, noting they do not have it. He tells Liu Xiaoyan they need some elite full-extension pure spirit copper. She stutters in shock because that stuff is crazy expensive. She tells them she has to get approval from the store manager first. She bows, running back to the snobby senior to offer her the massive commission, asking if she wants to handle the pure spirit copper order. The senior scoffs, calling it a joke. Those two trashy-looking kids buying elite spirit copper? But then she gets a wicked idea to mock them. She tells Liu Xiaoyan to go ahead and get the manager, plan to watch the poor girl get destroyed for wasting the boss's precious time. She laughs, calling Liu Xiaoyan an absolute idiot. She can't wait to see the manager's face when he sees these two broke-looking kids. The snob chuckles to herself, suddenly hyped for the upcoming drama. Little did she know the manager on duty today has a legendary temper. His nickname is literally the golden-haired Lion King, and she has seen him fire plenty of employees on the spot for being stupid. When he is mad, he basically eats people alive. Manager Wang Pao roars, furious that Liu Xiaoyan did not even check if they had money. What if they are just playing around? Poor Liu Xiaoyan can only bow and apologize, admitting she was too nervous and forgot to check. The boss screams, asking why she did not forget to eat too. If they are broke, she can pack her bags and quit today. Wang Pao asks who wants to buy, and she weakly points at our boys. The snobby coworker smirks, but suddenly Wang Pao starts flexing his massive muscles. His shirt literally rips open as he drags out a massive luxury sofa, shocking everyone around as he sprints directly toward a terrified Zhao Qiang. Slamming the couch down, he gasps out, "Please sit down, honored guests." Our boys take a seat, completely baffled as the manager begins his greeting. "Welcome, distinguished guests. I am Wang Pao, but you can call me Little Wang." And yep, it looks like he forgot to wear underwear. He introduces himself as the manager on duty and asks how he can serve them. The toxic coworker stands frozen, completely losing her mind. He barks at her to stop staring and go get 2 cups of their most expensive lemon-salted water. The senior immediately obeys like a dog. Wang Pao is sweating bullets, realizing Huang Shang is no ordinary kid. He instantly recognized the coat Huang Shang is wearing is made of rare demonic beast fur. Standard C-rank beast materials are already crazy expensive, but this coat is god tier. It boosts defense and accelerates cultivation speed by 10%. However, normal fur smells like a wet wild animal. But trust me, you and I are about to see that Huang Shang has the ultimate version. Yo, you and I are starting this crazy trade deal gone wrong. Usually hunting demon apes bruises their hides, but these beasts shed naturally, leaving 0 wild smell. This special hide actually boosts stats by 20% more than regular ape fur. The manager gets super interested. The coat this kid is casually wearing right now is easily worth 500,000 cash. Wang Pao starts kissing up, saying, "Wow, your style is so sleek. You look like a total boss wearing this, little bro." Huang Shang chuckles. "Nah, it is just freezing outside, so I threw it on to stay warm." The manager gasps, throwing 500,000 on to keep warm. "Can I try?" Wang Pao realizes this guy is loaded, meaning he can make a massive commission on this. The arrogant female receptionist instantly flips her attitude and starts acting all sweet. She offers hot tea while the manager smiles, asking what they need, telling the girl to do whatever he wants. She nods like a puppy, asking how she can help. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoyan stands aside looking sad and turns to leave. But Huang Shang points right at her, asking, "Wait, was not she the receptionist helping me first? I want her." Liu Xiaoyan turns around in utter shock. The toxic receptionist tries to make excuses, claiming they have strict business rules and that it is technically her turn to handle guests. She gives Liu Xiaoyan a threatening glare. Liu Xiaoyan yields instantly, but Huang Shang firmly rejects her, stating his disagreement because her attitude earlier was absolutely garbage. The mean girl tries to defend herself under her boss's death stare, claiming she was actually super friendly. But Huang Shang is about to mimic her exact snobbish look. He does a perfect impression of her blank, ignoring face. Zhao Qiang laughs at how accurate it is. The manager steps in, letting Liu Xiaoyan take over. Now pay attention, because this is where the dynamic completely flips. The manager promises to deal with the bully later, leaving hard-working, shy rookie Liu Xiaoyan to serve them. She greets them politely and runs off excitedly, quickly returning with a briefcase in hand. Liu Xiaoyan presents the high-grade spirit bronze, eager to help them with their trade. She shows the official certification of origin and invites him to check it out. Huang Shang then brings out his gold demon ape fur, asking her to appraise it. The manager takes the golden ape fur to inspect it carefully. He determines it is a premium adult hide, worth at least 500,000. Zhao Shang is completely stunned. The mean girl shakes in horror, unable to believe this ragged piece of cloth is actually worth 500,000. Huang Shang asks his buddy how many blocks they need. Zhao Chang explains that each reserve machine needs 1 block, meaning they need 10 blocks total. Huang Shang wonders how many blocks this hide can buy them. Wang Pao explains that their buying rate is based on the lowest valuation, but if they barter, the fur can trade for at most 5 blocks of spirit bronze. The toxic girl sneers, thinking his cheap coat is not enough to get what he wants. Huang Shang sighs and pulls out a glowing pill bottle and a rare gem. He asks them to evaluate these items. The toxic girl giggles, mocking him for treating their grand haul like some desperate pawn shop trying to piece together random junk. Meanwhile, Wang Pao is sweating bullets. His hands shake violently as he realizes what this is. A B-grade holy jade pill, easily worth a massive 1 million cash. And that pendant is a legendary blood jade. He calculates the combined value at a whopping 4 million. His mind explodes with dreams of sports cars and moon trips. All the luxury things he ever dreamed of. The toxic girl's face turns pale green. 4 million? She cannot believe this ragged kid has that much wealth. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. A 4 million jackpot out of nowhere? Insane. Huang Shang decides he will just trade that single pill bottle instead. Wang Pao eagerly agrees, returning the gold ape fur, finalizing the massive trade. Huang Shang thanks him politely. Wang Pao then hands over the exchange contract to sign. Huang Shang signs without hesitation. Once done, he asks if he can raise a quick question. The manager quickly nods, telling him to ask whatever he wants. Huang Shang asks if they would still serve him so warmly if he did not have these treasures. Wang Pao is embarrassed. Suddenly, a bullet hits his shoulder. He collapses, screaming in pain. The staff is terrified as armed criminals burst in, taking Liu Xiaoyan hostage. They shout at everyone to get down or die. A guard spots them as heavily wanted outlaws. The thug fires a warning shot, screaming at them to get on the floor. Zhao Chang whispers they are tech awakeners. Their weapons are modified, meaning their strength is at least peak foundation tier. Seeing Huang Shang standing still, Zhao Chang looks at him weirdly, urging him to get down. Huang Shang is just slow to react, standing there blankly. He turns to the mean receptionist, asking why she ignored honest customers but obeys these low-life robbers instantly. She is completely stunned, asking if he is stupid for questioning this in the middle of a literal robbery. The lead thug notices him. He yells at the kid in the fur coat, asking if he is deaf. "Get down or I shoot, did you not hear me? Want to die?" Huang Shang calmly tells them not to joke around because the floor is way too cold to lie on. Everyone present is dumbfounded. What? The floor is cold? The boss points his gun right at his forehead, screaming that in all his robberies, he has never heard such a stupid excuse. Huang Shang just looks at him. Huang Shang tells him to go ahead and shoot, warning him not to interrupt his conversation. The thug gets furious, pointing the gun directly at his face. He screams, threatening to blow his head off. The underlings panic, telling the boss not to waste time killing people since the cops are already on their way. The boss gets evil, telling Huang Shang he forced his hand. He fires his weapon, but at the same instant, our boy activates his golden bell barrier skill. The bullet bounces off. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoyan tries to slip away, but the boss notices and holds her down by the head, completely shocked by what just happened. The leader is stunned, wondering how his bullet got blocked. The mean girl is completely lost, unable to comprehend what just happened. Huang Shang looks at them with curiosity. He asks them what just happened, which completely baffles the thugs. They are like, "Why are you asking us? This is not how the script is supposed to go." He calmly suggests that the bald guy and the long-haired thug try shooting him again to see what happens. The long-haired guy gets incredibly offended. The thug gets pissed at being called long hair. He and the bald guy fire their weapons together, but their bullets are blocked once again by his epic golden barrier. He calmly suggests that the bald guy and the long-haired thug try shooting him again to see what happens. The long-haired guy gets incredibly offended. He yells, "Long hair?" He and the bald guy fire their weapons together. But trust me, you and I are about to see their bullets get blocked once again. Alright, let's jump back into this crazy story where his Golden Bell shield just became a broken passive skill that triggers automatically whenever he senses an attack. Huang Shang pulls out his phone because a bunch of his skills apparently mutated after he broke through to the opening light stage, so he needs to write this down. He quickly opens his notes under Uncategorized to write that his Golden Bell shield is now passive and will trigger whenever an attack comes his way. Also, since his mana pool expanded, he can finally utilize the Emperor Spirit Control art. He keeps tapping away on his phone, checking off his progress. These are the same notes he checked off when he first transmigrated here, like the Heaven Healing art at Foundation stage and the Sensing art at Opening Light stage, plus the Spirit Control art. Basically, every major breakthrough allows him to unlock another crazy skill from his Emperor clan. He just keeps staring at his screen while the criminal gang keeps shooting. Wang Pao is absolutely terrified. Messing with your phone during a shootout is just insane. The thug loses his mind, screaming at him for being so disrespectful. His bent metal pipe begins sparking with high voltage energy, forming a glowing blue electric sphere. It's his ultimate lightning flash sphere. The leader smirks, bragging that his weapon is not ordinary, and asking him how it feels to get fried by electricity. But Huang Shang just completely ignores the threat, muttering that he just made 3 new discoveries. First, his Golden Bell shield only blocks physical strikes at Foundation stage. It does a pretty trash job against actual martial skills. Second, his Sensing art can't copy the high-tech machinery control skills of technology-based awakened users. As lightning strikes him, he doesn't even flinch. Third, his new Spirit Control art allows him to manipulate the surrounding spirit energy within a certain range. With a range of 1 meter, he can block incoming moves directly without taking damage. Watch closely, because this cheat skill is going to make him completely unstoppable. He plans to effortlessly sweep the local championship of Vinglak City soon. The thugs are completely speechless, begging him to at least pretend to be scared of their ultimate move. They just want him to put his phone away. One lackey even begs his boss to give up and run, but the leader refuses to back down, calling him a coward. The other long-haired thug agrees and urges the boss to flee. Huang Shang offers a deal, saying since he can't copy their skills, they should just release the girl and go turn themselves in to the police. The leader aims his gun at Xiaoyan, mocking him because while he might be bulletproof, this fragile girl definitely is not. Xiaoyan closes her eyes in absolute terror. Huang Shang calmly chants a Buddhist prayer, asking the gunman to stop since she has absolutely nothing to do with this. The criminal refuses to listen, yelling that he doesn't care about his cosplay and demands the cash right now or he will shoot her. Huang Shang asks if he's serious. He sighs, asking if the guy is really willing to throw away his life over some colorful paper. The leader snaps back, telling him to shut up with the lectures. He demands the money, threatening to shoot if they keep wasting time. Huang Shang sits down and pulls out a glowing pendant to make a trade. He offers the B-tier treasure worth 3 million, telling them to take it and leave her alone. The lackeys gasp, recognizing it as a genuine blood jade pendant. The leader is thrilled and tells Huang Shang to back off. Watching him closely, Huang Shang suddenly unleashes a decisive strike, a massive almond cannon kick. Huang Shang grabs her wrist as she stumbles. Seeing her lose her balance, he quickly catches her by the shoulders, making her blush and stammer a thank you. He tells her to get out of there and not get caught again, and she obediently runs off. Realizing they are cooked, the gang tries to flee, but he leaps high, landing right behind them with cold determination. He unleashes his loyalty-forging fist, battering them into a pulp with heavy, relentless strikes. Huang Shang looks down at them, muttering that technology-awakened users are completely useless without their gear. And honestly, you and I can see he has a point. Everyone, including Zhao Qiong and Xiao Yan, is left completely speechless. As the smoke clears, they realize this kid isn't just some wealthy young master. He literally destroyed a notorious gang while casually texting. Who on earth is this guy? But then Huang Shang mentions there is one major issue. The manager is terrified, begging for forgiveness and promising to treat everyone with absolute respect from now on. Wang Pao chimes in, agreeing with him. Huang Shang clarifies that it is not about their customer service. He just wants to know if anyone has a phone charger because his phone just died. The manager is completely baffled. A phone charger? Aren't you supposed to drop some cool, badass anime quote right now? Zhao Qiong just sighs at him. He tells Huang Shang how insane it is that he just pocketed another $150,000 in bounty rewards without even spending his millions. Huang Shang contemplates this while sitting across from him in a dark room, telling Zhao Qiong to focus so he can watch how he crafts items. The mechanic agrees, working on the table. Huang Shang watches closely but admits he has no clue what's going on, asking if it's some special technique. Zhao Qiong shakes his head, explaining that it is just basic science. He starts going into a long, complicated explanation that flies right over his head. Concluding with a smug smile, he asks if it makes sense, adding that he's surprised Huang Shang is actually interested in engineering and machinery. Huang Shang just stares at his phone and brutally replies that he doesn't care. He's actually analyzing his new stats after his major cultivation breakthrough. He realized his sensing art still cannot copy high-tech classes because the science is too advanced for his brain to comprehend, so he gives up. Zhao Qiong feels totally rejected by his cold attitude. Sometime later, Ma Lu runs up to him, excitedly talking at 100 miles per hour. He's hyped that Huang Shang wants to see his water magic. posing dramatically and telling him to watch closely as he prepares to unleash his skill. Huang Shang activates his sensing art as Ma Lu holds a cup and literally starts spitting water from his mouth, calling it his ultimate mineral water technique. The cup fills up instantly, and he claims this water comes from deep within his gut, packed with vitamins, sodium, coal, and scrap metal. He promises it quickly replenishes electrolytes and makes you feel great. But trust me, you and I would have run away instantly just like our main character did. He turns down the offer and runs away. He then checks his 5-element skill board, categorizing his moves into offense, defense, support, and completely useless. Alright, you and I are diving into a list of crazy skills. Wood punch, water support, and next is fire attack. Among cannon punch, among cannon kick. Finally, wind crescent, general hammer, and gold bell shield. He thinks to himself, this is bad. If I only rely on these skills, I will never level up fast enough. Plus, I am totally weak against those high-tech awakened players, and that is not even mentioning those high-tier bosses. Fighting them means instant death for me. Huang Shang sits on the roof, watching the city below. This cannot go on. At least I must become the absolute strongest boss in this zone first. He imagines a giant hand lifting him up. If my royal father shows up now to drag me back with this weak human body, I have zero chance of fighting back, not a single speck of hope to escape. I cannot just use these basic cat and dog skills to fight my dad. Huang Shang holds his head, trying hard to think. I must find a way to get stronger. I have to learn every single skill here. One day at school, Feng Shu stands at the podium. Alright, that is all for today. Any questions from you guys? Huang Shang raises his hand. What about the upcoming 5 Academies tournament rewards? What does the champion get? He picks up a paper and answers. The notice says the Academy will reward tons of items, and players might high-grade treasures to max out their spiritual power. Plus, top experts will lead the team into wild zones for high-level quests, but it is mostly to gain experience. He locks onto the keywords high-grade treasure, high-level quest. Feng Shu nods yes, any problem with that. Hearing this, he thinks this will definitely boost my points for the wild zone. If that squad leader is a physical awakening expert, I can steal all his moves. Huang Shang acts cool, but his heart is on fire. Pay attention here denies it, but his mind is racing. Nothing, just asking. Really? Sure, buddy. 3 days later, Ma Lu happily announces, Dad, we are setting off tomorrow morning. We will definitely come back victorious. Qianxi. Yu Yi lies on the bed, turning his back to his son. Go wherever you want. I feel down lately, do not want to do anything. Alright, I will not bother you. Hope you get your energy back soon, Dad. The old man mutters to support him. I am always energetic. Just try your best. I am hyped. Always hyped. Ma Lu waves goodbye. Yes. Cut to the meeting building. Zhao Chang and Huang Shang are already there. He pulls something out of his pocket. Huang Shang. I finished making the 10 energy storage devices. A neat set of gear is ready, each holding 500 spiritual energy points. Just like you designed, there are 2 buttons. Green is to absorb power, red is to release it. Pressing both together for 3 seconds will empty the whole thing. He praises him, great job, a 500-point reserve. Huang Shang opens the underground hatch where he stashed that massive pile of energy stolen from the monkey. Though a lot leaked out over the past few days, now with these storage devices, he can pack it all up and carry it with him. The devices are filled instantly. Fast forward to 1 day before the tournament. Everyone is hyped up. Tomorrow's the away match in South 7 District, and they need some team spirit. Let us form a cheer squad, pool our money, and follow them to cheer. Yes, we cannot let Luyin Academy look weak. Go Luyin, we are going to crush them. Everyone is enjoying the hype. Lively vibe. Shuyi notes, it is so energetic this year. Feng Shu recalls Luyin always ranked dead last in previous years, but this time everyone actually sees hope. I know what you are thinking. Can they pull it off, he asks. Are you ready? Use the restroom now. The squad appears. Huang Shang, Misu, Ma Lu, Qiyuan, and Cao Meng. Ready, the cheer squad goes wild seeing them. They look so cool. Go Luyin! Feng Shu gets down to business. Alright, we need to pick a captain. Everyone immediately points their fingers straight at Huang Shang. Seeing this, he decides. Great, then Captain Huang Shang it is. Everyone cheers, greeting Captain Huang. He sighs, is there really no better name? Looking at the brackets, Huang Shang asks, Teacher Feng, why are you spacing out like a zombie? The chart shows Luyin versus South 7 Academy. The winner will play Fuqiang Academy, while Hongwu Academy battles Beiquan Academy. He snaps back to reality. South 7 District is tough. What is the organizer thinking, setting us up like this? But it is fine, I believe in Huang Shang. Do not worry, just play calm and have fun. Liu Xiaoyan adds, yeah, I just hope we do not fail miserably like last time. Everyone is speechless, thinking, can you show some actual support here? What is up with that blank face? The train speeds to their destination, and soon they are standing in front of a massive glowing building. Everyone gasps at the map showing the route. Wow, is this South 7 Academy? It looks way cleaner and richer than our Luyin slum district. Feng Shu warns them, we are on enemy turf, so keep a low profile and do not go around picking fights. Keep your group chats open. Cao Meng quickly replies, absolutely, Teacher Feng. He gets excited. As long as my opponent is not Captain Huang Shang, I am loaded with confidence. Qiyuan asks, did this guy drink way too much energy drink today? Huang Shang facepalms, do not look at me. A crowd on the bridge looks down, whispering, look at those trash, they look like players from Luyin. One guy recognizes them as their upcoming opponents. Riding high on home field advantage, they boast and mock them, saying they look like a bunch of weak chickens. I seriously want to see their faces when we crush them. Hot-headed Cao Meng snaps, those bastards. Feng Shu blocks him, ignore them, stay calm. He adds, if you are that mad, go unleash all that anger on them during the match. Beat them till they cry, Cao Meng nods. They walk past, but the mocking continues. Wonder if they can even walk back tomorrow, or if they will need to dig their own graves. Who wants to bury them? Just toss them in the trash. No one reacts, but trust me, you and I are waiting for their revenge. Yo, stick with me because today we are stepping into some serious tournament drama. Teacher Feng points out the arena, telling everyone to rest up at their hotel and stay cool. Everyone shouts in agreement. Feng Shu grabs the room cards. 2 people per room, go grab yours. Ma Lu immediately yells, I am sharing a room with our captain, do not even argue. With my bro. The double room is completely stacked. Ma Lu is literally bowing, surrounded by 48 rose balloons and a fancy fruit platter. He is incredibly hyped to room with his savior. He is begging to treat his savior right. Boss, do you want a relaxing massage to wind down before tomorrow? I promise to serve you with absolute care and respect. Our main character looks completely dead inside and tells him to just sit still. Ma Lu acts like his heart is broken, drama queen style. Suddenly, the main character gets a call. It is about the Lukeam Academy supporters. Ma Lu asks what is wrong. The main character explains that their fan group is currently cornered by the local Nam That gang outside. They are getting bullied bad. Go to hell and get back to your trash school, the thugs yell. They are totally ridiculing them, calling the Lukeam supporters absolute garbage. The fans are so confused by all this unprovoked hate, they do not get why these guys are so hostile. Suddenly, Vu Qin gets struck by a thrown rock, causing massive panic. They are throwing rocks from above, and someone is seriously hurt. The glasses guy yells at them to stop, demanding to know why they are attacking innocent people. But the thugs do not care about hurting girls. Who are you trying to fool, they mock. Want some more? Fact Diep listens to everything on his radio, grinning. Since they are too scared to fight back, let us give them more pain, he sneers. He tells them to cause a massive scene since they have nothing to worry about. With their leader backing them, the thugs get even wilder. One of them aims a massive rock straight at Vu Qin again, fully intending to do some real damage. Keep your eyes peeled, because this is where the main character catches the rock barehanded, saving her. The villain smirks, thinking he finally baited the main fighters out. He wants them to react so he can record it. Since the local police are on his side, he can legally destroy them. He orders his men to push them harder. A sniper hiding in the shadows aims a rubber bullet at our main character. He is sure he won't get caught from this angle and cannot wait to see him suffer. He peers through his scope, aiming directly at the main character's face. But suddenly his target looks right back at him, making the sniper's eyebrows furrow in absolute shock. The main character casually tilts his head, dodging the shot as a window shatters behind him. Ma Lu asks what happened, and he just says he threw back their rock. Up on the roof, Thak Diep screams into his radio for his sniper, Trak Tien, no response. Then he looks down and sees the main character pointing directly at him. Thak Diep panics, wondering how he could have been spotted from so far away. It takes him a second, but he realizes this is a direct, terrifying warning to back off. He quickly tells his gang to scatter because they just ran into a serious powerhouse. He orders an immediate background check on our main character to see who they are dealing with. The green-haired guy's dad is the academy principal, but the brown-haired main character has zero backing. His registered cultivation realm is only at the peak of foundation establishment stage. Now, you and I both know this cocky villain is about to get absolute karma. He sneers, thinking a mere foundation peak cultivator is nothing but a clown with lucky throwing skills. He vows to beat him half to death on the stage. The next day, the arena is completely packed with flashing lights. The announcer screams, "Welcome to the tournament of Vien Lac." The crowd is going absolutely wild, waving their hands. But as the match is about to start, things take a turn for the worse with the Lukeam team. Teacher Feng looks at his students, who are all groaning and clutching their stomachs. He asks what is wrong and why they look like they are dying of food poisoning. Liu Xiaoyan asks if they ate some bad street food yesterday, but they can only groan in agonizing pain. The team's coach rushes over to check on the main character. Our main character calmly says he is perfectly fine because he ate a vegetarian meal and only drank his own bottled water. Teacher Feng is furious, realizing the enemy poisoned them. Meanwhile, the Lukeam cheering squad finally makes it to the stands, only to find the worst seats imaginable. They complain about how cheap and shaky the chairs are. Those bastards even gave us a spot with water leaking from the ceiling. Suddenly, the speakers boom as the host calls up the Nam That captain for his speech. Thak Diep steps up, acting like a total saint. He welcomes the Lukeam Academy, claiming he is honored to have this friendly match to learn from each other. He preaches about sportsmanship and fair play, telling everyone that friendship comes first. The crowd eats up his fake nice guy routine, cheering his name like he is a superstar. They scream for him to crush the opposition. Meanwhile, our main character stands by the wings, staring right at him. The villain notices him and remembers yesterday's incident. He flinches, instinctively covering his face, terrified that the main character is about to throw something at him. He is totally paranoid about being humiliated in front of everyone. Did he throw it? He waits, but nothing happens. The main character was literally just scratching his head. The villain turns red, realizing he just played himself and got mocked. I have already broken through to the soul enlightenment stage, you loser, he thinks. Just wait, I am going to torture you on stage and make it look like an accident. The announcer officially calls both teams to the arena and quickly explains the rules. No aiming for vital spots and absolutely no killing your opponent. A maximum of 3 fighters can participate. If you get knocked out, a sub takes your place and you cannot return. The villain just smirks, fully confident in his team. Meanwhile, the Luke Am team looks incredibly sick. Their faces are completely pale and they are holding their stomachs. The cheering squad up in the stands immediately notices this. The fans are panicking, wondering what is wrong with their team. One guy mentions he heard rumors about food poisoning. The glasses guy is absolutely furious at their cheap tricks. This is going way too far. It is one thing to harass us, but poisoning the actual contestants is pure evil. Deep just laughs it off, looking incredibly smug. He suggests that maybe they are just not used to the local climate. Did you not prepare for the food and weather? If so, you are pretty reckless. Liu Xiaoyan slowly stands up from the waiting bench, looking completely done. She says there is no point in playing this game if they are going to use such pathetic tricks. She starts to transform her body, ready to completely wipe them out. I am too busy for this. Let me just slaughter these guys so I can go home for class. Teacher Feng frantically holds her back, begging her to stay calm. If a teacher gets involved, they will be disqualified on the spot. Meanwhile, Deep is grinning like he has already won. But stick around, because you and I are about to see a complete slaughter when our main character steps up next time. Alright, you and I are about to watch some pure arrogance. Hey Huang Shang, yesterday you put my boys in the hospital. Today I am getting payback. Time to reclaim our honor. Just watch me torture your teammate on stage until he begs for death. Cao Meng saw his ice-cold face and felt uneasy inside. He realized this was his first time seeing Huang Shang emit actual bloodlust. Even though Malu looked rough, his willpower was second to none. Watching his teammate get tortured to death? Do not sleep on us, man. You are nowhere near my level. Toya pointed a finger at him and laughed like a maniac. Fine then. Let us see me pluck every single green hair off your head. The referee declared 3-1 start. Malu gasped in shock. Wait, why is it so fast? No round 2? Ref, are you seriously teaming up with these guys? He turned around, panicking and looking for an escape. If I say you are no match, then you definitely are not. I request a sub. I want to swap my boss into the ring. His words completely shocked Tuoye and the referee. Furious, he screamed, what? How can someone be this incredibly shameless? Tuoye grabbed the mic to make things hard for him. Illegal sub, there is another rule. You can only swap after 5 minutes. Malu jumped up in anger. What? You literally just made that up. He pointed his finger and started cursing. You trash, you did not notice the sneak attack from behind. Red Nose slammed him down, yelling to shut up. As Malu lay flat, protests erupted. Malu got cheap-shotted. It looks like he is knocked out cold. The guy laughed in triumph. No match for you, huh? Tuoye was arrogant but careful. Stop laughing, Red Nose. Watch your back. Before he could even celebrate, Misu launched an attack. She hit him so hard he spat blood. It was her fairy Oriole capture fist technique. He coughed violently, but she showed zero mercy. Take this. Red Nose gritted his teeth. You brat. Suddenly, she was thrown back. Now pay attention, because both of them just collapsed. The crowd is panicking. What is this burning poison Misu is suddenly feeling? Feng Shu was stunned. What trick did Tuoye just pull? He actually controlled the toxin in the food. Red Nose wiped his blood, grumbling about the pain. Tuoye smirked. What do we do when we get hit? He need Misu brutally, returning the favor. I am a defense-type awakened warrior, and reached early-stage breakthrough. You think you can hurt me? She was beaten breathless. The Green Shade supporters angrily screamed, despicable, poisoning them and then striking so brutally. Tuoye was incredibly cunning and mocked them. Flipping his hair, he said, so what if I am dirty? What can you do about it? To win, you should never hold back any dirty tricks. In this era where might makes right, only the strong have a voice. Just accept your defeat. So what are you going to do now? Everyone felt this guy was completely hopeless. Seeing Qiyuan, Misu, and Malu defeated, he felt even more satisfied. History only remembers the winners, while trash like you will just be forgotten. Tuoye raised his hand in a victory pose. Alright, I advise you not to look for justice. The chief of District 7 is my uncle, so I do whatever I want. I am the king here. The District 7 crowd cheered. Ha, Tuoye is so badass. Crush them, destroy them, slice them up. Crossing his arms, he said, the weak complain about the rules and whine all day. The strong exploit the rules like fish in water. As for me, neither of those is my style. I am the king, the one who makes the rules. The District 7 crowd kept shouting, Ha, Tuoye is so dominant and cool. Fushu was furious, radiating pure anger. Enough, we cannot talk reason with them. They definitely rigged this entire match. Liu Xiaoyan agreed. I said it from the start. Let us just wipe them out and go home. A voice interrupted. Hold on. Huang Shang reminded his teachers, do not steal. I know what you are thinking, but 5 minutes are up and it is his turn. If teachers step in, they will be disqualified. Watch this. Liu Xiaoyan noticed as he walked past them. I am looking forward to the champion prize, so do not mess this up. Fushu tried to stop him. Hey, you are the one messing up. All 3 of them are at the breakthrough stage. Huang Shang reassured him. Just breakthrough stage, trust me. He waved and said, all right, you fools, get down. Everyone was reluctant. Captain Huang, can you not be so blunt? Malu lay miserably on the ground. Boss, my stomach hurts today. Please disprove all that garbage he just said. Tuoye smirked. Oh, I am so scared. Disprove me? How is he going to do that? With what power? Huang Shang calmly asked, why should I disprove it? I think he makes a lot of sense. History only remembers the victors, and that is absolutely true. Malu cried internally, fine, whatever the boss says goes. Arguing with him is a headache. Suddenly, Red Nose tried another sneak attack from behind. Malu warned him, boss, behind you. He used his golden bell shield to block. Huang Shang's eyes went sharp. He opened a canister and threw a ball to attack. The guy laughed, instantly activating his windshield. I heard your power is only at the peak of base building. Do not dream of breaking my shield. Tuoye shouted happily. His wind shield is a top defense skill that blocks any attack below the breakthrough stage. Red Nose grew cocky. But then Huang Shang's expression changed, leaving the guy terrified. Oh my god, why did his attack attribute change? Seeing my wind shield, he switched to a fire attack. Is this really the power of a base builder? Red Nose tried to calm down. Come on, stay focused, stay confident, do not fear. A single punch from Huang Shang deformed his face. Tuoye's smile froze. Fuxiu and Lu Xian stopped laughing while the crowd gasped. He unleashed the Golden Kid demonic punch, blasting the guy into the air with a massive shockwave. This single move completely wrecked Red Nose, sending him flying in flames. Green Shade was shocked, while District 7 panicked. Red Nose. Fuxiu was equally stunned. Lu Xian analyzed the blow, saying that for a split second I felt power equal to the nascent soul stage. Red Nose collapsed on the cracked floor, smoking. Huang Shang then spoke up. How about that? In a way, I agree with you. Do whatever it takes. Under everyone's gaze, he smiled. Trust me, you and I will love what comes next. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character expose these absolute cheaters. They dragged in innocents, poisoned opponents before the match, bribed the referee, and even rigged the spectator stands. Turns out playing dirty and hurting people is just their signature style. Our main character says he totally gets why they did it, because weak losers will do absolutely anything just to get a cheap win. But here's the catch, we want to win too. And in the end, I really hope you can understand where I am coming from and feel the absolute rage boiling inside me right now. He steps up, daring all of them to come at him together. He wants to personally shred their selfish, arrogant pride into pieces. The boss, Tuoye, looks amused on the outside, asking if he is serious. Tuoye mocks him, telling him to show what he has got. But on the inside, he is sweating bullets, terrified out of his mind, wondering if this kid is seriously just a basic foundation establishment stage cultivator. Everyone is shocked. Like, what the hell? Their ultimate defensive tank, Red-Nosed Chu Changtian, just got blown away by a single punch. That is not supposed to happen. The entire enemy squad is stunned. This insane attack power definitely does not belong to a low-level cultivator. What rank is this guy? Is he related to Saitama? I thought that only happened in anime. Meanwhile, our main character's allies snap out of it and cheer, screaming that Captain Huang is the most handsome guy in the entire neighborhood. Girls are literally begging to marry him, but Huang ignores them. The pro commentators notice his strike carried fusion stage power, using a clever trick with his right fist. Feng Shu tells him not to sweat the details, because in a chaotic world, everyone has a hidden trump card or two up their sleeve to survive. Now here's the part you and I need to watch closely. He instantly changed his attack attribute mid-punch, and I cannot wait to see what other crazy surprises he has got. The crowd is going absolutely wild, screaming hilarious marriage proposals at him. Some guy even shouts for Captain Huang to wait for him to return from surgery in Thailand. Tuoye quickly barks orders to his next fighter, Huang Dao, telling him to get out there and teach our boy a lesson since they share the same last name. Huang Dao is utterly confused, pointing out that their tank just got one shot, so his last name means absolutely nothing here. But Tuoye just grins. He tells him not to be a wimp, claiming our boy is just a low-level cultivator, and that massive punch must have caused a huge backlash, probably breaking his hand. He says beating him now will be as easy as kicking a chicken, acting like he is doing him a huge favor to help him get famous. Huang Dao actually buys it. He thanks his captain, steps up confidently, and tells them to hold him back if he gets too brutal. Huang Dao charges in with a massive grin, ready to fight. Our main character barely even blinks as a giant robot suddenly drops down between them. Huang Dao morphs into his golden mech armor, looking incredibly smug and confident. The golden mech's eyes glow as it launches a barrage of punches under his command, screaming a ridiculous chant of "You cannot do this" over and over. The enemy crowd gets totally hyped up, chanting for him to crush our boy. Tuoye laughs out loud, thinking they have got this in the bag. Huang Dao keeps spamming his attack, but suddenly his face drops. Something is wrong. Our main character is slipping through his punches like a ghost. He effortlessly dodges every single strike. It is honestly humiliating. The kid is even casually cleaning his ears mid-fight while the crowd keeps screaming for his head. Huang Dao panics internally, screaming that he is about to die. Suddenly, a punch flashes from behind. Our boy teleports right to his back with zero effort. He unleashes a massive cannon kick that blasts the enemy spectators straight out of the stands. Tuoye loses his mind, screaming about unfair play. Now, I know what you are thinking. Sneak attacking twice from behind is pretty dirty, right? Well, our main character just tells him to chill out. He explains he was just finding a good angle to attack, destroying their stands just like they destroyed ours. That is what he calls true equality. Tuoye is speechless, completely stunned that our boy is actually keeping score over something so petty. His face turns incredibly dark while our allies cheer. They love seeing these cheaters get a taste of their own medicine. Our boy then gives them a choice, asking if they want to fight together. Or does the leader want to step up for a one-on-one? Tuoye's mouth twitches, completely speechless, before he frantically points at two of his lackeys to go. He orders Lu Yao and Mali to go kill him, but the two are absolutely horrified, knowing their strongest members got wrecked in seconds. They start making excuses, even chanting prayers, which makes Tuoye completely blow his top. He does not care about their weak excuses anymore. He yells at them to get in there, threatening to kick them out of the southern 7th district if they dare to talk back to him again. He asks if they fear that kid more than him, Gritting their teeth, they prepare to charge while Tuoye promises to back them up with long-range attacks. The two lackeys have no choice but to obey. Tuoye points at our boy, warning him to stop acting cocky and just take his beating quietly. He threatens that they will not leave this place alive, boasting that his uncle is a massive big shot. Our main character just stands there, totally unfazed. He simply asks what happens next. The lackeys are baffled, and Tuoye quickly corrects himself, muttering that his uncle is actually the district chief. Tuoye smugly grins, telling him that the guy our boy knocked out yesterday, Zhuotian, is connected to some extremely dangerous people. He is the brother of Zhuomu, who is a big shot in the shadow group. He asks if our boy finally realizes who he just crossed. Our main character asks again what happens next. Tuoye completely snaps, screaming that Zhuomu's partner, Tianhai, is currently tracking down his friends. He warns that if our boy does not kneel and beg for mercy, Tianhai is going to completely wipe out his fat friend and his father. He claims Tianhai has already reached the district, telling him to think carefully. Meanwhile, the fat friend's family is looking pretty worried, but our boy's eyes do not even flicker. He calmly asks him what else he has got to say. Tuoye is totally flabbergasted by his attitude. Since he is done talking, our boy decides it is his turn to ask a very simple, direct question that cuts right to the chase. He asks if that hunter is going to attack his friend regardless of whether he spares Tuoye or not. Tuoye silently curses him. And trust me, you and I are about to see this villain completely lose his mind as he screams for the hunter to wipe out the fat kid's entire family. Alright, you and I are diving into a crazy story where the main character is basically an absolute monster. While this mangled dude babbles on the phone, receiving no answer, Tianxie wiggles his tongue in confusion before speaking again. Young Master He, what did you say? Wipe out that fat kid's entire family? My thoughts exactly. He keeps chatting casually, completely clueless about who is actually holding the phone on the other side. You seem to be in a massive rush, huh? Want me to livestream the whole thing for you? Huang Shang picks up the phone. He even decides to be nice and warn this brainless idiot. Listen up, rainbow glasses. Here is some free advice. Do not touch the fat guy or his family. Hearing this voice both strange and familiar, his brain instantly connects the dots. Is that you, Huang Shang? Without wasting words, Huang Shang gives one final warning and crushes the phone. You have one shot at this. The rest depends on your choice. Meanwhile, Tuoye is covered in blood, completely exhausted and gasping for air. Our main character slowly approaches him with his usual calm expression, asking, "What about you? Keep fighting or surrender? What is your choice?" Tuoye's pride is absolutely massive, so this utter humiliation makes him stutter in rage. Down below, the crowd takes one look at who is looking worse and starts whispering, "Isn't this a total beatdown? That Huang Shang kid is way too overpowered." Suddenly, the bloody guy bows his head and lets out a forced smile. "I surrender, I give up." Huang Shang just stares at him blankly, his face completely expressionless like a mannequin, as if analyzing the situation. Feng Shu notices how close they are getting and senses danger, shouting out, "Wait, Huang Shang, do not get any closer to him." Just as expected, now pay attention because this desperate loser suddenly locks our main character's arms and sneers. "You idiot, you fell for it, you are trapped." The cuffs instantly activate, locking his hands together, but Huang Shang just casually stares at the floating item screen. C-rank item, Spirit Binding Cuffs. The stronger your spirit power, the tighter it binds, effective against anyone below the fusion stage, lasting for 3 minutes. Tuoye gets even more excited, laughing out loud. "What are you going to do now? No matter how strong you are, anyone below fusion stage gets bound for 3 minutes. Malu looks on, worried for his friend. He angrily curses the guy for pretending to surrender just to play dirty. What a coward! The audience also reacts furiously. Where's the fairness? Where's the justice? Feng Shu, face-palming at his friend's apparent lack of awareness, sighs. Such a simple trap, yet Xiao Huang fell for it so easily. Liu Xiaoyan chimes in, proving how smart she is, saying they need to send him to anti-idiot classes. Tuoye keeps laughing maniacally, doing dramatic flips, completely full of himself. He winds up for a finishing blow, wanting to deal mental damage first. Acting all dangerous, yet you still end up dying by my hands. Let's see you deny my power now. Prepare for my ultimate move. Watching the sheer power of the attack, Malu shouts out in complete shock. That spiritual energy is insane. Tuoye takes forever to charge up, channeling all his spirit power while trash-talking. Let me warn you, do not even try to run, because those weaklings behind you will pay. The spectators cannot stand it anymore and curse him out. This guy is incredibly shameless. Of course, Tuoye completely ignores them, focused on his kill. He launches his final attack, screaming explosive flame shell, thinking to himself that he is the ultimate victor. Die, sensing the immense danger. Feng Shu instantly yells out a warning. Huang Shang, get out of the way. I will handle the back. Watching the giant fireball approach, you and I both know Huang Shang is not just going to take this. Without saying a single word, he calmly activates his control technique. The fireball, looking like a miniature sun, freezes mid-air right in front of Huang Shang, completely stopping under his command. Tuoye freezes, wondering if his internet just lagged, while even the instructors gasp in shock, seeing this insane display for the first time. What? The other disciples are in total disbelief, their jaws dropping as they look around, desperately needing someone to explain this madness. Tuoye wonders if his throw was just too weak. Refusing to accept reality, he stubbornly prepares to cast it again. Oh hell no, let us go! Another giant fireball forms. He pushes his limits, screaming at the top of his lungs, though deep down he is absolutely crying in panic. If this fails, he will be completely out of fuel. The Green Shade Academy students are so worried they are practically shaking, yelling out, "How does he still have so much energy? Huang Shang, run!" Meanwhile, the Southern 7 Academy crowd goes wild, cheering Tuoye on. Beat him to death. He launches another explosive flame shell, screaming along with the crowd, "Die!" But despite dumping all his remaining energy into it, the second fireball also just floats tamely in front of Huang Shang. Feng Shu and Liu Xiaoyan stare, completely stunned by this impossible sight. The massive crowd falls dead silent once again, only able to mutter in absolute confusion. Is young master doing this on purpose? Tuoye is completely drained. He stands there frozen, sweating bullets, his mind racing with a million questions about what just went wrong. Before he can even recover from the shock, Huang Shang casually unlocks the cuffs, completely breaking whatever sanity Tuoye had left. He can just unlock them? Next, Huang Shang casually grabs one of the miniature suns. This completely shatters Tuoye's entire understanding of reality. He then snatches the second fireball just as easily, faster than Tuoye could even cast them. Tuoye completely loses his mind. Huang Shang drops the cuffs like they are garbage, pocketing them without wasting a single movement, as if he just scored free loot. Without saying a word, he mimics Tuoye's exact martial arts movements with flawless, shocking precision. What on earth? In the very next second, a tiny fireball sparks in Huang Shang's hand like a premium version of Tuoye's spell. Tuoye goes completely silent, unable to speak. He realizes, is that my own move? And with that, you and I are wrapping up this epic chapter. What a wild ride. Let's dive in. It's hitting him now. Is this really the end? What kind of absolute monster is he even fighting? Dude realized there is no way he can win this. As his vision fades, his eyes start to shut. Tuoye feels his world going dark. Is this what true despair feels like? It is so weird. Right before he kicks the bucket, his entire life starts flashing before his eyes like some crazy movie. It has been forever since he last tasted defeat. No matter how strong the enemy was, he always just relied on pure cheat items, brute force, and dirty tricks. And if those failed, he had his powerful backers. Now Tuoye flashes back to the first time he saw this skinny kid in the 7th South Sector. Out here, everyone is terrified of dying. He used to control who lives or dies, but why can he not get rid of this annoying brat in front of him? This total helplessness. Wait, he actually remembers this exact feeling from somewhere. Suddenly, a random memory from his distant teenage years comes rushing back to him. Back when he was a kid, his old man would beat him up whenever he stole money. Heck, he even got beaten up for absolutely no reason at all. Remembering those beatdowns makes Tuoye shiver because facing this kid feels exactly the same. It is so embarrassing. You stole my win, crushed my pride, and ruined my treasures. Losing money is one thing, but you literally copied my ultimate signature move right in front of my face. Is this some kind of joke? Where is the justice? Did you skip school or something? Sensing his total despair, our overpowered main character, Huang Shang, just speaks in a gentle voice. Watch closely here, because his words snap Tuoye right out of his memories. Thank you for what? Even though the kid is being polite, his punch is coming. That deadly fist is flying straight at his face, making Tuoye rage inside. I want to kill this guy, and he says thanks? I know people only say thank you when you help them. With death staring him in the face, one final thought flashes through his tear-stained face. What kind of messed up thank you is this? Right as he thinks that, Huang Shang obliges by blasting him away with his very own signature move. Down below, his underlings immediately give up. They yell out, admitting defeat. Master Liu Yao, we surrender. Please have mercy on us. Meanwhile, people in the crowd start shouting in absolute shock. Young master, he has been blown right out of the arena. Huang Shang stands there calmly, looking down at Tuoye lying trashed amid the rubble. Suddenly, a weird floating box appears in the air, broadcasting a loud announcement. The match is officially over. Green Shade Academy has declared the winner. The entire fight was recorded and sent to the Yongle City headquarters. Green Shade Academy fighters should go rest up and prepare for the next match. The crowd looks up at the strange box, whispering to each other. What is that thing? Does this mean the headquarters was watching us the whole time? Right after delivering the message, the mysterious box starts shaking violently on its own. In the next second, it shatters into tiny pieces, completely disappearing. Feng Shu seems to figure out what is going on. He calmly explains that it was a monitoring device sent by headquarters to watch the battle. Look, it seems they took this match pretty seriously. But before we can catch our breath, a battered Tuoye starts laughing maniacally from the ground. He yells out that it is not over yet. Pointing his finger at the screen above, he asks if they want to stay and watch something fun. Ma Lu gets a really bad feeling and asks what dirty trick this guy is planning now. Feng Shu just coldly tells him to ignore it so they can go home. But before they can even take a step, Tianhai's face pops up on the screen. He smiles mockingly and greets them, saying he is back. He introduces himself as Tianhai of the Shadow Group. He laughs, calling a live-streamed murder exciting, and asks if Huang Shang wants to rush back home. Huang Shang looks at the house behind him on the screen and frowns, getting seriously annoyed. Tuoye, despite his broken body, keeps laughing like a maniac. He mocks Huang Shang, asking if he is surprised. He brags that calling for help is useless now because all outside communications in the 7th South Sector are blocked. Feng Shu grabs his phone to check, but there is no signal at all. He grinds his teeth and curses, realizing the line has been cut. Meanwhile, Huang Shang remains completely calm, not letting their threats get to him. On the screen, Tianhai is shown bullying a defenseless little kid. He yells at the kid to stop slacking off at night and act as his cameraman. He warns him to keep filming no matter what happens. If the kid fails, Tianhai threatens to kill him right there. Having no other choice, the poor kid can only nod and obediently follow his orders. Tianhai strolls toward the house, telling the kid to make sure he looks good on camera and to keep the focus super sharp. Over in the arena, Tuo Ye hypes him up, introducing Tianhai as the coldest, most ruthless assassin of the Shadow Group, starring in the biggest blockbuster of 2020. He tells the Green Shade audience to grab a seat and enjoy the live-streamed action. But right as he yells those big words, something goes wrong. Tuo Ye jumps up, cheering wildly, completely ignoring what is actually happening on screen. Below the stage, the crowd starts whispering that they walked into a trap. Tuo Ye snaps out of his excitement and confusedly asks what trap they are talking about. Meanwhile, the scared kid only remembers one thing: keep filming and focus. He keeps repeating to himself that he has to get close-up shots or else he will get killed. But down in the pit, Tianhai is furious. He screams at the kid to cut the camera immediately, threatening him with death. But then Tuo Ye sees exactly what his partner fell into. It is absolutely disgusting. Tianhai's muffled screams keep coming through the broadcast, asking who dug this gross poop-filled hole in the middle of the street. The crowd in the arena has front-row seats to this entire hilarious disaster. They whisper among themselves, trying to figure out if it is actual poop. On the other hand, Malu is laughing his head off, pointing directly at the screen and mocking the so-called cold-blooded assassin of the year. Tuo Ye demands an explanation out of pure embarrassment. Meanwhile, the target's family is already preparing, and trust me, you and I are about to see them handle this. The kids tell their dad to call the neighborhood watch. Huang Shang really predicted everything perfectly, telling them exactly how to prepare for this stupid attack. Down in the smelly pit, Tianhai desperately screams for them not to call the neighborhood watch. Hearing this, Feng Shu cannot help but laugh. Trust me, you and I are about to dive into one of the wildest trap-filled base defense moments ever as Zhao Qiong spots his super worried dad. He quickly reassures him, saying, "Dad, relax, I am here. I will definitely protect this house and all of our memories." With that, he dashes straight inside, while Tianhai gets buried alive in wet cement before he can even breathe. The guy leaps out of the pit like a crazy ape, swearing, "Useless traps, did you think this would stop me?" He glares at the house and screams with pure bloodlust, "I am gonna skin you alive." Malu leans into gossip, asking if the boss set up that toxic waste pit. Huang Shang just observes quietly and casually replies, "Not me." He then plays completely innocent, adding, "I only said that triggering them makes them fall into traps easier." And boom, his words immediately come true. Tianhai takes one step and triggers a loud click. Next thing he knows, heavy wooden logs swing down like massive clubs, absolutely slamming him. He refuses to swallow this humiliation, pushing forward at all costs. But his terrible luck strikes again, this time with a tiny tripwire right under his feet. Seconds later, the whole place goes up in massive explosions and flying debris. Where Tianhai actually landed is still a total mystery. Even being blasted to bits cannot extinguish his burning rage. He screams in absolute fury, "Damn it, these useless traps are only making me angrier. I will make your death so much more painful." Once all the traps are cleared out, our main character is already waiting in the corner. Like a rabid dog, he snarls, "Let us see where you run now." Zhao Qiong holds the device with 500 spiritual energy, shaking like a leaf. He suddenly remembers Huang Shang's instructions. "Keep this device. If the traps fail, hold the green button down tightly and chuck it at him." Now, pay attention here because this next move is absolutely insane. Seeing no way out, he chucks the device straight at him. "Take this." Tianhai has no idea death is knocking, laughing. A desperate dog throws anything. What is this, some kind of magic USB stick? Outside, Zhao Qiong's dad is still running for help, thinking, "Hang on, son. I am going to call the local security guards right now." He remembers the kid he protected for years now standing up to protect him. Thinking of this makes him incredibly proud and relieved. He looks back at the house, whispering, "My boy is finally a real man. Once this is over, I will tell you about me and your mother. That beautiful story will show you why I could never abandon this place." But guess what? Zhao Qiong just went ahead and destroyed it anyway. The massive explosion before him makes him freeze in shock. His emotional train of thought instantly derails as he watches the house go up. You and I both saw a wild climax coming, but literally blowing up the house? Our villain is blasted straight to the moon. Zhao Qiong looks way too happy, muttering, "Holy crap, that blast was insane. Huang Shang, you should have warned me. I completely ruined my dad's house." The family drama is over, so let us shift gears to some corporate business. A messenger reports that Hatak Diep has been defeated. Tianhai went to the Green Shade District and got captured. The Shadow Organization plans to kidnap the contestants. "Director, do we step in?" A mysterious man emerges from the shadows with a wicked smile. He is Sector 7 Director Xin Huang. He quickly answers his subordinate, "No intervention. We act like we know absolutely nothing. Let the Shadow Organization handle it." And just like that, we are back at the arena. The legendary projector has downgraded to a flickering black and white screen. The audience is totally deflated, and the hyped atmosphere instantly dies down. Tak Diep watches everything unfold on the screen, feeling 10 kilograms lighter because he has absolutely nothing left to lose, staring in total defeat. Liu Xiaoyan is also completely captivated by this wild display, but she maintains her cool and asks, "Was all of this your master plan?" Huang Shang snaps out of it and replies, "Ah, yeah." Her brain starts working overdrive. He looks like a normal kid, but his calculations are crazy. He plans everything so carefully, with a vision stretching over 10 kilometers. Whether we talk about strength or potential, he is absolute top tier. Realizing this, Liu Xiaoyan's eyes widen like a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon. Her brain completely updates, prompting her to confess. Huang Shang, you are going to be great. Let us get married. Let us make a baby together. Our kid will have elite genes. Huang Shang instantly rejects her without even thinking twice. Even after getting brutally shot down, she still innocently asks him for the reason. But his response is just that he has too much work to do. The crowd watching can only admire how clueless these two actually are. Is this how gods actually talk to each other? Teacher Yan is way too shameless, but the conversation does not even stop there. She asks, "Wait, can we skip that anti-stupidity class?" Watching these two interact makes everyone realize they are actually made for each other. These two weirdos somehow get along perfectly. Soon, the group starts moving again, talking about heading to the border for their escort ride. If anyone needs a bathroom break, do it now. Liu Xiaoyan looks clueless, but she is actually super sharp, suddenly shouting out loud, "Hey, you guys hiding on the roof, show yourselves. My scanner already found you." Instantly, a group of shadow figures appears above them. A deep voice says, "Even with our hidden power, you detected us. Is that high-end scanner some legendary top-tier gear? Let us get straight to business. You guys are officially captured." Even though Tian Hai is just a minor background character who does not really matter in the long run, the one speaking is the shadow organization leader of Sector 7, Ji Shengdu. He rants non-stop without even catching his breath. Having their member captured is a massive insult to their group. So you guys are going to be our hostages. Come with us quietly. And that is where we leave it today. Stick with me to see if these clueless goons actually stand a chance in the next episode. Alright, let's dive into some crazy drama where even the local mob characters think they can boss up on our main squad, though none of Huang Shang's friends are actually scared. Not even a little. Instead, Fengshu turns to Sister Liu Xiaoyan and asks her to scan their power levels. She gets the results instantly. 5 fusion stages, 9 awakening stages, and the rest are just weak foundation establishment tiers and basic extras stealing screen time. Realizing these guys are total pushovers, Fengshu is extremely annoyed about losing his spotlight. He glares and barks. "We only get 2 chapters a week, yet you random extras want to steal our frame. Do not push your luck because this tournament is sponsored by Yongle City. Are you not scared the South 7th and Green Shade districts will team up to crush you?" Ji Shengyu coldly replies, "No, if we do not rebel and kidnap you, we will just get crushed anyway. Taking you hostage is the only way for us side characters to actually get a seat at the bargaining table and save ourselves." Immediately after saying those exact words, the old man points and commands his goons, "No more talking. Get them, boys!" In an instant, the entire mob of thugs swarms down from the rooftop like scattering birds, ready for an all-out battle. Ma Lu is totally shocked seeing this. He grits his teeth, cursing under his breath that these bastards really want to play dirty. Right then, Ma Lu lets out a loud whistle with his fingers. Suddenly, a massive giant magic beast is summoned to the scene, spreading its wings to threaten the incoming mob. With a single ear-splitting roar, the giant Class C beast, the Azure Gale Sparrow, blows the entire gang away. They go flying through the air and crash face first onto the hard ground. Only Ji Shengyu is left standing without a scratch. He quickly takes a defensive stance and mutters, "A Class C beast, the Azure Sparrow? How is a Class C magic beast even here? Did they summon it?" Even though his squad is wiped out, he remains extremely stubborn and refuses to back down. "Damn it, do not think you can escape." Furious, Ji Shengyu leaps down from the roof and charges straight toward our main boy. Now pay attention here, because this old clown is about to grab Huang Shang and make the biggest mistake of his life, dragging him away while he is confused. But he just kicked a hornet's nest. Before he can even take a single step, a massive high-power vehicle suddenly roars into view, completely terrifying the old man. Liu Xiaoyan bursts out from the vehicle and launches a brutal strike, yelling, "Empty mountain fresh rain strike." But the old guy is quick, blocking the attack and jumping back onto the rooftop. Facing her head-on, Ji Shengyu finally realizes how insanely strong she is. He grits his teeth that attack power is unreal. She is at the peak of the fusion stage. Liu Xiaoyan glares and snaps, "How dare you touch my husband? Try that again, and I will end your life." Hearing this, all his goons stare at Ji Shengyu with wide eyes. "Wait, seduction? Does our boss actually swing that way? Is that why we are kidnapping this kid?" The boss panics. "Shut up, that is not true." But they just nod. "It is fine, boss. We do not judge. Everyone has their thing." Realizing explaining is useless, he points back at Liu Xiaoyan's group and shouts, "Look, just cooperate and come with me. My place has free snacks, tea, and we even have working Wi-Fi. Besides, counting your beast, you only have 3 fusion stage fighters. That makes it 3 against 3, and the rest of your weak team cannot touch us." He rants on without even looking at them. Despite Liu Xiaoyan looking completely calm and unbothered, the old man keeps trying to act tough, boasting about their victory. Once he finally stops talking, Huang Shang steps up and says, "Hey uncle, your math is totally off here. Let me break it down for you logically." But wait, let's pause. Did this old geezer really think we would just play by his rules? First of all, who said this was going to be a 3 versus 3 fight? We can easily set up a massive team defense, and then let Teacher Woe rush your low-level grunts and absolutely slaughter them. Huang Shang seriously breaks down the plan, destroying his logic. Plus, even if you manage to break our defense, your squad will take heavy damage. Catching us is just not worth the massive price. Totally outplayed, the boss is furious but cannot do a thing, muttering, "What grade are you even in?" Liu Xiaoyan smiles and gives her husband a big thumbs up. A bloodbath. I absolutely love plan number 2, honey. Her fighting spirit is now fully loaded, and she asks with extreme hype, can I start chopping them up? Huang Shang says, do not rush, I am not done yet. Then he adds, you all saw the live stream where that creepy Four Eyes guy got blown sky high, right? That explosion had the destructive power of a Class C magic beast. As he speaks, Huang Shang pulls back his jacket and says, to be honest with you guys, I have 9 of those exact bombs right here. If I detonate them all, the crows are going to have a massive feast on your remains today. Talk about a flex. This crazy threat terrifies the enemies and even makes his own allies nervous. Finally, Huang Shang wraps it up by saying, all right, I have said everything I wanted. Life is like a cup of tea, so you better choose between living or dying very carefully. Hearing this, Zhang Yuqiong is sweating bullets, refusing to be threatened by a kid. He snarls, a cup of tea? Are you playing with us? But right at that moment, his phone suddenly rings. Zhang Yuqiong quickly grabs it and answers immediately. Yes, Chiefy. Go out for drinks? But the voice on the other end shocks him. What? Let them go! You must be joking, sir! Meanwhile, Manhwa adds, as long as you stay out of this, our Green Shade District Chief can handle the rest. At the same exact time, his goons are practically wetting their pants. They beg him, boss, let us just back off. That kid is a walking bomb. But the call on the other end is not as friendly as it sounds. Manhwa is actually forcing Shenglian to make this call. What drinks? Just do it, Zhang Yuqiong. I am doing this for your own good. The top bosses of Yongle City personally ordered me to tell you to back off. Do not let your life be cut short like a cup of tea. Zhang Yuqiong is left completely speechless as Shenglian warns him that the orders are clear. Let them return to the Green Shade District immediately. Hanging up, Manhwa praises him for being so cooperative. Perfect. She keeps her promise to let Shenglian go. Thanks for collaborating. I will spare your life as promised. Yes, then I will take my leave now. But after taking a few steps, Manhwa dials another number. Hello, it is done. The South 7th District agreed to release them. She continues talking on the phone while walking away. By the way, when are you coming back to work? What is so fun about being a headmaster anyway? Come back already. Are you even listening to me? Manhwa yells loudly. And that is where we leave it today. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing how this silent headmaster, Ma Qianzi, handles the next wild and crazy showdown. Go back? No way, I just found someone so cool. Even without any results, Manhwa still insists on summoning the 100 billion horse. Yeah, 100 billion horse. And by the way, you and I are back for some serious madness. The $1 trillion man he mentioned is actually Huang Shang, who might just wreck the power balance in the Vinlac market area. Meanwhile, Ma Luke just got back and is already shouting like a happy idiot. We returned victorious. Those weaklings from Nam that got absolutely wrecked by Huang Shang. Our Luke Am running training squad is easily the strongest under the Sun President. Even Chairman Tianzi totally agrees. He laughs out loud, shouting, amazing! The girls walking behind them do not say a word, but their faces are absolutely glowing with pride. Right then, Feng Shu suddenly approaches Tianzi and whispers, on our way back, we were totally surrounded, but it felt like some mysterious faction helped us escape. Hearing that, the old man just goes, huh. In a split second, his face completely distorts. He mockingly sticks out his tongue, shakes his head, and casually says, whatever, just glad you are back. With that, Tianzi turns around and bolts, muttering, not my problem, I am going to find Huang Shang. And just like that, he literally turns into a horse for Huang Shang to ride. Huang Shang, I am ready. Do you want to play horsey with President Ma? This is an exclusive luxury treat, you know? The ultimate VIP welcoming technique. Come and claim me. Not everyone gets this kind of special treatment. The onlookers see Tianzi and can only cringe, saying this is so nasty. Hey Huang Shang, do you want to ride me instead? Only this old guy thinks he is being incredibly charming right now. But facing Tianzi's ridiculous wriggling, Huang Shang remains completely stone-faced. He walks right up, leans in close, and whispers, so when exactly are you handing over that president's seat to me? The moment those words drop, Tianzi screams and runs away. Triacuang is baffled and asks what is going on. The president is still visibly shaken, but his goofy running style makes Triacuang doubt his eyes. Do horses even run like that? Now pay attention here as Huang Shang turns and asks Triacuang a serious question. Hey, how is the kid? Is the gear good? Triacuang replies that spiritual energy device is insanely overpowered. He then remembers what his dad told him, son, you are amazing. You just buried all the beautiful memories of me and your mom. Then he adds everything turned to dust, including the noodle shop. Dad is happy, but his feelings are super mixed. It is complicated inside. Hearing this, Huang Shang asks, okay, so what about that glasses guy? Did Cao Cao come to drag him away yet? Right as he asks, the big gangster boss of the Lukam area, Cao Cao, shows up and replies, of course, boss, just give the word. I will handle it perfectly. Cao Cao showing up shocks everyone. Wait, who? Cao Cao? But that is not all. He walks right up and throws his arm around Huang Shang's shoulder. He says, we ran over when we heard the blast and caught some country bumpkin in yellow. He is with the shadow group, but honestly, he looks incredibly dumb. After that, Cao Cao turns to advise Cao Man. Son, during the competition, make sure you do not get in your Uncle Huang's way. Cao Man is totally stunned. What? Uncle? The scene shifts to the school, where Feng Shu stands at the podium. All right, everyone, go home and rest today. Make sure you practice some soul cultivation. Hearing those words, Huang Shang's face goes completely blank. What even is soul cultivation? Feng Shu immediately marches over to question him. How can you be in the enlightenment stage and not know soul cultivation? But then he quickly remembers and clears things up. Huang Shang just jumped from the regular class to the main elite class. So of course he has no clue. I will explain it tomorrow, but right now I have to go downstairs. Hearing this, Mitu immediately volunteers to help him, since I have already learned it anyway. Feng Shu says, okay, I will leave Huang Shang in your hands, Vice President Mitu. Huang Shang simply shrugs, sure, sounds good. Let me go home and let my family know I am safe first, then I will meet you tonight. Maluk quickly chimes in, hey, I want to go too! Night falls quickly. Now I know what you are thinking. Sitting and meditating, boring. But Mita patiently explains that soul cultivation is all about gathering spiritual energy to raise stats to the absolute maximum. You have to control your internal energy flow to clear your meridians step by step, and clearing them requires a massive amount of power. Huang Shang is still completely lost. He asks, so how do I actually raise my spiritual energy points? Sitting nearby, even Maluk looks totally baffled and speaks up. How do you not know this? How did you even reach the enlightenment stage? Still, Mitu remains incredibly patient and says, let me demonstrate it for you then. Pay close attention, Huang Shang. With that, she walks over to an open space in the room, sits down, and begins to practice while explaining the steps. This process requires absolute focus, a relaxed posture, and an empty mind. My attribute is fire wind, so I picture myself as a warm current, controlling my own energy, clearing my meridians and channeling spiritual energy into every single organ. To complete her little lesson, Mita adds one last detail to the instructions. I will stop talking for a bit to fully focus on my cultivation. Both guys instantly lock their eyes on her as her entire body begins to glow brightly. Maluk gasps. She is literally on fire with wind effects. Huang Shang stares wide-eyed, thinking that is sick, it feels so real. Right after that, she stops. Mita pulls back her power, stands up, and walks back over to them, explaining, this method allows you to release external force through visualization, which is much faster. When I was at the middle stage of the foundation establishment level, it only took me 5 days to gain 1 spiritual energy point. Hearing this, Maluk is amazed. 5 days for 1 point? Nice. He excitedly asks, my attribute is water, so can I use this method too? Mita smiles, of course. Then she quickly guides him. First, visualize yourself as a tiny droplet, then slowly expand into a gentle stream. Then a river, and finally the vast ocean. Maluk gets it instantly and says, all right, let me try cultivating a bit. Can you check if I am doing it right? You would think she would say yes, but nope, she immediately shuts him down. No way, I only came here today to help Huang Shang. Even after getting rejected, Maluk does not even care. He turns to Huang Shang, so how did you raise your points before this? Huang Shang replies, honestly, during fights, I just channel my energy into martial skills and the points shoot up. Me too has never heard such a crazy claim before. She asks skeptically, during battle, you can actually cultivate while fighting? Seeing their disbelief, Huang Shang decides to show them. Why would I lie? Watch this. Variant Sovereign Intimidation. But right as he closes his eyes, he snaps them open, shocked. Huh? My power hit 127? 15 points in 1 flex. You and I just witnessed a total cheat code. Me too. You and I are starting right where he gasps. Cheating this hard, how is anyone supposed to compete? Malu snaps back. What is with that shocked face? How do you even know your own soul power? But quickly, Misu regains her composure. No biggie, I totally expected this. Why not try cultivating your spirit now? The first time is always the hardest, so let him focus in peace. Let's head outside. Dragging Malu out, she says they will be back in a bit. Huang Shang just nods and says fine. Once they leave, our main character finally has time to focus and circulate his spiritual energy. Outside, the night deepens and the moon climbs high into the dark sky. Misu and Malu are outside, looking at the view. Standing by the window, Misu lets out a heavy sigh, making Malu ask, what is wrong? Why are you sighing? Looking into the distance, Misu replies, just days ago, we almost died on Mount Hong. Now here we are, safely talking about cultivation methods. Life is just so fragile, you know? Malu totally agrees. Seriously, I almost ended up as dinner for that golden-eyed demon ape. Misu keeps talking, staring out at the peaceful night. Huang Shang saved us, yet acted like it was nothing. I already felt he surpassed us. Pay attention here, because this kid is destined to become an absolute legend. So I am going to grind hard just to keep up with him. But there is a catch. When they first met, he had already reached the enlightenment stage. Malu can only smile awkwardly. He knows the main character never disappoints. Suddenly, Misu gets a wild idea and asks, hey, want to make a bet? How crazy do you think his hack will be this time? His skills have both fire and wind attributes. Imagine that. Malu just blinks, completely clueless. Wait, what? Do you seriously think he can hack this cultivation method tonight? Misu counters, saying that even though normal geniuses find this impossible to master, our main character is built different. Malu nods. Fair point. For him, this game is set to easy mode. But suddenly, Malu yells out in shock. I feel a flame. The temperature is rising. I changed my bet. He is going to unleash some supersized firepower. Hearing this, Misu just sighs. Looks like you lose the bet. You are overhyping it. He is only doing this for the first time. Headed back to his room, Misu whispers, let's just watch quietly. Who knows, it might not even work. Being a total yes man, quickly agrees. True, it is his first time after all. They run over to spy through the door. To their absolute shock, our main character is somehow generating an entire mini-universe spinning right around his body. The wild scene inside instantly blows their minds. What on earth is that? Seeing the cosmic energy swirling in the room, Misu can't help but gasp. What in the actual hell is this? Standing right behind her, Malu shouts, 4 elemental attributes are circulating inside him. This hack is way too broken. Misu stands frozen, her eyes glued to the room. She stammers out, no way, normal people only possess 1 or maybe 2 elemental attributes. But he has 4, Ma Lu yells back. With this kind of cultivation talent, how can anyone compete? Let's pause and appreciate Misu's face of pure shock. She forced smiles. I lost the bet. Nobody in Yongle City can even touch him now. Completely humbled, she turns around to leave. I have absolutely nothing left to teach him. I need to head home and train twice as hard. Seeing her walk away, Ma Lu immediately books it after her. Wait up, I do not want to be left behind in the dust either. By now, a thick night mist blankets the entire area. Back inside, our exhausted main character is nodding off, completely unable to keep his balance. Swaying left and right, his brain is so fried that his body just collapses. He literally goes down right on the doorstep of heaven. Just a few more steps and he would have reached his soft bed. His body is dead tired, completely paralyzed despite knowing where he is. Opening his eyes, he finds himself trapped in a strange void. A massive lock snaps open and he reaches out to push open a heavy door. Behind that door lies a pitch-black corridor. Gasping for air, our main character pushes his exhausted body to the limit, running as fast as he can. But a dark shadow easily catches up to him, whispering coldly, "My dear child, where are you going? You aren't running away, are you? If you do, I will have to punish you." Terrified by that familiar voice, he trembles. "Father!" He doesn't know what happens next, but he screams with all his power. "I do not want to!" That desperate scream suddenly snaps him awake. He sits bolt upright in his bed, gasping heavily as his heart pounds. Drenched in sweat, he wonders if that was just a nightmare. Since transmigrating into this body, this is his first time dreaming about his father. It was also his first time actually sleeping. Thanks to spiritual energy, he never needed sleep and his brain never required any rest before. He felt his father's terrifying presence. If that man actually shows up, he is completely dead. Clenching his fist, he realizes the power gap is too massive. To survive, he must get stronger immediately. He absolutely has to win that upcoming tournament and claim those top-tier rewards no matter what. When he finally gets up, morning has arrived, starting another busy day at the training camp. Everyone quickly gathers inside room 705. Liu Xiaoyan stands before Shuyi asking, "Shuyi, I am here. Why did you call me?" Shuyi replies, "The mission to escort students to the South 7th District for the competition is all on you. Thanks for your hard work." Liu Xiaoyan blankly replies, "No big deal." But Shuyi starts thinking. Liu Xiaoyan is short-tempered and dull. Plus, rumor says she wants to be a sugar mommy to our main character. After a quick second, Shuyi speaks up. "I will assign the next escort mission to someone else. Go get some rest." Hearing this, Liu Xiaoyan's face changes completely. Red-eyed and furious, she yells, "Hell no, I have to go protect my husband." Seeing her go full demon mode, Shuyi is completely helpless and just smiles awkwardly to go along with it. "Fine, whatever you want." The scene shifts back to the classroom, where the elite students are gathered to get feedback from their handsome teacher, Feng Tu. "You guys have made insane progress. 3 of you reached 99 soul points and Ma Lu got 82. You are all ready to break through." Now with the other 4 graded, Feng Tu turns his attention to our dark-circled main character, Huang Shang. Trust me, you do not want to miss his reaction. Hey, you and I are jumping right into a crazy stat reveal that literally makes this guy freak out. Look at this. Spiritual power 130, mid-stage chi condensation. But his face looks totally dead. "Are you okay, man?" Huang Shang just groggily mumbles that he is fine, but deep down his mind immediately drifts back to his brutal struggle. Lately, cultivating just makes him super sleepy, only to drag him into endless nightmares where his royal father brutally tortures him all night. Honestly, staying awake is way better. After grading the 5 students, Feng Shu speaks up, saying they have to set off tomorrow, meaning there is no time left to help Jin Sheng break through anymore. Liu Xiaoyan quickly pipes up, warning that the Fujiang district team has 3 early-stage and 2 mid-stage chi condensation experts. That is some serious competition. This rumor panics everyone. Are they that crazy strong, equal to Huang Shang? Seeing their stress, Feng Shu quickly tries to calm them down. "Do not sweat it, guys. Those chumps are all talk and cannot match Huang Shang. Plus, you all train super hard. You are mostly here just to learn and gain experience anyway." He claps confidently while saying this, but his soft words make Huang Shang completely lose his cool. He scowls, instantly calling out the absolute nonsense of it all. "Forget learning and experiencing. I am here to win." Huang Shang's eyes flash with pure killer intent. He is determined to carry this whole squad by himself. "I will wipe out the enemy team and take that champion trophy." This aggressive attitude totally catches Feng Shu off guard. Why is he acting like this? Wait, pay attention here. Why is our usually chill main character suddenly so obsessed with winning this title? But Feng Shu quickly shifts from confused to analytical. He realizes Huang Shang is not just ignoring others. His fierce urge to level up and his competitive drive are what truly push him to the absolute limit. Just as he finishes that thought, another loud voice chimed in. "Hell yeah, we definitely have to win and absolutely crush those guys from the other side." Following Liu Xiaoyan, the other 3 Mi-suits, Haomeng and Ma Lu, join the hype. After all, the power gap between us and their top tier is nothing. We can take them. With Huang Shang carrying, we have 0 fears. Seeing this massive hype, Feng Shu claps and praises their awesome fighting spirit. That is what I am talking about. Ma Lu spoke loud and true, spoken like a boss's kid. Suddenly, the whole squad starts cheering for Luyin District. After the meeting, Huang Shang heads home. He tells himself time is running out. Tonight, he must force himself to endure his father's brutal cruelty in his dreams. He has to get stronger no matter what. He cannot stop until he wins. With that grim resolve, Huang Shang steps right back into his worst nightmare. After prepping, the 7 Academy members set off. Feng Shu plays tour guide, introducing the new area as they walk. This is Fuqiang District in southern Yingle City. It has a super ancient vibe, almost like we have been sent back in time. The architecture is totally old school. Even the clothes look traditional. This place is the central hub and the absolute economic powerhouse of Yingle City. Their science and technology are incredibly advanced. As they explore, Cao Meng is suddenly distracted by a street vendor selling sweet candied hawthorns. "Hey kid, want a delicious candy skewer?" Cao Meng's eyes light up instantly as he nods, but just as he reaches for it, Feng Shu and Qiuan jump in, blocking him completely. Let's pause here. This random street food might look great, but they instantly block him, screaming about his last terrible food poisoning incident. What if they kidnap you and sell you to old creeps? You will be ruined. Hearing these terrifying threats, his fragile little heart totally shatters into pieces. Next, they pull out their pre-packed canned food and shove it toward him. "Eat this instead. The food we brought is safe and totally clean." He throws a massive tantrum, refusing the canned food and screaming for his candy. Watching them argue, an elegant old butler suddenly steps in. Standing straight, he says, "Our honored guests from afar, our local food is extremely clean and safe. Our district is not lawless like the southern region. Young Master Zhang and Lady Dong politely invite you to join them for tea, to relax at our grand estate and enjoy our local delicacies." Hearing those elite names, Feng Shu instantly recognizes the massive power backing them up. He quickly warns the group that this family basically rules this place. We must watch our mouths. But despite knowing how ridiculously powerful they are, Huang Shang remains completely blank and cold, asking what they want. The old butler just smiles warmly and explains that because young Master Zhang and Lady Dong are also contestants in the upcoming tournament. To discuss the details of the match, they would love for you to accompany this humble servant back to the main mansion for a chat. Looking at the massive crowd and the fancy carriages, Feng Shu awkwardly mutters that they do not really have a choice but to go. With no other option, the team climbs inside. The servants quickly lift the carriages and head off. Sitting inside, Malu nervously peeks outside. Soon they arrive at the spot. The butler speaks up, "We are here. The young master and lady are waiting inside. This is the grandest restaurant in our entire city. Please follow me." The 7 members line up and walk behind the butler. He keeps rambling as they walk, apologizing for making them wait. After a short walk, they finally spot the hosts of this party. Young Master Zhang Wenming and Lady Dong Lipe are already waiting at the table. Seeing them arrive, Lipe greets them with a sweet smile. "Pardon us for not welcoming you sooner. We have prepared an absolute feast for you all, so please make yourselves completely at home." She then winks at the butler, who nods instantly. The old man speaks up, asking them to follow him to get refreshed. The squad has to complete 12 steps of cleaning before eating. He offers them antibacterial hand wash and fancy mint toothpaste. These are brand new, along with anti-dust shoes and finally a mist disinfectant machine. Hearing this endless list, Cao Meng completely snaps. He rages that he just wants a simple meal without all this annoying garbage. But the butler calmly responds with a polite smile. He calmly explains this is just standard routine. "Trust me, you and I know this weirdly fancy vibe is hiding a massive secret. Alright, you and I are jumping into a world obsessed with old-school etiquette." After a ton of annoying steps, our 7 characters finally sit down to eat. The polite rich girl tells them to sit, but the seating arrangement reeks of pure discrimination. Malu notices this immediately and turns to complain. "Why do those 2 get the VIP seats when they invited us for dinner?" Lu Xiaoyan immediately drops a massive reality check on this clueless idiot. She warns him to shut up. The Zhang and Dong families are the ultimate powerhouses here, with insane wealth and power we can't even touch. They supply all our mech parts and basically own this entire district. If we piss them off, we're totally screwed, so we need to watch our mouths. But Malu is too thick-headed to care about their massive influence. Instead of playing nice, he keeps whining about the unfair setup. He groans that they're just here to fight, not deal with spoiled rich heirs. Lu Xiaoyan's sighing reminds him that he's a rich kid too. Then, acting like a perfect, polite princess, the rich girl gently tells everyone to dig in before turning her eyes toward their real target. She asks which one of them is named Huang Shang. Our boy immediately speaks up and she locks her gaze right onto him. She claims she's heard of his legendary name for ages. Hearing this cringe, old-school talking style in modern times makes Malu burst out laughing. Now, pay attention here, because this is where the weird vibes start. Ignoring the laughing green-haired dude, she asks our main guy to change his name. Huang Shang just casually asks why he should. The girl gets straight to the point to explain the situation. Turns out the top supreme ruler of their entire district is also named Huang Shang. Since it sounds identical, she wants him to drop his name. She asks if he'd kindly pick a new nickname. Meanwhile, his uncle Feng Shu is sweating, watching this whole interaction go down. He thinks this is a massive win and that these rich elites are trying to recruit his nephew. This could be his golden ticket. But our boy Huang Shang does not care. He instantly shut her down, asking why he should change his own damn name. She forces a fake smile, trying to sweeten the deal by telling him the massive rewards he will get for cooperating. But his brain is totally frozen. He brutally fires back, asking why they don't just force the other guy to change his name instead. He calls them cheapskates for not paying for the other guy's name change. He has absolutely zero chill and says whatever he wants. His absolutely savage comeback completely shocks the entire room, making everyone literally choke on their food from the sheer audacity of this kid. The polite girl loses her mind and screams, calling him disrespectful to the ruler and asking if he has a death wish. Huang Shang still does not get the danger, casually suggesting names like Big Huang instead. The girl totally snaps at him. She yells that those are dog names and orders him to shut up, but our boy just doubles down and insults her back. I know what you're thinking, this kid has zero filter. Seeing him speedrun his way to the afterlife, his uncle rushes to cover his mouth. He begs him to shut up while their 4 colorful teammates just sit in the corner, praying to survive this absolute disaster. They all think he's completely lost his mind picking a fight on enemy turf. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyan secretly gives him a thumbs up. After watching the drama unfold, the arrogant young master finally speaks, slowly setting his teacup down with a cold glare. Wenming sighs, saying he didn't expect to meet someone so utterly classless, and straight up tells them to get the hell out. He claims they are ruining his appetite and his eyes. Realizing they just offended the local gods, the uncle immediately starts panicking. He begs for forgiveness, claiming the kid is literally insane and knows nothing. He then quickly asks what they actually wanted to discuss. The young master gets dead serious, boasting that their squad has 5 elites who are already at the Kai Guang stage. He asks if they honestly think they stand a single chance. He claims they only invited them to save their faces and keep the peace. He wants them to forfeit the match, but they chose to be incredibly rude. Hearing this, the terrified uncle whispers to Huang Shang, suggesting they should just back down. But our boy's mouth has no brakes. He drops another bomb that makes everyone lose their minds, calling 5 Kai Guang stage fighters nothing but loudmouth trash. He tells them his dad gave him his face, so they have no right to offer him respect. The young master's eyes twitch in pure rage. Even Buddha cannot save him now. The 4 teammates in the corner are literally shaking, convinced they are all going to die today. They expect an instant execution, but the polite girl suddenly changes her tone. She smiles and tells him they'll settle it in the arena. She admits he's strong, but insists it is completely impossible for a single person to beat 5 Kaiguang tier fighters all by himself. The tournament is a series of one-on-one duels. First to win 3 matches wins. No matter how strong he is, he can only win 1. The arrogant young master mocks them, pointing out his utterly trash teammates won't stand a chance, but Huang Shang won't let that slide. He fires back, saying even his weak squad is more than enough to beat a bunch of rich kids who only rely on their family names. This savage line completely freezes the 2 rich heirs. The young master's expression turns dark, but then he suddenly bursts out laughing. He mocks the kid for being totally delusional. His uncle panics, warning him that he has officially poked a very dangerous, unleashed beast. And that's where we leave things. This massive clash is officially on, and trust me, you won't want to miss what comes next. Alright, stick with me because we are about to watch 4 foundation-level kids get absolutely crushed by 4 core experts. If they lose, their insults to the Emperor will be paid in blood. Yeah, this dinner is totally ruined. Let us go. The young master storming off grunts out a few bitter words, butler, kick them out. But as he bails, our boy Huang Shang has his own words ready. Pack the leftovers. Yes, the dude literally wants a doggy bag. Seeing Huang Shang act completely unfazed, the young lord's ego explodes and he is shaking with pure rage. His anger level is maxed out. He grinds his teeth and mutters, "That little punk, if I do not ruin him, I am changing my name." Meanwhile, our boy is still complaining about food. Kids these days have zero respect for savings. Yo, pack this up so I can eat it later. Throwing good food away is a total crime. Feng Shu is literally crying inside. He just cannot control this kid's big mouth. The poor guy sits in the corner sobbing, "I am too young, I want to party, I am not ready to see my ancestors yet." Having a student who constantly picks fights with rich snobs is giving me a heart attack. Next time, I am calling in sick and letting someone else deal with this kid's drama. Now, the growth of these 3 districts relies heavily on the Zhang and Tong families. Behind these powerful clans stands Li Yili, the big boss ruling over the entire area. This guy is a major player. He calls himself the Emperor of Etiquette, forcing everyone to follow his strict rules. He rules with an iron fist and a massive ego. Once, some poor guy took a silly photo with the Emperor's statue. The next day, he got dragged away by guards and was never seen again. Huang Shang is just confused. Wait, why does his name sound like mine? Feng Shu patiently explains that because people call him the Little Emperor, the sound is exactly the same as Huang Shang's name. Our boy is totally annoyed. So he has 3 names? Why doesn't he just change one of them? Hearing this, Feng Shu gets even more stressed out and facepalms hard. He begs him, "Dude, never say that in front of those people." But our fearless MC does not care. He just keeps roasting the guy for being a total hypocrite. If you want respect, you gotta show it. He just wants everyone to bow down to him. Feng Shu realizes there is no way to talk sense into this kid. Now, check this out, because a loud television broadcast suddenly interrupts their argument, bringing in some urgent news that you and I definitely need to watch closely. The tournament is about to start. Today we have the young lady of the Tong family here to share her thoughts. But our boy is just annoyed by the interruption. "I should just smash this screen," he mutters. Meanwhile, on camera, the lady is surrounded by reporters, looking cold and arrogant as she disses her upcoming opponents. "Opponents? You mean those 4 weaklings?" She scoffs with absolute disdain. Her face remains expressionless, but her words are sharp enough to cut through solid glass. Honestly, fighting them is just disappointing. It feels like bullying. I mean, sure, they have some spirit, but they are completely out of their league. She turns her head, staring straight into the camera lens, delivering a direct, chilling message to everyone watching on the other side of the screen. I will personally teach them a brutal lesson. No mercy. They dared to insult the emperor, and for that, their defeat will be absolutely merciless. They deserve to be crushed, and I will destroy those trash from the outer district. As she finishes her speech, Huang Shang just sighs and walks away. Feng Shu calls out, "Hey, where are you going?" The kid looks dead serious, his mind locked onto something big, and he replies calmly, "I am going to clear my head and find a way to level up. If the boss did it, I can definitely find a way to break through too." "Fine, just do not cause any more trouble," he warns. Now watch closely because as night falls, the palace corridors light up under a very tense silence. Under the warm lights, 2 small feet step softly along the polished floor, heading toward the inner chamber as heavy footsteps of guards echo in the background. Inside, the young mistress seems to expect her subordinate's arrival. Before she can even bow, the lady speaks softly, letting her in. The guard bows quickly, reporting, "Mistress, we have fresh intel on that boy Huang Shang. He was spotted buying high-grade pills at the spirit market. Specifically, he is hoarding those special power-up pills." Hearing this, the lady cannot help but smirk, her cold face showing complete amusement. "Those boost pills. I know exactly what they do. They only raise your power by 30 points temporarily. Is that really his grand plan for tomorrow?" She covers her mouth, giggling uncontrollably at how pathetic they are. But honestly, those pills are totally useless for weaklings like them. It gives them 30 points for maybe 5 minutes. If they cannot level up, their power cap gets stuck at 99 forever. Eating more does nothing. As the moon shines bright in the midnight sky, the lady continues to laugh, feeling absolutely superior. "What a bunch of arrogant, stupid fools," she sneers. "I cannot wait to watch them fail miserably." Meanwhile, Huang Shang finally arrives back at his camp, where his friends are already waiting anxiously. "Did you get ready for tomorrow?" "You are finally back, boss. Let us grind tonight." Huang Shang looks around and coolly replies. "I just went out to grab some pills," he says, opening his hand to show off a bunch of glowing, high-grade cultivation medicine. "Whoa, those are boost pills. One of those costs 200,000. Why are you holding them like cheap candy? Where is the bottle?" "I threw it away. Holding them is just easier," he shrugs, immediately dropping one onto the grass. Malu nearly has a stroke seeing this. "You dropped one," he screams. The rest of the crew stare in absolute shock, realizing he is holding like $2 million in his bare palm. "Anyone want to level up? I am not sure if this works, so I need someone to test this with me all night. Any volunteers?" Mei Su raises her hand immediately, zero hesitation. "Let me try, I trust you," she says. Moments later, they sneak off into the dark forest together. Huang Shang warns her that this is highly experimental and she might get seriously hurt if it goes wrong, but her trust is absolute. "I do not care, I believe in you," she replies. He nods, handing her a glowing pill. "All right then, eat this one first." "Wait, what? That is such a waste. If I do not level up, my power will be stuck at 99. But he remains deadpan. "Just eat it and trust me." She swallows it. "And trust me, you and I are about to see if this crazy experiment actually works." "All right, you and I are about to watch some crazy level-up action," as Misu swallows a top-tier pill, immediately getting dizzy from the sheer power. She stares at the dense energy around her, muttering in awe about her body overflowing with power. Seeing this solid start, Huang Shang gets ready to move. He activates his crazy X-ray vision technique, telling her to start cultivating. Right away, the flow of her internal energy becomes crystal clear to his eyes. He tracks her energy flow and spots 3 major blockages on her sides and her butt, but instead of looking away, this dude just keeps staring. He seriously orders her to stretch out both arms, and she does it without questioning. Like this? But then he straight up grabs her chest out of nowhere. Her face goes completely red as she stands there, frozen in absolute shock. She has no idea how to react to this wild move, internally screaming. Once her brain finally processes what just happened, she lets out a massive shriek echoing through the woods. Meanwhile, he just pulls his hands back, totally chill. He calmly explains he was just locating her rib blockages, but she immediately covers her chest, shouting that she is way too ticklish for this madness. Meanwhile, spying from a distance where everything looks super tiny, Cao Meng tries to catch the action with his bare eyes, wondering what all the noise is about. He asks if she just screamed, but Ma Lu, who is actually using binoculars, has a front-row seat to the whole show and can barely believe his eyes. Don't blink, because Ma Lu starts stuttering from what he sees, while Qiyuan just stands there, acting totally annoyed by all the noise. Qiyuan warns them to stay serious while peeking, but Ma Lu is still completely speechless after witnessing what Huang Shang just did with his hands. He cannot even find the words to describe it, literally mimicking the chest-grabbing motion while trembling, explaining how Huang Shang just massaged Misu. Seeing his nasty demonstrations, Cao Meng's eyebrows furrow in pure shock as he yells out in disbelief, while Qiyuan instantly loses his cool, aloof attitude. He forgets his cold image and demands to know exactly how the massage went down, while the other guys are already losing their minds over there. While those guys on the hill go completely wild, Huang Shang continues the sketchy level-up process. Misu, tied up, helplessly asks if this is tight enough. Blushing and helpless, she tells him to just go ahead since her hands are tied to make it easier. This dude does not feel bad at all and just nods. He says okay and immediately goes right back to squeezing both sides of her chest. Misu grits her teeth hard, trying her absolute best not to make a sound. In no time, Huang Shang locates the exact spot. Misu frantically urges him to hurry up, saying she cannot take the suspense much longer. He lines up his shot and jabs her blocked acupoints, causing her to let out a loud moan. Hearing this, Cao Meng glues his eyes to the binoculars. He yells about how amazing the view is, while Malu spots a massive nosebleed running down his face and frantically demands he hand over the binoculars. He begs for the binoculars back, but Cao just keeps describing the spicy details to tease them, mentioning her tied hands and the crazy positions. You and I both know they are losing it, as Malu yells to pass the binoculars while Qiyuan completely drops his cool act. He screams about how wild the tied hands stuff sounds and demands a turn to watch, while on the other side of the hill the main duo is still going. Misu hugs a tree and pushes her hips far back, shyly asking if this awkward bent-over stance is correct, while Qiyuan glues his wide eyes to the lens. He narrates the whole view, calling it a classic doggy stance, which makes the other two go absolutely wild, screaming for him to return the binoculars right now. Meanwhile, Huang Shang just stares through his vision and casually tells her she has too much glute fat and needs to hit the gym, making her shiver. She begs him to hurry, but when she looks back, she spots him preparing a move that terrifies her, sending waves of pure fear through her. She pleads for him to wait because she is not mentally prepared yet, but Huang Shang's hand is already flying down with extreme force before she can even finish. A massive slap suddenly echoes through the air, completely shattering her anxiety. Overwhelmed by a mix of intense pain and weird pleasure, she can only cry out weakly. But the strange sensation does not last, as his insane hand power literally launches her straight into the sky, sending her flying right over the trees. She crashes right in front of the three watching spies. Having put all his internal energy into that single slap, Huang Shang gasps for air as she lands. Seeing her crash in the most embarrassing way possible, the guys scream her name, instantly forgetting about their creepy, beastly behavior from just a few seconds ago. Their humanity returns as they yell at him for going way too far, but then Qiyuan notices her body and gasps at the incredible change in her energy. Looking at her lying flat on the ground, Qiyuan pulls out his spirit energy detector to scan her, his eyes widening in absolute shock at the results. He yells out that she actually made a successful breakthrough to the light opening stage, leaving Cao completely dumbfounded as he watches Huang Shang walk over. He asks if it really worked, while Qiyuan admits he never expected her to pull off such a massive level up. Meanwhile, our exhausted hero catches his breath. That single move drained all of his physical energy, leaving him completely exhausted. But before he can even catch his breath, the other two pull off a crazy stunt. Cao uses his fastest speed to tie himself up, begging Huang Shang to take his body next and do whatever crazy training posture he wants. He yells that he is totally down for any wild position just to get that power boost, leaving Malu culturally shocked and utterly drained of spirit energy. He mutters that he is literally blind and needs someone to ship him some 502 superglue, but Huang Shang just stares at them, totally unfazed. They beg him to take their bodies, and even Qiyuan loses his mind, pushing the others away to get his turn for a breakthrough. Sending shivers down his spine, Huang Shang flatly rejects them, yelling at them to put their clothes back on, because he is definitely not doing any of that. Despite his rejection, he still takes Cao aside to help him, who looks at his $200,000 pill, questioning if this really works. But trust me, you and I are going to find out if this lazy advice actually works as he activates his eye technique again. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos where our main character finds his buddy's energy channels completely blocked, shattering his spiritual power. Clearing all these blocked pathways at the same time is basically impossible. Huang Shang grabs Cao Meng's hands like they are beauty queens waiting for the final crown announcement. Holding on tight, he realizes this crazy method is the only option left. Huang Shang suddenly screams an order, startling him completely. Here we go, instantly. Cao Meng feels his body float and spin like a wild lucky wheel. Wait, looking at them hand in hand like this makes it seem like they are slow dancing to a song, singing "Hold My Hand Tight" and "Walk With Me Forever." But with this insane centrifugal force spinning him around, Cao Meng has absolutely no time for romance. His brain is literally turning to mush. Qiyuan and Malu are watching this chaotic madness from the sidelines, and suddenly, they do not even want to level up anymore. Huang Shang looks just as exhausted, sweating bullets while trying to comfort his bro to just hang in there. But that little comfort? Yeah, it is just the calm before the storm. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupts like a massive lighter, burning so hot it might vaporize Daomong. Malu watches the whole thing, turning completely pale with pure terror. Thinking this is way too dangerous, Malu wants out. But pay attention here, because Huang Shang gets dead serious as the crucial moment finally arrives. Pushing even harder, he tells him to hang in there because they are almost done. Huang Shang's entire face is incredibly tense while looking at Daomeng's absolutely wrecked state. His buddy's wrists are literally about to snap. The channels are almost clear, but if he does not let go right now, Cao Meng's hands will be ruined forever. Because what is the point of leveling up if you end up dead? Without a second thought, he lets go, letting his buddy spin away like a wild helicopter propeller. Huh? Cao Meng, crying his eyes out like a dramatic drama queen, thinks to himself, why did you let me go? Are you saying our beautiful journey is over? Every single word you say hurts me so much, so why did you leave me behind? Right when I needed you most and trusted you completely, I could not hold on. How could I ever forget your sweet gentleness? But just as his dramatic inner monologue ends, his face plants directly into the dirt, shattering the ground like his heart. Qiyuan is sweating bullets, staring in absolute disbelief. He wonders if his buddy is actually going to level up, but without a pulse left to even celebrate the victory. He screams out that Tao Meng's spiritual power has officially broken through to the opening light stage. But after yelling, Qiyuan realized Huang Shang is the real deal. He glances over at him, seeing the exhausted kid catching his breath while looking down at the half-dead buddy. Deciding he wants that power up too, Qiyuan looks at him with burning determination, begging him to do whatever it takes to help him level up next. Hearing that, Huang Shang gets right to the point and tells him to slide his butt over. Qiyuan instantly starts questioning his own life choices. Wait, face down, butt up? Huang Shang responds with a completely deadpan face, explaining that his specific cultivation situation requires a very unique approach. Your spiritual energy is blocked going up from your rear and going down in your arms, so stick that butt way up. Stretch your arms forward, but exert upward force with the right one. Qiyuan instantly smells something extremely suspicious and panics at these weird instructions. Wondering how that is even physically possible, he watches Huang Shang think for a moment before getting into position, leaving only his rear sticking out in the air. While Ma Lu watches on with teary, traumatized eyes, Huang Shang nods in pure satisfaction, telling him that is perfect while Qiyuan instantly regrets everything. You and I both know this is pure madness. Huang Shang raises his hand with maximum power and starts chanting, prompting Qiyuan to respond. Qiyuan shouts back the answer, and bam! Huang Shang's hand slams down, launching him straight into a tree like a human wrecking ball. Qiyuan takes critical damage from behind, causing his mouth to fly open in a scream while tears stream down his face like a heavy summer rainstorm. Huang Shang does not care if he looks like the villain here. He just casually encourages him to hang in there because they are almost done. He keeps slapping those cheeks like a rolling pin on dough. Qiyuan grits his teeth, eyes rolling back in his head as he stares at Ma Lu. Ma Lu is completely traumatized watching this play out. The loud slapping sounds echo continuously, and Qiyuan literally looks like he is about to pass out. He starts making some highly questionable noises that we cannot mention. Poor Ma Lu looks like a kid forced to watch an R-rated movie against his will. Qiyuan holds onto the tree for dear life while the slapping rhythm continues like heavy rain on a roof, begging Huang Shang to finally stop the madness. Huang Shang is sweating and absolutely exhausted from all this physical labor, but his professional doctor ego refuses to let him quit halfway through. He yells that they must keep going as his hands keep striking with maximum enthusiasm, channeling all his energy into one final ultimate strike. This is the final round, the ultimate critical strike. Qiyuan, who is usually so cold, suddenly experiences the highest peak of spiritual breakthrough in his entire life. The raw power sends him to absolute heaven, but the moment he feels the breakthrough, Qiyuan completely vanishes, leaving only the last victim sitting there. Ma Lu looks around frantically, but his buddy is nowhere to be found. Qiyuan really did reach the peak and probably blasted straight into orbit. Ma Lu realizes his friends might have successfully leveled up, but surviving this insane process is purely up to God. Meanwhile, Huang Shang just sighs, sighing that 3 patients are officially done. Ma Lu is shaking in the corner, begging to go home because he definitely does not want to level up anymore. But escaping this treatment is no longer an option. Huang Shang sneaks up behind him with a terrifying aura, whispering that there is no running away from this. He promises to make it quick and gentle. Realizing he absolutely terrified the poor kid, Huang Shang looks at him softly and promises it will be over soon. He orders him to take the pill and start cultivating, promising a quick, painless session. Ma Lu slowly calms down, asking if it is really that simple. After seeing how brutally the others were treated, Ma Lu recovers his confidence, nodding that they have already survived countless crazy storms together anyway. I always trust you. But Huang Shang suddenly turns cold, whispering that it is not going to be that easy. Trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal beatdown, he mutters. What do you mean? But before he gets an answer, a savage punch blasts him. Huang Shang's fists literally bring the law of the jungle tonight. Act like a real man and stop hesitating. Get strong or get wrecked. The 4 rookies who just survive his insane speed-leveling boot camp crawl back, looking completely dead. Feng Shu gasps, Huang Shang, what the hell is this? I only stepped out for a minute and you guys already went completely wild? The big tournament is tomorrow, stop messing around. Sweat dripping down his face, Huang Shang just shrugs. They just got a quick reality check from me. A little rest and they'll be fine. I'll grab some recovery pills to boost their energy. Then, looking totally drained, he limps away, telling the teacher to look after the guys while he gets some sleep. The master ignores his dramatic exit and stares down at a massive chest, overflowing with expensive pills. He asks, where on earth did you get the cash for these? Lu Xiaoyan casually chimes in. Oh, that's not even the craziest part. Those kids have all reached the opening light stage. Feng Shu freezes in absolute shock, snapping his head around. What? Staring at the kids retreating back, he stands speechless, wondering what crazy stunts Huang Shang pulled. Suddenly, a girl slides in with zero shame, proposing, hey, just come over to my private room to relax. I'll give you a full-body massage, my hands work wonders. Feng Shu snaps out of his deep thoughts and instantly glares at her, shouting, who said you could seduce my student? Back off, lady. Now watch closely because as the night rolls in, a quiet tension starts hanging over the arena. Soon, dawn breaks, casting faint light over the ancient tiled roofs. The sun rises high, flooding the whole academy with brilliant morning rays. This is it. The big day has officially begun. An eagle slices through the wind, signaling the arrival of the massive tournament. Below, the majestic mountains hide the arena, where all the top schools are gathering. The announcer screams, "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The mid-year tournament of Yongle City's 5 districts is officially starting." This is the epic opening round for the Fuchang district. Facing a stadium of roaring fans, the hype man gets even louder, pumping up the crowd. Looks like everyone is ready for war. Knockouts, surrenders, or even death count as a loss. Otherwise, there are 0 rules in this fight. Stone Arena stands ready amidst the snowy wild peaks. Let the matches begin. Contestants, take your positions. The massive iron doors slowly start to slide, open blinding light pouring out as the fighters step forward. Carrying the hopes of their entire academies, give it up for these absolute warriors. The 5 fighters stand ready under the energy scanner. The crowd holds their breath as the spiritual radar begins tracking their power levels. The scanner is finalizing the data. Their cultivation realm is boom. Fireworks explode and deafening cheers shake the arena as the host makes the final declaration. Every single one of them is at the opening light stage. You and I both know this is insane. Cao Meng wonders where the fireworks came from while the announcer hypes up Lu Yin. Ma Lu is just as dazed, mumbling, "Well, this is weird. Why are they hyping us up so much today?" Meanwhile, the stage coordinator is totally sweating and muttering in fear. "Wait, they're from Lu Yin? The boss lady said to only blast fireworks if our own team was at the opening light stage." Panicking, he screams at his crew, "My bad, I messed up. Prep more fireworks right now." Seeing him completely lose his mind, the crew stammers, "But dude, we used every single one of them." Hearing this, he looks like he just got a death sentence, completely losing his mind in despair. "Oh, we are so dead!" The next team finally arrives, the doors opening to let the sunlight flood in. The announcer grabs his mic and shouts, "These fighters are also opening light stage." The Fuchang Academy steps out looking totally different with a weird edgy vibe, but instead of epic cheers, there is only dead silence. No fireworks, no hype, just an awkward quiet over the Fuchang district. Even the crowd is starting to feel the cringe. Where are the fireworks? This is not the script. Having just struck her best pose, Li Pei is completely humiliated and frozen. She snaps at the coordinator, "Why is it so quiet? Where are my fireworks?" He stammers, "I accidentally blasted them all for the Luyan team." Hearing that name, Li Pei absolutely loses it, seeing red instantly. "What? You gave my show to those losers? Do you want me to bury you and your brother alive?" Terrified to speak, he drops to his knees, begging, "Spare me, young miss." But the old servant only launched them because he heard their team also has 5 opening light stage cultivators. Shocked out of her mind, she rolls her eyes, muttering, "Wait, did you say opening light?" Calming down, she glares over at the Luyan squad, accusing them, "You guys faked your power levels to trick us." Huang Shang just blinks, "No, I only registered myself wrong. Actually, stick around for the next crazy clash. Stick with me, because you and I are starting with some classic villain denial." She screams, "No way you hit opening light stage in days. Only an idiot would believe that." As Pei gets furious, but he just lazily shrugs. "Guess I'm stupid then. Let's see who's the real clown in a minute." Behind him, the other disciples look totally stressed. He's literally poking the bear again, and she loses her mind, grinding her teeth as she spits out each word. "Fine. Just wait and see who's the actual idiot here." Meanwhile, the announcer starts going over the official match rules. The first team to win 3 rounds takes the victory, and once you fight, you're benched. First up, Huang Yan from the Fuchang sector steps into the arena, totally hyped up. He steps out radiating intense energy. The host can't help but throw some shade, joking, "Well, he actually looks like an intellectual. Let me drop a quick rhyme for him." Huang Yan looks pretty slim and polite, but hearing the rhyme, he instantly loses it. "What the hell are you babbling about, you stupid host?" Seeing the skinny stick, Malu's eyes light up as he shouts, "Let me take this round. I'll wreck this twig." The first fighters are always the biggest noobs. Hearing this insult, Huang Yan just scoffs. He proudly steps up, flexing his massive muscles that suddenly pop out like watermelons. "I'm more than ready." Our main character looks over, his eyes wide in shock, and yells, "You totally lied to me, bro." Malu just scratches his head, making excuses. "Wait, let me rethink this." Qiyuan decisively steps in to save his friend's life, saying, "Waiting for you would take forever. Let me handle this." His friend literally cries tears of gratitude, joking, "If I didn't know better, I'd fall in love with you." The host then introduces the match. Qiyuan with 125 spiritual power versus Huang Yan with 152. The crowd screams to crush those trashy low-tier losers. Now pay attention here, because this is where the tension spikes. The ref yells for the match to start, but Qiyuan's crew looks super worried about his low stats. They're all thinking the exact same thing. Can our class rep actually pull this off with such low power? Meanwhile, Pei smirks with total satisfaction, giving a chilling warning. "Huang Yan, win this and you get a fat reward, but lose and you'll pay dearly." Huang Yan doesn't hesitate. "Duh, there's no way I'm losing to this kid." But right as he says that, his tank-like body starts shaking violently. Qiyuan instantly senses something is seriously off. Turns out his gut feeling was totally right. In a flash, Huang Yan teleports behind him to launch a brutal strike. Luckily, Qiyuan's got insane reflexes and barely manages to dodge the surprise attack. The host's jaw drops as he screams to the crowd, Huang Yan just blew Qiyuan away with a single devastating strike. Huang Yan looks up with a smug sneer. "You really think jumping into the air is going to save you?" He flies straight up, looking ready to tear him apart. The announcer gets super hyped up. Huang Yan is airborne. This match is ending in a second. But Qiyuan doesn't even flinch. He just stares him down coldly asking, "Do you seriously think you can beat me just because my stats are lower?" He unsheathes his sword, ready to clash, and drops some savage truth. Silly of you to think you can take me down this easily. He glares at his arrogant opponent, delivering a final line. Power levels don't decide the winner. Right then, Qi Yuan unleashes his ultimate cross slash to completely knock Huang Yan out. The entire arena instantly falls into a stunned dead silence. The announcer is the first to break the shock. Huang Yan got completely dominated. On the sidelines, his buddies cheer like crazy, screaming how epic their leader is. Qi Yuan remains stone-faced, calmly watching his opponent collapse in pain. But before giving up, Huang Yan grunts, "Did you let me launch you into the air on purpose? You bastard, you tricked me!" But Qi Yuan just keeps his cool, schooling him. "This is a real battle, understand? You're too injured to continue. Yield and I'll spare you." Huang Yan collapses, trembling as he mutters, "Yield me, surrender?" Meanwhile, Qi Yuan's squad is hyped up, praising how insanely strong their class rep is. Huang Yan fearfully glances back at Pei, but all he receives is her cold, heartless glare and some incredibly toxic threats that make him shiver. "Huang Yan, if you dare yield, your family will never find work in Fuchang Sector again. Do you want to watch them starve to death right in front of you?" Terrified, he begs her while pulling out a handful of mysterious red and blue pills. "My lady, please don't do this. I promise you, I will win." I know what you're thinking. Is this guy seriously going to do it? Yes. Right in front of the entire crowd, he swallows the whole handful without hesitating. The MC yells in shock. Huang Yan is choking down a bunch of colorful pills. I can't tell what they are from here. Some holy elixir? But Feng Shu notices something. Her eyes go wide as she screams out, "Those aren't standard cultivation pills. They're dangerous booster stimulants." Even Qi Yuan loses his cool, yelling at him to stop. "Are you trying to kill yourself?" The moment the pills hit his stomach, they kick in with a terrifying effect, causing his body to swell up insanely. Huang Yan mutates into a hulking beast, his muscles bulging like they're about to explode. Not wanting to kill him, Qi Yuan raises his sword in warning. "Stop it, your body's going to explode if you keep going." But Huang Yan, completely out of his mind, charges forward and blocks Qi Yuan's blade with his bare hand. His face twists into a hideous, painful grin. "You're using the blunt side of your blade? You dare pity me? I don't need your damn sympathy. If you want to help me so bad, then go to the afterlife." Sensing the pure madness, Qi Yuan starts breaking into a cold sweat. Stuck in a dangerous corner, he watches as Huang Yan charges like a maniac, memories of his sick mother and little brother flashing through his mind. "Don't just chase power, honey, stay safe. Brother, I'll study hard." Then those sweet memories fade as the brutal reality of his deal with Pei takes over. "Of course I want your family to have a happy life, but the condition is that you have to prove your worth to me first." The innocent laughter of his little brother echoes in his ears. "The person I admire most is you, brother. I want to grow up just like you." Suddenly, Huang Yan slams his bare fist into the ground, forcing Qi Yuan to leap back to dodge a devastating giant rock smash. Seeing him go completely ballistic, Qi Yuan tries one last time to warn him. "Stop, your body can't take this power. Overdosing on those drugs is literally destroying you." But Huang Yan is completely deaf to his words, just throwing mindless punches. Left with no other choice, Qi Yuan leaps high into the sky, ready to finish this. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are about to see a legendary ending, as he lands his ultimate cross-slash strikes to seal the deal. Alright, you and I are about to witness the absolute end of Huang Yan. The guy suddenly coughs up a huge splash of fresh blood, his whole body stained in a dark, ominous crimson. Huang Yan cannot even muster enough energy to defend himself anymore. He collapses hard onto the ground, leaving all the spotlight to Qi Yuan behind him, who slowly turns his face. He stares back with a heavy look and drops a deep line to the guy. "From the very second you popped those pills, the game was already over. If you care about your future, do not ever touch that trash again." Huang Yan is not fully dead yet, his entire body shaking violently in pure agony. He struggles to bark back, "If I cannot use it right now, then what is the point of any future?" Saying that, Huang Yan summons his last bit of energy to stand up, grabbing another handful of cheat code drugs. And he starts swallowing them like a complete lunatic. Qi Yuan is totally shocked by this crazy, reckless dude, yelling at him to stop. "Do not eat that. Do you want to die?" The whole stadium goes absolutely wild as Huang Yan gets back on his feet, his muscles buffing up even more. Qi Yuan realizes he cannot handle this crazy situation alone. He looks at the host girl and shouts, "Are you just going to ignore this? If this keeps up, he will be crippled." But she just lounges comfortably in her booth. With cold, indifferent eyes, she casually snaps back, "Is not this his own choice? If you had just surrendered, would he have to go this far?" Qi Yuan is getting so anxious as things get out of hand. He turns to his squad to ask for advice since he cannot reason with this girl. But when he looks at them, their lazy leader is fast asleep, looking completely relaxed. Sleeping now, Qi Yuan feels 70% helpless and 30% angry, cursing that this guy can even doze off while sitting. With useless teammates and crazy enemies, Qi Yuan is totally on his own now. Stick with me here, because watching him deal with this absolute madness is about to get intense. He yells, "You idiot, spit it all out right now." Huang Yan raises his head, glaring with absolute rage behind his broken glasses, and growls back, "Do not worry about me. I already told you, if you want to help, then just go die for me." Shouting like a maniac, he blows up his muscles in pride, unleashing a massive attack. It is the giant rock hammer heavy strike, sending Qi Yuan flying. The Luyan Academy squad screams in panic. "Class rep, your body was already injured, and now you took that storm of an attack head on, making you lose your balance completely." Qi Yuan crashes down, the whole area falling dead silent for a brief second as he recovers. Then his eyes go sharp as steel. It looks like this time he is not letting Huang Yan off the hook. Qi Yuan bluntly declares to the crazy guy before him, "Why are you so stubborn? Playing dirty just to get your way, I am not letting you win this fight." Malu and Cao Meng are both shaking with intense worry. They standing close together, stressing out over their class leader. His cybernetic body cannot hold out much longer. Qi Yuan feels like he just got hit with a massive wave of pain. But he still toughs it out and challenges the enemy, shouting, "I cannot let you keep destroying your own body like this. I have to end this match right now." His two teammates zoom the camera in on his face and gasp in horror. Bro, if you only look at his eyes, he looks cool, but his mouth is totally swollen. He is not cool at all anymore. Qi Yuan slams his retractable sword into the ground, not caring if the blade breaks. He is done holding back against this stubborn opponent. Without any hesitation, Qi Yuan shoots out heavy electric cables right at him. Huang Yan gets tightly bound by those strong metal wires, crushing his internal organs completely. This is indeed the famous binding light array technique. Gripping the hilt of his weapon, Qi Yuan slowly gets back his elegant, handsome composure and cold tone. Look at that, he is back to his cool self. Qi Yuan coldly demands his opponent to surrender, casually flexing some flashy sword moves that make us all go wild. He points his blade directly at Huang Yan's throat and tries to reason with him one last time. "You have zero chance of winning now, just face reality." Huang Yan's skin is turning purple, but he bites his lip hard and stubbornly replies, "No, I cannot lose, I cannot die, I absolutely must win this." Qi Yuan is not allowed to be the good guy here, but he still chooses a gentle end. "Fine, I will defeat you and end this right now, sorry bro." But before he can strike, Huang Yan rips his pocket open like he has Doraemon's magic pouch, dropping another batch of pills. Qi Yuan is completely stunned. The sheer stubbornness of this guy makes him freeze for 5 seconds. Huang Yan opens his mouth wide, trying to lick up the dropped pills like a dying man grabbing a straw. Qi Yuan gets super pissed off again, yelling in frustration, "Are you completely insane? Stop right now, do not take any more of those dangerous drugs. Your meridians will be permanently ruined." He watches in shock as Huang Yan's body mutters again, easily breaking the electric cables, making him extremely anxious. "Spit those pills out right now." Even Feng Shu is speechless, commenting that the guy will be a cripple because his body cannot handle that much stress. Qi Yuan frantically shouts at the host girl, "Make him stop, he is going to ruin his own body." But she does not seem to care at all. She coldly asks, "What does that have to do with me?" Getting even colder, she shamelessly suggests, "Why do you not just stab him and win easily?" This woman is definitely more dangerous and ruthless than any martial arts technique Qi Yuan has ever faced, leaving him completely speechless for a moment. He can only gasp out, "You." While Qi Yuan is still hesitating on what to do, Huang Yan suddenly charges at him like a wild beast. This wakes Qi Yuan up instantly. The bruised giant throws a punch that is lightning fast and heavy. Our main character easily leaps up to dodge it. His blade aims straight at Huang Yan's neck again, but he still hesitates slightly, saying, "If you really want to die so badly, then let me finish this." The sharp blade is just inches away from Huang Yan's neck, ready to decapitate him in a split second, even though it happens in the blink of an eye. Huang Yan can subconsciously feel the terrifying presence of death approaching. Qi Yuan closes his eyes, looking determined to show absolutely no mercy this time. But his tight grip on the sword suddenly loosens. He quickly pulls back his weapon, his face showing clear hesitation, making the crowd go absolutely wild. They scream in shock. What? Did he just throw away his chance to win? Qi Yuan probably does not realize that this single moment of hesitation will cost him a massive price. Huang Yan seizes the opening and strikes back with his giant rock hammer. Huang Shang is finally awake, quietly watching. And that is where we leave it today, guys. Qi Yuan taking heavy damage with his slender body while the crowd go all wild. Do you think he can survive this crazy comeback? Alright, you and I are jumping right into an epic showdown. Huang Yan lands a massive hit. The crowd watches as the dust settles, waiting for the commentator to call it. Qi Yuan gets blasted straight out of the ring. Huang Yan wins, but only his squad runs over to check on him. The class monitor looks over at his defeated opponent. Qi Yuan lies there completely motionless. Huang Yan thinks, "So your name is Qi Yuan?" Suddenly, his own swollen muscles start cracking like porcelain under the extreme strain. With the last bit of his strength, he gasps out a quick thank you. Then, drained of every drop of blood, he collapses hard onto the cold ground. In under a minute, his body literally ages 10 years. Meanwhile, Green Shade Academy forgets about the match and rushes over to help their fallen teammate up. Huang Shang silently watches the whole thing unfold. He walks over, handing him another bottle of pills, telling him to take it quickly to heal his severe injuries. Cao Meng is completely shocked, asking where he got all these high-grade meds. Qi Yuan, bruised and bloody all over, barely squeaks out an apology for losing. He blames his own soft-heartedness for the loss. Huang Shang does not blame him at all, calmly telling him it is totally fine and there is no need to apologize. He tells him to focus on healing while they handle the next rounds. Then, Huang Shang glares at the arrogant female lead sitting nearby and yells out to her, "Aren't you going to help him up? He literally cannot stand." Looking at Huang Yan, who looks like a dried-up mummy, Li Pei shrugs it off coldly. She claims he is a useless cripple now, which is obvious to everyone anyway. She glances at his shivering, cold body with absolute disgust and zero empathy. Now pay attention here, because this girl is toxic. She sneers, asking if she looks like a trash collector who picks up useless garbage. Even his rival is disgusted. Qi Yuan cannot believe his ears and speaks up. Meanwhile, Huang Shang remains completely ice-cold, saying that neither the class monitor nor that four-eyed muscle guy did anything wrong. He declares that nobody on their side is to blame. Everyone turns their gaze toward the rich young lady, who is still smiling like an absolute psychopath. He says the trash rules and this annoying girl are the real problem here. Li Pei plays dumb, acting shocked, but Huang Shang just glares right back at her. He straight up announces that they just need to send this girl packing to the afterlife. She smiles back, but her eyes are filled with pure murderous intent. She dares him to try it. Suddenly, the crowd hypes up again as the loud commentator announces that the second round is about to kick off right now. He tells Huang Yan to clear the stage immediately, but the poor guy is lying there totally paralyzed, unable to even mutter a word, let alone stand up. Suddenly, Wu Yi walks up with his hands behind his back and brutally kicks him off the stage. He scoffed, calling it a trash victory and telling him to get lost. He complains about him being an eyesore. This disrespect instantly triggers the Green Shade team. Huang Shang looks furious and calls out to his teammate to crush this guy. He tells him to beat that old uncle to a pulp. Cao Meng is totally hyped up to do it, but right as he steps forward, he pauses. Let's pause. Did he just call him monkey brain? Even Wu Yi is offended at being called an old uncle. Meanwhile, poor Huang Yan is trying to crawl away. He sits up looking completely drained of life. Huang Shang analyzes him, pointing out that his meridians are totally blown apart alongside his severe internal and external injuries. His physical wounds will heal, but damaged meridians mean his cultivation days are basically over. Huang Shang actually seems pretty concerned about the guy's future state. He asks if his team even cares about him, and what kind of crazy pill he took. Cao Meng explains that it was a dangerous power-boosting drug. Overusing it completely wrecks the user's body. Cao Meng sighs, saying it sucks to have such a toxic team leader, especially compared to their own friendly captain. Huang Shang hears this and jokingly suggests they should use it too for an easy win. Cao Meng immediately panics, his heart skipping a beat at the suggestion. Huang Shang just laughs it off and says he was only teasing. Cao Meng snaps back, asking if he is crazy for making jokes at a time like this. The screen suddenly flashes the next matchup, pitting Wu Yi against Cao Meng. As the starting bell rings, both fighters instantly charge at each other with full force. They trade blows, but they are evenly matched. Kicks fly back and forth with neither landing a clean hit. It is a textbook display of perfect offense and defense. The commentator hypes up the crowd, shouting about how intense the opening exchange is. Cao Meng is losing his patience, gritting his teeth to prepare a final blow. Wu Yi is not looking to drag this fight out either, his face filled with determination. They both gear up for a massive collision that will end this quickly. In a shot that looks straight out of a martial arts movie, both throw a massive kick. But Cao Meng is the one who ends up taking the damage. He drops to his knees, trembling. He realizes this guy has 30 more spiritual power points than him, and every block sends a sharp, bone-crushing pain up his leg. Wu Yi senses his weakness and instantly goes in for the kill. He dashes forward like lightning, launching a brutal surprise attack before Cao Meng can even react. The strike lands clean and sends him flying backward. He groans in absolute agony, barely holding his ground, realizing he needs a moment to catch his breath. Wu Yi looks down at him from across the arena and chuckles. He praises the kid for holding out, but Cao Meng is not having any of that disrespect. He snaps back, telling him he is actually 20 years old. Wu Yi is stunned, realizing this guy is actually older than him, which makes zero sense. Cao Meng tells him that at 19, he looks like a literal grandpa. Wu Yi gets furious, claiming Cao Meng just has not hit puberty yet. The Green Shade squad joins in, shouting that he looks incredibly old and should stop making excuses. Wu Yi stammers back, completely overwhelmed by their roasts. He asks if they are seriously all older than him. Realizing he cannot win this verbal fight, he holds up a necklace to quickly change the subject. He tells them to focus back on the fight. Cao Meng looks at the necklace, panics, and checks his own neck, stammering that it belongs to him. Wu Yi gets even more excited seeing Cao Meng panic like that. He threatens to open it up, making Cao Meng scream at him to stop immediately. But his screams are ignored. Wu Yi pops it open to find a photo of Wu Qiang. And trust me, you and I already know what is coming next. Cao Meng blushes, admitting she is not his girlfriend. In fact, she actually has a major crush on their team captain. Talk about getting friend-zoned hard. Alright, stick with me here as we dive into this wild battle of love and pure rage. Our main girl completely ignores that simp's one-sided feelings, her anger boiling hot. She interrogates him like a ruthless torturer, demanding to know who stole her man. Feng Shu starts sweating bullets and desperately tries to cover it up, claiming she totally misheard. But forget the cover-up. Vo Yuk does not even laugh. Instead, he starts crying, pulls a photo from his pocket, and asks why they both look like such pathetic losers. Cao Meng screams in shock, surprised this trash even knows what unrequited love feels like. But talking about it only rubs salt into his own wound as he groans in pain. She did not like me because I was not good enough, so I grinded non-stop to improve. Hearing this, Cao Meng instantly sees his own reflection in those words. Relating hard to those years of struggle, he emotionally says they share the same fate. Meanwhile, Vo Yuk is still trapped in his own heavy sadness and continues. I was not good enough, so she ran away from me. But suddenly, his face turns dark as night and he drops a line that will make you freeze. I had no choice, so I killed her myself to keep her smile just for me. Hearing this absolute psycho confession, Cao Meng is completely stunned. He looks at the innocent girl smiling in the photo, his eyes wide as any shred of sympathy he felt instantly turns into pure, freezing disgust. But Vo Yuk, he does not even realize how messed up he sounds, still crying like a baby. He complains that once he got strong, women came easy, but they were all trash. Do you get me? But Cao Meng shuts him down. No, I do not get you, and I take back everything I said. His anger absolutely boils over. Now pay attention to this. He declares they are nothing alike and calls him a piece of trash. He vows to avenge that girl and end this monster. Vo Yuk laughs it off, telling him he does not stand a chance. Cao Meng wastes no time and lunges forward with a deadly kick aimed straight for his head. Vo Yuk blocks it easily, whining that nobody understands him. He unleashes his signature Lu family bone-shattering kick, blasting Cao Meng back like a broken ragdoll. But the villain is too smug to notice his own feat. As he brags about being completely unmatched, Cao Meng stands up, bruised and bloody but grinning with confidence. He tells him to look down. Vo Yuk gasps as he realizes both his legs are locked tight by a C-grade treasure, the soul binding ring. He is totally shocked. Watching from the side, Kainwen complains, asking why they did not let him use such awesome gear earlier, but his teammate quickly roasts him. She coldly tells him he would have lost anyway. Seizing the opening, Cao Meng charges in like a moth to a flame, leaving Vo Yuk completely wide-eyed in panic. Unsure of how to react, he watches Cao Meng dive in to tear him apart. But just because Vo Yuk cannot move his legs does not mean his hands are useless. He raises both hands to strike with his Lu family universe palm. A single hit lands squarely on Cao Meng's stomach, tearing his skin and dealing massive damage. Vo Yuk laughs seeing him struggle, mocking him for thinking a simple leg bind would secure a victory. But Cao Meng's competitive spirit is pushed to the limit. I know what you are thinking, this guy is moving without a plan. He jumps right back into the fight, charging headfirst without thinking about the danger. Vo Yuk smirks at his stupidity, declaring he just chose death. He unleashes the exact same universe palm strike, sending another devastating wave of energy at him. The impact draws blood again, blasting Cao Meng back several meters. Vo Yuk calmly mocks him, asking if he wants more after taking so much internal damage. His worried teammates scream his name from the sidelines. Cao Meng is in terrible shape, covered in bloody wounds and struggling to even stand up. He literally coughs up blood with every breath. Vo Yuk looks at the ring in his hand, realizing he risked his life just to snatch the artifact back. Vo Yuk admits his moves are decent, but Cao Meng is already planning his next play. He knows his opponent has higher raw energy, making this a tough fight. His countered element and lower spirit energy make it almost impossible to win. Vo Yuk easily predicts his next desperate move, calling his efforts completely useless. He boasts that unless Cao Meng binds his hands too, his weak kicks will never touch him. This harsh truth hits our hero right where it hurts. He frowns, knowing the villain is right. If he did not have the elemental advantage, he would be dead already. He desperately searches for a way out. Suddenly, his master's advice echoes in his mind. The enemy has higher energy, so you cannot win in a normal fight. You have to break the rules. Armed with a treasure in each hand, Cao Meng rushes forward like a madman again. But this time, he actually has a brilliant, unconventional strategy ready. His plan is to bind both arms and legs simultaneously. Losing all patience, welcomes the attack, ready to end this annoying insect once and for all. Cao Meng screams that he will not die until he avenges that murdered girl. Vo Yuk bursts out laughing at his noble speech, though he is secretly furious. He promises to use the exact same move that killed his lover, mocking that even if his arms get locked, his legs are more than enough to kill. A massive shockwave shakes the arena, leaving Vo Yuk completely off balance and hopping on one leg. He panics as one arm and one leg get locked tight. Cao Meng looks back at the helpless clown and passes judgment, declaring he cannot forgive this trash. It is time to send him straight to the afterlife. He swallows a power-boosting pill, charging up like an absolute beast. Vo Yuk immediately begins to beg for mercy, screaming that he will change his ways. Cao Meng actually pauses for a second, asking if he is being serious. The coward desperately nods, trying to calm the deadly rage radiating from him. He begs for his life, promising to give him any woman he wants. Hearing this disgusting response, Cao Meng charges forward with absolute fury. That trashy offer only seals his fate. He screams, asking if the villain spared the girl when she begged for mercy, or if he spared her beautiful smile. With a mighty roar, he unleashes his ultimate crescent strike, smashing straight into Vo Yuk's face and delivering some well-deserved heavenly karma. Justice is served. Cao Meng waves his hand to signal it is over. Ma Lu cheers for his bro's epic win, and even Qinwen looks proud. But the fight is not finished. Vo Yuk crawls out of the rubble, gasping for air and screaming in pure hatred, asking if they really think they won. He threatens to chop everyone to pieces, but you and I both know his time is running out. Stick around to see his final defeat. Alright, you and I are diving into the action where Cao Meng punches like crazy, pounding his opponent like dough, while the announcer shouts that Wu Yi has lost consciousness, declaring the second match over with Cao Meng as the winner. True to his annoying style, he instantly starts winking and showing off for his fans. Huang Shang yells even louder than the commentator, cheering for his buddy Banana Peel. Hearing his name totally butchered, he jumps up and screams back that it is Cao Meng. The scoreboard updates, showing both sides are now completely tied in strength. Green Shade Academy successfully snatched back a point, setting up an epic high-stakes best-of-3 showdown. Li Pei glares coldly at the result like she is ready to rip someone apart. She lazily waves her hand behind her, casually ordering her subordinates to move. Her lackeys instantly get the signal and whisper to the guards. Suddenly, two creepy figures drop from above like grim reapers sent to drag away the loser. With cold, expressionless porcelain faces, they pick up the completely unconscious Wu Yi. Without wasting a single second, they launch straight up into the clouds like gods returning to heaven. Cao Meng does not feel sorry for him, but he still asks if they are taking him for treatment. Huang Yan, who has finally woken up, answers with his remaining strength. Those guys are from the Ministry of Justice. If they take you away, your chances of survival are basically zero. If I had lost, I would be facing that exact fate. Huang Shang glares silently, listening to the conversation without saying a single word, as if suddenly remembering something. Meanwhile, Huang Yan quickly struggles to get up and leave. He groans that he cannot stay seated with them and tries to run, but before he can finish his sentence, our guy ruthlessly punches him in the face. Now that his pressure points are sealed, he goes right to sleep like a baby. But then that arrogant girl is announced next, catching the host off guard. Now pay attention here, because things are about to get wild as the announcer hypes up Dong Li-Pei stepping onto the battlefield for round 3. She maintains her arrogant sneer, mockingly declaring that she totally underestimated these uncultured peasants, so she will personally step in and sweep away this useless pile of garbage. Hearing her words, the fanboys in the crowd lose their minds, cheering and screaming like monkeys. They yell for their young mistress to show these losers no mercy. Huang Shang silently sizes her up. Suddenly, Meisu steps right in front of him, blocking him with her hand and telling him to let her handle this match. She whispers that girls should settle their own fights, glancing back to quietly point out that their opponent's main leader has not even entered the combat arena yet. Huang Shang nods but warns her that the opponent's spiritual power is off the charts. He hands her 2 energy reserves and tells her to give it everything. Calling her single-horned hair classmate, Meisu sighs, asking if he actually remembers anyone's real name. But before she can get an answer, she gets cut off. Liu Xiaoyan glares at her like a wild predator. She snaps at Meisu for talking to her husband, telling her to get out there while Li-Pei makes her grand entrance. Li-Pei literally steps on the backs of her kneeling fanboys to walk up. The announcer hypes up the third match, declaring Dong Li-Pei versus Meisu. In contrast to her arrogant opponent, Meisu looks humble and focused. Seeing these 2 beautiful girls, the announcer gets super hyped up and showers them with praise. He introduces their stats as usual. Meisu has a spiritual power of 127, placing her at the early stage of the light opening realm. Meanwhile, Li-Pei is already at the middle stage with a power level of 301. Ma Lu shrieks in shock that it is triple Meisu's power. Feng Shu, despite being worried, corrects him with his math nerd brain, saying it is exactly 2.37 times, telling him to go study arithmetic. I know what you are thinking. How is she going to survive this massive gap even after her breakthrough? Honestly, she is thinking the exact same thing. Li-Pei catches her nervous expression and mocks her, saying her eyes look determined but cannot hide how terrified she actually is about this upcoming fight. She wonders how she should destroy her, slowly walking closer. But then Li-Pei suddenly stops showing off and lunges forward at her with insane speed. She flies through the air like a dart, catching Meisu completely off guard with this bizarre high-speed movement. It is just too fast to react. She closes the distance and unleashes a barrage of rapid kicks all over her body. Meisu struggles to keep her balance while trying to track her movements. The crowd goes wild as Li-Pei immediately unleashes her ultimate butterfly kick combo. Even though Meisu tries to block, she keeps getting hit by those strikes. Spectators gossip as kicks keep landing right on Meisu's face, but she somehow manages to stay standing. Her defense is incredibly tough under this pressure. Li-Pei sneers, mockingly praising her for protecting her vital spots from those fast attacks. She admits her reaction time and battle sense are pretty decent. Calling her a genius-level fighter, she watches as Meisu, despite being covered in cuts and bruises, calmly regains her balance and prepares to launch a counterattack. Right on cue, Meisu fires her high-frequency heavy cannon, blasting the arena and shattering the stone tiles. But after the smoke clears, her target is gone. Sensing nothing but empty air, her instincts tell her to look up. Before she can even process what is happening, Li-Pei appears behind her and kicks her. That brutal blow sends her flying. Back on the sidelines, the Green Shade Academy crew is sweating bullets. Feng Zhu yells that the power gap is just too massive. She says Meisu cannot keep up with her opponent's speed. Meisu wipes the blood from her lips, covered in scratches but refusing to back down. She charges forward again as if she is completely unharmed. Watching this desperate charge, Li-Pei laughs and asks if they really thought speed was her only advantage. Meisu throws a massive rocket punch straight at her face, but her opponent easily blocks it like it is nothing. The sudden shock leaves Meisu completely frozen. Cold sweat pours down her face as her mind races. Seeing her despair, Li-Pei smugly declares that her physical strength is also on a completely different level. She unleashes a devastating heavy kick that sends Meisu crashing back. It turns out Li-Pei is a complete monster, wielding enough raw power to match a cannon. A single bare-handed strike makes Meisu cough up blood. Her worried teammates jump out of their seats in absolute panic, screaming her name in pure horror. Meanwhile, the massive crowd of fanboys goes wild, praising their young mistress for the beatdown. This praise only makes her sneer and mock her opponent even more. She mocks Meisu for kneeling in the dirt like a floor rag, but trust me, you and I know this brutal fight is far from over. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a savage fight where this trash-talking diva thinks looks are everything, while our girl Me Too is struggling. She's totally panicking right now, thinking, damn it, none of my skills are even scratching her, and her speed and power are just on a whole different level. Lafap glares down at Me Too with that same smug look, saying, trying to cook up some cheap trick? Useless, you're going straight to my playlist of absolute trash. The brainless crowd goes wild, pulling out their phones to record her. They're shouting, Miss Dong is so badass. We need to capture this epic moment right now. She completely ignores Mito, turning her back to pose for her fans. She yells, make sure to get my good angles, guys, and tag me when you post. Mito is literally shaking with rage, thinking, this clown really just turned her back on her opponent. She grabs her controller to activate her hidden weapon. The arena suddenly erupts into a mini volcano. Mita screams out, eat this, you flashy fake, as she unleashes a 500 spiritual energy blast from her device. She honestly can't believe it actually hit. Malu and Kainwen burst out laughing, cheering her on, yelling, nice one, Vice Prez, that's what I'm talking about. But through the thick smoke and dust, that annoying, high-pitched voice screams out clear as day. How dare you sneak attack me, who gave you the balls, trash? Pay attention here, because even after that massive explosion, this girl took 0 damage. Mito is absolutely shook, wondering how she survived that. LaFap steps out of the smoke with her hair looking like a giant broccoli, bragging, face it, my internal shield is too strong for your cheap tricks. Her hardcore fans are totally cringing, whispering to each other in pure secondary embarrassment. Oh my god, Miss Dong, your hair is completely ruined, it's so over. Hearing them, she asks, what do you mean it's over? Then, realizing something is off, she instinctively pulls out a mirror to check her precious head. Just a minute ago, she was a cold queen, but now? She looks like an old lady with a bird's nest on her head, her face twists in horror. Her hands shake as she screams, oh crap, my hair is a purple broccoli. Throwing her classy image out the window, she goes completely berserk like an anime villain. You gold-haired brat, how dare you ruin my perfect hair, I'm going to end your life. Mito, who was laughing just a second ago, now has to pay. She sweats, thinking, this crazy energy, she wasn't even using her full power before? Okay, I'm in deep trouble, like massive trouble right now. LaFap is furious, shouting, sneak attacking me with dirty tricks? Do you have no shame? But Mito snaps back instantly with some solid attitude. Who told you to keep barking? Lucky for you, my buddy didn't fight you. Hearing this, LaFap goes red, screaming, you're just jealous of my looks. You and I both know she's lost her mind. She lunges forward, screaming her lungs out, you're ugly and weak, why should I respect you? Mito easily dodges the strike, but this crazy girl is not stopping anytime soon. She is totally determined to tear our girl apart right here. She grabs Mito by her hair and starts kicking her repeatedly. Watching from the sidelines, Qinwen and Caomong yell out in total panic, Vice President. Mito gathers all her strength, throwing a massive 8-direction rocket punch right at her. But in a split second, LaFap's eyes suddenly turn sharp. She grabs Mito's arm, sending both of them flying backward. Mito gets thrown back a long way before she finally manages to stabilize and land. She looks down, only to realize her robotic arm has been completely ripped off. LaFap holds the metal arm, gloating, both your defense and offense are trash. Let's see what tricks you have left. I'm going to give you the most humiliating defeat of your life. Her eyes look ready to kill. She screams drop dead, launching a brutal fast flurry of consecutive kicks right at Mito. Mito is covered in bruises and scratches, groaning in sheer pain. Feng Shu watches with a heavy heart, whispering she was right. Her power is completely overwhelmed. There's absolutely 0 chance she wins this fight now. LaFap lands gracefully, looking down her nose as she taunts Mito. I ripped off your little toy arm, and your power is dropping fast. Better pull out your trump card quickly, or you're just gonna look even more pathetic. Mito struggles to stand, leaving drops of red blood on the floor. But her spirit isn't broken, and she looks straight at her opponent. She says firmly, I am not ashamed of how I look right now. Despite the fresh bruises and blood on her face, she keeps speaking with pride. People who try their hardest are the most beautiful. You think being pretty and praised by others is everything? If so, you're just living for their validation, clown. LaFap snaps, throwing another attack, shouting, you don't care about looks? Fine, then let me completely ruin whatever face you have left. Mito barely dodges, but the wind of the strike snaps her hair tie. As her hair falls free, her stunningly beautiful face is finally revealed. The crowd literally gasps at how insanely cute she actually is, falling in love instantly. Even Caomong is completely starstruck by her gorgeous look. He blushes, muttering, she just changed her hair and she's already killing me with cuteness. Suddenly, the entire arena explodes with cheers for Mito. She's not just a tough fighter, she's an absolute angel. Get your phones out, snap some photos. Hey, beautiful, look over here. LaFap is absolutely fuming that the attention shifted. She screams in rage, what are you peasants taking pictures of? She's not prettier than me. The crowd just laughs and trolls her even harder, shouting, her hair is way better than your weird purple broccoli head. Caomong nudges Kainwen, teasing him, why is your face so red, bro? Kainwen turns tomato red, snapping back, look at yourself first. Suddenly, Huang Nam recovers his energy out of nowhere, creeping up to ask, she is so cute, can you guys get me her chat ID? Caomong and Qinwen jaw drop, yelling, even you, the half-dead guy, are trying to shoot your shot. Wake up, bro. LaFap completely loses it, screaming, that fake baddie is using hairstyling mid-fight to seduce people. I'm gonna rip that foxy face off. And with that, she unleashes her ultimate strike on Mito. Trust me, you and I need to see if she survives this. Alright, you and I are diving right into this crazy battle as this smug girl mocks her opponent's robotic arm, yelling, tear off your other arm too. Let's see what tricks you have left. You are definitely losing this match. You loser, this is what a real winner looks like. Hurry up and snap some pics. Show off, do not be shy. Behold a body that is the ultimate combination of power and beauty. But her servant nervously stammers, my lady, my phone just died. Died? LePay completely loses her mind at this, screaming and cursing at him like an absolute psycho. Are you kidding me? Where is the power bank? Do not tell me you forgot it. Meisu finally speaks up, saying, you really care way too much about what other people think of you. That just proves that deep down in this world you are incredibly weak, empty, and fragile. This completely hits a nerve, making Lepe fly into a massive, furious rage. Drowned in pure murderous aura, she screams, how dare a piece of trash like you try to lecture me? I am going to end you. Seeing her lose it, Fengshu frantically tries to intervene. He begs, Meisu, just forfeit. Do not fight anymore, it is only a match. But Meisu's eyes turn razor-sharp as she flatly refuses, declaring that she promised their leader she would win. She promised to bring home a point. But as she turns around, she sees Huang Shang fast asleep, making her snap. Are you freaking kidding me? Why are you sleeping right now? But wait, pay attention right here because Cao Meng suddenly points behind Meisu, yelling, Vice Leader, watch out behind you! Meisu glances back, spots Lepe charging, and quickly pulls out a smoke bomb. She hurls it forward, instantly filling the arena with thick white smoke. Trapped inside, Lepe sneers in annoyance. A smoke bomb? What a completely useless, pathetic trick. And then she spreads her arms and commands the smoke to clear. Instantly, the mist vanishes, leaving her standing alone on the stage. She immediately mocks, what is hiding all you can do? Hey host, do your job! Meisu has completely vanished, leaving only her empty mechanical armor behind. But wait, Meisu is actually still around, and she is up to something. She is casually floating high up in the air. Meisu presses a remote switch and whispers, blooming of 100 flowers! Instantly, all the mechanical devices around Lepe start glowing brightly. Lepe yells in confusion, what is this? Suddenly, the massive armor on the ground self-destructs, causing a massive explosion that shatters the arena. Lepe barely flies up in time to avoid the debris. She smugly laughs. You thought blowing up your armor would hurt me? Absolutely useless, you idiot. But Meisu just smiles softly and calmly replies with a savage twist. I obviously knew it would not hurt you. My target was the stage itself. Now you have nowhere to land, and by the rules, touching the ground outside means instant defeat, right? Lepe still yells confidently. What a cheap trick. You think you are the only one who can fly. She shuts up and starts focusing her inner energy, preparing to channel wind magic. She tries to switch from defense to flight mode, but Meisu just calmly looks down at her and asks, hey gorgeous, I have a question with 4 options. Care to answer? Lepe mocks her. What is this? Who wants to be a millionaire? Not only do I dare, I will absolutely. But before she can even finish her sentence, Meisu brutally cuts her off, calling her an old fat pig. Lepe freezes in shock for a few seconds before screaming, what? You did not even ask the question yet. Then she realizes she got totally played. She desperately tries to calm down and focus on her flight spell, but Meisu is not about to let her off that easy, keeping up the trash talk to break her focus. She yells, hey broccoli head! Lepe completely loses her concentration, slips up and tumbles down. The announcer immediately shouts that Dong Lepe failed her flight and crashed to the ground. The winner of the third match is Meisu from the Green Shade District. As the saying goes, fake assets sag eventually, only real, solid foundation stands firm in the end. You and I both saw that coming, but Meisu's eyes glisten with emotion as she softly tells her, I told you, you care way too much about what everyone else thinks. Just remember, a truly beautiful woman is one with a beautiful soul. Furious, Lepe charges at Meisu, screaming, you dirty cheat! You only won because you abused the rules, you coward! I do not accept this. Come here and fight me again. Seeing her psycho behavior, Fengshu quickly steps in front of Meisu to shield her, shouting back at the crazy girl. What is your problem? The match is already over and the results are locked. He then summons his massive golden shield to block her path and protect Meisu from her. Lepe charges forward, slamming furiously against the barrier, screaming, fight me again if you dare. Fengshu nervously yells, are you insane? Is anyone going to restrain this girl? She screams, get lost, you middle-part hair clown. Hand over that bitch right now. Their loud screaming and slamming finally wakes up Huang Shang, who groggily rubs his eyes. He has absolutely no idea what is going on. Lu Xiaoyan cold-heartedly warns, keep your voices down. You guys just woke Huang Shang up with all your annoying screaming. Lepe ignores her completely, slamming the shield even harder, yelling, so what? I do not care. I am telling you right now, you are not leaving this place alive today. Without another word, Lu Xiaoyan lands a devastating blow right on Lepe, sending her flying across the room. She knocks out cold, coughing up a pool of dark red blood. Lu Xiaoyan coldly snaps, keep talking and I will really lose my temper. This is not your home. If you feel so mistreated, go cry to your mom instead of whining here. The crowd is absolutely shocked, whispering in fear. They actually dared to assault Miss Dong right here? She is the eldest daughter of the legendary Dong family. Suddenly, a powerful man steps forward, sending a shockwave through the room. Is young Master Zhang finally entering the battle? Well, with the score at 2-1, he has to step up. Ma Lu immediately steps in front of Huang Shang, eagerly volunteering, boss, just go back to sleep. Let me take this round and handle this guy for you. It is basic strategy. Their ace is out, so even if I lose, it does not matter. Once you are fully awake, you can easily trash their bald donkey leader later. But Huang Shang calmly walks past him, saying, let me handle this. I saw his file. This guy is incredibly strong. His spiritual power is at least 4 times yours. Ma Lu's eyes tear up, completely moved by the gesture as he asks, boss, are you actually worried that I will get hurt? Huang Shang stands there under the sunlight, with a gentle smile, but his words are pure savagery. Not at all. I am just worried your pathetic defeat will embarrass me. Ma Lu literally coughs up blood, clutching his chest. He complains, how can you say something so heartless with such a sweet smile? As Jiang Wenmin and Huang Shang step onto the field, the announcer boasts about the newly rebuilt arena. It was rebuilt at record speed. We invite fighters from both teams to the stage. Jiang Wenmin versus some guy named Huang from the Green Shade District. Jiang Wenmin comes from a highly prestigious family. Local authorities even officially certified him as the ultimate #1 genius of the elite Fuchang Academy. He only awakened 6 months ago, but his growth rate is absolutely unprecedented. Currently, he has reached the mid-enlightenment realm with a spiritual score of 444. Fengshu panics. 6 months to reach 444? That is insane. He is even faster than Huang Shang. And trust me, you and I are about to see a legendary clash. Alright, you and I are jumping into a crazy showdown. Our boy's power level was last clocked at a measly 170, and Ma Lu is complaining that the gap is just too massive. Even if Huang Shang lands a hit, the recoil would probably shatter his own bones. Both fighters stare each other down as the MC wraps up the intro, getting ready to kick things off. She announces the match is starting. But wait, who is this guy? The Emperor has arrived. Instantly, the entire crowd drops to their knees, bowing low and shouting, "Greetings, Your Majesty! Greetings, Your Majesty!" Wenming bows respectfully, and even a completely battered Huang Yan does the exact same thing. It is a full house of people bowing in unison, because respect is law. That is just how the etiquette works here. The old man speaks with total authority, telling everyone to rise, claiming he was just casually passing by and heard about this tournament match. Suddenly, Yili's eyes turn razor-sharp and his voice gets way louder. He says he wanted to see the punk who had the nerve to injure the young lady of the Dong family. Right on cue, Liu Xiaoyan suddenly coughs up a bunch of blood. She drops to her knees, hacking violently, while Feng Shu panics and screams her name in total worry. Yili just gives a smug, trashy smirk and tells them to chill, claiming he is just saying hello. But Feng Shu looks at him, totally on edge, realizing what is happening. She starts doing the math. This guy injured a late-stage fusion cultivator like Liu Xiaoyan with just his pure killing intent. Does that mean the crazy rumors about him are actually true? The Emperor is a mid-heart moving powerhouse with 50,000 spiritual energy. He is radiating a bone-chilling aura, yet he keeps talking down to them with that annoying, smug voice. He says they shouldn't worry, claiming his district is all about peace and manners, and they would never bully weaker players. Then he turns to his goon and asks a question. He wants to know the power level of Jiang Wenming's opponent. The lackey bows and tells him that according to the scanners, the kid is sitting at a weak 170. The Emperor lets out a nasty, villainous laugh. He points at Huang Shang, mocking his low stats, and graciously tells Wenming to lower his own power level to match the kid. Wenming immediately bows and shouts that he will get right on it. Hearing this, Ma Lu is actually surprised and thinks this Emperor guy is surprisingly a pretty fair dude. But Feng Shu is way sharper and smells a trap. Pay attention here, because this is where the scheme unfolds. She warns him that it is not as simple as it looks. Even if his raw power drops, his high-tier martial arts skills stay the exact same. This is pure humiliation. The Emperor hands Wenming a Class C power-suppressing bracelet to limit his energy. Once Wenming snaps it on, he smugly bows and tells the boss that his power is officially capped to match the weakling. But inside, this punk is plotting something dirty. He knows the bracelet's limit is actually set to 300, not 170. He plans to play dumb, unleash extra power, and utterly destroy Huang Shang for revenge. The Emperor gives a wicked grin, completely in on the scheme, and tells them to start the match already. The MC immediately steps up to get the fight rolling. It is officially Jiang Wenming versus Huang Luyin. The crowd goes wild, and the Emperor can't even contain his excitement, screaming at his fighter to hold nothing back. He wants Wenming to show off his peak genius talent and give these country bumpkins a brutal lesson. But right then, a frantic guard rushes in with some crazy news. The guard gasps out that the opponent's power level literally just updated on the system, and it is not 170 anymore. It is currently at 450, but the Emperor is too hyped up to listen, telling the guy to shut up because he wants to watch a beatdown. Then the realization hits him like a truck. Wait, you and I both know he messed up big time. The Emperor completely freezes, stuttering 450. Meanwhile, Wenming is already charging ahead, throwing a massive punch. He screams at Huang Shang to prepare for his doom. The Emperor, now sweating bullets, frantically screams for him to stop the fight, but Wenming is way too zoned in. He calls out to the Emperor to watch his magnificent genius style. But before he can even finish his sentence, a brutal counterattack comes flying straight at his face. Huang Shang delivers an absolute face-breaking punch that sends him flying. Wenming lands hard, clutching his face, only to find his nose is totally shattered and bleeding. He whines like a baby, crying that his nose is broken and calling Huang Shang a dirty, underhanded cheater. But our boy just stands there, looking completely unfazed. He calmly asks what was so cheap about it. Wenming throws a literal temper tantrum on the floor, screaming at him to stop playing dumb about his power level. He demands to know why he hit his 450 power level. Huang Shang just shrugs, pointing out that Wenming was the one who voluntarily lowered his stats. The Emperor is left deep in thought, wondering how someone jumps from 170 to 450 in 2 days. Even Feng Shu is completely stunned by this. Everyone is wondering how he pulled off such a massive upgrade. Is he already at the mid-Kaikwang stage? Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoyan is silently falling even harder for him. Back in the ring, Wenming is sobbing over his swollen red nose, complaining that his handsome anime boy looks are totally ruined. But Ma Lu is not having it. Ma Lu takes that personally and yells at him for calling him ugly. Wenming tries to ignore the burn, sits down and tries to get his head back in the game. He tells himself to stay calm and ignore the trash talk. He proudly claims he is fighting this battle for Huang Shang, which immediately gets a disgusted reaction from our boy. Hearing some random guy say he is fighting for him makes him physically cringe. Huang Shang flatly tells him that is disgusting, making Wenming absolutely blow his fuse. He snaps back, telling our main character to get lost because he wants him to change his name anyway. Realizing he can't win, he turns to the emperor to complain. He cries that this kid calling himself Huang Shang is a direct insult to royalty. Huang Shang just sighs, telling them to stop making things up because it is on his birth certificate. Cao Meng watches from the sidelines and dryly suggests that the name Insolent Huang actually suits him pretty well. But the emperor is getting seriously triggered by the whole name thing. He fumes, demanding to know how a filthy commoner dares to use the name Huang Shang. The old man completely loses his mind, screaming that there can only be one ruler. He yells that in this city, he is the only true king and orders Huang Shang to drop his name immediately. But our boy is not about to back down easily. He calmly repeats that his legal birth certificate is literally certified by the government. This completely sends the emperor over the edge, and his aura turns absolutely murderous. He glares at Huang Shang, asking if he is deliberately defying his imperial decree. Hearing this, Ma Lu completely loses it, laughing so hard his stomach hurts. He mocks the old man, asking if he watched too many historical dramas and lost his mind. He is literally wheezing at the fact that this guy thinks he is an actual king. The emperor's face goes pitch black with rage. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next when this self-proclaimed king snaps. He can't take it anymore. The old man barks an order, screaming about how they dare joke with an imperial decree. Since they have no manners, their useless lives are basically pointless now. Time to die. Right after he speaks, the massive Proud Dragon ritual cannon blasts out. A giant fireball streaks straight toward Ma Lu, making him scream like crazy while Lu Xiaoyan bolts. Let's dive into this madness together. Feng Shu shields his squad, screaming for everyone to watch out right before the massive explosion blows the entire place apart. Debris flies everywhere while the ritual minister sneers, claiming that uneducated brats only bring death upon themselves. But as the smoke clears, a mocking voice suddenly echoes. Who did you say needs a lesson? If my precious student actually needs school, it definitely won't be from you. Hearing those words, everyone instantly freezes in absolute shock. The ritual guy panics, stuttering out to ask who is there, when suddenly a chair drops from thin air. A mysterious man just plops down on it. Sitting there looking smug as hell, it is none other than Principal Tianzi. Smiling at the old minister, he says, "Yep, it is me. Guess my old victims still remember me." Ma Lu screams out "Dad" while Feng Shu stands there stuttering in disbelief. Meanwhile, the crowd goes absolutely wild, wondering who the heck this giant newcomer is. Everyone is completely jaw-dropped in shock, wondering how some random powerhouse blocked an attack from the ritual emperor. That insane blast should have wiped out half the city. Tianzi just barks back, telling old Lai to mind his own business. Meddling in things that are none of his concern will only bring him a world of pain. Refusing to back down, the minister snaps back, reminding Ma Tianzi of their agreement to never leave his zone unless a massive emergency goes down. Tianzi casually sighs, claiming he always keeps his promises. But knowing how shady the old man is, he knew the guy would definitely target his son's squad. Plus, he did not want his rival feeling lonely, so he broke the rules to come play. The minister is so furious he can barely even breathe. All he can choke out is a useless insult before sitting back down. Meanwhile, Feng Shu stares at Tianzi, completely baffled by what is happening. He wonders what the principal's true identity is to make a Grand Emperor back down. The guy is a high-tier expert with 50,000 spiritual power after all. Now pay attention here. Is this dirty old uncle who always scratches his butt actually a legendary god-tier cultivator who's been hiding his power all along? Feng Shu apologizes with deep regret, admitting he totally misjudged him before. Tianzi instantly gets smug, teasingly telling him that admitting mistakes is the first step. He even invites him to play piggyback, making Feng Shu facepalm and instantly take back his apology. Seeing this nonsense, the minister angrily snaps and issues a direct order. The emperor orders Tuang Van Min to execute that disrespectful brat immediately. Lightning sparks fly around Van Min as he prepares to unleash his power. He screams that he will bring the kid's head to the emperor. Huang Shang just watches coldly as his opponent gets completely swallowed by a blazing aura. Tianzi points to the arena, laughing that trying to kill Huang Shang is a huge mistake. He yells for him to show off their special training. The minister breaks into a sweat, while Feng Shu and the others look completely shocked, wondering what kind of special training they could have done. Tianzi smirks, taking us back to the night Huang Shang beat down those 4 guys and told the principal he sent them to rest up. The old man was shocked by his skills, admitting the kid was totally built different. He wondered what he fed those punks to make them level up so fast. Still catching his breath, Huang Shang completely ignores the question and makes a wild request, asking the principal to have a quick sparring match with him. You and I both know Huang Shang has zero chill, but Tianzi is totally offended, asking why he should lose face just to spar with a brat. Before he can even finish explaining his epic presence, a brutal knee strike flies straight into his face, shattering his nose and sending blood flying everywhere. Huang Shang caught him completely off guard, sending the poor old man flying backward with no time to react. Tianzi screams out in pure agony. Threatening to write the kid's obituary, he gets furious. But back in the present, he just points at Van Min, mocking his title as a 6-month genius. He asks who he thinks he is with only 444 points, when Lukam's genius gained 180 in one night. Ma Lu corrects him, saying it was 280. Plus, his awakening was less than a month ago. The Dong brothers cannot believe their ears as Van Min yells out, asking if his awakening was really that recent. Even the minister is shocked by a 280-point jump in one night. Tianzi proudly brags that this is why Huang Shang is a super genius. Hearing this, Van Min takes off his bracelet, tossing it to his lackey, deciding to get serious. He tells him to return the spirit ring to Huang Shang. The guard catches it, obeying the direct command. But before the valuable bracelet can even land in his hand, Huang Shang suddenly decides to step in. He uses his golden bell shield to deflect the bracelet back in the opposite direction. Hearing the loud metallic noise, Van Min quickly turns around. He asks what is going on, while everyone watches in absolute suspense. Huang Shang leaps into the air, snatches the flying bracelet, and swiftly pockets it away. Landing with a totally innocent face, he calmly claims he just found a grade C treasure. Van Min absolutely explodes, screaming at him for stealing it. Asking if he did it on purpose, Huang Shang acts confused, pointing out the guy said to return it. Van Min yells at him to shut up. He snaps that he meant the other guy, calling him a shameless thief for robbery. The minister is so mad his veins are literally popping. He spits blood from sheer rage, gritting his teeth while ordering to kill the brat. Meanwhile, Tianzi just enjoys the show, laughing his head off. He thinks to himself how satisfying it is to watch others get annoyed by the kid, giving them a taste of his own medicine. The minister screams. Yelling about the stolen item, he orders Van Min to kill him immediately. Tianzi and Ma Lu just laugh hysterically, teasing them without any mercy. Pointing out the daylight robbery, Van Min's eyes burn with pure rage. Waving his hands, he swears he will make this uneducated brat eat dirt. Huang Shang casually warns him that the dirt is too dirty. Van Min screams back, asking if he thinks this is some kind of negotiation. The squad helplessly warns him to back off for his own physical and mental safety. Trust me, you and I are going to love what comes next. Alright, you and I are about to watch this arrogant jerk get absolutely humbled. Van Min sneers, thinking a sudden power spike is not enough to beat him. Controlling that sudden energy is way too tough, and your skills are honestly trash. Plus, I am not letting your garbage talk mess with my head. From now on, I am going all out. Our awesome main character just chuckles, telling him to bring it on because his serious face is hilarious. Especially with that tiny head and massive nose. Van Min gets so mad he literally coughs blood and drops to his knees, leaving the announcer totally confused. The young master is spitting blood and down on one knee. His teammates can only facepalm, wishing he had listened when they told him to stop talking. But Van Min snaps back up, completely engulfed in a raging aura of fire. He screams, "How dare you mock me? I am taking your life today." He charges straight at Huang Shang like a blurry black shadow. Gathering every ounce of his power, he unleashes a massive strike and yells out, "Prepare to die." Huang Shang cannot even react in time as the entire arena flashes with blinding light. Once the smoke clears, we see that he was just hit by the Flood Dragon Tail soul-severing whip, not once but 10 times over. He barely activates his Golden Bell shield to survive. Suddenly, a cold voice whispers from behind. Huang Shang spins around, but the guy is already teleported again, leaving only his mocking words in the wind. Gotcha! Now pay attention, because before our boy can even blink, Van Min unleashes another massive strike. This time multiplied 8 times. The impact slams Huang Shang hard to the ground, leaving Feng Shu completely shocked by this insane speed. He is way too fast, easily outspeeding Dong Lefep. Our main character cannot keep up at all, while Van Min stands over him looking smug. He starts lecturing our main character in this super annoying monotone voice, asking why he cannot even use his high energy levels properly. Think of your spiritual power as a massive bottle of water, but you are trying to squeeze it out through a tiny straw. Huang Shang easily replies, "Got it, teach, so I just need a bigger faucet, right?" Van Min keeps his cool for a second, then totally explodes. "Are you even listening to me? Stop asking questions. I am not stupid enough to help you out. You are seriously looking down on me too much." Using his shadow clone technique, he screams that talking to him is literally sickening. He vows to smash his mouth to stop these dumb questions. He immediately unleashes that deadly soul-severing whip 8 times over, using 3 of his shadow clones to launch a relentless, devastating barrage straight at Huang Shang. The boy takes a massive hit and flies backward. Cao Meng pities him but has to admit that this opponent's fists are ridiculously fast. Mita quickly agrees, adding that each punch is also just as heavy as Dong Lefep. Taking this many hits must have severely damaged his entire body. Huang Shang desperately blocks with his arms, trying to endure the brutal onslaught. Watching this, the old elder Ngila is absolutely thrilled and speaks up happily. This is exactly why he is known as the top genius. Nobody at his cultivation level can match his insane speed, not even close. While our boy is still completely stuck on defense, Van Min roars and unleashes one final desperate strike with every ounce of energy left. And boom, Huang Shang is blasted away, landing in absolute pain. You and I can see his teammate cheering wildly, thinking this is over. He keeps sliding several meters across the floor. Cao Meng screams in panic, worried that the hit was too heavy and things look really bad. The announcer yells as he flies off the stage. A direct hit with a massive explosion. Huang Vola is rolling helplessly on the ground. A gorgeous final blow from the young master has finished this match. Even Yila calmly admits that Van Min is surprisingly powerful. That kid has to have broken a few ribs. But Tianzi just picks his nose and calls them all idiots, while the announcer continues to praise Van Min for being on a whole other level of talent and looks. Van Min pretends he is not completely exhausted, acting cool, and arrogantly asks, "What's wrong? I barely even tried and you are already down." Malu immediately calls out his fake attitude, saying he is clearly gasping for air. Van Min looks down at Huang Shang and continues to brag, "I barely used any real strength, yet I accidentally broke him completely. He is probably crippled or dead, all because of his big mouth." But before he can even finish, Huang Shang suddenly activates his high-level healing skill and jumps right back up, casually asking, "Whose mouth now?" Van Min is so shocked his jaw literally drops as he stammers in disbelief. "How can you act like nothing happened to you?" Mila is also sweating, wondering if the kid has top-tier healing skills or a treasure. Up in the stands, Malu and me to cheer wildly for their awesome leader. Now fully healed, our boy smiles brightly and praises his opponent. "Not bad, you really are the fastest little boy around here." Van Min snaps back instantly, shouting that he is a genius, not a boy. Ignoring him completely, Huang Shang says it is time to get serious. Van Min gets annoyed again, yelling at him to stop giving him weird nicknames and use his real name. Huang Shang stands up, explaining he was holding back, but Van Min quickly cuts him off with his own theories. "I knew it. You're either hiding your second element, or you're just totally paralyzed by fear because you are facing a superior powerhouse like me." Huang Shang's eyes suddenly turn sharp as he counters. "You think you are all about respect, so I let you strike first to test your strength. But honestly, your strength is pretty disappointing." This completely triggers Van Min's fragile ego, making him fly into an absolute screaming rage. "Where do you get this confidence, idiot? I will kill you. And trust me, you and I have to love our main character's chill reaction here. Hold on, my shoe is untied." Van Min is completely about to explode, rushing forward while screaming at the top of his lungs to shut up. "Shut up and stop talking. I will sue the match officials to ban trash talk completely." He throws himself forward like a moth to a flame. "You and I are about to watch this absolute beast block a 10-strike spear combo with his bare hands. It completely breaks the enemy." Van Min's eyes pop out as he wonders how anyone could block his top speed. "Our spiritual power is equal. There is no way he can match my pace." He thinks it must be a fluke until he sees what the kid is doing. Believe it or not, he is literally tying his shoelaces while blocking every hit. Talk about absolute disrespect. Van Min completely loses his mind at this point and whispers to the Emperor, admitting he is totally outclassed by this monster. He literally wants to go AFK. Gasping for air, he cries about how his legendary speed, his proudest asset, just got completely trashed by some random kid. He glares at Huang Shang, asking how much more pride he wants to crush. Hearing this, our main character's eyes light up with pure innocence as he replies, "I am just here to learn and make friends. You know, to test my skills and study the martial arts of talented fighters, just like a good student. Loving my country, loving my peers, studying hard. Wait, how does the rule go?" Hearing this absolute nonsense, Van Min is so furious his veins are about to pop. He snaps back, telling him to stop making up rules. You can't just copy martial arts by looking. It takes years of combining personal attributes and spirit energy to master. But while Van Min is busy lecturing like an angry teacher, Huang Shang calmly walks up to him with a cheeky grin on his face. Watch closely here, this is where the kid pulls a fast one, using the Liu family flying kick. Van Min panics while the crowd gasps in shock. Both fighters back off, but Huang Shang immediately rushes in with the Liu family bone-shattering palm, making Van Min scream in agonizing pain. Cut to the dark dungeon, where a blood-covered Luvo Ook is screaming at his guard, asking why he is getting extra torture when his defeat was already punished. The guard points right at his face, yelling that he is a dirty traitor who secretly taught their top martial arts to the enemy. Voyuk has zero clue what is happening, and asks if the guard is drunk, demanding a breathalyzer test. Back at the arena, Emperor Ngila asks if that was really Vouk's signature skill. Lafette bows, confirming they trained together and there is no way she is mistaken. Van Min suddenly bursts out laughing, feeling confident. "You were too careless and revealed your wind attribute, but too bad for you, my element is fire and wind. Since our power levels are equal, elemental advantage decides the winner. Fate is on my side, and victory belongs to me." He summons his ultimate fire meteor rain with extreme pride. "A weak wind shield cannot block fire. Let's see where you run now, kid." But Huang Shang just casually summons a drunken butterfly iron cocoon to effortlessly block the fire meteors. Lafette is completely stunned by this. She realizes it is her own signature water defense skill. Huang Shang turns to her with a grin, honestly admitting this water skill is pretty awesome. "Thanks for the free subscription, helper. Now I do not have to worry about fire skills. It is way better than that stupid spit attack anyway." Emperor Ngila glares at Lafette with deep suspicion. She panics and begs him not to believe the kid, claiming it is just some copycat magic. "I know what you are thinking. No way he copied another one, right?" Let's watch as Huang Shang gets serious and readies a familiar stance. He unleashes the drunken butterfly fairy pierce. Lafette screams in panic, unable to believe her eyes. The Emperor's face darkens, radiating pure bloodlust. He asks if she sold them out to secretly help the enemy. Sweating bullets from fear, the traitorous Lafette starts trembling all over. She swears she would never do that, explaining the kid must possess some copy-paste magic that lets him learn skills in one glance. Before she can finish, she gets knocked out cold with a quick strike. Two guards pick her up and fly off, leaving the Emperor absolutely fuming. He roars that in all his years on the streets, he has never seen anyone learn a martial art instantly. lying to him is treason. He wonders if the kid has a high-tier treasure or secret magic. Meanwhile, Tianzi mocks him, saying she learned his whole career in one night. She tells him to stop living under a rock. Huang Shang looks at the emperor and defends Lefebvre, saying they are blaming the wrong person. The emperor snarls, demanding to know his secret. Huang Shang calmly replies that simply copying is too boring. You have to adapt and upgrade the skills. That is how you actually use them. The old man refuses to believe it and screams at him to stop talking trash. No one can master a martial art on the first try. Huang Shang stares back with his beautiful eyes, telling him he has just never met a genius. Get ready, because I am about to blow your mind and show you how a real straight-A student does things. He turns to Van Min. Hey, lonely boy, the old man over there wants a show. Can you help me out? Van Min gets extremely embarrassed and angry, snapping back at him. Who are you calling friend? Stop acting like we are close. But before he can even finish his sentence, Huang Shang activates a shadow clone technique. 3 perfect clones appear instantly. Van Min's jaw drops as he stares in complete disbelief. What is going on? I spent 2 months mastering this technique. Is this a nightmare? Emperor Ngila loses his patience and screams at Van Min to stay focused and pay attention to the enemy. If you lose, I will shave your head bald and throw you into the dungeon. Huang Shang remains silent, his gaze sharpening as he charges his energy. The Emperor's eyes widen in sheer shock as he senses the massive power. Before anyone in the arena can even react to what is happening, Huang Shang and his 3 clones fire a devastating dragon energy blast. Blinding rays of light shoot forward with insane speed, shattering the arena. The Emperor is completely speechless. All the top masters in the crowd are staring with their mouths wide open, unable to process this. Tianzi is incredibly proud of her genius student. Meanwhile, the 3 giant blasts are heading straight for Van Min, who closes his eyes in terror. He prays it is just a nightmare, wishing the blast knocks him out so he can wake up. You and I both know he is about to get wrecked. Alright, you and I are dropping straight into absolute chaos right now. A massive blast erupts, launching Van Min into the sky, leaving Ngila completely shocked and worried sick about him. He screams out, calling it a combo martial art, telling Van Min to block. But the poor guy is just floating in midair, his clothes already ripped to shreds. Van Min weakly thinks that it is finally over, suddenly flashing back to his childhood years. He remembers being so excited about writing poetry back then. But everyone just trashed his poems, telling him to stop writing garbage and train martial arts instead, because the Emperor wanted him to use his raw talent. His mind goes blank, and despite losing the match, he actually feels incredibly happy, silently admitting that getting beaten by this guy was surprisingly fun. Even now, he cannot help but compose a quick, ridiculous poem about having no temper, losing completely to someone insanely overpowered, and secretly crying inside. He jokes about only having his underpants left and wanting to stay far away from hackers. Meanwhile, Ngila stands frozen, watching him strike a pose in midair. Tianzi is absolutely loving this ridiculous sight, laughing at his goofy expression. Ngila is completely petrified, his jaw dropping as he stares blankly ahead. The Emperor is totally speechless, while Tianzi just cannot stop cracking up at the absolute comedy of it all, as Van Min lands peacefully on the floor. He looks incredibly relaxed as the announcer declares the match over. Zhang Van Min lies there perfectly still, wearing a highly satisfied smile. Luyan star student Huang Shang defeats Zhang Van Min, wrapping up the match 3-1. Huang Shang looks down at himself and sighs. Check this out. His clothes are completely wrecked again, but he scored big time, with his stat board almost maxed out and 2 new C-rank treasures. Ngila glares at him, calculating in his head. This insane kid can actually copy skills, and he can even wield 3 different elemental martial arts. He is a literal once-in-a-century super genius. So the Emperor lowers his pride and begs, asking this brilliant student to hear him out. He promises to forget their past beef and build a solid relationship, leaving Huang Shang completely stunned by this sudden offer. All the kid can say is a confused huh, while the old Emperor keeps hyping up his absolute protection and offering the best resources. He even promises him an unmatched status. Feng Shu is totally shocked seeing the notoriously proud Emperor Le swallow his pride to negotiate like this. Tianzi throws his arm around Huang Shang, mockingly pointing at himself and asking his old pal if he is really trying to steal his recruit. He warns Huang Shang not to listen to this sketchy villain. Ngila snaps back in anger, while Liu Xiaoyan coldly interrupts them both. She asks why these 2 old geezers are fighting, claiming she found her husband first. Tianzi laughs, asking if she is seriously competing. She keeps a straight face, boldly claiming him, while Feng Shu panics and covers her mouth, desperately begging her to shut up. He begs his ancestor to stop talking before she gets them killed. Ngila finally loses his temper, standing up and screaming at Ma. He warns him to back off, bringing up their unpaid debts and reminding him that he only gets to stay in Yongle City because of his mercy. Okay, you have to love this cheeky response. Tianzi mockingly snaps back, telling him to wake up because neither of them gets to decide where the kid goes, calling the Emperor a big rat. Ngila's eyebrows furrow so hard they almost touch as he growls out the insult. He looks like he's about to burst into flames. He screams at him not to push it, declaring this his territory, and promises to show everyone he is not some useless weakling. His guards eagerly step up, offering to fight by his side, but the Emperor stops them with a dismissive wave of his hand. He warns them they are no match, revealing he already summoned Da Gao. Suddenly, the ground begins to violently split open with flying rocks. Feng Shu panics as the ground cracks apart, revealing a massive machine that is so ridiculously huge it completely blocks out the sun. The crowd goes wild in panic, screaming about how massive it is, while Ma Lu Wuji jokingly calls it Frankie from One Piece. Feng Shu immediately tells him to stop watching anime, explaining it is a high-tech awakened mech, while Tianzi and Huang Shang look on calmly. The Emperor's guards cheer enthusiastically for Lord Da Gao, as Li Pei suddenly spawns out of nowhere to join in the shouting. He hypes up the arrival of this powerhouse. Meanwhile, Misu shows zero fear, staring at the giant mech with pure admiration. She praises its size, noting it is not wearable armor. Qiyuan's eyes light up, wondering if this is a real soul movement stage mech. Feng Shu, worried about these clueless idiots, screams from afar to stop admiring the robot and run, because it wants to kill them. Nangila glares down and threatens that if he cannot have the genius, nobody can, commanding Da Gao to slaughter every single one of them. The massive mech obeys instantly, charging up a terrifying beam of light from its weapon, preparing to unleash a devastating blast. It unleashes the cloudless cannon, while Nila simultaneously fires his own ultimate dragon skill. Both destructive attacks surge directly toward the group. Everyone panics, with Lu Xiaoyan instantly booking it first, screaming that they are playing for keeps, while calling out for the headmaster. But Tianzi just scoffs, telling them to chill because there is no need to dodge, standing completely still as the attacks close in. As the massive blast hits him, his clothes rip apart, exposing his insanely buff physique. The moment the attacks impact, a massive explosion occurs. A powerful shockwave rips through the area, nearly blowing everyone away. Feng Shu struggles to keep his shield up, completely stunned. He wonders how a mere shockwave can be this terrifying, amazed that Principal Ma blocked it with his bare body. Just how strong is he? When the smoke finally clears, Tianzi's is revealed kneeling in a super cool pose. Nilo looks on in utter disbelief, his mind completely blown. He screams in shock, asking how a bare body could block that. His guards are completely losing it, calling it pure fiction. Stick around with me to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into one crazy moment where the smoke clears and Tianqi reveals his face, completely drenched in blood, leaving all four of them speechless. Wait, why is he covered in blood? Tianqi collapses onto the arena floor, his body stained red as blood leaks on the stone tiles. Everyone watches in sheer terror. They wonder if he is faking his death just to save face because he lost. Seeing this, Yili bursts out laughing, even though cold sweat is still dripping down his face. He smugly mocks him, calling him a total poser who failed to flex. If you do not have the power, do not act tough, dude. Then his tone softens up. He tries to negotiate, telling our star student he has a choice. Either stay and become his right-hand henchman, or get buried in the exact same grave as his friends. He promises them a nice resting place. Feng Shu steps up to shield his students, shouting back in anger that this is nothing but a blatant dirty threat. Suddenly, someone else steps into the arena and coldly tells them to end this comedy show. She immediately demands to know if his name is Li Yili. Yili freezes as her cold eyes lock onto him. She warns him to stop playing games and just let them go. Feng Shu is completely bewildered. He asks who this newcomer is. Yili roars in anger, asking if she wants to be buried next to them too. This mysterious woman is Manhwa. Now watch closely as Manhwa gives him a lazy look, saying his identity does not matter. But she knows his wife and 3 kids are hidden in luxury. They live in the elite area of Beishuan under an alias. She even knows his youngest child finishes daycare at 5 p.m., and his wife picks him up. Having his biggest weakness exposed, the old guy can only stammer in shock. But Manhwa does not stop there, continuing her cold, terrifying speech. She warns him her men are standing right behind his wife. If he doubts her, she can easily chop off her leg while he reconsiders her generous offer. She casually jokes about having a friend who is great at stitching wounds. Yili frowns, completely paralyzed by fear as he struggles to find any words. He begs her to stop and stay away from his family. Standing atop his robot, he immediately surrenders and tells them they can all go. He just wants them gone for good. Satisfied, Manhwa politely thanks him for his cooperation. Suddenly, Tianqi springs back up like nothing happened. He complains that his genius plan to play dead and launch a sneak attack is totally ruined now. Furious, Yili screams at him for faking it. Manhwa calmly remarks that playing dead is just a strategic move. Watching this clown show, Feng Shu silently questions if these experts have any shame left. Manhwa turns to Tianqi and tells him to stop causing trouble, asking when he will rejoin the squad because their captain is currently losing his mind. Tianqi acts completely bored, turning down her offer. He claims he cannot leave yet because there is a new talent here who needs his mentorship. Manhwa is totally done with him. She shifts her gaze toward Huang Shang, coldly asking if he is the rookie everyone keeps talking about. He just shrugs with a cold nod, which triggers her bloodlust. She points out he is the sole reason Tianqi refuses to return to the squad. Huang Shang acts clueless, admitting he has no idea. Instead, he suggests a great therapy for their angry captain, which is simply going out to sing karaoke. I know what you are thinking, but Manhwa is not amused. She reaches out to strike Huang Shang, saying his little joke is not funny. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyan intercepts her, shoving a chainsaw right in her face. With an icy glare, she tells her to back off and drop her hand. She threatens her, saying she does not know any Stitch's doctors. Feng Shu panics, screaming Lu Xiaoyan's name as Manhwa looks at the weapon. Even with a blade at her throat, Manhwa is unfazed. She coldly asks the Luyan Academy teacher if she knows her current cultivation realm. Liu Xiaoyan calmly identifies her as a first-stage heart-moving realm cultivator. The onlookers gasp, completely unable to comprehend what these two are thinking. They wonder why Liu Xiaoyan is risking her life for love. Manhwa sneers, asking where a late-stage integration realm cultivator gets all this confidence. She warns her about acting purely on emotion. Before Liu Xiaoyan can even reply, she gets instantly knocked out with a giant bump on her head. Manhwa walks away, telling her to lie there and think about her foolish actions. She then turns back to demand when Tianqi will return. Fengshu sighs, mocking how Liu Xiaoyan tried to act so cool just to get knocked out cold. Tianqi raising one finger to negotiate. He asks for 1 year, or maybe 6 months if that works. Manhwa instantly shuts him down, saying the captain is already furious with him. Hearing that, he desperately begs for just 1 month. Even though it is not ideal, Manhwa reluctantly nods and agrees to his silly counteroffer. She warns him that he must return in exactly 1 month. Tianqi happily nods, promising that he will definitely keep his word this time. She threatens him with severe consequences if he fails. Tianqi cheerfully waves goodbye, calling her a beauty while the crowd finally lets out a sigh. With that scary woman gone, they board the high-speed train back to school. The students waiting at the gates cheer wildly when they see them arrive. They celebrate their team winning 2 matches in a row to reach the finals. This is literally the best achievement in Luoyan Academy history. The whole squad walks in as heroes to chanting and cheering. The crowd holds up supportive banners, blasting music and waving celebratory signs in the air. Then, the announcer grabs the microphone to get everyone's attention, shouting for them to listen up as their legendary principal has a few words to share with the crowd. But when the crowd sees Tianqi looking like a caveman, wearing nothing but ripped yellow pants, they realize he is still the same old shameless weirdo. Everyone quickly starts to disperse, refusing to listen to his speech. According to Huang Shang's personal diary, they finally return to the Luoyan area to rest up. They are waiting for the final match results between Bei Xuan and Huang Yu. Meanwhile, Huang Shang's teammates are undergoing some serious training to push past their limits. Their spiritual energy limits grew way too fast, so they need to stabilize their powers. Trust me, you and I are about to witness an epic finale. Alright, let's see how their secret training is going. Their power is breaking through, but their mana is spiking way too fast. They seriously need to stabilize their core right now. Alright, you and I are going to see how everyone preps for the finals with a whole week left. Every student gets a personal coach to help them adapt to their brand new levels. Liu Xiaoyan chases Misu with a terrifying look, screaming, "Do you have a crush on Huang Shang?" Misu cries her eyes out, denying it completely. "No, I do not." Meanwhile, Yunfeng scrolls on his phone as Cao Meng sits headfirst in concrete, saying, "Alright, you get a 1-minute break." Meanwhile, Wang Gong questions Qi Yuan about his progress. "Can you still not feel it?" With a massive bump on his head, Qi Yuan replies, "Actually, I can now." Deep in some forest, Huka grabs Malu, who is knocked out cold, saying, "Sorry gang, is he really this weak?" Suddenly, a phone rings, catching Huang Shang's attention. He spots the caller's name and calls out to Chief Xueyi. After wrapping up the call, he heads to their meeting spot, but Qianzu blocks his path, asking, "Is my little Huang Shang here to play some horse riding with me?" Our main character coldly replies, "Nope, I am just here to see Chief Xueyi." Hearing this savage rejection, the old man whines about him having absolutely zero respect. Huang Shang totally ignores him, saying, "I hate being late, so I am leaving first." Hearing this, the old guy panics, wait, I stood here specifically to talk to you." He keeps walking anyway, totally cold. Qianzi points a finger at him and says, "Look, I think you should just drop out of this upcoming tournament finals right now. Your strength is already way past your peers, so do not waste your time on this trash, low-tier tournament." But even after hearing that, Huang Shang does not stop. He keeps moving, answering, "I have my own reasons to get strong, and that champion prize is super important to me." Hearing that, the old man gets extremely annoyed. "Can you not wait until I finish? I am a heart-throbbing stage expert, you know." But hearing Huang Shang mention the reward, he quickly changes his strategy to lure him. "That champion reward is trash. I can give you way more than that, like 3 times over. The only reason they even run these local tournaments is to scout some talents. Now watch closely, because this is where the old man drops a massive bomb on him." He stops and turns around, asking, "What do you mean?" Qianzi looks dead serious and says, "I am leaving soon to return to the Wolf Zone battlefield. Come with me, that place is where you truly belong." Huang Shang stares right back at the old guy. He asks, "Are you trying to recruit me?" Thinking the kid is finally swayed by his offer, the old man's eyes go wide with massive anticipation. "Is my intention not obvious enough?" Huang Shang agrees, "Fine. As long as it gets me stronger fast, I will think about it very carefully." Hearing this, the old man is thrilled, giving a thumbs up. Great, no problem at all." With the chat over, our main character finally arrives to meet Xueyi. He calls out, "Chief, I am here." Seeing him, Xueyi immediately gets to business. "Our final opponents are 80% likely to be from the Beishuan district. I gathered some intel on them. Come take a quick look." She opens up the files and starts introducing the tough opponents they are going to face in this match. These two are top-tier Beishuan elites, and they are definitely coming for us. Ouyang Ola has wind and lightning attributes, sitting at mid-level Kai Guang stage. Next is Duanmu Buda with water and fire attributes, also at mid-level Kai Guang. Looking over their power, she starts planning because the next match is a 2 versus 2, meaning they will probably combine their attributes. Even though you have 4 elements, it is going to be incredibly tough on your teammates. Huang Shang, who was tempted to quit earlier, tries to say, "Chief, actually about this tournament," but he gets cut off before he can finish. Shuyi boots up a holographic projector, saying, "Look at this first, I secretly planted a signal receiver so we can watch their previous match." On the glitchy, static-filled screen, the feed keeps cutting in and out. It looks terrifying and unreal. Staring at the bad signal, she is completely baffled, wondering, why is this lagging? It was totally fine just a second ago. Suddenly, bright flashes like raging fire burst through the static, carrying chaotic noises. The arena, the entire stage is a sea of flames. Save them. The fighter is heavily injured. The two of them watch the chaotic scene unfold. As the match ends, victory goes to Hongwu Academy. Shocked, Shui gasps, "What? How did this even happen?" Inside the screen, a figure appears. I know what you're thinking. A psychic type? Yeah, things just got 10 times crazier as people scream about the pure horror of Hongwu Academy. They actually have a psychic awakener on their squad. Hearing this, both Shuyi and Huang Shang are totally stunned. In the flames, Suya is crying. The commentator keeps yelling, "A psychic awakener!" Suddenly, Suya's eyes snap wide open with crystal-clear tears still hanging from the corners of her eyes. Right after, the screen goes completely dead. Both of them are left confused, wondering why they lost connection. Shuyi guesses that girl probably broke the receiver. Suddenly, the door slams open with a loud bang as Qianzi kicks it in, shouting, "I cannot wait any longer, I am coming in." Super excited, he announces, "Huang Shang will not play for Luyan Academy in the finals. Sorry, my dear little Shui, I cannot let you win this time." But completely different from his earlier careless attitude, Huang Shang's eyes are practically glowing with the desire to study. Knowledge is endless, and he wants it all. A day of travel brings a basket of martial skills, and as a model student, he must learn. Strap on the helmet, I am entering the finals. I need to study psychic martial arts. Study, study, study. Seeing him like this, Qianzi completely freezes. Shuyi gets slightly worried, saying psychic awakeners are extremely rare and dangerous. They can launch attacks without even making physical contact. Their willpower is amplified to infinity. Since we lack info, you must be careful. But Huang Shang shows zero fear, confidently saying, "Do not worry, this is nothing." Qianzi, seeing this sudden betrayal, gets totally pissed off and yells, "Hey, did you not literally just say you were coming with me?" Huang Shang's eyes burn with fierce determination as he makes up his mind. I want to face her, the psychic awakener. 5 days later, Qiyuan raises his weapon, getting into a combat stance, and proudly says, "Check this out. I modified my weapon into dual blades to boost my offense and defense, hitting 415 spiritual power. Cao Meng boasts, I boosted speed and defense, hitting 414 with a new martial skill." Misu chimed in, "I upgraded my gun's firepower to reach 420 spiritual power." But she gets cut off. "Why did you change your hair?" Furious, she snaps, "Who cares about hair? Power is everything. Stick around to see how they fight. Get ready, because you and I are about to dive into some crazy training where this exhausted guy literally spits out vitamin-filled water, bragging that his spirit power is only 300. Full of vitamins B1, B6, and B12, but everyone just groans, telling him to drink his own spit. But then they spot Huang Shang and completely lose their minds. He hit 520. Isn't that high tier already? Everyone gets super suspicious, asking him if he was actually resting instead of secretly grinding his stats. He just shrugs, saying he did zero training and only ran basic missions. But nobody buys it, instantly labeling him as a total workaholic who's addicted to the grind. Mei Su pipes up, asking if those missions actually paid well. Huang Shang just gives a smug grin and holds up a single finger, acting all casual about his earnings. He drops a bomb. Not much, just 2 million. Mei Su and Ma Lu freeze in pure shock. 2 million credits for side quests and this kid calls it pocket change? They grab his mission log and go completely silent. The book is packed with completed E-rank and D-rank quests. Qi Yuan looks at it, totally puzzled. Wait, didn't the coach mention that climbing the ranks unlocks new quests? Feng Shu rolls his eyes, looking extremely annoyed, and confirms that a ton of new stuff opened up. Apparently, as soon as Huang Shang realized that, he went on a crazy grinding spree. Now everyone officially labels him as a brainless, work-obsessed lunatic. Qiyuan nods in total agreement, feeling the exact same way. Then Shuyi steps in, explaining that to keep everyone safe during the upcoming finals, she is shaking things up. She is bringing in extra training partners. Except for her and Steel Wang, the rest of the instructors are free to join. Hearing this, Feng Shu is practically crying tears of joy. Finally, he does not have to face Liu Xiaoyan all by himself. Cao Meng pumps his fist, cheering that they have a solid team of 4 now. But Shui Yi cuts him off, correcting him that it is actually 5, pointing at Tianzi, who is sitting in the back, wearing a weird horsehead mask while sipping tea. Without even looking back, she tells the president he needs to give a report. Tianzi complains, asking her to at least face him when she speaks. She flat out refuses, claiming his face hurts her eyes. The president just sighs and accepts the roast, while the other students watch in awkward silence, too scared to speak. Shui Yi gets down to business, explaining they have 2 routes to the Hongwu sector. But the Beishui sector is ruled by Emperor Li, who hates their guts. Because of past grudges, he blocked their passage entirely. Meanwhile, the southern 7th sector is still hostile after their recent tournament clash, making it another dead end. Tianzi tells her to leave it to him, boasting about how reliable he is. But the more he talks, the more disgusted Shui Yi looks. She finds him absolutely repulsive. Meanwhile, over in the southern 7th sector, the moon shines over a massive skyscraper, where 2 powerful figures are currently holding a secret meeting. The shadow leader Ji Shangyu and President He Shengliang are listening to a cold voice barking orders over the phone, demanding to know if they understood the imperial decree. They must absolutely block the Luyin sector from passing. The caller offers a deal, promising to sell them more valuable resources to show their cooperation and good faith. But the offer quickly turns into a threat. Resistance means total destruction. Suddenly, the caller-ID flashes on the screen with a terrifying name. It is Emperor Li. He warns them to think carefully before hanging up, leaving both Shengyu and Shengliang boiling with absolute rage. Shengyu wonders if this is a bribe or an invitation for a temporary alliance, but Shengliang curses, calling him a devious old fox with a hidden agenda. He grits his teeth in pure anger. This is a blatant threat. Blocking Luyin is extremely risky, and his offer to sell resources is just forced extortion. Now pay attention, because this is where you and I get to see the political mind games get super intense. Shengyu wants to rebel, but his partner shoots it down. He realistically points out they stand no chance in a fight. The enemy controls the entire northern territory, ruling over 3 massive sectors with absolute power. Even combined, they would get crushed. As they panic, the door suddenly swings open and 2 unexpected guests casually stroll right into the room. Tianhai walks in with his hands in his pockets, puffing a cigarette. He smugly suggests a simple solution: just team up with the Luyin sector. The 2 leaders stare at him like he is crazy. But Tianhai just grins, proudly declaring that the Luyin crew are basically their brothers now. The bosses are completely baffled. They demand to know where he suddenly came from, and more importantly, when the hell did they even release him? Let us look back together at what actually happened a few days ago in the dungeons. We see Tianzi confidently walking into the prison cell. He dismisses the guards, leaving them alone. Tianhai just scoffs with a smug grin, asking if he is about to get brutally tortured. But the president calmly declines, saying torture is not his style. Instead, he proposes they become brothers. Tianhai immediately snaps, completely losing his temper. He screams that he wants to kill them all. But Tianzi just pulls out some sunglasses, mentioning that Huang Shang said he loved this specific brand. Tianhai puts them on, grinning but acting tough, asking if he thinks a cheap pair of shades is enough. Suddenly, a massive stack of cash lands on the table. 1 million credits in cash. Tianhai freezes, staring at the sudden mountain of money in absolute shock. The president just shrugs, calling it a small gesture. Tianhai literally screams, asking if he is actually serious about being brothers. But he quickly tries to regain his composure, nervously adjusting his cool shades. He frowns, repeating that it is still not enough to buy him. But the president just grins and pulls out something even more insanely valuable. A rare blood jade bracelet worth 3 million credits. Tianhai's eyes immediately light up like stars, and he cheerfully declares that money truly can buy brotherhood. He screamed, "Brothers forever!" Back in the present, he hands over a contract, explaining his new ally sent this proposal to form a mutually beneficial partnership. It is a strategic alliance treaty. He admits he does not understand it, but it feels like they are offering massive piles of surplus resources. Shengliang and Shengyu scan the document and freeze in disbelief. The resource list is insanely generous, far better than anything Emperor Li offered. Tianhai explains the terms he worked out, pointing to a joint defense clause written at the bottom. Basically, they want a full alliance. An alliance with Luyin? They look at each other, and just like that, you and I are about to witness an absolutely legendary pact. Alright, you and I are about to jump into a crazy alliance between Shengliang and Tianzi. Look at their crews standing by those banner poles, celebrating like crazy. Congrats on the alliance, fellas! Meanwhile, the bullet train keeps blasting down the tracks at a neck-breaking speed. The map shows them moving from the Luyin zone all the way to Nanqi zone and then Hongwu zone. Inside a palace in Fuchang, Emperor Yili snaps, hearing about Luyin's alliance. Are they trying to defy me? Also, look at his head. It is so shiny you could use it as a mirror, all because of his angry threat from before. If you lose, I will shave your head bald and throw you in the dungeon. So, to prove his innocence and punish himself for getting his crew falsely accused, the old geezer actually shaved himself bald. Back to reality, Yili frowns and says, "Since it has come to this, go pick a fight with Nanqi zone. Anything else?" The Hongwu president Wu Gang starts clapping and sucking up, saying, "Your Majesty, I plan to hand over our ultimate genius, a psychic type awakened who is only 14 years old." Right next to him, the president of North Spring Zone, Zhuge Shun, also claps and flatters. Yes, he instantly beat our own genius zone representative into critical condition. Hearing all this sweet talk, Yili starts feeling pretty good. He purses his lips, plotting something. A psychic awakener? Excellent. I want to personally go to the finals arena to see his quality. Then the 3 of them walk over to a massive screen showing the bullet train flying down the tracks. Perfect, I want you guys to see the absolute brat who has been giving me a major headache. Hearing Yili mention his headache, Wu Gang and Zhuge Shun immediately jump at the chance to speak. Watch closely here. They promise to get rid of this cocky brat who does not know his place. Right then the screen zooms in on Huang Shang, and they start Googling. Is that him? Yes, that is the kid. Ma Tianyi is protecting him, and they are traveling together to the tournament finals. In that case, let us help you kill him. Wu Gang stares at the high-tech screen asking, is this a new spy drone? Zhuge Shun also asks curiously, it won't get busted, right? But the second he says that, Huang Shang on the screen suddenly reaches out, looking like he is about to grab them directly. They scream in pure terror, dodging back. Oh my god, the screen goes completely static, cutting off the feed. All 3 of them are frozen in shock, utterly traumatized by what just happened. Although the screen is pitch black, they can still hear the live audio feed. Someone asks, "Shout, Huang, what is wrong?" Huang Shang casually replies, "Nothing, just squashed a fly." Hearing himself treated like trash, Yili's blood instantly boils, cursing the kid. Zhuge Xun quickly tries to calm him down. "Chill, chill." But the emperor screams, "That punk is too arrogant. I must kill him to protect my honor." The two lackeys see Yili's beard and hair standing up like spider legs, his head literally spraying blood from pure rage, leaving both of them screaming in unison, "What in the actual world?" Later, Feng Shu explains the tournament rules. The finals will be a 3 versus 3 team battle. Defeated members can be replaced by reserves, and whichever team has active fighters left standing wins. But then he warns them that they absolutely must watch out for the psychic-type user. Cao Meng is confused, asking, "Is there something special about psychics?" Feng Shu breaks it down. Physical types use spiritual energy to buff their bodies and control their combat power. Then you have tech types who specialize in controlling high-tech weapons and infusing their gear with energy. Feng Shu's face turns serious. Here is where we need to listen closely, because psychics are a whole different beast. Unlike other types, psychics can directly manipulate raw spiritual energy. He explains further that they can actually materialize their energy into devastating elemental attacks, and even control it from a distance, basically using it like magic. Hearing this, Huang Shang is not scared at all. He is totally hyped up. His eyes sparkle with excitement, thinking, "Man, I really want to learn that." After a long train ride, they finally arrive at Hongwu Zone. "We are finally here." But suddenly Feng Shu drops a warning, telling everyone to keep their guard up. This makes the group look super confused. "Wait, Hongwu is Emperor Yili's turf? Does that guy seriously rule over 3 whole zones?" Feng Shu casually responds, "Yep, he used to own 5. Everyone is shocked. "Wait, so Luyan Zone was his too?" Feng Shu continues, "Well, a few years back, Commander Ma conquered Luyan for this match. I only heard about this from Director Tian Thin yesterday." Huang Shang, however, is staring at something in front of him with pure disgust on his face. He cannot believe Commander Ma actually did this. Right in front of them is Tianzi crawling on all fours in the most ridiculous, eye-watering pose. Even Feng Shu cannot bear to watch, muttering that they should just pretend they do not know him. Meanwhile, over at the Beiquan border, a massive dragon is flying through the clear blue sky. Inside, Yili praises his subordinate. "This ride of yours has some serious style, not gonna lie." Wu Gang instantly flatters him. Only a ride like this is fitting for Emperor Yili. Inside, the 3 of them are lounging comfortably on cushions. Pouring some wine, Wu Gang asks how the Emperor likes it. Yili praises, "I feel great," and Zhuge Xun is totally loving this elegant vibe too. Wu Gang is truly the ultimate kiss-up, watching the Emperor's every move. Noticing a sigh, he immediately asks, "Your Majesty, why the long face?" He is just a puny kid, so do not let him ruin your mood. But to Yili, those words sound like he is scared of Huang Shang. "Why do you keep whispering nonsense in my ear? Me angry? Do you think I am just some unreasonable hothead who gets mad over nothing?" Seeing the boss blow up, Wu Gang quickly shuts up, saying, "Yes, my bad." Yili then pulls out his phone to make a call. "Yo, I have departed. The payment is at the designated spot." On the other end, a voice replies, "Cool, let me go check it out." Xiao Wei, kicking his feet up on the control panel, says, "Don't worry, we won't slack off. We get paid, finish the job, and leave. And believe me, you and I do not want to cross Captain Hu Xiaowei. Saving lives? Not her thing. But when it comes to taking them, she is a total pro." The first mate, Huang Daogei, walks up and reports, "Captain, your bath is ready, and yes, I put the rubber duck in." "Yo, you and I are about to dive into this madness," starting with Xiaowei waving her phone with a smug grin, heading west instead. She laughs, planning to buy a table in Yongle City, joking about taking a hot shower first, completely blindsiding the clueless vice captain. He brought water right after she said she was good, making Xiaowei yell in shock. Meanwhile, night falls and streetlights flicker on. The city lights illuminate the entire block. Inside, Feng Shu is chilling on a couch talking to Huang Shang, asking him a weird question. "Why cry after winning a fight? Is that seriously the only reason you came to find me?" Huang Shang just replies, "Yep," while Feng Shu thinks. He explains that sobbing is just a raw way of letting out deep emotions. He guesses that sometimes even winning can make you cry. But weeping in pure agony, that usually means deep pain. Suddenly, a vision of the crying girl flashes right inside his mind. He remembers Xuanya crying her heart out and calmly mutters, "Pain, yeah, I get it." Meanwhile, at a massive, flashy arena packed with thousands of roaring fans, the tournament is raging. The announcer screams into the microphone, hyping up the crowd, asking if they have been waiting for this. Get ready because the final round-robin match of the Yongle City training camp is about to kick off. The crowd goes absolutely wild. Fans are cheering, waiting for the showdown. Up in the VIP section, Gijun laughs, noting that Wu Gang booked the whole stand. Who knew that fat bastard could be so considerate? The high-ranking official next to him nods, agreeing that the guy did good. Backstage, Feng Shu is pumping up his squad, telling them to relax. He claps his hands to boost their morale for the fight. Now pay attention here. They are up against mental-type espers, but the best way to kill fear is to look it in the eye. Huang Shang, Misu, Cao Meng, Qiyuan, and Ma Lu roar back in agreement, their fighting spirits burning hot like an absolute wildfire. Feng Shu spots their opponents arriving, muttering that the Hongwu team is here. Under the blinding stage lights, a small girl appears. She is dragged out, bound in heavy iron chains. Huang Shang stares silently at her, realizing the bound girl is Xuanya, completely helpless. A black blindfold blocks her vision to suppress her psychic power. Her hands are chained tight and her knees are already bruised and bleeding. Wu Gang brutally yanks the chain, sending her crashing forward. He barks at her, telling her to stop slacking and get moving. The violent pull scrapes her knees against the rough floor, tearing them open. She collapses in pain, but the fat bastard shows zero mercy. He just keeps screaming threats, telling her to fight or die. Watching this, Huang Shang and his team feel a wave of pure anger. They pity the poor girl while glaring in utter disgust at the shouting piece of trash. Suddenly, Wu Gang gets right in Xuanya's face. She flinches in terror as he commands her to annihilate the Luyan squad with no mercy. He warns her not to act up like last time. His only job was dragging her to the arena, so he finally tears off her blindfold, letting her see the horrific sight before her. Wu Gang's ugly, bloated face is staring right back at her with bulging eyes. He reminds her of the explosive cuffs on her limbs. One wrong move and he will blow her to dust, promising freedom only if she wins the championship. He tells her to get moving. You and I can see her eyes look like literal galaxies, showing her insane psychic potential, yet she is still trembling in pure fear. Covered in brutal wounds from head to toe, she stands chained on stage, looking incredibly vulnerable. Seeing this, Feng Shu tells his team to ready up. He rallies them and they cheer for themselves. Their first three fighters stepping into the ring are Huang Shang, Qi Yuan, and Cao Meng. As the Luyan team enters the arena, the high official Yi Li spots Huang Shang and instantly fumes with absolute rage from the stands. Wu Gang notices his explosive anger and sneers, realizing this brat is the exact same punk who pissed off the elite leader earlier. He schemes, wondering how a mere kid could trigger such fury. He wants to see if this punk actually has any real skill at all. A lackey runs up to warn him that the kid has a filthy mouth capable of driving anyone insane with just a few words. Wu Gang snaps at him to shut up, then swaggeringly walks over to Huang Shang, warning him that he might not leave this arena alive. Huang Shang just stares at him, completely unbothered. Wu Gang delivers his threat and casually walks away, taking a smug sip of water. He is totally convinced his empty threat absolutely paralyzed the kid with fear, thinking the punk is dying to know who he really is. But in reality, Huang Shang views him as lower than dirt. He casually leans over to whisper a savage question directly to Feng Shu. The insult hits Wu Gang's ego so hard he literally chokes on his water. Huang Shang asks what level monster that talking fat pig is. Opposing them is Xuanya, flanked by two massive meathead hulks twice her size. The referee steps up to announce the grand final matchup. Luyan vs Hongwu is about to start. Representing Feng Shu are Huang Shang, Qi Yuan, and Cao Meng, all primed and ready to fight. The crowd is roaring for both sides, totally getting their money's worth. Up in the VIP stands, Yi Li is practically exploding with pure hatred. His bald head looks ready to burst. Wu Gang is equally furious, grinding his teeth in absolute rage over being called a monster. Feng Shu yells for his team to completely crush them, while Ma Lu flashes a huge thumbs up, totally backing his trash-talking attitude. High above the arena, two mysterious figures watch the entire bloody spectacle unfold, wondering if they should intervene in this crazy chaos. Stick with me. We are just waiting for the signal to strike, while the referee finally screams to kick off this brutal fight. Alright, you and I are diving straight into the crazy mid-year finals between Yingle City's 5 training camps. The crowd is going absolutely wild right now. Everyone's hyped to see these players show off. Meanwhile, two big greasy guys on Sonya's team tell her that she's carrying this match, or they'll beat her up. They're only there to watch. On the other side, Huang Shang's trio glares back, totally on guard. Even Feng Shu is stressing out over this matchup. She asks if that's a psychic awakener. In the corner, that shady guy Ngoi Chuang watches silently. Meanwhile, Sonya squeezes her eyes shut, looking completely devastated. Flashbacks hit her hard, memories of being happy with her parents, a letter left on a table. Time blurs in her mind until a massive fire erupts. Her beloved mother is trapped in the ER, staring right at her. All that agonizing trauma is fueling something else inside her, twisting into a massive raw power. Sonya opens her eyes, tears of absolute grief still clinging to her lashes. But from her gaze explodes a level of sheer power that shocks everyone. Now watch this. Behind Cao Meng and Qi Yuan, a bizarre rainbow portal appears, completely swallowing Huang Shang, who is standing right in the middle. Everyone gasps. It's the Prison Rain psychic skill. They scream Huang Shang's name as he gets sucked into an entirely different dimension, wondering what just happened. Huang Shang reaches out into the void, totally confused. Watching this, Feng Shu panics. What kind of martial art is this? Huang Shang is completely trapped. Qi Yuan sees him vanish and snaps. He draws his custom weapon, unleashing his flowing Light Night Flower Thousand Blades skill, rushing in while yelling like a madman. He screams to let Huang Shang go, but Sonya just glares. Her power is way beyond anything they expected. Meanwhile, in his pocket dimension, Huang Shang observes. He analyzes her moves, noting she was unfocused earlier, making her energy unstable. Outside, Sonya extends her hand forward, mimicking Huang Shang's previous gesture. It looks like she's trying to crush her target. Seeing this, I know you're wondering if Huang Shang is shocked. And yeah, his eyes are wide open. Sonya clenches her fist, punching the air. The sheer pressure shatters the ground beneath her feet, sending rocks flying everywhere. She is a total beast right now. An energy field erupts, blasting Qi Yuan backward. That's her pressure field skill, and she is not done yet. Sonya immediately preps her next attack. She points her hand forward, twisting her wrist counterclockwise. Crimson energy swirls around Qi Yuan out of nowhere as Sonya tightens her grip. Qi Yuan is completely paralyzed like a fish on a cutting board. His wrist gets bent backward by her crimson siphon grip. He stares in utter disbelief. He was overpowered so effortlessly. Feng Shu is just as shocked, wondering what on earth is happening, as Sonia keeps her deadly grip on Qi Yuan. She unleashes her next move, Crimson Siphon Blast. A glowing red crest appears, triggering a massive explosion that obliterates the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Cao Meng screams Qi Yuan's name in horror. Seeing the danger, Ma Lu yells for Cao Meng to run away immediately, realizing that Sonia is completely unstoppable. But before he can even move, Sonia flips her palm upward. Swirling green fluid materializes right in front of Cao Meng, spinning rapidly to trap him. She is multitasking like crazy, keeping Huang Shang trapped in that rainbow barrier with one hand, while using medium transfer with the other to choke Cao Meng. The thick fluid wraps around Cao Meng's head. With a cold, unblinking glare, Sonia clenches her fist, activating high-density, high-pressure conversion gate. Instantly, the oxygen is sucked out. Cao Meng's eyes roll back as he gasps, wondering what kind of nightmare this is. Feng Shu and Ma Lu watch helplessly. Meanwhile, Yila is ecstatic seeing his side dominate, cheering at how awesome she is. After that insane barrage, Sonia leaves Qi Yuan and Cao Meng paralyzed. Both of them are face down in the dirt, completely out cold. Nila is absolutely thrilled, shouting for them to join him and bring out the rewards. He tells her he will buy her any color Lamborghini she wants if she finishes them off. Seeing Nila pleased, that thug Ngoi Chuang is overjoyed. He bows in gratitude. Hearing these cruel orders, Sonia looks over at them, her eyes filled with hesitation. But she refuses to do what they want. She flat out refuses, saying she won't murder anyone. Hearing her defiance, Ngoi Chuang loses his mind, clenching his fists and screaming at her. He yells, calling her a brat, ordering her to obey Nila's command since he's her new master, but Sonia still refuses to back down. She glares back, makes a decision, and shatters the barrier, holding Huang Shang, gently releasing him. Once free, Huang Shang stares at his own hands, fuming. As his anger reaches its peak, Ngoi Chuang points directly at Sonia's face, screaming at her to kill them all if she ever wants her freedom. But Sonia isn't scared anymore. She falls silent, letting out a cold, mocking laugh, telling him to cut the crap with his empty promises of freedom. Ngoi Chuang is completely stunned by her attitude. Her small, scarred feet, locked tight in heavy iron chains, reveal the brutal truth of her reality. It's all a lie. She knows that even if she wins this championship, she will still be treated as nothing more than a tool. Hearing this, Ngoi Chuang gnashes his teeth, glaring at her in fury. Sonia makes her final stand, firmly declaring she won't hurt her opponents. Ngoi Chuang laughs like a maniac, pulling out a remote device. He asks if she forgot what happened last time and presses the button without hesitating. Suddenly, sharp iron spikes shoot out from Sonia's cuffs, piercing straight through her arms, spraying blood everywhere. The agonizing pain is absolutely unbearable. Her eyes go wide with pure despair. Clutching her mutilated hands, she collapses to the floor, screaming in agony. This scene is so hard to watch. But that ruthless monster Ngoi Chuang doesn't care. He threatens to chop off her limbs and throw her to the fish if she doesn't obey. One of the big guys on Sonia's team is bleeding and swearing under his breath. But then, Huang Shang steps in front of Sonia to protect her. He coldly asks who gave them permission to treat a little girl like this. Feng Shu is completely stunned by his sudden heroic intervention. The stadium erupts into cheers. Even the announcer is loving the drama, shouting about the crazy turn of events as a Luyan player protects a Hongwu rival. Ngoi Chuang is stunned by his interference, and trust me, you and I are about to witness some serious payback. He has no idea what's coming. Alright, stick with me because we are about to watch our main character totally shut down this arrogant jerk. The bald guy sneers, asking who he is to meddle, but Huang Shang cold-heartedly exposes his horrific torture of a little girl. You whipped her. Are you really that selfish and sick? She already said no. Stop it, cue ball. Seeing someone actually step up to protect her, Shuya's eyes immediately light up with tearful gratitude. On the flip side, Ngoi Chuang is absolutely furious, grinding his teeth like he wants to tear our main character apart. He completely loses it and starts screaming like a maniac. What did you just say, you little brat? You think you can lecture me? A total nobody dares to talk big here? Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd just watches the drama unfold in silence. Huang Shang seriously can't go a day without starting trouble, and now he is picking fights with bald thugs. Although deeply grateful, Shuya does not want him paying the price for her sake. She warns him that there is a terrifying, massive power backing this guy, begging him not to get involved since it is all her fault and she should face it alone. But does Huang Shang care? Not a chance. He coldly roasts these pathetic clowns who act tough just because they shave their heads to look like Saitama, thinking they are actual anime main characters. Hearing this, Shuya is completely speechless, her mind totally blanking out. The onlookers watching this unfold are seriously impressed by his absolute lack of fear, wondering how he has not been humbled yet. I mean, how does he talk so much trash without getting instant karma? Huang Shang then turns back to Ngoi Chuang, calmly telling him that he can actually understand how the old man feels. The bald leader is totally lost. How can this kid trash talk him 1 second and claim to understand him the next? He demands an explanation while Shuya just stares with her jaw drop. Huang Shang frowns, delivering a heavy blow. I get that you want to dominate and control people, but that is absolutely no excuse to behave like a heartless monster hurting innocent kids. Comparing him directly to a feral monster leaves the entire crowd gasping in pure disbelief. People literally spit out their drinks while others start frantically whispering about how insane this kid is. Now pay attention because this brutal insult pushes the old man straight over the edge. Being compared to a beast right in front of everyone has him shaking with absolute pure rage. Goi Kwang's chubby face contorts in a terrifying way. Spitting everywhere as he screams, he yells that our main character is the actual beast and that his entire family are beasts too. He demands to know what a kid like him could possibly understand, but the king of savage roast does not care. Huang Shang casually waves his hand to offer a fake apology. He says he is sorry for bringing up sensitive scars and accidentally offending him. Hearing this sarcastic apology is like rubbing salt on an open wound, making the old man spit blood. He screams that he is a real human being, not some monster. Suddenly, Huang Shang acts completely shocked and asks with the most innocent, deadpan face imaginable, "Wait, you are actually a human?" This line deals absolute fatal emotional damage. The old man is so insulted his eyes almost pop right out of his head. He roars, asking how he dares to treat him like some animal, and literally coughs up another mouthful of blood. The people around him immediately panic and rush to help. Screaming that their mayor is critically injured, the onlookers can only sigh. Huang Shang has done it again. The kid is truly the undisputed king of trash talk. Seeing someone else get roasted to a crisp just like him, Yili bursts out laughing, telling the old man to enjoy getting totally played. His ally looks at him like he is crazy. Down by the stage, Goi Chuang is still fuming with blood dripping from his mouth, trying desperately to save some dignity by pointing a shaking finger at our main character. He stutters in rage, calling him a damn brat, while his panic-stricken guards beg him to stop talking before he coughs up his entire lungs right then and there. Witnessing this hilarious shutdown, Shuya suddenly bursts into a beautiful, bright smile, a complete shift from her dark despair. When she notices him looking, she quickly apologizes. "You and I both know how satisfying this is," but seeing the girl he literally trampled on laughing at his epic defeat makes the old man completely lose his mind. He screams, asking how she dares to mock him. He grabs the remote that already destroyed her arm, threatening to press the button again and end her life right there. Having already felt that excruciating, soul-crushing pain once, she terrifiedly shuts her eyes and flinches, bracing herself for what could be her final tragic moments. But there is absolutely no way Huang Shang is letting him get away with this. With one lightning-fast move, he instantly obliterates the controller right out of his hand. Shocked by his sudden bold action, Shuya opens her eyes, staring at him in complete disbelief. Meanwhile, the bald leader's face twists as he spits out more blood. He aggressively demands to know how he dared to strike him. Huang Shang maintains his cold expression, asking him why a real human would ever treat an innocent kid so brutally. Dropping his playful attitude entirely, Goi Chuang commands his personal guard to attack, yelling to wipe that smirk off his face and prove whose fists are actually stronger. He points dramatically to order the kill, but before he can even finish his sentence, two of his strongest elites suddenly collapse to the ground with a loud thud. Dumbfounded, Goi Chuang quickly spins around to see what just happened. Right before his eyes, his two prized bodyguards are already lying completely flat on the floor. He cannot believe his eyes. These guys were top-tier fighters at the peak of the fusion stage, and they got absolutely destroyed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Tian Yi appears out of nowhere, casually chilling in a chair while waving a fan, telling the old man that outsiders really should not interfere in this fight. Totally clueless, the bald leader demands to know who he is, wondering why this mysterious guy is wearing a horse mask and waving a fan like some ancient monk. Tian Yi continues lecturing him, saying the kids should settle their own beef. Hearing these moral words coming from a guy like him, Feng Shu is totally taken aback. He thinks to himself that it is hilarious for such a shady guy to talk about justice. Yili then steps in, trying to put a stop to the madness. He warns that the man is Ma Tianyi, advising the bald leader that they should definitely not pick a fight with him right now, leaving them completely powerless. Staring at Huang Shang and Shu Ya while unable to make a move, his blood boils. He curses internally as pure unbridled rage completely blinds his common sense. Goi Chuang screams out to his remaining men, ordering them to stop standing around and kill them immediately, threatening to execute them if they fail this mission. The two useless giant guards panic, quickly nodding in fear. But against these weak, low-level thugs, our main character does not even need to lift a single finger. His allies step in, easily clearing out the trash with a couple of swift, crushing kicks. Huang Shang then stares down the bald mayor, delivering a chilling promise. An overwhelming godlike energy erupts from his body, forming a massive, terrifying shadow beast behind him. This insane aura of absolute oppression slowly begins to crush the entire arena. And trust me, you and I are about to watch this old villain get exactly what he deserves as he witnesses the main character's true, terrifying power. You and I are about to watch the ultimate power play. Moi Kwang is too terrified to even breathe, his eyes wide with pure shock as he collapses, totally speechless, while his minions look on in complete confusion. The surrounding soldiers rush over, shouting, "Mayor! Mayor!" But that overwhelming pressure was meant only for him. Moi Kwang is shaking like a leaf, dripping with cold sweat as terror completely paralyzes his body. He cannot even sputter out a single coherent word about the monster in front of him. Because the onlookers did not feel that insane aura, they are just left standing there with endless questions. What did that kid just do? What is happening? Even Sister Thien, casually waving her fan, is totally blanked out. Meanwhile, Zona stares intensely at him, trying to process his unbelievable strength. Then she quietly asks, "Big brother, do you really want to help me?" Hearing her words, Huang Shang turns back to look at her. But what Sona is about to ask of him is to give up everything. If you really want to save me, then please, just end my life. Suddenly, Sonia remembers crying hysterically in the middle of a massive raging house fire. Everything she ever cared about vanished in those terrifying flames. Even her beloved mother was snatched away by that horrible disaster. She has felt completely hopeless and empty inside ever since that day. As the dark memories flood back, Sonia is shoved hard into the cold snow, crying out in pain. The pack of bullies in front of her just laugh, standing proud with hands on their hips. They brag, "This is my special combat move my dad taught me yesterday. Pretty cool, right?" Sonia can only shiver and beg them to stop, her voice trembling in the freezing air. She begs them, "I just want to go home," but they respond with more vicious blows. "Who said you could leave? Stay here, it is my turn to fight this weakling now." Only when Sonia lies defenseless and beaten on the icy snow do these little punks finally decide to walk away. They laugh, saying they got a great workout beating her up today. Alright, watch closely because this gets depressing. After they leave, Sonia struggles to get up, grabs her bag, and walks away alone. Her tiny face is filled with absolute sadness and misery. Her breath forms thick clouds of steam in the freezing air. On the lonely, snowy path, she walks all by herself. The snow is so deep that she sinks past her ankles with every single step. The icy wind relentlessly whips against her small body, forcing Zona to wrap her arms tight around herself just to stay warm. Her tiny figure fades into the vast white landscape. She looks so incredibly lonely out there. Back home, Zona quickly gets some warm water to heat up her freezing hands, shivering and blowing on them to ease the stinging cold. So cold. Then, with bruised and battered hands, she gently wipes her face. She sits at the small table while the kettle boils loudly behind her. Zona quickly cooks a simple bowl of noodles, slurping it down before quietly washing the dishes. Once her chores are finished, she crawls into bed. It is so freezing she has to pile on several heavy blankets and even throws her winter coat on top. Outside, the blizzard continues to howl fiercely through the dark night. It is already well past midnight. Suddenly, a sound wakes her up. Sonha bolts upright, smiling happily for the first time today as she shouts, "Mommy is home!" Her mother enters and notices she is still awake. She gently chides her. "If I am late, you do not have to wait up, sweetie, just sleep." But she has no idea that her presence is the only thing keeping Zonha warm. She leaps out of bed, happily bouncing around her mom, saying, "But I missed you so much, Mommy." Her mother smiles warmly, wrapping her arms around her precious little girl. "I missed you too, sweetie." Outside, the freezing wind continues to roar, but inside, the sheer warmth of their family makes the bitter cold vanish completely. Let us pause for a second. On the desk is a picture of Sonia's happy family on a toy train, showing her mother's gentle smile and her father's warm embrace before everything went wrong. She looks so innocent, completely untouched by loss. Sitting on the bed, Sonia asks her mother about her father. "Is Daddy still not home yet? I really miss him too." Her mother gently explains, "Your daddy has to fight on the battlefield, sweetheart." Sonia frowns and asks, "But why does Daddy have to fight in those scary wars anyway?" Her mother giggles, "Because your daddy is an awakened, honey. He is incredibly strong and the most amazing person ever." But Sonia still misses him dearly, pouting and unsatisfied. "Even if he is strong, why must he fight? He should just come home to us. Seeing you work so hard all alone makes me hate that stupid battlefield." Seeing her daughter act so spoiled, her mother smiles with endless warmth. She gently pats her head, saying, "Daddy will not be gone forever, sweetie. Once the war ends, he will come straight back to us. Trust me, everything is going to be all right soon." Zonha nods obediently, saying, "Okay, Mommy." Then her mother gets up to leave. Before closing the door, she turns back, "Sleep well, sweetie. You have school tomorrow." Sonha behaves. "Yes, Mommy." But using her sharp, motherly intuition, she feels her daughter is troubled. She asks softly, "What is wrong, my baby?" Sonha hesitates, then whispers shyly, "Mommy, can I please have a hug?" Who could ever say no to that sweet request? She immediately pulls her into a tight, warm embrace. "Of course, my darling, Mommy is right here. My greatest happiness is holding my entire world right here in my arms." Wrapped in that loving embrace, Sonha feels incredibly safe and happy. But all the pent-up sadness and bullying from earlier today suddenly come rushing back to her heart. Crying softly, she asks, "Little Sonia is the best girl, right?" Her mother holds her closer and assures her she is. After a few quiet moments, Sonia speaks up confidently. Feeling fully recharged from that magical mommy hug, she says proudly, "Do not worry, Mommy. Tomorrow I will go to school early and be super good." She then turns to sleep. "Good night," her mother whispers back gently. But deep down, Sonia is still too anxious to sleep. Just before her mother walks out, Sonia sits right back up and calls out, "Mommy, I have one more question. Just one last thing, please. Then I will go straight to sleep, I promise." Seeing her daughter acting so mysterious, her mother chuckles warmly. "Go ahead, tell me." Sonia looks up, terrified of losing her too. "Mommy, please promise you will never awaken, or they will force you to go to the battlefield too. I do not want you to leave me." To ease her worries, her mother playfully acts like a superhero. "Do not worry, I will never leave. We will live happily forever." She lunges forward, tickling her playfully. "If you ever try to leave me, I will never let you go." Sonia giggles uncontrollably, squealing, "No, I want to stay with you forever." After their little play fight, they finally say their real good nights. "Go to sleep now, sweetie." "Good night, Mommy." Having cleared her heavy heart, Sonia drifts off into a peaceful sleep. A sweet smile lingers on her lips. The next morning, thick snow covers the entire neighborhood. Sonha bundles up and bids her mother goodbye before heading out to school. "Goodbye, Mommy." Her mother waves back, "Have a safe trip, sweetie." She runs over to adjust her scarf, reminding her, "You have to do your best today, okay?" I will, Sonia promises cheerfully. Her mother adds, and make sure to get along with all of your classmates. But Sonia's reaction to this advice is pure, unfiltered disgust. So what do you and I make of this face? Her mother asks, what does that look? Sonia pouts, no way, I hate them. They are just a bunch of brainless jerks. Stick with me, because we are diving into a really emotional story. Sonia thinks nobody likes her, but her mom cuts off her dark thoughts and gently explains it is just because she has not met a real best friend yet. Her mom smiles so warmly, telling her that a true friend always gets you, protects you, and if you treat them right, they will eventually open up their heart. Hearing those sweet words, Sonia totally brightens up. She tightly squeezes her mom's hand and asks, really, Mom? Will I actually have a real friend? Her mother immediately reassures her, of course, sweetheart. You absolutely will. Then she leans down, wrapping her beloved daughter in a tight hug, promising her that everything is going to get so much better. Sonia just softly replies, okay, Mommy. After that, they wave goodbye. But right then, her mom's face goes completely pale, and out of nowhere, she just collapses straight onto the cold, hard ground. Next thing you know, she is in the hospital. Sonia is sobbing her eyes out. Mommy, what's wrong? Why are you like this? Please don't leave me. Inside the hospital room, her mom keeps trying to calm her down, saying, I'm totally fine, honey. The doctor said it's just from working way too hard. Lying on that hospital bed, her face is full of regret. Mommy spent all our savings. At first, I only wanted one thing, to give my little Sasha a real home. Suddenly, she makes a funny face to make Sonia laugh, asking, will little Sasha forgive Mommy? You won't leave your mommy, right? But Sonia is not laughing at all. She looks dead serious and says, of course I won't. Her mom asks again, so you're really not mad at me? This time, Sonia hesitates and mumbles, well, maybe a little. Hearing this, her mom plays along, acting totally devastated. Oh no, did my little Sasha really just dump her own mommy? I already forgave you. Sonia tries to calm her down, saying, Mommy, stop being so dramatic, seriously. While they are playing around, a doctor walks in, asking them to please keep it down. Sonia suddenly lets out a heavy sigh, looking at her mother on the bed. Seriously, Mom, are you actually happy? Her tiny shoulders begin to tremble, feeling completely helpless. Her small body trembles. Now pay attention to her mom's words here. She looks at her and says, my little Sasha is not allowed to cry. Look up at Mommy. Hearing that, she looks up with teary eyes. But her mom is already using both hands to make the silliest clown face, making her choke on her own spit. Then her mom smiles warmly. In this world, fate is a tough thing to predict, but as long as we don't give up, everything will get better. By then, my little Sasha will definitely have tons of friends. She gently pats her daughter's head, advising her that happiness might show up late sometimes, but it always arrives. Mommy will keep trying her absolute best, okay? Warm light shines on her mother's kind face as she keeps whispering, everything is going to turn out just fine. Only then does Sonia let out a soft smile and reply, yes, Mommy? But that sweet happiness does not last long. A massive fire suddenly erupts, filling the sky with thick black smoke while lifeless bodies cover the ground everywhere. Clutched in the hand of one of the victims is a necklace. The pendant holds a picture of Sonia's happy family of 3, but right now it is completely shattered. Just like the devastating collapse of Sonia's entire life and family. Walking alone through the freezing, heavy snow, Sonia quietly thinks to herself, will things really get better? Will I actually make some good friends? Just the thought of it brings her joy. Suddenly, her teacher walks up and calls out, well, look who it is, little Sonia? Sonia bows politely, greeting him. Hello, teacher. The man happily announces some amazing news. Since your academic records are pretty outstanding, the school board has approved a special offer. Starting next semester, your tuition is totally waived. Plus, the Corona Association will give you 500 yuan for support and 1,000 dongs in scholarship money every single month. Hearing this, Sonia is completely blown away. Are you serious? She rushes back home and instantly calls her mom to share the big news. Mommy, I got a scholarship and free tuition. Really? I will run over to give the teacher the certificate right after dinner. The weather is not even that cold anyway, and I wanted to visit him too, Mommy. I know what you are thinking. Things are finally looking up, right? But standing in her cold, ruined home, she asks about dinner, holding the phone in heavy silence. Then, Sonia accidentally spots a letter lying on the dirty floor. Wait, what did you say? She asks through the receiver, picking up the paper. No, it's nothing, she quickly adds. Sonia slowly opens up the envelope. As her eyes scan the words on the paper, she completely freezes in shock. Official report, we deeply regret to inform you that Mr. Dui Tuong Thui has passed away on the battlefield. He sacrificed everything for the organization, and we will provide financial support for young Sonia. She is totally paralyzed with grief. She cannot utter a single word, while her mother on the line still has no idea what just happened. Little Sonia, are you there? Why is it so quiet? Did something happen? Sonia chokes back her immense pain to reassure her mom. No, nothing's wrong, Mommy. Gosh, that sudden silence totally scared me. You are such a good girl, but I still worry. See you soon, sweetie. Her hands shake as she tries her absolute best to hide her tears. Yeah, see you soon. Sonia hangs up the phone, completely numb, and slowly sits down on a chair. She just stares blankly at the tragic letter. Sonia cannot hold it in anymore. She buries her face in her hands, letting the paper slip from her fingers onto the floor. And she finally bursts into tears, crying uncontrollably. Meanwhile, a family photo showing her with both parents stands quietly in the corner as snow falls heavily outside the hospital. Inside her mom's hospital ward, an old lady sharing the room cheerfully says, I have some amazing fresh fruit here. Take some to nourish yourself. Her mother is thrilled. Thank you so much. My precious baby girl absolutely loves apples. Her face lights up with pure joy as she adds, she has no idea what kind of surprise I have waiting for her. The elderly lady smiles, you two are such a lively and adorable mother-daughter duo. Sonia's mom politely replies, we tend to be a bit loud. Sorry if we bothered you last time. The old lady waves it off. Not at all. Seeing you two so full of life actually makes me happy. Then she hesitates for a second before continuing, but you know, my husband is currently away on the battlefield, so this poor kid has had to endure so much. I don't have money, but I always try to keep her smiling. The old lady gently comforts her. You are doing your absolute best. Your daughter has such an amazing mother. I am sure she is already incredibly happy. Hearing this, her eyes well up. If only she really felt that way. But right in the middle of their heartwarming chat, a massive, deafening explosion rocks the hospital. She looks around, completely stunned. She has zero clue what is happening before violent, raging flames instantly swallow up the entire room. Meanwhile, Sonia is still walking through the falling snow, her heart heavy with worry. I still haven't told Mommy the bad news yet. Her health is still so fragile, I absolutely have to keep this a secret. But suddenly she hears people screaming nearby. Oh my God, look at that massive fire! Crowds gather in front of the hospital building, which is completely engulfed in a sea of flames. Did anyone get out of there alive? Did everyone get out? Sonia screams out in pure panic, trying to charge right into the roaring flames. But trust me, this is where everything completely shatters for our girl. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild revenge story that starts with this absolute tragedy. Stop, the fire's too big. Going in is a death sentence. Sonia struggles as bystanders hold her back, screaming, my mom is still inside. No way, you still can't go in there, she keeps crying out in absolute agony. My mom is inside, we have to wait for the firefighters. Just stay here, son. Nya screams and suddenly awakens her power, blasting everyone away. Get lost! Crying her eyes out, she dashes straight into the roaring flames, screaming for her mother over and over. People behind try to stop her, but they are too slow. Stop! Sonia charges straight into danger without a second thought. Don't go in. Ignoring her own life, she dives into the sea of fire, screaming her heart out. Mom, mom, mom! Sonia just keeps crying and yelling. Mom! Suddenly, a burning wooden beam crashes right onto her, followed by fiery bricks. Falling debris makes her scream in pain. But then Sonia suddenly yells out, get out of my way! Incredibly, the roaring flames seem to surrender to her raw power, parting sideways. Sonia stands there, completely shocked. Without even processing what just happened, she takes shaky steps forward, desperately searching through the burning, smoke-filled hallway for any sign of life. Through the thick smoke, she spots a faint silhouette. It's her mother, collapsed on the floor. Seeing this, she screams hysterically, Mom! Mom! Sonia doesn't waste any time. Using her bare hands, she tosses aside the burning wood blocking her path. She rushes to her mother's side and shakes her desperately. Mom, wake up! Please wake up, it's me, I'm here. But there's no response. Her mother has stopped breathing. Clinging to the cold body on the floor, Sonia cries out in despair. Mom! Stop joking around. Mom, don't scare me like this. Quit pretending. Wake up and smile at me. Please, Sonia trembles, staring at her hands covered in blood as she. Now pay attention to this heartbreaking moment. She shakes her mother, screaming in agony. Don't do this, I'm so scared. Please, Mom, look at me. She weeps, holding her cold hands. I was wrong. I'm not mad at you anymore. I swear I'm not. Don't leave me. Whatever you do is fine. I promise I'll be good and go to sleep early. I won't run around anymore. I was wrong. Tears stream down her face as she looks up. I don't need anything else. I just need you, Mom. I'm so sorry. Suddenly, heavy, shaky footsteps approach. A blurry figure stands panting at the doorway. Seeing this, Sonia desperately cries out for help. Are you a doctor? Please help. Please save my mom. She's hurt and bleeding so much. But the man just clenches his fists in sick excitement. I blew up this whole freaking hospital. Hey, hospital director, get out here. Kneel before me. You thought you could look down on me just because you're a high-tier awakened? I only threw a few attacks, and the damage is already this insane. Sonia stares at him, trembling. Did you blow up the hospital? The man laughs maniacally. Oh, a survivor. Want to beg for mercy? Just awakened and a cute girl already falls into my arms? Is this it? Am I the main character of this world now? With a creepy, perverted look on his face, he grins. Too bad for you, kid. I don't like flat chests. Suddenly, an invisible force locks the man in place. He panics inside, realizing he can't move a single muscle. Tensing up, he glares at Sonia in sheer terror. She raises her hand, grinding her teeth in absolute, burning hatred. You! It is all because of you. Everything is your fault. It's all you. The man panics instantly. Oh, so you're an awakened too? Let's talk this out. It was just a hospital explosion. I didn't mean to kill anyone. What are you trying to do? Sonia looks at him with eyes full of deadly rage. I am going to kill you, he screams in horror. Wait, I just awakened. Don't kill me, please. I still want to live, she screams back with pure hatred. Now? Only now do you regret it? He begs in complete despair. Yes, I regret it. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. What would your dead mother think if she saw you become a killer? Hearing this, Sonia completely freezes. You and I both knew he'd play dirty, right? The scumbag sees her hesitate and immediately seizes the chance. He unleashes a fatal strike directly at Sonia, sending her crashing violently onto the hard ground. She lies there, speechless and battered. The man quickly signals his two guards to seize her. A needle is plunged into Sonia's arm, followed by multiple rapid injections. Countless needles pierce her body as the guards brutally drag her away. No, this can't be happening! Someone please save my mom! Mom! She slowly starts losing consciousness. Her mother's body fades away as she passes out. Snapping out of her memories, she looks at Huang Shang. If you really want to help me, then just kill me. Her eyes are filled with pure despair. I've already lost all hope. Hearing this, he quickly waves his hands in refusal. Kid, you're not thinking about me at all, are you? You don't want to kill, and neither do I. Sonia stares at Huang Shang with a million questions running through her mind. He gently tries to comfort her. Calm down first. You need to forfeit and hand over that prize before you can start making demands. If you won't do that, then I won't give you any answers. Oh right, I also need to demonstrate some psychic martial arts. She gasps in absolute shock. Are you a demon? Sonia, her face scratched up, warns him. Stop messing around. You have absolutely no idea how powerful his backing is. In the Yongle district, he can literally rewrite reality with a single snap of his fingers. She recalls the dark memories. The hundreds of deaths in that sudden disaster were blamed entirely on my accidental awakening. Out of nowhere, I was framed as the killer of my own mother. Sonia remembers the agony of being thrown into prison. Meanwhile, the actual killer bribed his way out of trouble and is still walking around completely free to this day. 2 prison guards with sleazy grins burst inside. Just 3 days after I got locked up, those corrupt guards waited until nightfall to assault me in my cell. Terrified, she continues. If I hadn't awakened my abilities, they would have ruined me that night. They are just a bunch of soulless beasts. The fat guard holds a lit cigarette. He violently grabs Sonia's hair. What kind of power did you even awaken? Turns out you were just fooling us this whole time. Go on, show me your little power, he growls. If you dare play any tricks, I'll make your life a living hell. He viciously presses the burning cigarette butt into her hand, warning her, do you hear me? Sonia's painful screams echo through the halls. She lowers her head and speaks timidly. Leaving this tournament, I don't even have the chance to destroy myself. I have nothing left. Huang Shang looks at her with concern. Let me see your arm. Sonia slowly pulls up her sleeve, revealing countless horrific scars. He stares silently at her wounds. Watching this, Feng Tu gasps in pure shock. Even the audience looking down from above feels a deep wave of sympathy, whispering this is going way too far. Huang Shang calmly replies, is that dark energy what's making you live like this? I can easily remove it for you. Dumbfounded, Sonia hesitatingly calls out to him as he turns to leave. Wait, please help me. He then turns his gaze toward Wu Qiang and his 2 henchmen. Trust me, you and I are about to see this trash get exactly what he deserves. Stuttering hard, she desperately begs Huang Shang as he turns away. Wait, please help me. He stops, looking back at Wei Kuang and his 2 goons. This is where it gets crazy, guys. Yo, let us dive right into this crazy showdown. These punks are literally barking, asking if our boy did all this. But Huang Shang just steps up, mocking their pathetic confidence. They boast about crushing him like he is nothing, while Sonia watches with pure anxiety. The fat boss glares at Huang Shang with absolute hatred, but our main character just stands there, totally unfazed. Suddenly, Huang Shang spins around and points straight at Sonia. He accuses her of trying to trick him into fighting so she can slip away and take the prize. Talk about a plot twist. He calls her a scheming manipulator, leaving her completely jaw-dropped and confused. Even Feng Shu and the crew are utterly stunned by this sudden accusation as Huang Shang turns back around. He casually tells her to forfeit the match. Sonia sighs in sheer frustration, begging him not to get dragged into her mess. She knows the danger is far too real. But wait, pay attention right here because everything is about to kick off. Our boy fakes being pissed, calling her an annoying granny for rambling while the corrupt boss panics. The lackey complies and the boss sneers at Sonia with a nasty smirk. He mocks her bold speech, claiming words are cheap and that he is about to blow her entire life to pieces. Wei Gang pulls out a detonator, threatening to wipe her out. Sonia freezes in pure terror. Suddenly, a bearded ally screams at the boss, begging him to stop before he ruins everything. He warns that the girl is meant as a tribute and calls Wei Gang insane. But the boss just laughs hysterically, mocking the classic hero saving the damsel trope, calling them total fools. He claims they will only salvage a mangled corpse. But suddenly, Ma Lu unleashes a massive water blast straight at the boss's head, telling him to taste this high-pressure blast. The water short-circuits the detonator in Wei Gang's hand, making it smoke. The boss rages as his device breaks while Sonia quietly takes in the chaotic scene, stunned by their luck. She remembers her mother saying she just had not met the right companion yet. As she reflects on this, the boss trembles in pure terror as Huang Shang cocks back a massive fist. The boss desperately screams that this is his territory and everyone must obey him. He panics, shouting that he will make their lives a living hell, worse than death itself. He vows to make them suffer eternally. But Huang Shang couldn't care less. Raising his fist, he coldly tells the boss that he has already survived worse than death 1,000,000 times. Wei Gong frantically commands his personal guards to charge, but before they can even reach Huang Shang, Feng Shu and Hu Ke step in, effortlessly kicking the guards away like trash. Her mother's voice echoes, describing a true companion who protects and cares, and you and I can see that companion is right here as Huang Shang leaps up to smash the boss's face. The terrified boss shrieks, telling him to stay back. He desperately brags that this entire sector is filled with top-tier fighters, warning our hero not to mess with the supreme ruler. He claims to represent the most powerful factions around. Sonia just watches, completely mesmerized as her mother's gentle voice asks if she will ever be able to find such a person. Her mother warmly reassures her that she definitely will. She promises that being beside him will bring endless joy and he will absolutely never let anyone lay a finger on her. With zero hesitation, Huang Shang unleashes a devastating punch straight into Wei Gang's bloated fat face. It is a brutal, crushing blow aimed right at the center of his skull. The sheer impact leaves Sonya and the entire crowd completely speechless. Gasps of shock ripple through the arena as people realize that a mere kid just utterly destroyed the zone leader. Some whisper that the tyrant totally deserved it. Soon, massive cheers erupt from the stands, with people shouting praises and fully supporting our hero for overthrowing this abusive fat pig. The broken boss is horrified to hear his own citizens turning on him. The crowd keeps screaming insults, exposing how he constantly abused his power to commit endless crimes. Wei Gang breaks into a cold sweat, nursing his shattered face. He is utterly shocked that Huang Shang actually had the balls to hit him. He curses our hero in fury. He thinks himself lucky for taking a defensive pill beforehand, otherwise his skull would have shattered. Just then, his armored guards finally show up, extremely late to the party. The elite guards announce their arrival, immediately restoring the boss's arrogance. He frantically points at Huang Shang, screaming at his men to tear the brat limb from limb. But his backup gets instantly blocked by Feng Shu and the crew. The lead guard angrily demands to know who they are and how they dare to trespass into this area. Our allies tell them to stay out of the boss's fight. The head guard is raging, demanding to know their goal. Meanwhile, Tianzi, wearing a ridiculous horse mask, playing dumb. He literally claims he doesn't speak human language. The guard is absolutely boiling with rage, but can do nothing. Meanwhile, Wei Gang is dripping sweat, but still acting tough. The boss snaps, asking if they think he is out of options. He throws down a strange cube device and activates it, triggering a massive, glowing protective barrier around himself. He boasts that this is an ultimate defensive shield. He brags that any spiritual entity approaching will be blasted back, and even a tiny fly cannot get through this barrier. Safe inside his dome, the boss directs his toxic rage at Sonya, cursing her and her mother as worthless traitors. He really thinks he is completely untouchable right now. He maliciously yells that her mother will die alone, and nobody will ever care about her. His disgusting, smug face makes you want to punch him through the screen. But his cheap threats do not faze Huang Shang at all. The boss then turns to mock our main character, calling him a mere tool to be used forever. He claims the hypocrites trying to save him are just using him for his raw power, calling our hero an idiot. Talk about supreme projection from a total loser. But honestly, seeing his bloody swollen face makes his trash talk absolutely hilarious. Huang Shang completely ignores the barking dog and calmly turns his attention back to Sonya. He tells her she is finally free to go wherever she wants. Meanwhile, Misu steps up with a high-tech tool, preparing to disable the collar holding her back. She easily breaks the collar, calling it cheap trash. The boss can only glare in absolute shock. Despite being free, Sonya still trembles with anxiety for her savior. She worries about him offending the powerful chief, but our boy just shrugs it off. Huang Shang calmly agrees, unfazed by the massive target now painted on his back. He knows beating this guy is the only way forward. Suddenly, Sonya begins to glow with power, rubbing her hands and saying she wants to tear that fat stomach apart. Huang Shang casually agrees, saying they are totally on the same page. The fat boss, however, remains insanely confident in his ultimate shield and laughs at their threats. He mocks them, asking if they are out of their minds. He asks if they even comprehend how incredibly powerful his absolute defensive shield is, acting completely smug. But Sonya has zero time for his boasting. She instantly activates her energy siphon ability, targeting the remote controller right out of his hands, bypassing the barrier completely. She detonates the remote, causing his precious shield to instantly shatter into pieces. The absolute look of pure horror on the boss's face is honestly priceless. He is speechless, shaking like a leaf as Huang Shang steps up with a cold glare. Trust me, you and I are about to see this fat tyrant get destroyed. Alright, you and I are diving into this wild fight. The villain begs for help while Ngila orders, "Stop, you yellow trash. Disobeying my decree will bring ultimate ruin. You hear me?" But Huang Shang doesn't give a damn about his threats. He raises his fist and barks, "Listen up, dark meat, you're not escaping this time. Even the gods can't save you. Not a chance." Goichuang desperately tries to cram pills into his mouth, but our boy uses his soul siphoning energy to steal them all before unleashing a barrage of brutal punches. Talk about the ultimate punches of pure justice. Those steel fists leave the bad guy with zero room to fight back. After 666 consecutive strikes, he is squashed flat. He looks like a battered meat patty, absolutely ruined. Once Huang Shang finishes his brutal beatdown, Goichuang's face is swollen beyond recognition. The main character then turns around to speak to So Na. "You said you wanted to hit him, right?" So Na smiles warmly. "It's fine, this is more than enough." Deep down, she is overjoyed because this is the first time she feels like she actually has a loyal companion by her side. Meanwhile, Ngile is absolutely fuming. "Do these street rats really think my imperial decree is just toilet paper? Damn it! If you're not going to show me respect, then attack. Bring me their heads." His ministers quickly respond. "Understood, Your Majesty. We are fully prepared, just waiting for your word." Massive machines rise from the ground, shocking Feng Shu and Ma Lu. Out steps Dada Gao, master of soul technology, leading 4 elite warriors who step directly into the spotlight. First is a handsome guy with ice-cold eyes, Tuang Van Ning, the genius of Fujiang district. Second is a pretty but super arrogant girl, Dong Lamao, another top-tier genius. The third contender oozes absolute confidence, none other than Ouyang Ula, the pride of Baekwon district. The last fighter has a deeply sly, cunning look in his eyes, Duan Mu of Baekwon. Behind them, guards and elite coaches from both districts back them up. Brimming with intense pressure, they roar at our heroes. "You pathetic losers from Luyin district. Now watch closely, because this is where the odds turn against our heroes. Feng Shu, Tianqi, Huke, and Yunfeng are totally frozen in absolute shock. Their jaws hit the floor. How are there so many enemies? But Huang Shang remains super calm and whispers to Sona, "This is getting messy. Keep your guard up." Though slightly panicked, Soha nods. Suddenly a voice echoes from behind, "I am so sorry, handsome, but when you take someone's money, you have to get the job done." Out of nowhere, Xiaowei lunges forward and thrusts her hand straight through Huang Shang's back. She smirks maliciously. "I really have to thank you for this perfect opportunity." Blood pours from Huang Shang's mouth as he gasps for air. Xiaowei swiftly pulls her blood-stained hand out of his chest, saying, "Sorry about that, guess I owe you one. Bye-bye now." With that, she vanishes into thin air, leaving a severely weakened Huang Shang to collapse on the cold stone floor, motionless in a massive pool of deep red blood. Seeing him lifeless on the floor, Soha lets out a terrified scream, calling out to her beloved brother. Feng Shu also senses the danger and desperately shouts Huang Shang's name. Right in the middle of the arena, Soha is completely lost. She clings to his side, weeping hysterically. "Please don't die. Big brother, please don't leave me." Meanwhile, Feng Shu overhears some absolutely toxic trash talk from the surrounding crowd. "Nice. Get ready to clean up Huang Shang's corpse. Hurry up and run, you trash." I know what you're thinking. Someone has to clear the path, right? Xiaoyan steps up, swinging her sword and roaring at the enemies. "Get out of my way." Without a single second of hesitation, she slashes her blade twice, sending the cowards fleeing in pure terror. Xiaoyan actually uses her signature technique, the Lian Can Diep slash. That is right, it is a relentless storm of slashes. Witnessing her cold-blooded brutality, one of the survivors panics, crying out, "This is insane! Xiaoyan, why are you attacking us?" Meanwhile, back on the arena stage, Sona continues to weep, refusing to let go. "You can't die, big brother! Please, you have to wake up right now!" You would think Xiaowei had run away after that sneak attack, but nope, she is actually hiding in the shadows of the rafters, silently observing the dying boy. Xiaowei sighs with cold indifference. "Sorry, girl, but his internal organs are completely torn to pieces. Stopping the bleeding won't save him. It really looks like game over." But the moment Sona places her hand on him, an incredible, vibrant blue glow suddenly erupts from Huang Shang's body. This is the legendary divine healing art. Sunha's eyes go wide with total shock. Even though she is the one triggering this miracle, she had absolutely no idea she possessed this insane hidden power. Xiaowei is instantly drawn to this blinding radiance. What in the world? How is this even possible? She looks on in sheer disbelief, knowing his heart had literally stopped. He was dead. How is his life force skyrocketing like this? Realizing Huang Shang is still breathing, Xiaowei snaps and barks orders to her 4 heavy hitters. "Kill him now. The Emperor will reward you." The first to charge out is this ugly dude with a face wrinklier than a gorilla. He glares, gritting his teeth, and roars like a beast. Next in line is a weird-looking octopus-headed freak. He screams his head off while activating his ultimate skill, Drunken Fairy. The third guy luckily looks a bit more human. This is Ouyang Ula, and finally the last boss, Duanmu, unleashing his giant wooden form. These 4 idiots charging in like brainless fools instantly triggers a cold rage in Sona. She immediately activates her absolute status domain. All 4 charging enemies freeze midair. "What? Why can't we move?" Soha's expression turns completely dark as she starts summoning deadly lightning, ready to fry them to a crisp. "I despise violence, but if you dare steal the life of the person who matters most to me," crackling sparks fill the air before she even finishes. Electricity sizzles everywhere. The 4 frozen villains can feel the entire atmosphere completely warp. The temperature goes wild, burning hot above, freezing cold below. She won't keep them waiting long. Sonha delivers her cold final verdict. "Then you all should just disappear." Boom! Lightning is triggered as she channels her legendary spell, Heavenly Punishment, blasting the entire squad into dust. And that's where we leave them, with lightning frying the enemies, leaving Feng Shu and Huke shaking. Trust me, you and I are definitely ready for the next epic episode. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a crazy close shave. Feng Shu dodges the lightning in terror, realizing that girl's spiritual system is way too overpowered. She unleashed blinding light and crushed 4 master tier fighters all at once. After a few loud booms, those 4 dropped down like burnt, crispy cockroaches, charred black and smoking. Sonya used up so much spiritual energy that she collapses, gasping heavily for air. But right then, Xiaowei decides to make her move. Jumping down from above, she yells, "Sorry about that, I am here to help." But after just a few steps, Chenza flies out of nowhere to ruin her day. He uses his tiger-cleaving mountain laughing fist to blast her 80 meters away. Some help, that is. Our Grand Captain Xiaowei got wrecked by a single hit. Daoji stands there, eyes wide in absolute shock at this crazy opponent. He instantly recognizes the tiger-cleaving mountain laughing fist and Ma Chenyi. Meanwhile, Xiaowei is still completely disoriented when she gets blasted yet again. Loud crashes echo. Finally hitting the dirt, she struggles to stand up. But before 3 seconds even pass, Xiaowei is spun around like a top in midair. She gets tossed and slammed all over the place. Daoji screams in panic, "Captain!" After getting absolutely battered, Xiaowei somehow drags herself up to save face, though those 2 massive bumps on her head definitely say otherwise. Seeing her stand, everything freezes. Everyone teamed up to take her down, but she is still standing. Feng Shu sweats, thinking, that technique took all of us to block. Yet she handled it all alone. Now pay attention, because here's where things take a sudden bloody turn as crimson sprays all over her body. As expected, she instantly collapses, face planting hard into the dirt without mercy. Seeing this, Daoji screams in absolute terror, "Captain, please hold on." To avenge Xiao Wei, Daoji lunges forward, raging, "Who the hell does Ma Qianyi think he is? I am going to end you right here!" Confronting the loudmouth, Qianzi does not flinch at all. He sneers, "You think a weakling like you can beat me? You do not know your place." With those words, Daoji strikes back using his dragon plunges to sea-roaring kick, but Qianzi effortlessly dodges it like it is nothing. While they clash, a guard with a head shaped like a watermelon sneaks onto the field, creeping toward Huang Shang. He aims to take him out in the chaos. Huka and Yunfeng spot him immediately. "Oh crap, a guard got past. Damn it, there are just too many of them for us to handle." At the same time, Huang Shang and Sonia are sealed inside a protective barrier. She is busy channeling energy to heal him, leaving them completely defenseless. Right at the last second, the squad of Meisu, Qi Yuan, Cao Meng, and Ma Lu arrive just in time. They yell, "Keep healing Huang Shang, we will hold him off. If we cannot beat him, just grab him and run." Seeing this loyalty, Sonia is deeply touched, tears welling up in her eyes. They do not keep Watermelon Head waiting. All four spring into action immediately. Check out this hilarious but dynamic teamwork from our four local legends. Meisu shoots from afar. Cao Meng and Qi Yuan jump to pin the guy's arms. Meanwhile, Ma Lu somehow lunges forward to clamp onto the guard's leg. The guard screams, "Get off me, you brats." After the clash, let's pause for a second. Daoji backs off to check on Xiao Wei, then yells, "Ma Qianyi, you jerk, why are you here? Are you not supposed to be dead? Plus, the association banned you from the Yang Zone." Fighting while bickering with Daoji, the old man replies, "Ma Qianyi, you have got the wrong guy, kid. I am just a normal horse." Daoji is not buying it. He glares, "My foot! Why do you not eat some grass then?" Hearing this, Qianzi turns around, posing dramatically. "You have got sharp eyes. Fine, I confess, I am indeed no ordinary horse." He scratches his leg lazily, then reaches up to take off his hat. You would think he is about to reveal his real name, but nope. He trolls Daoji instead, declaring, "I am actually a warhorse." This cheeky stunt instantly triggers Daoji, making his hair turn from black to bright yellow in pure rage. Gnashing his teeth, he yells, "Is your brain full of garbage? Our grudge is not settled yet." After all this screen time, he finally gets a proper title intro. Meet Huang Daoji. He is in the early heart-throbbing stage. Suddenly, Xiao Wei, also in the early heart-throbbing stage, wakes up and screams, "You absolute jerk. Today, I am going to beat the breakfast out of you. I will send you straight to meet your ancestors." Seeing those two get intro card, Old Man Learly, mid-heart-throbbing stage, wants a piece of the action too. "I am taking your life today, you bastard," and here comes Dakai, who is early heart-throbbing stage, probably bribing the director for lines. "Ma Qianyi, I am settling all my scores with you today." Seeing this squad, Feng Shu shivers. "Oh my god, four masters of the heart-throbbing stage? Is this what it feels like to face four powerhouses?" Just then, the crazy horse chimed in. "Red Hair Warhorse is here." Yes, he is the fifth master, Ma Qianyi, late heart-throbbing stage. Feng Shu suddenly feels incredibly tiny facing five whole heart-throbbing stage masters. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Sonia is desperately trying to heal Huang Shang, but he remains completely unresponsive. This makes her cry even harder, pleading, "Please do not die on me. You have got to wake up." The bystanders finally realize how dangerous things are and start running for their lives. A massive crisis is unfolding. "We need to get out of here." Right then, the tide completely turns. Qianzi gets his mask ripped off and takes a brutal punch straight to the mouth, shattering his teeth in a bloody mess. The blow slams him into the dirt, cracking the floor. Erli grabs Qianzi by his horse mask, growling, "You arrogant fool, how dare you challenge us? Did you really think you could take on four heart-throbbing stage masters alone?" Standing over him looking insanely cool, he threatens, "This is your grave. But trust me, you and I are going to love his chill response here." Despite the danger, Qianzi jokes, "The feng shui here sucks, can we move?" Unlike the old horse, Erli has zero sense of humor. He glares and roars, "You crossed the line. You think you can just run away? I am sending you straight to hell today." Coughing up blood, Qianzi still radiates fighting spirit, muttering, "Well, we will just have to see about that." "Yo, you and I are about to watch one wild battle." Feng Tu is totally out of gas, but luckily, Tio Yen drops in just in time to beat the crap out of them. Only screams echo as bodies hit the dirt. With just one single move, she completely sweeps these weaklings. Feng Tu is totally hyped, calling Lu Tio Yin's insane strength flat out ridiculous. Hokak immediately backs that up, saying they can only survive clutch moments thanks to her. But right then, a pair of long legs suddenly drops from the sky, landing right where Feng Tu is standing. Since Daokat is probably underpaid, he skips any boring chit-chat and gets straight to the point, demanding if they are allied with Ma Tianti. His sudden entry shocks everyone. Feng Tu stutters back, demanding to know who the hell he is. But before the guy can even answer, Hokak senses his spiritual energy and freaks out at his power level. Recognizing him as a mind-moving stage powerhouse, Hokak gasps. Hearing this, Daokat's eyes turn razor-sharp, growling that they are all paying a visit to the King of Hell. He instantly unleashes his great heavenly demon fire, blasting Feng Tu's squad. Loud explosions rip through the area as everyone in the group gets hit by his overwhelming energy. Wen Fong takes the hit first, then Feng Tu. Even the ridiculously strong Tio Yin is spitting blood, and poor old Hokak isn't having any better luck surviving this. Daokat starts villain monologuing while fighting, claiming they have no personal beef. He tells them to blame Ma Tianti for their deaths, acting slightly guilty about it. He claims he has to bury them right here. But mid-speech, Tianti bursts out of nowhere, charging in like a maniac to tackle Daokat with a brutal strike. Using his lightning poison dragon drill technique, he sends him flying, screaming that they will see who actually gets sent to meet the King of Hell first today. You trash. Now pay attention. This is where it gets crazy. Tove suddenly jumps in, saving Dao Kat by clashing with TNT and mocking him for worrying about others. As soon as TNT touches the ground, Tove is already charging up her next strike. She unleashes her devastating god-destroying slash technique to cut him down. He barely manages to dodge, but he has no time to breathe with more enemies creeping up from behind. Right on cue, Ningle leaps in to continue the assault. He utilizes Kai's cloudless shield alongside his own proud dragon shield to crush him. Our overpowered boss is now cornered like a dying animal, screaming in pain. Seeing him struggle, Ningle gets super hyped, laughing that the great Ma Tianti has finally reached his limit and is ready to visit the King of Hell. With his body pushed to the absolute limit, his skin starts glowing cherry red. But the nightmare isn't over, as Tove charges back in to finish him off. She smugly sticks her tongue out, calling herself the queen of final blows. But right at this critical split second, Tianti's eyes suddenly flash a terrifying crimson. His gaze is filled with pure murderous intent. Dao Kat immediately spots the shift and screams a warning, telling the captain to get back because he is transforming. He warns that Tianti has entered a blood rage state. She is completely baffled and turns around to ask what the hell a blood rage mode even is. But before she can process it, she sees he is fully blackened and is glaring at her. In a flash, he unleashes his mountain splitting punch to blast her away. Playing the bad guy always means getting trashed. After barely getting any screen time, she gets blown away again, complaining about why she is the one taking the heat. She whines that she is literally throwing up her lunch from that hit. Meanwhile, Tianti is a changed beast, his body buffing up with glowing demonic eyes. Okay, I know what you are thinking. Is he unstoppable now? Absolutely. He roars for everyone to come at him, displaying peak mind-moving blood rage power. Witnessing this terrifying form, Dao Kat's crew is sweating bullets with frustration. Even Ningle has no clue what to do, wondering if he mastered this cheat skill. He keeps doubting if this guy really mastered his limits. But Datsai speaks up, pointing out that this overpowered state definitely won't last long. While the three powerhouses stress over how to deal with him, poor Xiaowei is off to the side, dizzy and puking from being spun around. Suddenly, some enemy guards crawl toward Xiao Huang, muttering that the Green Shade Squad took the bait, meaning there is barely anyone left to protect the kids. King Wen spots them immediately and shouts for the crew to block them. Qiyuan, Misu, and Ma Lu jump right in to stop the guards. The guards mock them, shouting that weak trash like them can't stop anyone. But while our trio is busy, one guard sneakily slips past them. The guard reaches Xiao Huang and Sonia, laughing with joy. He notices that the protective magic barrier around them is finally starting to weaken. He raises his hand with raw spiritual energy, yelling for them to die together. In this hopeless situation, Sonia is totally panicked and hugs Xiao Huang tight. The malicious guard lunges straight at them, but Sonia quickly uses her flash step ability to block the attack and shield Xiao Huang from the blast. The guard is stunned by her quick move, but before she can even catch her breath, she gets another nasty shock from what happens next. Two more guards rush in with blades to hack away at her barrier. They mock them, asking if she really thinks she can escape their grasp. She pushes her force field to the absolute limit, but it is barely holding. Cracks start spreading everywhere, and the barrier is about to fail. The defensive shield she risked her life to maintain completely shatters, leaving her heavily injured. Seeing his friends on the brink of death, Ma Lu screams. He desperately bellows for them to stop over and over again. And apparently, pure desperate willpower is the ultimate key to triggering a massive awakening. Ma Lu follows Tianpi's footsteps and blackens, shocking even himself. With blood-red eyes, he stumbles to his feet and marches toward the guards. He demands they freeze, swearing he won't let anyone touch Xiao Huang. Tears stream down his face as he chokes out that Xiao Huang is his savior. Right after speaking, Ma Lu vomits a massive amount of blood, but that bloody mess immediately activates his epic blood burst technique on the guards. He sprays his blood straight onto them and their bodies instantly start smoking. They scream in agony, crying that this corrosive acid is burning their eyes. Ma Lu is completely drained and gasping for air after using up his energy. But we can't underestimate the sheer determination of these persistent guards. Even while melting, they refuse to yield, warning each other to dodge left and right. But you and I know they aren't getting off that easy. Ma Lu's blood supply is basically infinite, and he is ready to spray them again. Stick with me to find out how this unfolds. Yo, you and I are about to watch these fools try dodging left and right, but Ma Lu has infinite blood, no cap. Think they can pass? No way, bro spits again. Alright guys, you and I are about to dive into one crazy clash where blood splatters everywhere. But hold up, the shockers do not stop here. Those beaten down guards are somehow still standing. They actually get back up to counterattack. One guard asks if he is done and tells him to beat it, blasting Ma Lu with raw firepower. Ma Lu is completely drained and collapses. With Ma Lu out cold, another guard pulls a blade, marches straight toward Huang Shang, and kicks Sonha away like trash. He screams at her to get the hell out of his way. No more annoying pests. That sweet bounty is finally mine for the taking. But hold on to your seats because their nightmare is far from over as a new challenger steps up. Liu Xiaoyan enters the battlefield, unleashing her brutal mountain rain slash to completely wreck the bald guard. Seeing her drop him in one shot leaves Feng Shu and the others totally stunned. They gasp, marveling at Liu Xiaoyan's insane strength. How is she still fighting with those deadly wounds? Aren't tech-type awakeners supposed to have fragile or weak bodies? This makes zero sense. Her face is covered in blood, but her spirit is totally wild. She turns around, spitting threats. Who else wants some? I will take on whoever wants to play. Seeing her savage face, those two guards freeze, too terrified to take a single step. Just then, Feng Shu glances upward, spotting something totally unexpected up in the sky. Another wild character is arriving. He instantly recognizes the newcomer, yelling out in shock. Is that Zhang Manhwa? Our backup has finally arrived. But as soon as they set eyes on her, things feel off. Tianzi mutters that her arrival means everything is officially going to hell. Now watch closely, because her cold entrance is about to bring a whole new level of terror. He tells Tianzi the commander is furious about him punishing their toy, and she was sent to personally execute the kid. This crazy chick is Zhang Manhwa. Tianzi panics instantly, screaming at her not to touch the kids. He promises to come back right now, begging her to leave them alone as he agrees to return immediately. But Manhwa shows zero mercy, unleashing her cloudless sky blast straight at Tianzi. Even though the old man manages to dodge, the shockwave still rattles him to his core. She coldly tells him to worry about his own skin first. These are the commander's orders, and absolutely nobody can change his mind. Hearing this, Huang Shang's crew jumps into action. They form a human shield right in front of him. What do they care about some stupid commander? If she wants to touch Huang Shang, she has to kill them first. They yell that they will protect him with their lives. Manhwa just smirks, her power erupting with a chilling look that could freeze water. She tells them to get lost. She states she is only here to end Huang Shang, warning anyone unrelated to beat it. But the brave crew blocking her way just screams back, refusing to let her near. They vow to block her till the very end. Suddenly, Liu Xiaoyan grips her blade, ready to charge. But Manhwa just scoffs, looking down on them with pure arrogance. She tells them their power levels are worlds apart, so struggling is completely useless. Plus, Ma Tianyi is busy fighting 4 other experts and cannot save them now. Before she can finish, Liu Xiaoyan charges with her ultimate mountain rain slash. In a split second, her sword technique shifts, her blade transforming into a spinning chainsaw of death. Unleashing her roaring twin dragon strike, she catches Manhwa completely off guard. Liu Xiaoyan swings down with insane force, shattering her opponent's energy shield into a million tiny pieces. Manhwa snarls, completely annoyed. A heavily injured tech awakener trying to play hero? You must really have a death wish, because tech users are absolute trash in a real fight. Liu Xiaoyan's gaze turns ice cold as Manhwa prepares a devastating spell. Since you want to die so badly, go to sleep forever. But just then, Feng Shu leaps in. He uses his golden bell shield to take the blast for her. Boom! A dark matter explosion rips through the air, but he manages to hold the line with everything. She realizes he is a defense specialist, which is super annoying. But wait, did you and I see that coming? Van Fong suddenly blindsides her with a lightning-fast attack from behind. Manhwa vanishes into thin air, leaving everyone shouting in disbelief. How did she do that? But she instantly reappears, casually praising their impressive teamwork and high potential. She mocks that despite their low power tiers, they have decent talent, wondering how Ma Tianyi trained such capable kids. Van Fong snaps back, setting the record straight. She explains that their real training director taught them those moves, while Feng Shu adds that Commander Ma only handles trivial chores. Hearing this, Manhwa just sneers. She scoffs, saying that sounds exactly like him. But enough chit-chat, she has a busy schedule. She raises her hand, ready to crush them with her ultimate dark force field. She whispers a dark command, sacrificing their freedom to the night and stealing their ability to move. Instantly, a heavy gravity field locks them down, freezing them in place. They scream as their bodies freeze and their spiritual energy rapidly drains away. Taking advantage of their helplessness, Manhwa targets Van Fong, launching another devastating dark matter explosion. After blasting Van Fong, she immediately spins around and fires another lethal dark blast straight at Feng Shu. She turns to Liu Xiaoyan, declaring that her shield is completely gone. She advances to finish her off, but stops in absolute shock. Liu Xiaoyan has already passed out, losing consciousness from her severe wounds before the blow could even land. Manhwa stares at the unconscious girl, murmuring that she should rest. Since Liu Xiaoyan managed to land a hit, she actually did a pretty decent job. Watching this, Cao Meng panics, shouting that even their instructors are no match for her. He tells the kids to hide behind him while Ma Lu worries if he can survive. Old Man Hokok steps up, admitting he never wanted to break his sacred seal, but under these desperate circumstances, he has absolutely no choice but to go all out. He sits down, channeling his ultimate solid triangular barrier, but Manhwa just struts over, slapping him away with a single hand like he is absolutely nothing. Her dark blast shatters his fancy defense, proving it was just useless show. She glares at the remaining kids, her voice freezing cold as she commands them to beat it. She snaps that this is no place for little kids, unleashing a devastating ion blast that sends them flying. All 5 of them are left severely injured on the ground. With the pests finally cleared, she slowly walks over to the unconscious Huang Shang. She mutters that he is the only one left at the center of this battleground. She stares down at his lifeless body, expressing a hint of regret. Even though it is a bit of a waste, she cannot disobey her commander's absolute orders. She coldly whispers that it is all over, raising her hand to finish Huang Shang off. But wait, a massive surprise guest disrupts her spell with a devastating blow. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock. A booming yell echoes through the battlefield as a powerful strike lands, sending Manhwa flying backward with immense force. Smoke and dust erupt from the massive impact as Tianzi unleashes his absolute maximum power. His face is completely covered in blood as he gasps for air. He is bloody and gasping for breath while Tuve watches in pure shock. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I definitely need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal battle. Daokat warns that Tianzi cannot keep this up because his energy is bone dry. He is gasping for air, completely exhausted. Out of nowhere, the big boss attacks with a massive blast of fire aiming straight for Tianzi. He screams for everyone to drop dead under his cloudless 10,000 miles cannon. Standing in front of the raging fire, his buff body takes the hit. Nila is completely shocked with his jaw dropped. How on earth did this guy block that? Is he made of diamonds or what to be this tanky? But as the smoke clears, deep wounds cover Tianzi's entire body, and the big boss smiles, realizing his limit. He cannot take another hit. Chua bursts into tears, crying that he hates this fight and just wants to go home to take a bath while Tianzi barely stands. Tianzi hunches over, gasping for breath. Daokat stares at him with absolute dread, suddenly remembering that back in the wolf zone, this beast was treated as a literal god. Tianzi glares and yells that he is done playing games. He challenges them to get down and fight instead of trash-talking from above. Chu just grits his teeth. Huffing, he complains about the guy's crazy mountain-shattering roar. Daokat snarls back, saying the monster is probably high on adrenaline, making his eyes turn completely red. Fengshu groans from the ground, wondering who can even bypass that insane defense. The dude is literally soloing 4 mind-moving tier experts all on his own. Nila snaps, telling Ma Tianzi that his patience has officially run out. Completely losing his mind, he orders Datsao to execute Tianzi's son immediately. The giant robot instantly obeys the order. Tianzi gasps in pure shock as Nila laughs maniacally, eager to watch his opponent's beloved son get utterly crushed. Tianzi charges forward in a blind rage, yelling at these cowards for targeting his precious kid. He uses every ounce of his remaining strength to block the attack. He catches the robot's massive foot, spitting out blood from the impact. Nila smirks at this pathetic sight and starts casting his next deadly ultimate spell. Now watch closely as things get chaotic. Datsao begs the Emperor to let him join the fun, unleashing his own nasty dark dragon cannon right at them. Tianzi barely shoves Ma Lu away before the blast hits, causing a massive explosion. Datsao cheers for his Emperor, who laughs like a total maniac. As the smoke clears, Tianzi groans from the ground, complaining about his aching back. He slowly crawls back to his feet, coughing, completely shocking the smug Emperor. Nila yells, stunned by his insane defense. Suddenly, Manhwa locks Tianzi's arms, coldly whispering that his struggles are useless and his target is doomed anyway. She instantly activates her antimatter lock, shocking Tianzi. Seeing this, Tuve rushes over, pointing at his face, begging to help her finish him off. But Manhwa glares with icy eyes, yelling at him to get lost since he is just a little brat. Scared off, Tuve instantly begins to pout. He whines about how mean she is after he asks so politely. Standing nearby, Daokat comforts him, reminding him that those villains were always on the same side. Seeing Tianzi trapped, Nila gloats that one more hit will chop him to pieces. He starts casting his spell while Tianzi glares at Manhwa. Tianzi warns her not to push him, but she calmly replies that she only follows their commander's orders. Meanwhile, the Emperor fires his devastating dark blast. Fengshu's group leaps forward, blocking the dark dragon attack. The Emperor gasps in utter shock that they managed to shield it again as a massive blast erupts. You and I both know he is reaching his absolute limit. With his enemies down, the Emperor's eyes spin as his spiritual energy finally hits rock bottom. His head throbs as exhaustion takes over. Refusing to faint during this golden opportunity, he violently punches his own face to force himself to stay awake. He commands himself to focus since nobody is left to stop him. He tries casting again, but his magic instantly fizzles out after just a few seconds. Desperate, Nila pulls out a potion bottle and aggressively chews down the pills. Instantly, a surge of raw energy floods back into his body, but it only lasts for a second before he starts nodding off again. He repeatedly slaps himself, screaming that he just needs one last shot to finish this. He channels his magic, roaring that this is the final blow. He tells Ma Tianzi that this is the end for all rebellious kids, while Zhang busy trying to heal Huang Shang. The Emperor launches his attack, screaming that they can die together, and fires off his ultimate dark dragon cannon. Zanya steps up to reinforce her magic shield, but the blast is way too powerful for her to block alone. She gets violently blown away as he laughs. A massive explosion erupts with a golden flash, leaving the panting Emperor standing over a giant smoking crater. Tianzi looks over in sheer terror. Manhwa stares cold-eyed at the crater, noting that nobody escaped. She claims the boy's bones must have been ground to dust by that blast. The Emperor laughs maniacally, celebrating the death of the annoying brats. While Tianzi shuts his eyes in pain, Nila starts mocking him. He taunts him to try trash-talking now, joking about throwing a massive party to celebrate, but suddenly a brilliant golden light flashes in the far distance. Huang Shang leaps out carrying Zanya using Psychic Blink. Seeing him completely unharmed, the Emperor panics, realizing the kid recovered even faster than him. As his scream echoes, Tianzi stares in disbelief, recognizing the Psychic Blink technique. Nila can only drop his jaw and force a nervous laugh. Zonya looks at Huang Shang in complete shock. Huang Shang just gives her a thumbs up, joking that he was busy downloading a new cheat hack code. Zonya is completely baffled, wondering how he could possibly hack psychic martial arts. To prove it, he immediately starts channeling his power right in front of her. He tells her to watch closely. He reaches out his hand, unleashing his psychic gravity, which violently drags Ningile's face to the side. Zanya's jaw drops in absolute shock as Huang Shang screams out the detonating trigger. Suddenly, the Emperor's entire face blows up in a massive psychic explosion. She cannot believe her eyes, gasping. Tianzi yells out in shock while Manhwa is equally stunned to see him using this power. Tuve and Dao Cat watch with open mouths, wondering if he is a psychic user too. Everyone is completely speechless, realizing he can hack any technique. They stare at Huang Shang, unable to believe he can bypass psychic limits. Someone screams in panic, wondering if this kid is the legendary dual awakened monster. And that is where we leave things today. Trust me, the Emperor is absolutely terrified of this monster, and we are about to see him pay. Yo, you and I are about to watch this crazy cheat code main character make this old dude lose his mind, his eyebrows, and his dignity. The old man is sweating buckets. Furious, he screams that the kid is not even human. Our main character is just like, yeah, I am hacking, so what? Meanwhile, the boss is getting face planted into the dirt. He mumbles through the dirt, asking if they see the kid's insane potential now. But the lady is still acting like a cold robot, saying orders are orders, no exceptions. She will not cancel the mission just for a genius. The guy snaps, calling her a crazy old hag, while the bald villain shrieks that this kid absolutely must die today. Dao Cat agrees, saying they must kill him before he multiplies. Huang Shang calmly tells Xiaoya that she is safe because they are after him now. With that, he leaps away to keep her out of the crossfire. Dao Cat screams at him to freeze, mocking him for trying to run when he is 2 levels lower. But Huang Shang just smirks. He triggers his lightning flash skill, dodging the incoming attack in a blink of an eye. Dao Cat is left hitting nothing but air. The bald guy is shook, stammering about psychic powers. Dao Cat just laughs, saying that weak trick will not save him and he is still going to die. Too bad for him, because suddenly there are 3 Huang Shangs standing there. He just used his clone technique and he is not even close to being done yet. He launches his strike, sending clones flying in different directions. Dao Cat is losing his mind, screaming at him to stop playing around. The spectator is totally stunned. He cannot believe his own moves can be used like that. Dao Cat screams that it is useless, crushing one clone into thin air. Without pausing, Dao Cat lunges at the second clone. Boom, that one vanishes too. He narrows his eyes, realizing he is chasing fakes, but he is still hunting. Laughing like a maniac, he grabs the third clone by the neck, only for it to pop like a bubble too. He freezes, totally dumbfounded by the deception. Now pay close attention because our boy just pulled another clone out of nowhere. Seriously, how is this guy not banned yet? Dao Cat is losing it. Shaking with pure rage, he asks if the kid is playing with him. He unleashes a massive attack, aiming straight at Huang Shang with absolute confidence. But before he even connects, Huang Shang pops his clone skill again. Now there are 3 of them standing side by side, and nobody can tell who is real. They scatter instantly, launching attacks from every direction. Dao Cat screams in absolute frustration, asking how anyone is supposed to hit him when he plays like this. The spectator is geeking out, thinking his own skills are overpowered. But the bald guy immediately shuts him down, telling him to wake up from his daydream. Dao Cat is sweating bullets, realizing his energy is completely depleted after spamming those heavy attacks. His body is hitting its limit and he is totally exhausted. He grinds his teeth, screaming that this is totally unfair. Xiaoya watches from the sidelines, looking worried because cloning takes a massive toll on the kid. Since he is only mid-tier, he cannot keep this up. Sure enough, Huang Shang starts gasping for air, his breathing getting heavy, but then things shift. The ally offers to jump in and the bald guy agrees. Dao Cat decides to go all out, willing to burn his remaining energy for one final blow. But Huang Shang instantly throws up a solid energy shield, blasting Dao Cat backward. The villains are losing their minds, screaming that this is physically impossible. Our main character just rubs his neck, apologizing for using a barrier that blocks high-level attacks. The other boss is totally done, ready to rage quit. Huang Shang calmly analyzes his skill, noting that while psychic moves are strong, they drain a crazy amount of power. It is an absolute cheat, honestly. The bald guy snaps, yelling that the shield only lasts for 5 minutes. Huang Shang just shrugs and says 5 minutes is more enough time for him. And if you think he is done, think again. Watch this massive pillar of light blast straight into the night sky from out of nowhere. He just broke through to the fusion stage. Everyone is standing there, jaws dropped in absolute shock, as the barrier stays active even after the breakthrough. Our boy stands in the dust, completely unharmed. Dao Cat is having an existential crisis, begging someone to wake him up because this cannot be real life. He tries to rationalize it, asking how many energy rings the kid has. But before they can even figure it out, Huang Shang makes his move. He declares that the upgrade is done, so let's skip the 5-minute wait and fight. The villains look at him like they just saw a god. They realize this guy has the ultimate main character energy. Surrounded by blinding power, Huang Shang triggers his copy technique to make things even crazier. With this skill unlocked, he never has to worry again. Dao Cat charges in like a madman, yelling that a simple breakthrough will not save him. He boasts that even teachers have fallen to him, so a single kid is nothing. But Huang Shang easily dodges his clumsy strike with lightning speed. Next, he activates his copy skill to split into 2, and he is not stopping there, immediately triggering another clone skill to double his numbers again. Now Dao Cat is facing 6 identical Huang Shangs. His jaw hits the floor as they all prepare to strike him at the exact same time. All 6 launch their ultimate kicks and Dao Cat screams in absolute terror. He has no idea who to block or where to even run anymore. Fast cultivation, auto-leveling, instant recovery, dual elements, and skill copying. Usually having just one of these traits makes you a god in this world. But this kid, he has literally all of them. Dao Cat is crying tears of salty jealousy as he stares at this walking cheat code of a human. The villains realize this is not even hacking anymore. Normal hacks cannot do this. This kid has to be the author's favorite son or something. Huang Shang smiles, feeling his massive energy reserves after reaching the fusion stage. His recovery speed is so fast now that he can spam skills constantly. Memories flash in his mind. Even though he was knocked unconscious earlier, his instincts kept working to copy his ally's lightning movement skill on autopilot. He copied it when she grabbed him. His skill menu pops up in his head, showing his brand new abilities ready for action. He locked in 2 overpowered skills just by looking at them once. Deep down, he knows he can unlock even crazier stuff after this massive rebirth. And that is where we leave it today. Trust me, you are going to want to see what this cheat code main character breaks next. You and I are about to watch him break through to the fusion stage, finally gathering enough spiritual energy to unlock a brand new, overpowered system skill. Burst out laughing. Is this skill a joke? Mitosis? Man, I am done fighting. You can play by yourself, Son Goku. The clones of our hero responded seriously. If you do not know, stop talking trash. This is not mitosis. Xiaowei laughed out loud. Well, look at Mr. Serious being so extra. Do you really need clones just to explain stuff? The clones calmly explained that mitosis can only replicate oneself. In biology, that is reproduction. But I only replicate things I touch, copying their shape, not making babies. Xiaowei broke a sweat. Bro, she is your enemy. No need to give a whole biology lecture. Now I see why they call you the smart kid. Right then, Yeet. Li rushed in and decapitated a clone, yelling, "Die for me!" Xiaowei broke out in cold sweat. Hey, he was not even done talking. A blinding light flashed with a loud scream. My eyes, I am blind! Fushu stared, shocked by this troll move. Tianqi laughed. Beautiful. Yili sobbed. This cloning skill is so cheap. Our hero calmly corrected him. No, this is not cloning, it is replication. Daoji clenched his fists, his sharp eyes narrowing as he told himself, keep cool, every cloning skill has a weakness. He forced himself to stay sharp, believing that if he watched closely, now watch closely here because he actually spots a flaw. That clone turned its head, so he charges and stabs it, but get ready for this. A blinding flash of light exploded. Daoji realized that if the clone created by the replication skill gets hit, it releases a massive flash of light. The flash hit him straight in the face before he could dodge, making him scream. The blast was enough to temporarily blind everyone. Our hero cast replication again. Xiaowei was stunned while Yili raged again. That clone using martial arts must be the real one. The clones spoke in unison. The clones made by this replication skill can mimic all my movements, but they have 0 attack power. The clones continued. But if you touch them, they still explode and blind you. Daoji groaned. Can you use a normal skill for once? 3 of our hero's clones turned into Yili and said together, for example, since I touched you earlier, now I can replicate 3 Tongsanzang monks. Yili yelled, Tongsanzang my foot, I am the emperor, not some monk. The 3 clones explained when mimicking people we also copy their moves and skills. For example, like this. The Yili clones stomped their feet, dancing in a hilarious way, shouting, hit the music, let's dance! He got so mad he literally spit blood, screaming, I will end you. Get lost, this is not my martial art. The clones also spit blood together, mocking his voice, I will end you. With one slash, Yili destroyed his own clones. You and I both know what happens when those clones pop. Boom! Another blinding flash swallows him whole, and he screams about his eyes. Xiaowei was rolling on the floor laughing. Liu Xiaoyan, covered in dirt and wounds, looked spacey and muttered, wow, this skill is actually kinda hot. Feng Shu frowned. What part of this is hot, you crazy girl? Inside his mind, Yili was shaking with absolute rage, losing his damn mind. He muttered, since the man awakening, I might not be the strongest, but I am still royalty. Nobody has ever disrespected me like this. Forget Ma Tianqi, but how dare this low-level brat laugh in my face? If I do not erase this threat today, others will walk over me. If I do not slaughter them to teach everyone a lesson, they will keep pushing me. Meanwhile, Ma Yue raised her hand to silence Tianqi. She screamed, Huang Shang, I know you can hear me. Show yourself right now. Zhang Ma Yue, do not be so heartless. She calmly yelled, if you pull any more tricks, I will take Ma Tianqi's head right now. Daoji also shouted as a red sphere appeared in his hand. Come out, smart kid, or I will blow your friends to dust. Yili powered up, his hair turning white instantly from pure rage. A dark purple energy sphere formed. He growled, Darkness Annihilation Bomb. Even if I lose 10 years of my life, I will end your pathetic life today. No matter how many clones you have, I will blow this whole place up. Daoji panicked, my lord. Do not do it. Ma Yue spat. Talk about having trash teammates. But Yili did not care, screaming, die together. Ready to die, Tianqi yelled, Huang Shang, do not show up. We will all die anyway, just run. With your current power, you can definitely escape. Ma Yue snapped, shut your mouth. But Tianqi kept shouting fearlessly, they only want you. If you show up, all our sacrifices will be for nothing. He continued to scream, his voice cracking. In this awakening era, you have to step on corpses to move forward. Teammates can easily become dead weight. Those words stunned Feng Shu and the others. Tianqi's eyes filled with pain as he added, I have seen countless geniuses over the years, but only you are special, like that famous leaf from Nam Cao's classic story. Only you can shoulder the future of this world. Please, listen to me. Escape by any means necessary. Just survive. Your potential is limitless if you live. All of our hero's clones suddenly turned around. He activated his replication skill once again, causing countless glowing energy spheres to materialize and float in the air. He calmly said, "No way, I would feel too guilty if I abandoned you guys." Tianqi stared in disbelief while Fengshu's group was shocked. Meanwhile, Yi Li just grinned like an absolute madman. Our hero casually remarked, "Also, you got it wrong. The last leaf story is by O. Henry, not Nam Cao." Tianqi burst into tears and yelled, "Why did you even come back? Can't you let me flex my literature knowledge for once? I am a principal, after all." He scolded angrily. "Why the hell did you stay? If I were you, I would have run away as fast as possible. But trust me, you and I know he would never run." Despite his injuries, he casually replied, "Because leaving friends behind for selfish reasons is just not my style. Yo, you and I are about to see a massive beatdown." Nuit raises his glowing hand, saying, "Fine, guess I will jump in too," while Daokat charges his own power, sneering, "You and your little friends can go straight to hell." Meanwhile, Nile unleashes his spell, yelling that talk is cheap and every single one of them is going to die right now. Manhwa and Daokat watch this unfold, totally losing their minds. "Are you freaking insane?" But Huang Shang just stands there, giving a cold, effortless order. "Just drop it, pal." That completely triggers the old guy. Gritting his teeth, he fires off a deadly spell, roaring, "How dare you order me around? You are dead!" Huang Shang barely dodges the initial blast, but out of nowhere the magical light explodes, catching him completely off guard. Seeing this, Tianzi screams out in horror. Huang Shang, the impact sends him flying back, making Nila laugh like a maniac. "Now that is what I am talking about. Scared yet, you little trash? Too late to beg on your knees now. With this ranged skill, you cannot even touch me. Go ahead, show me your hacks." Meanwhile, Huang Shang slowly pushes himself up. Blood drips onto the floor as he struggles to stand on his battered, broken legs. Standing tall despite the pain, he glares back and delivers his reply. "My friends have nothing to do with this. Let them go, and you can do whatever you want with me." Tianzi loses it, screaming, "Are you out of your mind? Your life is worth way more than ours." Manwit slaps him, snapping, "Shut up," making him yelp in pain. Nila just watches, feeling completely satisfied. "I sacrificed 10 years of my life for this ultimate move, and I cannot stop it unless I am at the mind movement stage. You are all going to die." Huang Shang calmly mutters, "Maybe you are right." Suddenly the air freezes, turning pitch black as if a literal demon is looming right behind his back. "Now watch this, guys." He looks up with death in his eyes, whispering, "Touch my friends and I will make you regret being born." Nila actually starts to sweat. The old man panics internally, thinking, is this kid hacking or what? The sheer bloodlust is suffocating. He is just a brat, so how is his aura this terrifying? Jealousy and rage boil inside him. He knows that if he does not wipe this kid out right now, he will grow into an unstoppable monster in the future. Screaming in pure frustration, he yells, "Who do you think you are to threaten me? Just die already." Manhwa senses something is deeply wrong and starts worrying. Daokat is literally jaw-dropped, wondering who is actually high here. Totally losing control, Nila flies high into the air, prepping some insane ultimate spell. Daokat cannot take it anymore and yells, "Stop it, you absolute moron!" But Nila is completely insane now, screaming, "Drop dead, you arrogant little trash." Huang Shang stands calm below, but suddenly a mysterious voice rings out, warning him to stop before the seed of pure hatred takes root deep inside his soul. That will only lead to a tragic end, so end it here. Meanwhile, Ngila charges a massive magic sphere, but suddenly senses something wrong and gasps. Huh? His eyes dart to the side, a sudden wave of panic washing over his face as he realizes he is no longer in control of the situation. Boom! A massive stray explosion detonates right next to him, forcing a frantic gasp from his throat. That was way too close. Below, Feng Shu watches in shock. "Who the hell is that?" Daokat grins and replies, "Looks like someone is saving our hacker king from getting blasted." But wait, it does not stop there. Thousands of glowing golden spheres rain down, completely overwhelming his giant purple energy ball. One by one, they trigger a chain reaction, blowing everything to pieces. Ningila stands frozen, his jaw on the floor. "What the hell?" He screams in absolute agony as his ultimate dark dragon spell gets utterly vaporized. You and I both know he is about to regret asking that. He whipped his head around, snapping, "Who ruined my move?" only to see a massive glowing orb. Inside the orb is the outline of a massive ancient dragon. "What is that thing?" he stammers. Even Huang Shang looks up, completely stunned by the sheer pressure. Tianzi can barely breathe under the sudden pressure, whispering an insane level of spiritual energy is heading our way. Beside him, Manwet gasps in disbelief. It is a B-rank magic beast, Tuve's jaw drops. Right then, the majestic dragon breaks through the clouds, casting a massive, terrifying shadow over everyone below. Is that the ancient bone dragon, they whisper in terror. But then they notice smaller, menacing beast figures standing right on the dragon's tail. Are those the golden-eyed demon apes riding on its back? Malu is literally on the verge of tears, shaking as he gasps, "It really is them. Holy crap, we are doomed." But Midu suddenly blinks. Wait, that bald, tattooed ape looks familiar. Isn't that the one Huang Shang shaved bald earlier? Riding the dragon are over 10 golden-eyed demon apes. The crowd panics, crying, "There are a dozen of them, and they are all C-rank magic beasts." Manwet sweats, muttering, "Why the hell is a B-rank beast doing in a low-level zone?" Tuve yells, "Stop freezing up! We need to team up now!" Suddenly, the ancient bone dragon roars and dives down. It crashes hard onto the battlefield, sending dust and debris flying everywhere as everyone struggles to stand. But then someone spots a figure standing right on the dragon's head. It is Tianle, the legendary beauty known across the world as the Lotus Fairy. Her presence feels like a dream from 1,000 years ago. Looking down, she offers a sweet, gentle smile and calls out, "My love, are you all right?" Huang Shang blinks in utter confusion. Tianle looks absolutely breathtaking up there, leaving Tuefei staring up with his jaw completely dropped in awe. Dao Cat grits his teeth, muttering. AB rank beast is already at the mind movement level. Now they have a whole organized squad with them. They are completely overwhelmed with fear. That pink-haired girl is on a whole different level. Meanwhile, Tianzi is still groaning on the ground in agony. Manhwa runs over, seeing Huang Shang's body completely covered in deep wounds. He is barely standing, yet he refuses to fall before his enemies. Tianle giggles softly, looking at his confused face. No need to guess, darling. I know you do not remember me yet. Just remember my name, Hua Tianle. Huang Shang remains totally silent, but Tuefei suddenly yells, Hey, pink-haired lady, high-level players are not allowed in this zone. You are breaking the rules. Tianle just gives a playful smirk, firing right back. Oh, really? And is your little squad not bypassing the zone level limits as well? Tua snaps. She is mocking me. Kick her ass. Dao Cat salutes. Yes, Captain. And that is where we leave it. Watch out for the next recap. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a wild fight where Dao Cat unleashes his power to strike back. Meanwhile, Qianli just stands on her massive dragon, totally unfazed. Look at that. Those glowing fireballs are called the Great Thousand-Year Fire Orbs, encircling the massive dragon to blast it to pieces. But what happens next completely blows everyone away. It completely catches Dao Cat off guard. Xiaowei yells that she did not even try to dodge. Literally every single attack did absolutely zero damage. Like, how is that possible? Qianli just chills on her dragon head, looking smug as hell, while Dao Cat mutters from nearby in pure disbelief, asking how his ultimate attack could do absolutely nothing. Was it really useless? Dao Cat is losing his mind trying to calculate it. Those 10 fireballs inside the zone did not follow the rules. No matter where she stood, nothing touched her. She stands right in the center of the glowing circle, totally relaxed, and says, You guys can't beat me, and honestly, I don't even want to fight you. Then she adds, I came here to chill, make friends, and hang out, but since I knew you guys would never listen to me, I had to take measures. Before she can finish, the crowd cuts her off. The ancient frost dragon is ready to unload. The beast opens its massive jaws right toward that giant glowing orb. The glowing orb flies straight into the dragon's mouth. Even the tiny monsters start swallowing the smaller spheres, and Qianli says she has a little surprise for them. Just as they feared, the dragon spits out a bizarre beam of light. Those small monsters do the exact same thing, sending all those light spheres flying right back. Everything goes completely chaotic. The dragon is blasting light straight ahead, while the little monsters launch those spheres backwards. Suddenly, we hear a loud scream ring out. Now, pay attention here because this is where everything gets crazy. Qi Yuan yells out in shock while Monyet feels the danger and screams along with him. Wait, what? Xiaowei gasps in shock at that target location. Qianli just laughs, saying, Oh, looks like you caught on. The thing I destroyed is actually Miss Hu's precious desert warship and Miss Zhang's car. It is way too late to save them. Monyet instantly raises her communicator watch to call for help. Calling Captain 4, we are under a massive long-range water attack. Monyet sounds terrified as she warns him that this pink-haired psycho is way too dangerous to handle. She completely wrecked my car. Suddenly, Dao Cat's voice cracks in sheer panic. Captain, our ship's sails are completely burned to ashes. We are totally stranded. Xiaowei completely loses her mind and starts cursing. How am I supposed to travel now? Do you know how many meals I skipped just to buy that damn ship? Without warning, Xiaowei unleashes her ultimate move. She fires the Phantom Scribe Aura Strike, sending a massive beam of blue energy charging right at the floating shadow. As the energy flies toward the target in midair, Qianli just closes her eyes with a smirk, getting ready. Suddenly, Xiaowei gasps in absolute shock. She cannot believe her own eyes. Qianli casually lifts one leg, mocking the attack coming straight at her. Then she lets out a super sarcastic laugh. Obviously, I knew, shorty. Who else would bother destroying your pathetic little boat? Xiaowei completely snaps, charging up a ton of magic in her hands. Who are you calling a shorty, you pink-haired witch? Give me that magic princess power. Suddenly, Qianli casually leaps off the head of the giant dragon. She even hums a little tune while falling. As she drops through the air, waves of blue light swirl all around her, but somehow fail to hit her. Xiaowei is completely stunned by this. What? She easily dodged my ultimate move and did not get scratched. Her eyes go wide with absolute frustration. Even a tiny fly should have been crushed into dust by that strike. Watching from the sidelines, Tianzi cannot help but gasp at her insane power. You and I both know she is on a whole different level. Monyet looks up, realizing they cannot win. Suddenly, Qianli locks eyes on Huang Shang. Feng Shu screams at the top of his lungs, warning Huang Shang to get out of the way. Qianli just lifts her arm with a mysterious smirk. Huang Shang senses something weird. There is no spiritual energy coming from her, and zero killing intent. He cannot predict what crazy move she will pull next. Suddenly, Qianli reaches out and touches Huang Shang's chin, leaving him completely frozen. She just flashes a seductive smile, looking deeply into his eyes. Whether you become a king or a villain, it really does not matter. Finally, she cups his chin with both hands, totally ignoring the chaos around them. This time, I just want to live a happy life. She locks eyes with him, whispering, You cannot guess my next move, but I know how smart you are. Meanwhile, Mi Su, Sonia, and Liu Xiaoyan are standing there completely dumbfounded, unable to process this insanely awkward romantic tension. Like, what is even happening? Liu Xiaoyan suddenly explodes with rage, ready to throw hands, but Feng Shu quickly holds her back, warning her to calm down before she gets killed. She steps back with a playful laugh, saying she was just playing around. Suddenly, an icy silence falls over the battlefield, broken by a loud voice. Everyone stop fighting. We are done for today. Qianli keeps her eyes locked on Huang Shang, speaking with absolute calm and confidence to the crowd. Miss Hu, Miss Jiang, you should leave now. No offense, but as long as I am here, neither of you has the power to touch Huang Shang. Just back off. We have plenty of time to fight later, so just beat it. Manhwa scoffed, realizing she had no choice but to agree with the terms. Even Xiao Wei is too tired to argue, grumbling that she did not care anyway. They all vanish instantly, and Qianli turns to the ritual master. She coldly orders him to announce the winner and hand over the reward, threatening to end him. The beaten-up old man just groans in pain. He tries to act weak to buy some time, sighing heavily. Looking at his reflection, he sinks into deep despair over what he has become. After getting completely wrecked, his forbidden power finally fades. His hair turned completely gray, changing him from a handsome youth into a decrepit old man. Regret floods his mind as he realizes how far he fell. Hatred completely blinded him, forcing him down a dark path he can never return from. He ruined himself, becoming a monster that is neither human nor ghost, all because he could not control his anger, leading him to commit terrible crimes. He used every dirty trick to destroy this kid's bright future, regretting his choices. Crying out, he finally admits that he was completely wrong. And trust me, you and I are about to see a crazy plot twist as he begs for mercy. But surprisingly, Huang Shang actually shows him some kindness. Alright, let us dive into this wild scene where our main character totally shuts this old man up with some savage trash talk. Stop capping, old man! Those supplements were vitamins, okay? Even though you failed to kill us, I will remember your bald head forever. Meanwhile, right on the crowded stage under everyone's eyes, the host quickly steps up and loudly announces the official tournament results, declaring Lu Yanqiu the ultimate champion of the 2020 hacking competition. Let us celebrate! His squad goes absolutely wild, shouting with pure joy. Right after that, everyone gathers around to flex their newly won rewards, left behind for them by the legendary Emperor. These high-tier treasures are more than enough to supply every single student in this training camp. Even though the grand battle was over, the drama was far from done. Now all eyes lock onto Qianli as they demand to know who this mysterious pink-haired girl is, but she just keeps it completely cool and smiles back. Even if you beg, I am not telling you anything, she says casually. I did not come here to make friends. Frankly, I know Huang Shang way better than you guys. She drops the bomb, bragging about how many times they have slept together. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyan completely loses her mind, yelling, "Wait, what on earth?" Instantly, the whole squad corners him, demanding answers. Huang Shang stands there looking totally clueless, while the demon ape starts grunting nearby to grab some attention. Translating his weird noises, she explains he is asking about his stolen fur coat. Huang Shang responds in shock. "Stolen? Bro, you literally gave that to me as a gift." He suddenly remembers that back home, Tung is currently using that legendary fur rug just to prop up a table. Hearing this, the ape goes absolutely ballistic with rage. The others facepalm hard. That is a C-tier treasure and you are using it as table leveling? Qianli speaks up for the crying ape, telling him that is illegal. Now here is where it gets crazy, so listen up closely as Feng Tu steps up with a question for Qianli, who slowly replies with a smirk. Are you curious if I sent the golden ape to assist you during your mission? He stutters in total disbelief, realizing she already knows everything he wanted to ask. She shuts down the talk, saying, as long as it helps Huang Shang, I will do it. Figure out the rest yourself, because my question and answer session is officially over. Huang Shang and the crew watch her in heavy silence. Suddenly, a dark, threatening figure looms over them, shouting, Hold it right there! Who do you work for, girl? Without a single trace of fear, she calls him out. Ma Tianyi, listen to me very carefully. She drops her voice to a chilling, ice-cold tone. This is the moment you start doubting your most trusted ally. Do not panic. He barks back angrily. Hiding your identity like this proves your motives are purely evil. Knowing exactly how he would react, she calmly warns him not to get careless. Furious, the old man declares that anyone without an identity is officially a mortal enemy. A massive giant and a petite girl face off. Though she is tiny compared to him, her raw aura is absolutely overwhelming. So what do you want from me? Instantly, Ma Tianyi charges forward, unleashing a lethal mountain-ripping tiger fist right at her. Yet Qianli does not even bother to look, completely ignoring the strike. While Huang Shang stands aside watching the chaos, Tianyi goes all out with his deadly strikes, but she just glides around him like a dancer, dodging with ease. The old man is completely stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. Meanwhile, our girl is literally stretching like she is at a spa, making the spectators super anxious. You and I both saw that coming, right? How on earth did she dodge that mountain-shattering fist? Even Huang Shang was left speechless, staring at her. Refusing to accept defeat, Tianyi spins around to charge up his power again. Yet Qianli playfully skips right in front of him, fueling his burning rage. He throws another full-power killing blow, but she casually turns her back to him, crouches down, and points at the floor like she found something super interesting. Oh look! A fresh little flower is blooming here. It must have fallen from the ceiling. She stands up and stares at him, leaving the old man utterly dumbfounded. As giant question marks practically float above his head, she calmly chuckles. Do not look so surprised, I just have the ability to predict your every move. This triggers him completely, turning his confusion into pure madness. Predict? Stop lying! He unleashes a relentless barrage of fists, raining down with terrifying speed. But every single strike hits empty air. Watching this insane display, Fang Tu drops his jaw in shock. No way! Did she really dodge every single hit? Huang Shang stays quiet, but his mind is racing, realizing she is untouchable. Tianyi stares at her like she is a literal alien, while she remains totally unbothered. She even starts humming a cheerful song while he burns through his stamina trying to land a single hit. What kind of broken martial art is this? He screams internally. Why is nothing working against her? Qianli smiles, analyzing his panicked face like an absolute expert. I told you it is simple prediction. I see your future. I knew exactly where you would strike before you even did. Refusing to believe her, the old man roars. Stop playing mind games. That is physically impossible. Even I do not know what my next move is going to be. He suddenly starts doing handstands and bizarre movements, trying to mock her abilities. Can your prediction see me doing this breakdance or doing one-handed push-ups? Bet you did not expect this, did you, kid? In a flash, he leaps away. He screams as he charges off to target her companion. Did you predict I would attack your dragon instead? Ignoring his tantrum, she just turns to Huang Shang. He instinctively responds, wait, what? She hands him a mysterious letter and asks, can you deliver this directly to Instructor Xueyi for me, please? He nods and takes it, but immediately asks about her broken ability. Sure, but seriously, can you actually read the future like that? She just smirks playfully. Why? Do you want me to read your fortune too? He looks at her with clear doubt, hesitating to reply, but she just keeps her teasing smile. To prove I am telling the truth, check this out. She points down to the ground, where a strange glowing crystal catches their attention. This is a super rare spirit-suppressing stone that can completely reflect any physical attacks. Grabbing his hand, she gives him his next instruction. Use your replication skill to copy this while I step back. He casually shrugs, replying, yeah, whatever. He does not even look back at her. Thinking it was done, he turns around, only to see her already hiding behind a distant boulder where he was looking. All right, I will watch you from over here. And that is where we leave it for today. Trust me, you are going to want to see how this crazy visual illusion wraps up in the next part. Let us dive right in as Qianzi, wrapped in wires, headbutts Qianli. I am going to smash you. Are you too slow to react? The flash is blinding. He hits a rock so hard his eyes pop, and the second his head connects, it lights up like a massive spotlight. This crazy explosion goes off, making him wonder if he just headbutted a solid rock or stepped on a whole minefield. This is absolute madness. As the smoke clears from this apocalyptic blast, deep cracks tear through the ground. Suddenly, we see Huang Shang standing right behind the wreckage. He stares into the smoke, trying to see who survived. Sunset dyes the sky blood red, making the battlefield look even more brutal and intense. Out of the haze, Qianli emerges standing, while a very familiar figure is knocked out cold on the ground. She smirks, entirely unbothered. She asks if he believes her now. Walking up to him, she calmly tells Huang Shang to head to the wolf territory with Ma Tianyi. She warns him that he is still too weak and easily targeted. Completely shocked, he fires back with, what do you mean captured? Looking dead serious, she says, stop acting dumb, you know exactly what I mean. Let me make it crystal clear for you then. Now pay attention. She whispers that his father is searching for him, calling him the prince of the mutant royal family. He is shook. His heart skips a beat as he stares at this mysterious girl. She just giggles, knowing she has completely cornered him with her words. Then, she vanishes into a storm of flower petals like a true main character. Huang Shang is left standing alone, processing her words. He picks up a leftover petal, wondering who she actually is. Suddenly, the crew from the Luyan sect comes rushing toward him. They yell his name, but they freeze when they see Qianzi headfirst in the dirt, butt in the air like an upside-down tree. Huang Shang is totally spaced out. Ma Lu grinds his teeth, completely confused by this ridiculous pose. What is going on here? It is like watching an ostrich hide its head. Later under the night sky, brilliant fireworks explode, lighting up the darkness like fiery flowers. Back at the Luyan area, the team gets a massive hero welcome, but after that brutal battle, everyone is completely wiped out. After days of non-stop fighting, they can finally relax. As the crowd disperses, everyone looks dazed, trying to recover from the crazy hype. Someone mutters about heading home to sleep. Huang Shang waves goodbye, thinking that even though he is exhausted, he still has chores. He needs to return the golden-eyed demon ape fur, but since he cannot find them, he decides to just sell it off instead. If they want it back, they can track down the buyer. Once he gets home, he immediately takes a long, hot shower to clean up. By the time he is fresh and clean, sunset light is fading through the window. He sighs and collapses on his bed, totally drained. He rubs his stomach, realizing his spirit power rose way too fast. His spiritual pathways are feeling heavily damaged and strained. And who exactly is that flashy, dramatic girl Qianli? He wonders if she can actually see the future or predict everything. I know what you are thinking. Is this wild girl actually behind everything? He wonders what her real motive is. Back then, that demon ape did not hold back at all. Was she actually trying to force him to level up his strength? His expression turns dark and serious. There is an even bigger mystery here, and it is honestly starting to creep him out. Most importantly, how does she know he is the prince of the mutant royals? His hands shake with anger and confusion. She knows everything, yet he cannot guess her identity. Feeling lost, his eyes drift toward his pillow, looking for a distraction. He hesitates before grabbing a notebook hidden beneath it, flipping the pages. It is the diary of the original Huang Shang. The neat handwriting covers every single page, showing how dedicated the previous owner was. Huang Shang is genuinely impressed by this. The hardworking kid recorded absolutely everything to improve himself. Suddenly, a bold and messy scribble catches his eye, standing out from the rest. It says, "In this harsh world, only hard work pays off. If you do not grind, you get nothing. Freeloaders get absolutely nothing but trash." He nods, realizing the kid had a point. Forget about that mysterious girl for now. He needs to focus on getting stronger. He looks at the wall, where motivational signs are hung neatly. Messages like "keep climbing" and "never give up" cover the doors. Every corner has slogans like "keep fighting" and "nothing is impossible." He stares at them, letting the words sink deep into his mind. These words tell the story of a lonely kid who fought the entire world by himself but refused to ever break. Despite his brutal life, he never quit. Meanwhile, the current Huang Shang had everything handed to him from birth. Under the dim light, he mutters to the original owner, "If you had awakened sooner, your sheer effort would have made you a legend. But fate took over, and my soul claimed your body instead. Either way, I promise to get stronger and protect everyone. Thank you." The next day, rain patters down as hurried footsteps echo. People are gossiping loudly about some massive news in the sect. "Did you hear? President Ma resigned and a new election is starting." The other guy gasps, shocked by this sudden turn. Maybe he is passing the torch to Huang Shang. Meanwhile, in room 705, Qianzi and Shui Yi sit facing each other. The overhead light casts dark shadows over their faces. She breaks the heavy silence, asking if he is finally leaving for the wolf territory. He sighs, asking if she wants to join him. What would she do in his shoes? She smiles, and trust me, we will see what happens next. Let's dive into this wild scene where she reads him like a book. Surprised? You knew I wouldn't leave, so you're handing over the presidency? Tianzi sighs heavily. Don't the kids hate my guts anyway? Besides, I'm taking Huang Shang. Whatever happens, it is entirely his choice. She bows her head slightly. Her voice is soft but filled with deep emotion. Thank you for doing everything for this academy all these years. You even overthrew the mayor and escaped the emperor's grasp. Free from Emperor Le's control. He raises his brow with a tired smile. It's nothing, this place housed a villain like me, and I'm honestly so grateful. Tuyet Wee glances, a cold flash in her eyes. This villain will soon return to the wolf zone to continue his addiction. Tianzi forces a smile, eyes tearing up at the corners. What do you think? Tuyet leans back, eyes dark, voice cold and deep. Who are you taking to the wolf zone? He replies in a hoarse voice. That he is just dragging his son and Huang Shang along. She mocks, so few because you're scared of the commander's rage? Guess so, but that is just one reason. Of many reasons. Tianzi's eyes widen, a heavy weight pressing on his heart. The commander calling me back so urgently must mean something is seriously going down. I bet it is mostly bad news. Then he turns sharply, shouting to reassure himself. Of course, pushing that guy's buttons is never going to end well. Tuyet nods, asking why he didn't just listen and go back quietly. Tianzi throws his hands up, shouting as if trying to defend his actions. Of course it's because of that Emperor Le bastard, who else? She rests her chin in her hand, lips curling into a sarcastic smile. Stop talking trash. The commander has enough power to crush Emperor Le's head. You are clearly just trying to trigger him. Tuyet closely watches his expression and continues. Now pay attention to this part. She asks if he is worried he might not make it back alive. What do you really want to ask me this time? His eyes are a heavy mix of experience, sadness, and sheer exhaustion. Tianzi sighs, explaining that Hua Tianle actually sent her a letter. What did it say? Tuyet replies softly. She was ordered to quickly take down the Northern Selection Zone president, Chu Cat Huan, without delay. Outside, heavy rain pours while lightning cracks across the pitch-black sky. They must team up with South 7 Zone to fight against Emperor Le, and stop Kainwen and Salmon from finding Huang Shang while unleashing the true potential of Chuang Vuquin and Lu Quan Chuang. Doing this ensures safety. Zone 550 will thrive. She asks curiously, what about her though? How strong is she really? He rubs his chin, thinking for a moment, then mumbles. Honestly, I do not know, but she is probably on my level. Tuyet glares sideways, mocking him. Stop lying, you are covered in wounds. Yet you claim to be on par. Tianzi weakly protests as he prepares to leave. Tuyet suddenly lowers her voice, eyes serious. Huang Shang is counting on you. This world is extremely dangerous right now, so you must always be ready. She smiles softly, giving her final warning to take care. He nods silently. Let's pause here. Look at him walking alone down that pitch-black hallway. His face is gloomy, weighed down by endless dark thoughts about his next move. He has to return to the association on the commander's orders. Suddenly his eyes widen, brows furrowing. I must leave first thing tomorrow morning, no matter what, and rush back to my unit. I just hope Huang Shang does not linger here. Steam rises, and the rich scent of warm tea slowly calms his mind. He lifts the cup, taking slow sips. But right then, lightning flashes, exposing a hidden figure in the shadows as a sudden voice echoes in the room. We can actually leave right now if you want. Tianzi instantly spits out his tea. He turns sharply, his deep, dramatic mood completely ruined in a second. He screams. Huang Shang, why are you sneaking into my room in the middle of the night? You scared the crap out of me. He just stands there looking clueless. I've been standing here this whole time. Tianzi pulls out an item, boasting that since the wolf zone is dangerous, they need gear. Meet my X-ray shades. With total confidence, he poses like a male model, bragging about them, but puts them on and sees absolutely nothing. Ma Lu excitedly puts his hand in his pocket too, pointing right as he shouts, let's move out, to the wolf zone border we go. Tianzi plays the sweet talker, claiming any place is home with his son. Ma Lu plays along, rubbing his hands, asking Huang Shang, where are we going, daddy? Up the mountain or into the woods? Hearing this makes Tianzi speechless. His ridiculous behavior leaves Tianzi completely dumbfounded. But as the three walk and chat, a young girl's voice suddenly calls out from behind them, "Big brother, wait for me, can I come along?" They turn around to see So Na, who quickly explains her worries, saying he was the one who saved her life. "If you leave, who's going to play with me?" But he just blankly asks, "Are you little 8? His total lack of reaction completely shocks her. "Little 8? He casually adds, "If you want, just tag along since you are finally free now." But her focus is still stuck on that weird nickname. Who even is Little 8? Malu steps in to explain that Huang Shang has terrible amnesia, so he completely forgot her actual name. Don't take it personally. Your eyebrows literally look like the number 8, so that is his logic. He gestures with his hands, adding that he is curious about his own nickname. I wonder what he calls the rest of us. He pulls out his phone to show a picture of me too. Huang Shang instantly replies, "Lord of Horns." As for Kai Nguyen, he is 3 eyes, and Salmon is just banana. Sona protests, asking if he can call her Little Lake Sand instead of Little 8, because that sounds awful. Malu cuts in, pointing to himself to ask about his own name. Huang Shang, hands in pockets, drops a brutal one-liner. Water useless. Suddenly, Tianzi jumps in front of the camera, yelling at everyone to get serious, because this is not some kind of spring vacation. Sona whispers to Huang Shang that Mr. Horse actually seems pretty serious. With his sharp hearing, he immediately snaps back at her, "Excuse me? I am undercover, you blind?" Let's get back to today's main topic. Tianzi briefly explains that the Wolf Zone is a dangerous place where we must be careful. If you cross the wrong powerhouse, I cannot protect you. This place is basically a massive den of addicts. The 4 of them set off together. And trust me, you and I are going to love seeing how they survive the terrifying gangs waiting for them in the dark. Let's find out next time. Stick with me. We are about to watch our crew face a brand new world, trekking through mountains all night until Malu starts gasping like he is literally about to die. His lungs are burning. Meanwhile, Tianzi is just chilling on his chair, sipping tea and trash-talking the exhausted loser. "You are way too weak, Malu." Our boy obviously hates losing, so he barks back that he is only at the middle stage of enlightenment and dying of thirst. He pulls out a cup with zero hesitation, and literally spits a full cup of water right into it, then drinks his own spit. Sonha is standing there, giving him the most disgusted look ever. Seeing her grossed-out face, Malu quickly defends himself, saying it is just his secret technique. He pulls out a map and Huang Shang points to a spot, saying they are close to some mysterious shop. But Malu is too exhausted to care and just whines about when they will finally arrive because his legs are feeling completely numb and useless. Huang Shang casually points to their current location on the map, dropping a cold, hard truth. "But we are supposed to go straight south, which is totally away from the shop." That is when Tianzi takes off his stupid horse mask, glares at the map, and completely panics, shouting, "What? We are supposed to go south." He tries to act all cool and says he cannot read maps for crap. Malu freaks out in the back, asking if they are totally lost. Even Shoha is speechless. Tianzi puts his horse mask back on and tries to calm them down, telling them to wait while his brain processes the path. He points at the map, explaining they can clear quests along the way. That shop only accepts quest items, not cash, so they need to hunt some monsters to trade for a vehicle. Hearing about trading beasts for a dope desert ride gets Malu super hyped. Tianzi keeps hyping it up, claiming tons of monsters are waiting for them. Now check this out. Here is the crazy list of beasts they have to farm. 25 hell scorpions, 20 giant eagles, 20 killer bugs, and 15 firehounds. First up are the hell scorpions. They are 0.75 meters tall, super aggressive, highly venomous, hunt in packs, and fear absolutely nothing. Keep out of reach of children. Still, the squad clears them easily, though there are some embarrassing moments like Malu running for his life from a tiny baby scorpion. With 25 out of 25 hell scorpions slain, they move to target 2. The monkey-eating eagle, a vicious bird that abducts and eats children. They easily take down these monsters, but poor Malu gets his head pecked relentlessly and cries like a baby. Quest 2 cleared. With 20 out of 20 eagles down, Tianzi praises their progress, hyped that they cleared half their list even though it is already noon. Huang Shang asks why he is rushing, while Sona stares at Malu's swollen head, trash-talking his weak performance as a cultivator. Embarrassed, Malu quickly points at the map to change the subject, yelling that they need to find the mysterious shop right now. Huang Shang suddenly cuts him off, realizing a major issue. How are they supposed to prove they completed the quests once they reach the shop? I know what you are thinking. Why did nobody tell them they had to bring back proof before they spent all day grinding? Malu screams at the sky, realizing they now need actual scorpion venom, eagle beaks, giant bug corpses, and 15 firehound skulls from scratch. Forget it. It is already pitch black outside as the sun sets. The squad miserably trudges along to find a place to sleep, whining about wasting an entire day. Tianzi gets offended and snaps back, asking what they mean by playing around. Are they seriously implying he is a terrible leader? The other 3 stare at him in dead silence, their faces basically saying, do we even need to imply it? It is a fact. To stop their whining, Tianzi swings by the shop to trade their items. He proudly slaps the side of their new vehicle, bragging about getting a desert ship. Malu looks at the shiny but completely basic red car and immediately disses it, saying it is just a cheap piece of crap, not a ship. Tianzi completely disagrees, hyping up the car for some serious dune bashing and tells everyone to hop in. Malu asks who is driving. Tianzi glares at him, asking if he actually dares to doubt his own beloved and honorable father, leaving Malu questioning his entire life. With a heavy sigh, Ma Lu realizes he should have kept his mouth shut. Tianzi lectures him to learn the survival rules of the wolf zone. He tells him to shut up and get in. The moment they are boarded, Tianzi slams the gas like crazy, throwing Ma Lu completely off balance. Ma Lu literally flies out of the car. Meanwhile, back at Luke Am camp, Huang Shang's squad gathers first thing in the morning, where Kai Nguyen learns the news. What? Huang Shang went to the wolf zone? Vita stutters in shock, asking why nobody told them, while Cao Meng trembles, holding back tears. Did he leave because we are too weak? Tuyet Wei calmly shuts them down, saying it was his own choice and has nothing to do with them. She warns them that entering the wolf zone requires reaching the fusion stage first, threatening severe punishment if anyone tries to sneak out. Terrified, the kids do not dare to utter a single word. After the harsh warning, she softens her tone to comfort them, telling them to focus on leveling up instead. Tuyet Yi assures them that Huang Shang is perfectly safe traveling with the former president. Sure, the former president looks reliable, but reality tells a completely different story. Right now, Ma Lu is screaming his lungs out in sheer terror. Why did I ever trust you? Tianzi has shards of glass stuck in his head, bleeding like a fountain, but he acts completely unfazed. He casually claims driving is just a skill he forgot to master. Ma Lu, with his head swollen, cries that he should just admit he has no license. Now they cannot even go back. Zona sighs in the back, muttering that they desperately need a more capable leader. She lists out their team stats, showing their physical and combat classes include Ma Lu, Huang Shang, and Ma Tianyuk. While she and Huang Shang are mentalists, they have 0 tech-type members to actually repair or drive their vehicle. Tianzi just scoffs at the clueless kids, and trust me, you and I need to see what crazy truth he reveals next. Get ready, because you and I are jumping right into a scene where our main character is sobbing while throwing a brutal punch straight at this old geezer's buck teeth. He screams that his dad ruined his life, so now he has to take a punch of ultimate disrespect. Meanwhile, the 2 teammates watching from behind are loving it. They whisper that it was a great hit. Under the crescent moon, Shui Yi is glad she convinced the kids, but Huang Shang leaving has left them completely devastated. Suddenly, she spots an envelope tucked under her computer. It turns out to be a resignation letter. Overcome with curiosity, Shui Yi opens it up to see what is inside. The message is insanely short. I resign, no pay needed, signed Liu Xiaoyan. Shui Yi sighs in utter disbelief, realizing this high and mighty lady is quitting on her again. Seriously, quitting like a boss is just so annoying. As her sigh echoes through the night in the sheep district, some fighters are struggling against a massive, hideous monster. The defenders panic, screaming that they cannot break its defense and need backup immediately. Watching from the sidelines, Liu Xiaoyan smirks and signals her crew that this is their moment. She tells them it is time to show off and help. She calls out to Ma Lu, telling him to blast the monster with some gross, filthy water right away. Ma Lu eagerly agrees and says it is coming up. Right after that, a massive, disgusting water vortex shoots smoothly straight out of his mouth toward the giant target. Sonia quickly uses her psychic powers to lift the blast high. Then she slowly turns her hand and the timeline rewinds back to a few hours earlier. Their fancy ride is completely wrecked by a tree. Pay attention here, because Ma Lu groans that their stupid moves will keep them stuck in this district forever. He points directly at Tianzi, screaming that they cannot even go home now. Sonia tries to calm things down, saying at least the former chairman knows the way out. Since he traveled from the wolf district to the sheep district before, he must know the route. But Ma Lu refuses to let it go, arguing the old man got lost. He only ended up here by accident and immediately went to fight Li Di right after becoming chairman. Having his lies exposed, Tianzi gets completely furious and starts yelling. How dare you point at me again? Do you want me to beat you up? Suddenly he goes quiet, a rare serious look flashing across his ridiculous horse mask. He panics, sensing a strange wave of energy approaching, and warns everyone to get ready to fight. They all look up, shocked by a fast object flying their way. Who could it be? They gasp as the shadow gets closer, revealing it is actually their trainer, Liu Xiaoyan. She slams on the brakes and offers some quick encouragement. She says they must be tired after a long day of traveling. Since they look completely lost, she wants to join and guide them safely out of this area. Ma Lu immediately mocks Tianzi's earlier panic, pointing out this is obviously just Trainer Liu. There is no hostile energy threat here, and they are lucky she arrived. With sparkling eyes, he calls her their absolute hero, saying they would never make it to the wolf district without her. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoyan glares over at Huang Shang. She demands to know why he dared to leave her behind like that. Huang Shang flashes a rare, gentle smile and says she is actually a really great teacher. Blushing, she stammers that she is only here to fix their ride. Standing nearby, Ma Lu chuckles, teasing that the guy cannot even remember his own teacher's actual name. Sonia suggests changing the nickname since the current one sounds awful. Cutting straight to the point, Huang Shang tells Liu Xiaoyan that their squad is currently leaderless anyway. He asks her to take charge. Liu Xiaoyan blushes, admitting she only came for him. The two watching from behind can barely handle the romance, calling it super reliable. Hearing this, Tianzi looks completely annoyed under his horse mask. He loudly insists that he is the true boss here, and since she joined last, she is last place. Liu Xiaoyan fires back, threatening to leave immediately if they do not make her the boss. She adds that Huang Shang's group will follow her, leaving him all alone. I know what you are thinking. This old guy is super stubborn. But Sonia immediately jumps on this golden opportunity and agrees to let Liu Xiaoyan take charge. Utterly speechless, the old man tries to gather allies, calling for a quick vote. He proudly declares his opposition to making Liu Xiaoyan their official new leader. Immediately, the other three raise their hands in unison, yelling out 3 votes in favor. And just like that, Trainer Liu is officially crowned as their brand new boss. By the next morning, their wrecked vehicle is fully restored to its original state. The crew is amazed, praising Liu Xiaoyan for being an incredibly reliable team member. She can fix the car and drive it perfectly. In just a few hours, they are already nearing the border. Feeling left out, Qianzi asks if they think he is useless. Ma Lu snarks that without her help, the old man would have dragged them straight into another fight with Li Di. Sonia steps in again to keep the peace. Telling them to stop arguing, the group finally arrives at the city gate. Sonia stares in absolute awe, noting how incredibly massive the Sheep District's protective walls look. Ma Lu wisely explains that the walls keep the monsters out. Still skeptical, she wonders if people can really live here safely if flying beasts decide to attack. Huang Shang explains that high-level beasts never target this district anyway. The energy concentration here is so low, those powerful monsters would not even bother to visit. Sonia nods, realizing the lack of energy makes the local monsters evolve as slowly as sloths. Ma Lu adds that without proper nourishment, they can barely grow at all. Plus, humans hunt them down constantly, which the girl agrees sounds like a good deal. Soon, everyone turns their focus to Liu Xiaoyan speaking with the border guard. They wonder why the negotiation is taking so long, especially since their new leader has a notoriously short temper. Up front, the strict guard refuses to let them pass. He warns that entering without a fusion stage leader is suicidal, so they must turn back. Going into the Wolf District will only get them all instantly killed. Liu Xiaoyan insists her team is powerful enough, but the guard points at their goofy ride. He laughs, calling them a bunch of children on a random field trip. Annoyed, she claims she is a genuine fusion stage expert who simply forgot her papers. But the stubborn guard refuses to buy any of her stories. He tells her to stop lying, saying he is far too experienced to fall for cheap tricks. He tells her to take her friends home to watch cartoons. He warns that countless lives have been lost in that district. As Liu Xiaoyan stomps back, looking like she returned from the 18th level of hell, Sonia calls out. Ma Lu cluelessly asks if she needs any help. Radiating pure anger, she snaps that she needs a giant cannon. Suddenly, a massive explosion shakes the entire area. This noise makes everyone spin around in absolute shock. Trust me, you and I are about to see this gate guard drop into total panic as the real chaos begins. Everyone is panicking and screaming. Look out, Beast Raid, get the defense ready. They called backup, and it is a rank C beast, the armor-piercing beast. This threatens to leak spicy picks or kill them. The gatekeepers shout to destroy it before it takes their bananas. Shuya gets fired up, and her battle mode ignites instantly. She casts her soul energy conversion. The armor-piercing beast takes the direct hit, screaming in pain, "Ah, you evil, toxic humans." Huang Shang takes this chance to strike, charging with Liu Xiaoyan. They combine forces, unleashing their ultimate dual skills, the empty mountain rain slash and the blazing meteor rain, going absolutely wild on the beast. The monster cannot defend or counter at all, just crying about how toxic they are. Liu Xiaoyan glances at Huang Shang, signaling him to finish this fool. He gets it immediately. The guards who just mocked them do a complete 180, hyping them up instead. These kids are insanely strong, but before they can even celebrate this win, they look up. They panic, screaming that the giant beast is falling. Suddenly, Ma Tianzi transforms into a warhorse, charging like a beast, flexing his muscles to punch it into orbit, sending it flying straight to the moon. Tianzi flexes coolly, saying, "Hey babe, I've been waiting all day. Want some spicy action, or do you prefer the horse style?" The beast falls back down, absolutely crushing a massive wall. Tianzi groans while Ma Lu yells at him, "Dude, you broke it again. You totally ruined their wall." Now pay attention, because they finally get let in, but the guard warns them that entering the wolf zone is a completely different game from the 9th zone. It has 0 laws. There are no rules and 0 safety. Inside the car, a voice whispers that this is a dangerous world packed with top-tier masters. Liu Xiaoyan immediately slams on the gas pedal. The friendly guard wishes them a safe trip, while everyone inside the car hypes each other up, shouting that they are heading to the wolf zone. But another guard notices something. He turns to ask, "Is this the first time you let someone pass without papers?" The other guard replies, "Who cares about papers? Did you not see who they actually are?" Huang Shang's squad finally arrives, and Ma Lu gets out first. Shuya lazily asks, "What is your dad even doing?" He looks exactly like a bear trying to steal honey. Ma Lu replies that his dad is scanning the area for a hidden top-secret letter. Right then, Tianzi pulls an envelope out of a tree trunk to examine it closely. He screams out loud, scaring Ma Lu. "Why are you yelling out of nowhere?" Tianzi frantically panics, screaming at everyone to get back in the car and run right now. Ma Lu is completely lost. The car drifts around, speeding off while kicking up a massive cloud of smoke. Tires screeching, Ma Lu starts complaining, asking what is wrong with him. "Did you lose your mind? Are you crazy?" He nervously replies that they can't go back until he cools down. The intel says his commander literally wants him dead. Ma Lu asks, "So where are we going now?" Tianzi sighs, saying they have to wander around and wait. Suddenly he gasps, realizing they are deep in the wolf zone. Shuya adds that without protection here, they are completely cooked. Liu Xiaoyan calmly speaks up, telling them not to worry since she lived in the wolf zone before. You and I both know she is capping about the safety, but Ma Lu feels relieved anyway. Suddenly, Liu Xiaoyan drifts the car, sensing a heavy soul power nearby. She yells at Huang Shang to deploy his Golden Bell shield fast. Right after, a rank C-bone armored pig crashes out of nowhere, slamming straight into their vehicle. Their car spins wildly as Ma Lu and Shuya scream in terror. Lu Xiaoyan leaps out, launching a counterattack on the bone-armored pig with her thousand-leaf slash. She strikes its back, but the beast blocks it with an armored shield. Lu Xiaoyan is shocked, but before she can react, the beast suddenly runs away in terror. Ma Lu cheers, yelling that she is awesome and should kick its butt. But Lu Xiaoyan is worried, explaining that the beast fled because something way scarier is close. She warns they need to hide immediately. Ma Lu is confused, wondering why they have to run when that armor pig was already so incredibly strong in the first place. Lu Xiaoyan yells that the pig is rank C, so whatever scared it must be at least rank B. Everyone gasps in shock. A rank B beast? That is insane. Right then, a massive footstep shakes the entire ground as a giant beast approaches. It is the horn-scale Tyrannosaurus, letting out a huge, terrifying roar that shakes their souls. It glares directly at their hiding spot. Huang Shang and Lu Xiaoyan quickly cover Ma Lu and Shuya's mouths to keep them quiet. The giant dinosaur sniffs around. Seeing nobody, it finally leaves. Shuya cries in pure terror, asking if that was a real dinosaur. Aren't they supposed to be extinct 65 million years ago? Ma Lu is crying with snot running down his nose, begging to go back to the sheep zone. As darkness falls, the entire squad continues walking quietly ahead. Tianzi warns that retreating will make their commander even more furious. They must camp tonight, and Ma Lu has to keep watch and call for backup if needed. Ma Lu screams, "Why me? Are you doing this because you hate that I punched you earlier?" Lu Xiaoyan actually agrees with Tianzi, telling him to stop whining. She says the strongest fighters need their sleep to handle the big threats. Soon, night completely falls, and Ma Lu is left guarding all the way until next morning. Carrying him on his back, Tianzi excitedly yells that today they are playing a real survival game. Ma Lu sleepily groans, telling his dad to finally shut up. Lu Xiaoyan warns them to keep it down, reminding them about the terrifying rank B beast nearby. But Tianzi gets hyper-excited after finding some wild forest fruit. He claims they are lucky to find these high-nutrient fruits, saying one sip will make them feel amazing. But Shuya and Ma Lu just stare in horror. It literally looks like poison, but everyone else chugs it down. Pressured, the two finally close their eyes and drink, only to immediately throw up in absolute disgust. Soon after, the sky goes completely dark, and a massive rainstorm starts pouring down on them. Huddling inside their vehicle's tent, Shuya worries about getting completely soaked. Ma Lu complains that the tent is totally getting wet. Lu Xiaoyan walks over under an umbrella, telling the crew to follow her to a cave she found nearby. It is on high ground with a killer view, basically like a 5-star hotel. But there is a catch because the path is crawling with wild beasts. They must suppress their soul power to avoid detection. Ma Lu is totally confused, wondering why they do not just beat them up since they are only rank D. Lu Xiaoyan stops him, explaining that if they spot them, they will start screaming like crazy, alerting all the high-rank beasts in the entire area to pull up. She calls Huang Shang to move, but as he takes one step, the squeaking beasts turn around, shocking her, and that is where you and I leave them. Insane, right? Alright, let's watch as Huang Shang tries to sneak forward, but those squeaky magic beasts immediately start losing their minds. He's like, did they seriously spot me? While Xiaoyan quickly calms him down. You and I are starting this wild ride with Huang Shang covering his ears from the deafening screeching of beasts in the distance. Lu Xiaoyan is suffering too because the sound carries spiritual energy, hurting her ears when suddenly a massive armored raptor appears growling right there. Is that a B-tier dinosaur beast? Huang Shang yells that these squeakers are annoying and he's going to lure the big lizard away. He immediately grabs one of those squeaking beasts and stuffs it in his backpack, then grabs another and another, leaving Lu Xiaoyan totally confused. Ma Lu is panicking, wondering what the hell he's doing, while Swanus guesses he might be using that horrible sound to lure the dinosaur away. Our boy keeps catching them, making them scream so loud that the dinosaur notices and starts chasing him, making Ma Lu scream like crazy. He screams that the beast is chasing Huang Shang, who is currently dying from the sound wave attacks hitting his eardrums directly. Since this spiritual attack only targets ears, he just focuses his own energy to shield his eardrums while the annoying squeakers keep crying. The dinosaur is hot on his heels, but the screeching gets so loud that even the giant monster stops to shake its head, totally deafened. It actually runs away, letting Huang Shang relax. He throws the beasts into Ms. Lu's magic bag, which completely hides their spiritual energy. But check this out, guys. Our boy is now totally lost in the pouring rain while his teammate Ma Lu is literally crying his eyes out. He is screaming for Huang Shang not to die, until Qianxi straight up punches him in the face to make him shut his mouth. Lu Xiaoyan is furious, yelling that they'll bring the dinosaur back, while Qianxi ignores them and focuses his energy to search for Huang Shang. He uses his aura to sense the falling rain and breathing nearby, while Ma Lu stands right next to him cheering like a total fanboy. He tells Ma Lu to shut up so he can focus, boosting his hearing 5 times over to listen through the heavy rain. His mind is totally calm, tracking the sound until he locates Huang Shang, who just opened his bag and unleashed the squeaker beasts again. Huang Shang had no choice but to let them screech, so the team could track the sound and find where he was hiding. He looks over and sees Ma Lu crying over a bleeding, shaking Qianxi, thinking that one hit from those squeakers really wrecked him. Ma Lu is completely exhausted, whining about working the night shift and not being able to sleep during the day because his eyes are swollen. Huang Shang asks why he doesn't just sleep, but Ma Lu sighs, complaining that the bumpy car makes it completely impossible to rest. Qianxi tells him to stop whining about a simple night watch, while Suonya yells at them to stop looking back while driving. They finally stop for lunch, but Ma Lu immediately starts complaining about the nasty food, begging them to hire a guard instead. Qianxi shuts him down, and Lu Xiaoyan agrees that bringing an outsider along on their journey is way too risky for them. Now, I know what you're thinking, who would betray them? Well, Lu Xiaoyan warns they could easily sell them out to ruthless plunderers. She explains that plunderers are ruthless gangs who steal treasures in the wild zone, while treasure hunters are the ones fighting beasts for loot. Ma Lu finally gets it, but Lu Xiaoyan immediately ruins his mood by telling him he needs to keep doing the night watch anyway. He starts crying again, leaving Lu Xiaoyan completely speechless at how fast his excitement died down as the sun begins to rise. They look down a massive cliff where Suonya notices a huge crowd gathering, and Lu Xiaoyan explains it's an awakened market. It's a trading hub for awakened ones, and they decide to head down to find some spare parts to repair their broken vehicle. They enter the crowded market where Lu Xiaoyan warns them that their home currency value is literally 10,000 times lower here. Ma Lu is completely shocked, but Huang Shang asks if he can exchange some of his collected treasures for local currency instead. Lu Xiaoyan nods, saying his loot is worth 1,500 gold coins, so she and Huang Shang head off to find car parts. Meanwhile, Qianxi takes the others to browse the market, and Ma Lu's eyes immediately light up at some expensive canned food. It costs 50 gold coins, which is insanely expensive, but Qianxi explains that real food is a luxury in this wild zone. People here usually survive on booster drugs, leaving real food for rich kids, making Ma Lu cry because he cannot afford anything. Qianxi pulls out another item worth 6,000 gold coins, making Ma Lu gasp and ask why he didn't give it to Huang Shang. Qianxi refuses because he wants to watch Huang Shang go broke trying to buy parts, wanting him to suffer the exact same embarrassment. He calls it a survival lesson, claiming that you have to take big risks and taste bitter defeats if you want to make it big. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyan finds a broken vehicle priced at 1,500 gold coins and immediately starts yelling at the seller for overcharging. The seller snaps back, saying it is dirt cheap, while some random bystanders start mocking them, telling them to get lost if they cannot pay. They laugh at them for being broke newbies, calling them poor devils who have no business browsing around without any serious cash. While the crowd keeps mocking them, Huang Shang stays completely silent, while Qianxi is still wandering around laughing his head off. He wants to watch Huang Shang get humiliated, but Ma Lu warns him to stop being a hater before karma comes back to bite him. And trust me, you and I are about to watch the ultimate scene as Huang Shang pulls out a massive megaphone to make an announcement. He asks if anyone has a solution to their problem, leaving the crowded market totally confused about what this crazy kid is doing. Let's dive in. You and I are about to watch an absolute genius sell junk that normally costs 50 gold coins. Ma Lu is clueless. Night Watch is pure trash, so he found a brainless substitute. Huang Shang tells the crowd to chill, claiming he's about to reveal some top-tier, high-value treasure. He acts super mysterious, showing off the device. The crowd is like, what is this garbage, a lightning rod? Even Ma Lu is totally lost, but Huang Shang just grins. Just put this over your head before sleeping and hit the button. It literally alerts you when danger creeps close. Meet the ultimate legendary automatic night watchman. It is a super loud radar beast. When strong spiritual energy gets too close, it screams like crazy. Right on cue, the little beast starts making a huge racket. The screaming beast drives everyone insane. They yell that it is deafening them, but Huang Shang keeps hyping it, calling this weird item a total masterpiece. Well, maybe a slightly stupid one. Everyone plugs their ears as he promises total safety. He announces the full set is 299 gold coins, but the first 50 buyers get it for just 200. First come, first served. One exhausted guy runs up, screaming that he needs to buy it immediately. He is tired of staying up all night, ruining his cultivation training. His body is completely drained and he literally cannot sleep at all. If this keeps going, he will go completely bald. He's only 23. The crowd is shocked that this old-looking bro is so young. Everyone starts losing their minds. They all want to sleep peacefully and replace their night duties. Huang Shang tells them to chill out, promising there is enough stock for every single person. Now watch closely, this is where the big brain play pays off. Sun Na finally realizes why he was catching so many of those screaming beasts yesterday. Ma Lu stammers, hearing it was around 200 beasts. He smirks at Tianzi, asking if he enjoyed watching the kid succeed instead of failing miserably. Tianzi is so shocked his item drops to the ground, his pride is utterly destroyed and his body is shaking. Ma Lu asks if he is okay. Huang Shang just made 20,000 gold coins in a single day. Canned food tastes way better than those trashy fruits anyway. Xiao Yan chimes in. That is a Maodan fruit. Huang Shang asks why her old man is not eating. She points at Tianzi, saying he is sulking like a baby. Since they are loaded now, they plan to leave soon and buy materials to fix their ride. But suddenly the screaming of beasts echoes through the forest. Sun Na gets worried because someone else is catching the beasts. It seems some copycats are stealing their business. Xiao Yan does not care about them at all. Copycats are totally normal when you strike gold. Sun Na heads to her tent but notices Ma Lu and Huang Shang are still plotting something outside. Ignoring her, Ma Lu confidently asks Huang Shang what he thinks of his secret plan. Huang Shang keeps a straight face and says it is actually brilliant. He tells Ma Lu to execute the plan immediately. He praises Ma by his annoying nickname, making the guy jump up and scream in frustration. Sun Ha is totally confused about what they are plotting. Huang Shang spots her and pulls her in, saying they need her help for this big project. Ma Lu is hyped up, ready to pull off something huge. Sun Ha is left completely clueless as the dark forest falls into deep silence for the night. I know what you are thinking. Are they getting robbed? Yes. The next morning, copycats start selling cheap knockoffs of Huang Shang's device for cheap. They slash the price to 150 gold, promising peaceful sleep. Sun Na is furious that these thieves stole their exact pitch and creative idea. The smug thief laughs, saying anyone can build science gear. He asks who would buy from Huang Shang now. Sun Ha is absolutely fuming at them. She calls out their trash morals, but Xiaoyan is relaxed. In this wild zone, stealing ideas is standard play. Playing nice gets you nowhere here. The thieves keep shouting to steal customers, offering a free backup beast just in case the first one dies. Buyers are totally falling for the scam. The thief is laughing his head off as gold floods in. Meanwhile, Ma Lu walks away stiffly like a robot, stripping off his heavy outer coat. He wraps it on his head and puts on a fake beard. Disguised, Ma Lu complains loudly that the device stops working when the beast gets hungry. The thief stammers, claiming it only eats special leaves. Ma Lu quickly points out those leaves only grow in Area B6, nowhere else in this zone. If they leave this zone, the beast starves to death. The angry crowd immediately demands refunds, realizing they bought a useless piece of garbage. They corner the thieves, screaming for cash. Right on cue, Huang Shang steps up with a megaphone, telling everyone not to panic over the food situation. His squad is here to save the day with an epic sale. Before selling, he explains how his custom-made food keeps the radar beast alive. The thieves recognize him as that same annoying kid from yesterday. Huang Shang completely ignores them, walking the crowd through his special leaf processing method. He explains that 3 gold coins can feed the beast for a whole week. Buying a pack of 5 pills gets them a massive discount. Just 10 gold coins guarantees a month of food. Ma Lu acts like a crazy customer, shouting that 10 gold is an absolute steal of a deal. He demands 12 packs, but Huang Shang immediately stops him to recommend an even bigger bundle. Inside, there are 12 packs plus free nutrient water. All of this is only 99 gold coins. Ma Lu pushes forward, yelling that he wants 10 big packs right now, making everyone else panic. The crowd starts fighting over the food packs. Huang Shang raises his megaphone, telling them to line up nicely because everyone will get their share. The thieves are stunned by this genius play. Ma Lu proudly asks if his fake customer plan was dope, and Sun Na laughs in agreement. Xiaoyan urges them to sell faster to match the crazy demand. The copycat thieves stand frozen and completely furious at this clever counterplay. They growl that this punk is challenging them, but suddenly, Huang Shang points right at them and tells the crowd to look over there. They panic, wondering if he is going to expose them. But instead, Huang Shang promotes their knockoffs, telling everyone to buy their cheap beasts. He praises their cheap prices, shocking his friends, and trust me, you and I are about to see the most savage business trap play out in real time. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a crazy business hustle where Huang Shang explains that spirit trees and chichits only grow in Sector B6. Do not you guys see this massive business opportunity? The crowd goes wild, realizing they can resell them in other sectors. Everyone rushes to buy. One guy yells, "Boss, give me 3 of those chichits, and I will take 4 big bags. Will these last long?" Huang Shang tells them to dry them at high heat for a 1-year shelf life. Even though they are pricey, they sell like crazy. By evening, they finally sell out. Xuanya is thrilled because selling those chichits and their food brought in a whopping 120,000 gold coins. Ma Lu says, "I thought my idea was genius, but yours is next level, bro." The 2 thieves keep bowing and thanking them, saying, "Thanks for helping us get rich. We seriously thought you guys would want revenge on us." Huang Shang keeps it real. "Do not thank me. You guys were just stepping stones to help me sell my grass. We all gotta make a living, so I get why you act like absolute trash." The thief laughs awkwardly, saying, "I knew you were different, little bro." Lu Xiaoyan mutters coldly, "Let us go. Too many people in this market know we have cash. How much for your trashy ride? I will buy it." The thief chuckles, "No need, just take it." Hearing this, Xuanya and Ma Lu are completely hyped and celebrate. "We are finally rich. No more eating that nasty garbage food." But the thieves warn them, "Look, you guys need to hide that money right now, before some robbers show up and snatch it before you can even react." Right on cue, a loud horn blares from behind as a vehicle approaches. The 2 thieves instantly lose their minds, yelling, "They are actually here, you absolute jinx." Lu Xiaoyan senses their power, realizing they are all mid-stage fusion realm or higher. A massive, intimidating vehicle suddenly roars up and stops right before them. The thieves pale in pure terror, whispering, "That is Wang Dani's ride. We are totally dead." Heavy footsteps echo as Dani steps down with a cocky smirk, flanked by his loyal henchmen. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he barks, "Let us see if these runts really have hundreds of thousands." Dani threatens, "Hand over the goods, every single coin and treasure. Let the girls go, but slaughter the guys." His henchmen laugh arrogantly, drooling over the girls, saying that short-haired chick and the lowly are absolute babes. This trip was totally worth it. Lu Xiaoyan whispers a plan. "We cannot take this whole gang alone. We need to call Ma Tianxi back to crush these guys." But shout! Huang's eyes light up as he stares at their ride. "Bro, that is a sweet car." Ma Lu freaks out, yelling, "That guy looks like a psychopath. What are you even planning?" Just then, the market security manager rushes over, screaming, "This is a trading zone. I worked way too hard to build this place. Get lost before I personally kick." Sorry, butt out of here. Donnie just smirks to distract him, saying, "You think you can take me? Look behind you, idiot." Then he brutally punches the manager right in the face, laughing. Who actually falls for that, dumbass? The impact sends the manager flying, and the gang immediately swarms him, leaving him sliding down a wall covered in blood. Malu facepalms hard, muttering, "That guy is a complete clown. I thought he was a total badass, but he is just a joke." Liu Xiaoyan remains deadpan, adding, "His henchmen are also fusion stage cultivators, and they outnumber us. We seriously need Ma Tianxi for this." Meanwhile, Dani sneers, "I knew some idiot would try to play hero. Grab the loot, kill the men, and load up the girls." Nearby, Malu is desperately shaking Tianxi, begging Dad stop sulking and eating grass. "We are seriously doomed here." One of the thieves begs Dani, "Come on, let them go. That little kid is a friend of mine." But Dani glares coldly at him, "Get out of my way and shut up." The other thief is shocked, realizing this guy is Dani's older brother. The first thief desperately pleads, "He's a good kid, let him go and I will give you all my cash." Suddenly, Dani grabs him by the neck with a twisted, psychotic look, snarling, "You do not know crap. Look at those girls. They are absolute masterpieces. Do you think I am blind? This is not about the cash anymore. I want her, so get the hell out of my way, or I will burn this entire market to the ground." Dani throws the thief to the dirt, laughing like a maniac. The more he looks, the greedier he gets. Now, pay attention here because this is where everything flips. He glares at Liu Xiaoyan and screams at his crew to slaughter the guys and take the girls right now. Liu Xiaoyan feels a chill, realizing this creep is not just a standard peak fusion realm cultivator. But Huang Shang remains shockingly calm, raising his hand to yell, "Wait, we surrender. We will gladly give you everything." Before Dani can even process this crazy move, Huang Shang suddenly scoops Liu Xiaoyan up in his arms, making her blush crimson, and tosses her right into Dani's truck. He then barks at Ma Lu, "Hand over all our cash and drag out those high-tier treasures for them too." Ma Lu is completely stunned, stammering, "Are we seriously just giving up everything, bro?" Huang Shang radiates a weird glowing aura of confidence, whispering, "Just trust me, keeping our lives is way more important." Dani laughs arrogantly, "Now that is a good boy. If everyone complied like you, I would never have to get violent." Huang Shang then starts chucking their bags, treasure, and even their old man into the truck. Seeing this, one of Dani's goons blushes, whispering, "Boss, that kid is surprisingly obedient. Can we keep him?" Another goon instantly gossips, "Boss, he is into guys." But Dani already has his mind made up, thinking once they finish loading, we slaughter them anyway. A coward who betrays his friends just to survive can never be trusted. He will definitely stab us in the back later. A rat like him needs to be eliminated. The henchman nods, but Dani smiles. "Actually, I have another theory. That kid is plotting something. He is pretending to be a loyal dog and begging for mercy. But the moment we let our guard down with the girls, he will try to stab us in the back. That is why we must kill him first, no exceptions." His goon gazes in pure admiration. "Boss, you are a genius for seeing right through his little scheme." Dani sneers maliciously, "Oh, I already have it all planned out. I am going to give that idiot a massive surprise. You and I know he is trying to use a honey trap, but that weak trick will not work on me. Once he finishes loading, he will definitely beg on his knees. We will just pretend to accept, then slaughter him anyway." His gang of goons erupts in cheering and laughter. They laugh smugly as they watch Huang Shang walk right up to them. Look, he is coming to beg for his pathetic life. But Huang Shang does not say a single word. Instead, he activates his replication technique, splitting his body into two identical clones. This shocking move instantly shuts the gang up, leaving them completely frozen in disbelief for a few seconds. Huang Shang sends his clone flying forward with a devastating kick. Dani tries to react with his own skill, but he is just a second too slow. Suddenly, Huang Shang's clone explodes in a blinding flash, making them scream. And trust me, you and I are about to watch Dani clutch his eyes, screaming that he is blind. Wait, what? You and I are jumping right into a wild revenge recap where this bully thinks he is a genius. He yells, "I knew you would cheat. You really ticked me off. Now get ready to taste absolute hell." He turns around, hyped to fight, only to see Bing Huang Shang already driving off with his ride. The whole gang panics. "What the hell? Boss, he stole our car." On the ground lies 5,000 gold coins and a thank you note. Turns out packing the cargo was just his escape plan. "Damn it, that punk played me. I am gonna rip your skin off, you little trash." The stolen modded car casually speeds out of the market. Standing on the roof, our main character and Ma Lu smirk, saying, "Sorry dude, but your whole lifespan is shorter than my experience." An angry Dani chases them, screaming, "How far do you think you can run? Kill them. That cheap trick of yours will not work a second time." He attacks, but Ma Lu easily blocks it with his staff. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light hits their eyes, making them tear up as a quiet voice echoes. "There is this thing called greed. If you can trick them once, you can definitely trick them again." Huang Shang then unleashes his move, the shadow clone technique. Two wood clones strike from both sides. Ma Lu and Suya cheer wildly from the car. They are totally loving this chaotic ride. If the Emperor knew his sacred martial art was being used as a nitro boost, he would go bald from rage. Suddenly, Dani catches up. "What kind of monster is that guy?" He accelerates insanely fast. Ma Lu stares in shock. "This clown is even copying us by wearing sunglasses." Suddenly, Dani launches into the air, completely terrifying him. "Save me, boss. He is flying." Dani roars, "Give me back my car, you thief." Just then, Tianqi stops chewing grass, spits it out, and throws a massive punch. The punch sends Dani flying. Tianqi complains, "Why are you humans always barking like dogs? I cannot even eat my grass in peace. So annoying." Dani crashes headfirst into the ground while the car drives off. The crash is so loud it wakes up all the birds. His lackeys rush over screaming, "Boss, we are here! Wait, where's your car?" A bruised Da Ni laughs it off. Forget it. His ally is a high-level master. Let's go back. I planned all of this anyway. His minions look at him with pure worship. Even planning to get punched? That is our boss. Now pay attention, because Da Ni tells them not to worry about walking since he already has another car waiting for them. We will catch up to those thieves in no time. Once again, his dumb goons cheer, completely amazed by his big brain calculations. Truly a legendary boss. Suddenly, Donnie drops to his knees. His gang panics. "Boss, why are you kneeling?" Trying to save face, he lies. "I ran too fast and got a cramp. Carry me back." By the time they carry him home, the sun is setting. They spot Xiaojun waiting, but Donnie has no clue who he is. "Who is that kid?" A minion replies, "Looks like he is searching for someone." "Is he a master?" Donnie scoffed. "A master? Look at him. He looks completely ordinary and weak." Donnie drags his bruised face over and asks, "Hey kid, who are you looking for?" Xiaojun replies, "I am looking for an uncle wearing a jade necklace named Ma Tianqi. I am the captain of the Crimson Pavilion's 5th squad." Donnie and his gang gasp in shock. The Crimson Pavilion? Meanwhile, Huang Shang's stolen car speeds away. Ma Lu and Suya are cheering. This car is loaded with rare golden elixirs and even C-grade treasures. This thing boosts spiritual cultivation speed. "Hey boss, want to check it out? This will make you cultivate way faster." Huang Shang takes it and sighs. He cannot cultivate right now because his internal injuries are still way too severe. In his last fight, he flexed way too hard, leveling up so fast that it completely trashed his spiritual meridians. Turns out, human bodies are fragile as hell. Now he can only rely on his special beast spirit. Meridians are like nerves running through the body, a highly advanced system that is incredibly hard to heal. With his meridians severely damaged, channeling massive spiritual energy is a no-go. Ma Lu excitedly says, "Let me ask the old man which pill we can use first." But get this, when he turns around, he loses his mind. "Old man, what are you doing? How many pills did you just eat?" "Let me break down this low-grade elixir. It is packed with spiritual energy, perfect for awakened ones to level up. It boosts cultivation speed by 50% for 30 minutes. Take one pill twice daily." After trying it and feeling their power surge, Ma Lu and Suya immediately urge him, "Hey Huang Shang, why don't you try one? This stuff is super effective." He swallows one and waits for the magic to happen. But instead of a power-up, blood suddenly sprays out of his mouth because his meridians are still broken. Ma Lu is speechless. "Why are you suddenly bleeding?" They ask if he is okay, and he weakly mutters, "I am fine, I just need a little rest." Suddenly, fireworks explode in the night sky. A clueless Ma Lu asks, "Wait, why is someone setting off fireworks?" Tianqi rolls his eyes at his ignorance. "Do you not see that skull shape? That is the Crimson Pavilion's secret signal. It means they cannot find their target." Ma Lu is amazed. "Who are they?" Tianqi looks up proudly. "They are my old gang, and they are hunting for me." Meanwhile, back with the losers, Donnie gets absolutely wrecked again. Xiaojun sits on his back, sighing, "Damn that Ma Tianqi, where is he hiding?" Back on the road, Ma Lu praises the driver while teasing the others. "She drives like an absolute pro, unlike some people. Now we can just chill and enjoy the view." Suddenly, a radio call comes in, calling Wang Dani. Liu Xiaoyan picks up. "Dani's squad speaking. What is up?" The voice answers, "We are gathering one for a major joint mission. Interested in joining us? The reward is an A-grade treasure that can fully restore damaged meridians. Your squad is pretty strong, so are you guys down?" Liu Xiaoyan replies, "We will think about it and call you back." Putting it on speaker, she asks, "Huang Shang, should we take this mission? The reward can heal your meridians." Hearing this, Huang Shang hangs upside down from the roof, bleeding everywhere. He completely scares Liu Xiaoyan half to death but tells her to accept immediately. Startled, she swerves wildly, launching him right off the roof. The car screeches to a sudden halt in the middle of the road while Ma Lu and Suya end up with massive bumps on their heads. Liu Xiaoyan warns them, "You two better train hard before reaching the fusion stage unless you want to be useless." Then she turns to Huang Shang. "Wait, you cannot cultivate? Did your meridians really get trashed in that last fight?" Our main character sighs and nods. "That is why I need this treasure. Sorry for causing trouble." Hearing this, she kicks Ma Lu away. "You knew he could not cultivate, yet you did it anyway?" He feels totally framed, shouting, "But you literally told us to cultivate." What a chaotic group. Stick with me, because next time we are diving straight into their next wild mission. "Hey, you and I are diving into this crazy gang today. They're using bandit identities for a mission, but Maluk wants a cooler name. Zhona suggests Heavenly Dragon, and Huang Shang stays quiet. Xiaoyan begs Ma Tianzi to stop being salty and join them. The old dude just laughs, demanding they beg on their knees because they're nothing without him. She makes a face and says she only invited him out of pure pity. Tianzi flexes, boasting that he and Huang Shang are basically the heart and soul of this team. He wants to call it the Ma Huang Squad, claiming they'll carry the team to victory. Xiaoyan cringes, calling the name super lame and suggesting they stick with Heavenly Dragon instead. Huang Shang doesn't give a damn anyway. Maluk chimes in, saying he likes it since his name starts with Ma too. But Tianzi suddenly changes his mind, saying he hates it now. Maluk grumbles, calling him an egoist who gets buttered too easily. Is he even worthy of being a dad? The old guy ignores him, muttering potential names combining his and Huang Shang's. After some intense thinking, Tianzi proudly drops a new name with absolute confidence, Di Huang. Suddenly, Huang Shang's eyes turn sharp enough to kill as he instantly shuts it down. Di Huang? No way, I refuse. Maluk flinches, wondering why the vibe got so tense all of a sudden. Tianzi snaps back, yelling that he just said any name was fine earlier. but Huang Shang stands his ground, refusing to accept it. The old dude gets salty again, stomping off to munch on grass, complaining that they won't even let him name the team. Maluk agrees that the Ma Huang name from earlier was actually decent. Sona turns to Huang Shang and asks why he doesn't just name the squad. Maluk tries to stop her, since Huang Shang looks ready to explode, but she keeps encouraging him, saying it might not be that bad. Xiao Yan chimed in too, telling him to just go ahead and name it. Maluk instantly gets a bad feeling. Trust me, you're going to want to hear Huang Shang's idea to combine all of their names together, starting with Shui Wu Neng, but Maluk quickly shuts his mouth. Drop it right now, I know exactly what kind of trash name you're cooking up. It sounds awful, so don't ever suggest it again. Xiao Yan totally agrees, realizing what a disaster that name would have been. Maluk tells them to drop it and behave like normal people as they get ready to move. Deep in the forest, Badon gets tossed to the ground and scolded by Tu Bin for smirking. He promises to stop laughing, but Tu Bin isn't having any of it. Tu Bin warns him that the clients are arriving soon. He demands Bat-on look like a real villain, threatening to break his face if he catches him smiling like that again. They have to act like ruthless tyrants. Suddenly, Huang Shang's smoke-busting car pulls up right behind them. Tu Bin points and tells Bat-on that Wang Dani's ride has arrived. He tells him to watch and learn how real villains roll. Xiao Yan leads the group out, introducing them as the Heavenly Dragon Squad, sent directly by Wang Dani himself. Bat-on looks confused, wondering if these guys are actually supposed to be dangerous thugs. Tu Bin kicks him to the ground instantly, barking at him to shut his mouth. He scans them with his eyepiece and sees Maluk and Shongha are only at the Enlightenment stage, while Xiao Yan and Huang Shang are at the Fusion stage. Why are there low-level trash here? Are you seeking death? This is no joke. Our mission is an assassination, targeting the king of Zone B-16, the captain of the Longsa ship, Hu Xiaowei. The whole squad gasps in shock at the target's name. Tu Bing sneers, mocking their fear, while Xiao Yan turns to ask Huang Shang. You and I both know Huang Shang is completely lost here, but he confidently claims he tracked down some girl named Hua, knowing her ability is future prediction. Maluk facepalms, correcting him that her name is Hua Shanli. Shona explains that Hu Xiaowei is actually that short red-haired lady with a bone on her head. Maluk dramatically cries about him for getting simple names at his age. Xiao Yan secretly gloats, thinking her future hubby forgot that girl's name because he only belongs to her. Tu Bin interrupts, explaining there are 5 teams in total and 3 have already left. He demands to inspect their car first, calling over his brainless lackey to help. He orders the rest of the squad to listen to Badon's briefing. Meanwhile, Tu Bin turns to Huang Shang and suspiciously asks what they are carrying in the back. Huang Shang bluntly tells him it is just cash, treasures, and luggage. Tu Bin lifts the trunk open and looks inside, completely blown away by what he sees. He cannot believe how much loot they have, drooling over their crazy wealth. He quickly plays it cool, saying he has zero interest in stealing any of their stuff. But then he points to a locked chest, asking what is inside. Huang Shang offers to open it up, completely unaware of the murderous aura rising behind him. Tu Bin gloats in his mind, thinking he's about to show this idiot what a real villain looks like. But behind his back, Tianzi stands up, absolutely furious. Tu Bin prepares to strike, telling him to feel true malice. But before he can even blink, Tianzi sucker punches him right in the face and slides back, acting innocent. He curses him for trying to touch his treasures, warning him not to test his patience. Huang Shang pays no attention and finally opens the chest, revealing a medical kit. When they look over, Tu Bing is lying on the floor with a swollen face. Suddenly, he snaps back to consciousness, looking completely dazed. Huang Shang asks if he is okay. Tu Bing insists he is fine, but internally, he is panicking. He wonders what just hit him, since his energy jammer should have totally neutralized their cultivation power. He assumes Huang Shang is hiding some terrifying god-tier martial arts. Realizing he cannot win, he decides to play nice. Outside, Badon is still acting tough. He snarls at them, but Xiao Yan snaps back at his trash attitude. Badon just smirks, claiming she knows nothing because he is practicing to become a true villain. But as soon as those words leave his mouth, he spots Tu Bin chatting happily with Huang Shang. Thinking his eyes are playing tricks, he rubs them in disbelief. And yeah, Tu Bing is still smiling like a friendly puppy at Huang Shang. Badon is left totally speechless, with a million questions running through his mind. Meanwhile, another part of the forest is just as chaotic. Lam Wan notes that with 5 entire teams joining this mission, the scale of this operation is massive. Xiao Xiao laughs, announcing they are representing the Lam Family Alliance, and their clearing speed will depend entirely on how fat the reward is. Tu Ye takes a drag of his cigarette and scoffs, saying they need to put aside all petty grudges and focus entirely on the main mission ahead. He tries to act all united, but Xiao Xiao finds it hilarious, mocking his fake teamwork speech and calling him a total genius for his sudden change of heart. Tu Ye smirks, claiming a handsome guy like him is just a born genius, so gear doesn't even matter. Xiao Xiao looks up at the sky in shock. He points out how many birds are flying, but suddenly, a literal car flies right over their heads. Trust me, you and I are going to love whatever happens next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into this total mess. People are literally scrambling to dodge their car as Lu Xiaoyan jumps out, super pissed, yelling about it being a knockoff. Ma Lu is completely green, clutching his stomach and crying about being carsick. But the young master is totally hyped, calling them absolute badasses for literally flying a supercar down from the mountain. CA jumps straight up, demanding to know who the hell they are and if they want to assassinate them. Meanwhile, Siping speaks up with a face swollen like a balloon. Brother Siye, they are here for the mission, that innate dragon squad or whatever. He glares, realizing who they are, while Liu Xiaoyan gets straight to the point. She demands they split the work, asking if they actually have the meridian healing pills. Siye confidently boasts that his team's reputation is absolutely solid. We are 100% legit and would never ruin our brotherhood over some pills. This is your mission reward, a real, genuine A-class treasure. Xiao Xiao's eyes light up at the sweet scent of a class spiritual energy. Huang Shang picks up a pill, inspecting it closely, and asks if they just pop it in like this. Siye's crew instantly panics, grabbing the pills back. What are you doing, trying to rob us? Complete the mission first, or I will chop off your hands, kid. Xiao Xiao just laughs hysterically at the drama. Siping quietly realizes this kid is completely fearless, meaning he definitely has some secret, overpowered ability up his sleeve. CF finally calms down to brief them on the mission, claiming it is actually pretty easy. Now pay attention here, because this is where everything starts to change. The target is the boss of Zone B16, Captain Hu Xiaowei. She is at the early fusion stage, has killed countless people, and hoards a massive fortune. Almost nobody survives meeting her. Rumors say she is an emotionless skeleton with blood-red eyes, but Huang Shang is confused, asking if she is just a little dwarf. Sonia whispers back that these guys know absolutely nothing about her real abilities. Siye immediately growls at them, demanding to know what they are whispering about. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoes, shocking everyone. What is that sound? Is it a B-grade magic beast like the Scaleburst Dragon? Malu panics, wondering if it followed them. CA just scoffs, mocking them for fearing a weak B-grade beast when their target is way stronger. He instantly leaps into the air to show off his moves. He unleashes a powerful eagle fist strike right onto the beast's head, rallying everyone to hunt down Hu Xiaowei. Soon, night falls over the wolf zone. Inside her floating ship in Zone B16, everything is peaceful. The lights are glowing quietly, clothes are set aside, and Xiaowei is singing happily in the bath. After finishing her bath, she dries off and gets dressed. She sits down to blow-dry her hair when Douglas suddenly bursts into the room in a total panic. Captain, we have major news. Your beloved Mickey Idol's photo has been fully restored. She grabs the photo, her eyes instantly widening in complete shock at what she sees. Is this not little Huang Shang? Her precious Mickey Idol is actually him. Douglas sighs, absolutely exhausted, and mentions that Huang Shang has already entered their zone. Xiaowei tosses the photo aside, smugly wondering if he is just desperate to see her. She claims she does not care, but deep down, she actually misses him. She wonders how she can repay her debt to him, even asking if she should just plant a kiss on his cheek. Meanwhile, the assassination squad is in deep trouble. You and I both know these guys are supposed to be elites, but right now they are getting totally wrecked by a dinosaur. Siping screams that they are coming to save him. Hang in there, brother CA. Inside, CA is crying and screaming because his favorite jacket is literally on fire, yelling at them to stop burning him. After that chaos, 5 military vehicles are seen speeding down the road under a stormy sky. CA asks if everyone has the plan fully memorized. We take out Xiaowei, scatter, and regroup at the designated spot. He pauses before adding that it will take 3 days to reach the border of Zone B16. So we will camp here tonight, rest up, and hit the road at 6 a.m. tomorrow. The scene then shifts to a quiet forest where they set up camp. Malu is tucked in cozy and warm, praising his brother's genius invention for finally letting him have sweet dreams. He immediately starts counting sheep to fall asleep, but his peaceful sleep is cut short by some loud, annoying quacking noises. A second later, the whole squad rushes outside to see who is making that racket. Xiao Xiao spots them and immediately starts his sales pitch, telling them not to worry because he is just Lin Xiao Xiao from the Wannan squad. He claims he is selling imported goods, but secretly holds up a note showing a plan to rob Siye because of all the treasures he is carrying. Liu Xiaoyan curiously asks him to show the goods. Outwardly, Xiao Xiao acts casual, claiming his stuff is dirt cheap, costing only 10,000 gold coins each. But his note says the other squads are already in on the heist and wants them to join. Hearing the fake price, Huang Shang and Malu are completely stunned. Liu Xiaoyan complains that 10,000 gold is way too expensive. Xiao Xiao shoots back that it is a steal, telling her to search Google because it is practically free. He then shows them the actual plan to jump Siye and steal his massive stash of loot. After reading it, Liu Xiaoyan hesitates and tells him they need a moment. Xiao Xiao casually tells them they can decide by tomorrow morning. He quickly writes down another note telling them to watch for his wink if they want in. He walks away with one final warning, telling them they will totally regret missing out. Moments later, Liu Xiaoyan turns around to ask the team what they think. But Huang Shang just randomizes the conversation, talking about how comfortable those honeycomb slippers are and how he wore them back when he met those civilized guys. She gets annoyed and tells him she is asking about the actual alliance. He finally gets serious, pointing out that such rare treasures will definitely cause a massive war. With their current strength, their best move is to sleep and recharge. He casually quotes himself from his past life, saying that tomorrow will handle itself. He claims health is everything, and worrying now is useless. Malu's crew is just listening to his weird slip of the tongue, thinking he sounds insanely philosophical. The sun slowly rises, and soon it is 6 a.m. the next morning. Saya yells for everyone to wake up and get ready to hit the road. He warns them that today will be a long journey, hyping them up to reach the border before sunset. But they barely even start when disaster strikes. One of the vehicles suddenly breaks down. Saye demands to know what is wrong, while Xiao Xiao acts completely clueless, claiming he has absolutely no idea. He claims the car won't start, blaming the energy system, while giving Liu Xiaoyan and Huang Shang a sly look. Stick with me to find out what happens next. So you and I are jumping right in as Xiao Xiao winks, fake laughing to Lin Ying. Hey, icy guy, you're a tech awakened, right? Scan me real quick. A second later, Lin Ying grabs his hand. Without saying a single word, he unleashes his power, a sudden bolt of electricity that completely shocks Xiao Xiao. Helpless, the guy yells in confusion. Wait, what are you doing? But boom! He takes Sia's cannon fist straight to the face. His small-time goons instantly panic. Huang Shang and his crew just watch the drama unfold. Meanwhile, after eating that massive punch, Xiao Xiao collapses hard onto the ground, utterly wrecked. As he tries to sit up, he realizes Saye has already pinned his head down. Lazily smoking a cigarette, Saye sneers, "Who gave you the guts to play me? You wanted to betray me and steal the loot? I told you teamwork was key during this mission. Since you wanted to play snake, Progeny pauses, then cold-bloodedly says, I have to take you out to keep our plan quiet. That's when Xiao Xiao finally realizes the truth. The Haiyun team, and actually all three teams, are working together. They're all in on it. Saye starts mocking him. You wanted to team up with the cultural family squad to beat us, then backstab them too? You call yourselves bandit hunters? So naive. Well, I'm the hunter of the bandit hunters. And of course, a massive chaotic brawl breaks out right after. Liu Xiaoyan watches from the sidelines, analyzing, this alliance is obviously a total trap. Those three teams are bad news, baiting people in just to rob them. Huang Shang shrugs. If they're all villains, I don't have to feel guilty at all. Suddenly, a wild idea pops into his head. Why not rob them back? Ma Lu and Liu Xiaoyan facepalm, warning him not to drag them into his mess. But Xia spots them and shouts, the plan is out. Catch those kids and rob them too. Siping and Bao Wen charge, mocking them. Just cooperate, brats, and it won't hurt as much. But Huang Shang immediately activates his bizarre yellow eye technique. His teammates instantly throw on sunglasses. While they turn and run, Huang Shang's clone charges straight into the enemy mob like an absolute madman, hitting them with a Lu-style surprise flying kick. Watch close, CA starts cursing, but before he can finish, he's totally losing his mind. Liu Xiaoyan starts the getaway car and yells, is Huang Shang in? Ma Lu panics and shouts back, not yet, bro, hurry up and get in the car. But check this out. Huang Shang runs over carrying a tier treasure and dragging Bao Wen along. Ma Lu and Soya are speechless. A hostage? Seriously? Is he role-playing an action movie? Bao Wen is completely knocked out. Seeing Huang Shang approach, Ma Lu yells, throw him in the trunk, quick! Huang Shang tosses him in and slams it shut. Soya and Ma Lu heave a massive sigh of relief. We're good, sis, he's in. Meanwhile, Siye's crew can't believe it. They fled so fast, are they professionals? There's no way Siye is swallowing this humiliation. Fuming with rage, he immediately orders a high-speed chase. Their cars roar to life, chasing after the gang. Huang Shang's crew looks back and instantly panics. What? They're already catching up? How are they so fast? Liu Xiaoyan explains they're using spiritual energy cannons to boost their speed, but she tells them to relax. No worries, Huang Shang can boost our car too. In the back, Ma Lu casually pokes their hostage. Hey Baldy, give us a push. Your buddies are about to run us off the road. Bao Wen snaps back. Me? Help you? Are you stupid? I want to destroy you guys. But his pure rage actually triggers his spiritual energy. The car accelerates. Ma Lu gets excited and tells everyone to keep roasting him. Suoya starts shouting, hey Baldy, you're a giant baby who wears diapers. Bao Wen tries to stay cool. Sure, I have the spirit cannon skill, but your insults are weak. Don't trigger a dangerous man like me. Ma Lu begs Huang Shang, bro, use your talent. Just say something, this guy will literally explode from anger. Huang Shang looks totally clueless. Ma Lu shoves a microphone into his hand. Just give him a terrible nickname. Go wild. But Huang Shang is still confused about what to say. He's still lost on the nickname thing. But let's look at Bao Wen scoffing. Trying to trigger me? Cute. I'm a dangerous man. Your petty words won't get to me. I'm completely immune to your basic insults. You could never understand my deep, dark soul. Meanwhile, Huang Shang silently ponders the perfect name. Finally, he drops the ultimate insult, Chrysanthemum Head. Hearing his new nickname, Bao Wen's blood completely boils and his anger spikes off the charts. His mind shatters as he loses all control. His spiritual energy explodes outward, sending their car flying forward at crazy speeds. Suoya is totally amazed. So fast, our bro is built different. Ma Lu mocks the hostage. What happened to the dangerous man? You just got absolutely roasted by my bro. Even with Bao Wen's accidental turbo boost, the enemy cars are still gaining on them. Ma Lu screams in sheer panic. Call the traffic cops, quickly. They're literally ramming us. But Liu Xiaoyan shuts him down with a heavy dose of reality. What cops? Just hold on and pray we survive. She grits her teeth. Actually, we are completely boxed in. There is no escape. Behind them, Sayi screams furiously, pull over right now. Keep running, and I will blow this entire car to pieces. Seeing them stop, he commands, smart choice. Now get out and hand over the treasures. Bao Wen cries out, boss, save me. I am stuck in the air vent. Xi expects them to beg, but Huang Shang calmly steps out and shouts, freeze, you are surrounded by the FBI. Show me your identification papers right now. Xi and his crew are absolutely speechless at his audacity. Are you insane? You're the one surrounded. Get in a line before I end you. Seeing that fail, Huang Shang tries a completely different angle. Hey, that tier A pill is super important to me. Can I just have a couple of them? The enemy snaps, are you kidding me? You robbed us. Get in line and stop wasting our time. Thinking Huang Shang has finally given up, CA orders his men to retrieve their stolen loot immediately. But then Huang Shang bargains again. If a few are too many, how about just two? This completely triggers CA. Shut your mouth right now. CA facepalms. You fearless punk, talking to you is literally rotting my brain. But a second later, Huang Shang pleads, just one pill then, please? Not? Sai screams, get lost, stop bargaining with me. But stick around, because right after, Sai drops a chilling line. Do you even know what today is? Alright, you and I are about to dive into one of the craziest showdowns. This villain thinks he has got our guys trapped, boasting about how they cannot escape death. He keeps rambling on, claiming that to survive in this world, strength is not enough. You also need brain power and a ruthless ambition to rise. That is the only way to soar high like an eagle and stay at the top of the food chain. He brags about how he designed this trap. It is so perfect that not even a genius could escape. This guy is literally praising his own trap like he is some mastermind. See, he keeps talking nonsense. He explains his trap is inspired by the Trojan War, where the Trojans brought a giant wooden horse into their city, thinking it was a peace offering. The other guys can tell he is just rambling again. They cannot do anything but listen to his boring history lesson as he continues recounting the story. Greek soldiers hid inside, waited until the enemy got drunk, and then took them out. Sia proudly raises his voice to announce his ultimate scheme. Behold the wooden horse of Troy. But watch closely here, because Badon is just confused and asks if it is some kind of weird Pokemon. At first, he detects zero spiritual energy from the horse, but a second later, his high-level survival instincts go completely wild inside his head. He finally realizes it is a dangerous B-rank beast. Right on cue, the wooden horse starts moving, sending everyone into a total state of panic. They scream about a walking wooden ghost. Meanwhile, cutting to another location, CA is waiting around and wondering why his minions are taking so long. He decides to go check on them, warning his remaining men to stay put and not try anything funny, or they will pay a heavy price. But as soon as he hears Huang Shang's voice, he flips out and yells that it is absolutely impossible before turning around to investigate. He storms off to see what his goons are up to, but he freezes in shock when he sees the wooden horse beating the crap out of them. The horse instantly snaps back to its harmless wooden form. A furious CES screams, demanding to know why they are loading stuff onto this cardboard junk. The terrified goons spin around and beg him to run for his life, telling him to leave them behind and just save himself from this monster. CE has no idea what they are talking about. But then the wooden horse speaks up with a terrifying, deep voice that sends chills down their spines. It says since its identity is exposed, there is no need to hide anymore. The beast stands up, but it rises so fast that its wooden head, it gets completely twisted out of place. The wooden dummy tries to fix it, but snaps it too far, shaking in absolute pain from its own stupidity. The horse blames them for making it twist its neck 180 degrees. An annoyed CA yells back, pointing out the idiot did it to himself. Suddenly, the beast charges straight at him. CA panics, crying inside that he cannot die yet because his dream of becoming a majestic eagle is unfinished. But before he can even process his life choices, the horse hits him with a devastating, mountain-shattering punch that sends him flying straight into orbit. As he floats through the air, he wonders if this is what flying like an eagle feels like. His consciousness fades as he looks at a bird. He dizzily greets the bird, feeling honored to be so close to his idol, but the bird just meows back. Yes, a bird that meows. He curses at the catbird, wondering why everything in this universe meows. Moving on to another place, Lu Xiaoyan is counting her latest loot. She is glad they secured some epic treasures, but her top priority is healing Huang Shang. Those physical enhancement pills are packed with dangerous toxins. Taking more than 3 a day is literally lethal, so she goes to warn him, but she is about to find out just how reckless he is. Before she can speak, Ma Lu hypes up Huang Shang's crazy circus act, and honestly, you and I are about to witness some pure madness. He downs 5 pills at once like they are candy. Shuya cheers, thrilled by the stunt, and asks her for her thoughts on this masterpiece. She deadpans that her husband is always amazing, but then her eyes land on an empty wooden box that used to hold those dangerous pills. Realizing the danger, she screams at him to spit them out. When she sees he already swallowed, she resorts to aggressive measures to force the pills out. After the chaotic rescue, she gets serious and maps out their escape route from B13 to B10. The forest there makes a perfect hideout. With plenty of cover, they should be safe there. She tells everyone to rest up, but she is still worried about Huang Shang's insane pill popping. She looks at her crew, sighing that they behave like some brainwashed cult members. Ma Lu, completely drained, explains that Huang Shang has been training like crazy. Now he is glowing like a neon sign. Shuya totally agrees, adding that their leader's extreme cultivation method is honestly reaching some borderline freakish levels. She pulls out her scanning glasses to check his progress and is left completely speechless. His speed easily surpasses the instructors at the prestigious academy. Ma Lu thinks she is just joking around, but her face remains dead serious. She warns them that if he keeps taking those crazy pills, he will break through to the mid-fusion realm by tomorrow morning. This insane level-up speed is so broken it makes Ma Lu completely lose his mind. Curious, Ma Lu asks how long it took her. She shrugs, admitting it took her half a year, which is still slower than the ridiculous pace. He sighs at her humility, mentioning that without Huang Shang's unique breakthrough help, he would still be stuck. This immediately catches Shuya's curious attention. She eagerly asks if he can really boost others. Ma Lu shudders, admitting that while it worked, the method was an absolute nightmare she cannot imagine. Even Lu Xiaoyan gets curious, asking how he actually did it. The answer is so bizarre that they are definitely not ready for his explanation. He flatly says spanking, making the girls turn completely red. Liu Xiaoyan immediately denies wanting any part of that painful, embarrassing, and highly offensive method. She claims she is way too decent to ever let him touch her like that. Suddenly, a loud warning broadcast cuts right through the tense atmosphere. They warn about a dangerous gang of thieves calling themselves the Cultural Family. Trust me, you and I are about to see some real chaos unfold. Hey, stick with me here because our crew just got featured on the news. Apparently, they are notorious thieves stealing cars and carrying some horse monster. When Liu Xiaoyan hears the radio claiming she uses her gorgeous looks to seduce people, she flips out screaming, "What? When did I ever seduce those losers?" She is ready to march back and silence CA permanently, but luckily Ma Lu and Suya keep their heads cool and drag her back from doing anything stupid. Scene cuts to B13. Saye takes a drag of his cigarette and coldly asks if they are absolutely sure they can track down those thieves. Donnie confidently nods, saying they stole his ride so they can easily track them using his built-in locator. The lackey adds that the payment went through. The boss grins, hearing the locator will arrive soon. He asks if these guys are truly ready for some payback, and they are totally hyped for it. Donnie claims he has thought of nothing but revenge lately, but there is a hidden motive. He hesitates, but they both know they want to get with Liu Xiaoyan. Suddenly, their little revenge party is crashed by some uninvited fireballs. The lackeys panic instantly, with one crying about the insane firepower and telling everyone to run. In a flash, unexpected visitors charge at them. Saye gets a blade pressed right against his throat, and Donnie is in the exact same miserable position. None of the henchmen can escape either, all pinned down with sharp blades at their necks. A warning echoes from the giant land ship, telling them to play nice. Donnie looks up at the massive ship and immediately recognizes the legendary Wolfland ship, while the clueless underlings start putting the pieces together. CA's eyes go wide as he guesses if it is Xiaowei. Right above them, two figures cast their shadows from the deck of the gigantic land ship. And here is where it gets crazy. One of them casually speaks up, saying she heard some punks wanted to form a squad to take her down. She asks who the squad leader is and if they will let her join. Saye instantly loses his tough guy act and begs, crying that he was just pretending. He begs for his life, but Xiaowei ignores his whining and asks if they are looking for that cultural family, demanding to know if they have any clues. The two cowards immediately spill everything they know, blabbering about a weird horse-like Class B beast and a tracking device that pinpoints their car's exact location. She calmly orders them to hand over the locator and mind their own business. She adds that this involves the Crimson Flame sect, so stay away to stay alive. They are left completely speechless. After she leaves, CA mumbles in disbelief, wondering if those guys actually have a connection with the legendary Crimson Flame sect. Bawen looks clueless, asking what that sect even is. Sia snaps at him, calling him an idiot for not knowing the most powerful group around. He explains that Sector A is twice the size of Sector B, but more importantly, almost the entire area is dominated by the Crimson Flame sect. Their commander's power is unreal, and his 7 captains are all at the core stage. They do not just have crazy strong fighters, they own all resources. Even the Wolf District relies on them. Bawen is blown away, comparing them to a whole country. Sia warns him to stay clear of them. Let's pause. That basically sounds like a whole sovereign nation, right? He warns everyone to stay clear of them. But check this out, she adds one more thing. The horse traveling with them is actually Captain Tian Shi of the 2nd Squad. Hearing this, CA and his crew are completely paralyzed with shock. Xiaowei shrugs, saying she is done talking. She is hyped for a fun game, so she will personally handle the rest of this mess. She generously decides to spare their lives since she is in a great mood, even advising them that smoking is bad for their health before sailing away. She leaves them eating dust. Once they finally snap out of it, CE denies the rumors, calling her an adorable little angel instead of a terrifying demon. Donnie agrees she is super sweet and suggests they quit smoking right now. Meanwhile, deep in a forest, the horse mask lies abandoned after being used. Having served its purpose, the mask is tossed aside. Meanwhile, Xiaojun is desperately trying to explain on his communicator that he found clues about Tian Shi. He insists he can handle it alone and begs the chief to trust him. With that, he jumps into his sports car, ready to roll out. He promises to drag the old man back to the chief. Soon the quiet forest fades, and we check back in on our main guy. Huang Shang finally finishes his cultivation and returns to normal. Feeling the surge of energy inside, he realizes he has reached mid-stage fusion. He is shocked by how much spirit energy he accumulated. He needs to test out the cool new skills he picked up during the finals. But who is going to be his punching bag? Meanwhile, Xiaowei and Xiaojun are racing over, both eager to finally meet him. Both of their rides are speeding towards Sector B10, where our main squad is hiding out. It is a race to see who arrives first. Next morning, Ma Lu is totally mind-blown. He screams in disbelief that Huang Shang reached mid-stage fusion just by taking a quick nap. He jokingly asks if Huang Shang is some overpowered web novel protagonist, then wonders if he is going to keep breaking through his limits. Huang Shang says not yet, since his meridians need to heal and his pills are almost gone. Suya chimes in about his expensive grade A pills. She mentions he swallowed 5 at once, earning her a quick scolding from Liu Xiaoyan. Suya pouts, saying she only wants him to grow stronger. Ma Lu whispers that the girl is getting way too bossy. Meanwhile, Huang Shang recalls the flowery girl's warning about his father hunting him down. He knows he must power up incredibly fast and master all those new skills if he wants to survive whatever deadly threat comes next. So Huang Shang invites Ma Lu for a friendly sparring match. Ma Lu instantly panics, begging to skip it and asking if he is getting punished. Huang Shang smirked and promised he would not beat him to death, but Ma Lu does not buy it for a second, crying that it sounds totally sketchy. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Xiao Wei cruising towards Sector B10. She is humming happily, excited to give Huang Shang a massive surprise. She giggles, imagining his shocked face. Do not worry, she is not here to rob him, and that is where we leave it today. Stay tuned for what is next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into some serious drama. Xiao Wei is bragging about owning Sector B16, claiming she owes him a favor so she has to welcome her guest. But right as she is cruising, her phone buzzes, totally ruining her vibe. She snaps. What, you trying to catch these hands? On the other end, Daoji cautiously says, Captain Snail, hear me out, I have thought this through. Going alone is way too risky, especially since they have Ma Tianzi with them, who is a straight-up menace from the Red Flame Gang. But she is already totally losing her patience. Xiao Wei just yeets her phone away, completely ignoring his desperate pleas. Even when Daoji suggests sending the boys to secretly tail her, she is already completely checked out and walked off. A curious little bird hops over to check out the abandoned phone, but a split second later, a car zooms by and crushes it to pieces. Good thing that bird had quick reflexes to escape. The car just keeps speeding down the highway, completely unbothered. And guess who is behind the wheel? None other than Xiao Jun. Spotting a vehicle ahead, he starts plotting. He figures that it's gotta be Tianzi's ride. Grinning like a maniac, Xiao Jun mutters, Hey Comrade Ma, here is a little welcome back gift after all these years apart. Now pay attention, because he aims his hand and unleashes his insane spirit wave orb. The sheer destructive force of this attack is about to absolutely obliterate the target. Boom! The car gets blown to absolute pieces, flipping over before exploding into a massive fireball. Xiao Jun watches the chaos, looking extremely pleased as the smoke slowly starts to clear. He smugly shouts, What shocked are we? Stop hiding like a little scared kitten, the captain is waiting for you to get back. But when there is zero response, he gets confused. Like, wait, still hiding? He actually covers his eyes and starts playing hide-and-seek, counting, 5, 10, let us see where Comrade Ma is hiding. Meanwhile, danger is literally creeping up behind him. Suddenly, Xiao Wei lunges with an attack, screaming, How dare you blow up my ride? That is when Xiao Jun finally realizes this is not Tianzi, but Xiao Wei instead. She is absolutely fuming, yelling, Well, if it isn't the captain of Squad 5 from the Red Flame Gang. Today we are settling all our old and new scores. With that, she unleashes her phantom heart-shredding kill, but suddenly stops mid-move as her danger radar goes off. Turns out he is already teleported directly behind her back. Calling her a cheap, dirty demon, Xiao Jun starts throwing absolute hands, pummeling her while asking, Why did you try to sneak attack me? But Xiao Wei snaps right back. She yells, You shameless jerk. You literally blew up my car first. You red flame punks are nothing once you are split up. I can swallow you guys whole one by one. She launches her phantom strike again, shouting, Go to hell and say hi to the devil for me. But check this out, because she is about to get a massive reality check. Xiao Jun slickly dodges her ultimate move and immediately launches an insane counterattack that she cannot block. He charges up, screaming Spiritual Lightwave Overload. He follows up with his Rapid Star Spirit Blast. The raw power of this combo is so massive that Xiao Wei gets absolutely blasted into the sky in seconds. Even though he won the clash, Xiao Jun is in rough shape. He collapses exhausted, thinking, Dang, this wound is bad. Using all my energy just made it rip open more. Why did that little demon show up here of all places? I was way too careless. I am bleeding out fast, and my vision is starting to go totally blurry. In a panic, he calls for backup, explaining he got jumped by Xiao Wei and is severely hurt, but the person on the other end just laughs and mocks him. They are like, I literally told you not to go solo. Limping away, Xiao Jun grunts, just in case she brought backup, I am going to hide out in the woods. He drags his feet forward until he spots a massive tree to take cover under. Huddled in the shadows, Xiao Jun is absolutely fuming at how this day turned out. He thinks, great, first I get jumped, and now that jerk has dirt on me. Is the god of bad luck actually real? But right then, Huang Shang suddenly pops up. Xiao Jun yells, Hey kid, get over here! But the kid cold shoulders him, saying Xiao Jun looks super sketchy and he is not about to get involved with him. No time to argue, Xiao Jun snaps. Look, do you have any of that blood-stopping medicine? Huang Shang casually pulls out a whole stack of healing powder. He is like, Nah, no thanks, I have got plenty already. Xiao Jun watches him walk away, thinking the kid thought he was a salesman, which literally makes him spit blood. He screams, Salesman? Are you kidding me? Did your teacher never teach you to help people in danger? Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoyan notices Huang Shang is missing and asks Ma Lu about him. Ma Lu says, Oh, he went looking for a spot with higher spiritual energy to train. She sighs. But the spiritual energy around here is already crazy high, though. Back in the woods, Xiao Jun is fighting to stay conscious while hunting the kid down. The moment he spots Huang Shang, he growls. Do not even think about running! His wound is tearing open. He needs that medicine now. Stick with me, because we are about to see if he survives this mess.